From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And the Boston Celtics, with their 77th win of the year, are now 3 wins shy of the ultimate goal. Game 1 of the NBA Finals is history, and it wasn't close. Boston 107, Dallas 89. The Celtics lead the NBA Finals 1-0.
That's our guy on Celtics Radio who joined us for the preview. This is the Friday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif and Ralph James Choppy with you as the Dallas Mavericks get handled last night in Game 1. They end up losing by 18.
That was a dud of a game.
Yeah.
It was not entertaining. There was a boring element to it. Just a dud. Celtics had everything going. NBA Finals record, 7 guys have multiple three-pointers. Very disheartening first game of the NBA Finals. That said, look.
I'm not that disheartened. I was just watching that saying, look, it was an onslaught.
Yeah,
it's a boring game if you're a Mavs fan, except for the third quarter. If you're a Celtics fan, that was probably one of the most thrilling points of the year when Kristaps Porzingis was going absolutely insane.
Yeah, he was. If you're a Celtics fan, that was you saw the absolute peak that team is, which was the first quarter, first half. Because they didn't have a great second half. They didn't have to have a great second half. I don't know if they did a classic Celtics let's fall asleep here or what. But when that team is engaged, holy cow!
Yeah,
like especially if he's going to play like if Kristaps Porzingis is going to play like this, you might as well not even play the other 3 games of the series.
Yeah. Now, the question is, are they going to remain that hot? Obviously, they were not in the second half. But the more important question to me is, when Boston comes back down to earth, how do you guys stack up then with how good they are? When Boston comes back down to earth, how much better are they than the Minnesota Timberwolves, than the Oklahoma City Thunder, than the Los Angeles Clippers? The thing that kind of worried me last night, my biggest worry is the ease of the shots that they were getting. You got to look at when teams play, how tough things are when they score. Are they hitting difficult shots? Are they hitting contested shots? The Celtics were just getting wide. Now, there can be some defensive adjustments from Jason Kidd, but the Celtics were getting wide open shots. It was just a matter of whether they were going in or not. Derek White, wide open shots. Al Horford, wide open shots. Jaylen Brown was getting open shots because they have that many weapons and they're that dangerous.
They are, and there was a point in the third quarter where the Mavericks defense picked it up a little bit. Was that adjustments they made to schematically, or did they just actually try to play defense? There's a lot of
that was a Boston onslaught. You're not going to do much about that.
You're not.
They're
not
playing out of their minds. Game 1, home court advantage, all the juice in the building. Porzingis came out like a celebrity. I was watching the pregame, blowing kisses to people and shaking hands with everyone in the building. I was like, oh my God, Sinatra came back from the dead here. But I was also kind of having some jealousy, being like, why was there never that Kristaps connection in Dallas when he was playing with Luka? Pepe, your thoughts on last night?
The inexperience showed. I mean, Jaden Hardy tried to be a hero early on. Derek Lively didn't have much going on. Did he even score a point, in that entire game? It showed there early. And Kyrie, the Mavs had a chance in the third quarter. If Kyrie made half those shots, they're probably tied, maybe even taking the lead. But, I mean, this is what the Mavericks do in game 1s. Other than Minnesota, you saw it against OKC. You saw it against the Clippers. They let the opponent go on a big run, and it looks like, wow, this series might be over after the game 1. It's a 7-game series. Let it happen. It's frustrating because, we talked that talk yesterday thinking the Mavs were going to do something. It's game 1, though. They still got game 2 Sunday, but it was a dud nonetheless.
Yeah, a lot of people after a game 1 are like, see, there you go. Kid indictment.
That's all you have to do. It's all you have to go on, so you overreact to it. It's like week 1 of the NFL season. Week 1 of the NFL season, we will overreact to far more than anything else. Like our entire perception of how good teams are for at least the first 8 weeks of the year is all based off of week 1 of the NFL season. And the same thing is going to be in this series. We're just going to base this off of that until Sunday?
First quarter of a playoff game. Mm-hmm. If you're down 10-0. Didn't have them ready.
Yeah.
McCarthy did not do anything throughout the entire course of the week. We'll get that out before Bobby actually comes in at 6 o'clock. But look, the summary of this game is Porzingis first quarter, Jaylen Brown third quarter, and Kyrie off. Kyrie's 0 for 1 in Boston. We talked about that for the entire week. How was he going to respond? He had some of his weird turnovers off of his all-time great handle. Some of his shots, like hitting the side of the backboard and just way, way off as he shot 6 for 19, 0 for 5 from 3, and did not get to the free throw line. And Peyton, you're absolutely right. If he hits a jumper or two in the third, all of a sudden it's a 14-point game. Maybe that 8-point lead is a 5-point lead. It's a 6-point lead. But Kyrie Irving, he's my number one GOAT in the wrong way for the Mavericks last night.
He's what GOAT used to mean.
Yeah.
He was what GOAT used to mean. Yeah, he had a very, very bad night. Was that something the Celtics did to him defensively? Did they, they did get hands in his face. They were able to contest shots. Does that mean that those are contested shots that he wouldn't normally make? No, he would normally make some of them. I don't know about half of them, but he would make some of those. So it's a little bit of both. Like the Celtics did do things to make sure that he didn't get the kind of game he had. Now maybe that's their plan. Maybe Boston's plan is to, hey, let Luka get his 30. We're going to make sure that nobody else gets their number.
Jason Kidd on falling behind that deep, that early.
This is the best team in the NBA, and they're good for a reason. They play their style of basketball at a high rate. They generated 27 threes there in the first half and made, I think, 11 of them. And so we have to be better. We can't give them 7 made threes in the first quarter. That would have outscored us with, only scoring 20. And, so we have to be better. Give them credit. They were good tonight. But, again, we got to be better. Nerves or not being in this situation, we can't use that as an excuse. It's just basketball. And we got to be better at the game of basketball on Sunday.
It also goes the other way with Kyrie. Like, this is probably the lowest point total you're going to get out of Tatum. And he didn't even, I don't remember him taking a shot in the first quarter, or at least the first part of the first quarter.
Well, he did at the end of the game. I was like,
end.
Why is Tatum still in this game? And the totals were like stat padding. They can't have Jaylen Brown outshine him too much for that Boston drama that they will start there. He ended up with 16 points on 6 of 16 shooting. Did grab 11 boards. Doris Burke was praising his passing throughout. He had 5 assists with 6 turnovers. But you're probably not getting 16 again.
Yeah, you're probably going to get somewhere in the mid 20s and much better shooting. You might not get the same kind of production for Porzingis. I mean, who knows day to day? I mean, he may wake up this morning feeling awful.
What a shockwave that was.
Oh, big time. Defensively, too.
That was an electrical bolt that ran through the building with what he did. All the different block shots, the 3-pointers, he's trying to post up, he's pulling up over guys. That was tough to take as someone who used to have him. 7 minutes. First 7 minutes, he had 11, 3, and 3. Lightning bolt.
Yeah, and they were trying, Mavs were trying different guys on him, too. Big, small, didn't matter. Like, I know Dirk hated when you had guys that were, like, chest high on him. I mean, they tried that. They tried that on him, and he still was able to get around it and make it work. He had himself a knife.
A knife?
Well, I was thinking of, he's kind of got that. He's a mobster.
Going back to that bar fight he had in his home country. 877-881-1053 is the Franklin & Frankel injury attorney text line to hit us up for the Friday edition of Sean and RJ live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Give us your immediate Game 1 thoughts and reaction as we go inside the Mavericks locker room. Pat Doney will join us from Boston from our sister TV station, NBC5. What's the status of the Lakers head coach, and who's going to replace Dan Hurley at UConn? Game 1 post continuing this Friday morning on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Strip of Luka flies in for the right-hand slam, and the Celtics lead game 1 by 24.
Well, there's a reason that Jaylen Brown felt slighted when it came to all NBA defense, and we saw it last night. What a show he put on with the block party. I've never seen Derrick Jones Jr. You tell me Derrick Jones Jr. is going to go up, and I had a Tolo blaming us for saying you guys are talking about him as Skywalker out here and Dr. J, and now he's giving up any other type of shot, trying to dunk on people. I want him to do that. I never thought I'd see Derrick Jones Jr. get stuffed and challenged and shut down at the rim. But 2 Jaylen Brown blocks and then a 3, part of a 14-0 run to put them back up 22 in the third quarter, and they were up 20 after 3. The Celtics take game 1 at home.
You don't see Luka get his. What's that?
You remember Jaylen Brown in college at all?
Not really. It's weird. Like the moment the guy leaves college, unless they went to Tennessee, like I just completely forget about them. Because it's different now. Where it used to be 4 years where somebody was there. Now it's like by the time you get to know who they are, it's the tournament, and then they leave for the NBA. But you don't see Luka get his pocket picked all that often, and it happened twice, didn't it? It's just Jalen's he's a good player. There's no doubt about that, and there's a reason why the Celtics are. He was the conference finals MVP. The reason is why he does feel slighted sometimes. I mean, he deserves a lot of the accolades that he hasn't gotten. But he's tremendous. If they're going to get defensive efforts like that, by the way, like he posterized Gafford.
Yes. That was a nasty dunk.
Gafford doesn't get punked like that.
No.
Ever. There was a lot of disappointing aspects of that game last night.
Let us know. Game 1 thoughts on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line, 877-881-1053. How much panic, how much freak out is there from the Tolos after what happened in Boston? 877-881-1053. What are the Tolos saying?
Let's see. Tatum and Brown both scored below their playoff averages. Celtics are very deep and can stay in games defensively. Where was Gafford all night? Mavs kept switching, and that was stupid. Mavs won in third and fourth quarters. Let's take these positives into game 2. Missed free throws, embarrassing. No way they win game 2. Luka too out of shape to play hustle D.
Hey, Luka Doncic was all NBA defense in the third quarter as he was picking some guys' pockets. So we'll revisit game 1 with Bobby Roberto Belt at 6 o'clock this morning. Who texted us that everyone picked Mavericks with an update last night on the group chat?
That was me. So I was watching the pregame, the pre. So on WFAA, you had Joe Trahan, Nancy Lieberman, Jonah was on there.
I was wondering why you guys were randomly texting about Nancy. I was like, what are you talking about?
It was just it was turn the game on turn the pregame on, and it was there, and I see Nancy Lieberman there. Her and Trahan were outside. It looked like they were outside the stadium. Looked like they were in Boston. But they were like away from the stadium. It was very, very odd. Mike Leslie was out there. Every single one picked the Mavs. And then I think we all did too. Yeah. So it's like, of course, that was going to happen.
Making us look. I'm doing it out of a gut feeling. I think people know we're not a homer show. And I was wrong about them in the Western Conference Final. Then I was wrong about them in 2011. I don't want to be wrong for the third straight time. We had a little incident in Deep Ellum with an NFL player. Did you see Brandon Pettigrew with the video at 7-Eleven as he was like breaking stuff? And Deep Ellum, I had not seen them in the news in a long time.
I hadn't seen Brandon Pettigrew in the news either. Because when I saw the headline says NFL or former NFL tight end. I was like, oh no, what did Dan Campbell do? That was my first thought. What did Jason Witten do? Didn't dawn on me that it was Brandon Pettigrew.
Arrested early Sunday morning after he punched a glass door and broke it. 39 years old, was at a 7-Eleven in Dallas at around 2 a.m., got into a heated argument with local police inside the store that led to him lashing out, threw the punch, broke the glass, apparently, and they took out their tasers, pointed them at Pettigrew, and he said, okay, hands up, and I'm out of here. Went to jail, booked on criminal mischief charges.
The police are on their way, mofos.
Yes, he was arrested in 2017 over alleged involvement at an incident at a bar. It's a big man.
Yeah, he is.
That's a big man here.
He
But,
is.
man, you go into a 7-Eleven or convenience store, especially during our hours in the morning driving in, my head's on a swivel.
On a swivel. There ain't nothing good at a gas station at 4 a.m.
Except
Nothing.
if you're Bobby and you
Except
think
you're
that
Bobby.
it's
Yeah,
like
he
peaceful
thinks
and tranquil.
He thinks it's totally normal to be in there. When was the last time you went to Deep Ellum?
Oh, I can't even remember. So long ago. Maybe a karaoke bar that I wanted to visit.
Yeah, we went to a wedding there last year. It's not a place it's on my radar. I just haven't gone forever.
I went in the daylight. I went to Jared Sandler's charity thing over there at Ian Kinsler's place. It was like 5 to 7. I was like, okay,
Yeah.
it's daylight.
Ian
I'll be
Kinsler
fine.
has a place?
Yeah, he owns like a baseball. There's like a batting cage. It's like two or three stories, and they got like a basement underground where they had all this stuff. But it was a cool place.
That's cool.
Dude, did you see the Delonte West mugshot?
Oh, yeah.
The Delonte West story yesterday out of Virginia suffered a medical emergency as cops were attempting to arrest him Thursday morning. They were trying to serve a warrant for violating the conditions of his release. He took off, and they lost sight of him briefly. They found him unresponsive. Narcan was administered by officers, did not have the desired effect. Transported to a local hospital, Narcan again, which revived him, released from the hospital. Jail records show that he was still in custody, according to TMZ. Bad deal.
It's very bad. It's very, very bad. It's almost like one of those situations where I don't know. Like people have tried. I think people have tried to help. I don't know what.
Mark Cuban.
Yeah, Mark Cuban has for sure. I don't know what the status of any of that is because you haven't heard. You don't hear about Delonte unless something like this happens. That's the sad part. And then you wonder what can be done. You know, it's almost like if you put him in a situation where you can get you get him off the street or off of his, out of his own power, like you put him in a conservatorship or something like that to help him get back on his feet because it's bad. And that mugshot tells you so much,
right?
It tells you so much. It's a sad state he's in right now.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here. Sean RJ, soon to be joined by Bobby Roberto Belt. I got Uber Eats and a French fry argument and controversy.
Oh, I think let's go Uber Eats here for starters.
Okay.
Ippei Mizuhara. He is Shohei's former interpreter. He was spotted delivering Uber Eats the other day. Multiple times. Multiple photos from paparazzi were taken. I don't really know what to make of this, but I'll tell you this. I don't think he's spending a ton of time in jail based off this photo. I got news for you. If I'm facing 30 years in jail or 5 years in jail, there is zero chance I'm working while I'm waiting to go to jail. Zero chance.
Yeah.
I'm racking up my credit card, partying it up. I won't sleep. I might not even eat. I might just party. Everything you could possibly think of. The last thing I'm doing is going to go pick up Starbucks for some Hollywood elite. That's the last thing I'm doing.
I didn't see the photo.
Yeah, there's like 3 photos. It looks like he's in PJs. Just delivering a bag of food to somebody and then delivering what looks to be like some kind of grocery to another. But yeah, just delivering for Uber Eats. There's no chance he's going to jail. I'll tell you, I'm not. If I'm going to jail waiting for my sentencing hearing is in 3 weeks. I'm not working in those 3 weeks.
How long is he going for?
Well, up to 33 years.
Woo!
That's the limit. 33 years is the max. And he's got to apparently pay back all the money, which I don't know how he's going to do that one, delivering Uber Eats. If he makes enough money delivering Uber Eats to pay back over $1 million, I'm delivering Uber Eats.
You guys ever thought about like working like Uber or Lyft?
Yeah.
Not that you're actually going to do it, but just like, what would that be like? Just driving around, like your day is, I'm going to get in my car and I'm just going to kind of like drive around. Now, if you love to meet new people and just talk, it's basically the car version of sitting at a bar, which you would be phenomenal at. I know you have to worry about the sketchiness and the craziness. But you can control your hours, but you said you've thought about it.
I've thought about like, leaving the show and then just going, because I have to drive right by the airport. And, just you
like
can just
picking one person up here a day and driving them to the airport.
Yeah.
Making one fare.
Maybe then being at the airport.
The RJ Choppy ride of the day.
Yeah, and then being at the airport and then picking up a fare to take them home and then go home after that. I've thought about that. You could wait over a year's time. We get old, I'm sure, but over a year's time, make some money out of it.
And we got a lot of Tolos who drive around with the ride shares. I miss my ride shares, man. I used to put up sick numbers, Peyton.
Oh,
I had sick numbers every year, every weekend. Uber, Lyft. I can't remember the last time. You talk about being in Deep Ellum. I can't remember the last time I've taken an Uber or a Lyft.
I went to Mexico, took one to the airport. But that's really.
But I mean, like for like a Dallas weekend out, I can't remember. But I was putting up crazy numbers.
5 stars.
If your rating
Close.
is below 4.6,
then you're bad.
I don't even know you.
Uh-oh.
No, I'm just kidding.
You're saying you're rude?
I just threw that number.
I mean, mine's not that, but I don't know.
I wonder what mine is.
Yeah, let's go check yours. Bobby's walking in. He does not look very happy.
4.94.
There you go.
499.
Okay.
Is it? You know that off the top of your head? I didn't know you took ride shares.
No, I was pissed because the one time it used to be 5 for forever, and then it went down 0.01, and it pissed me off.
All right, I have a friend, a jackass, Goldberg.
Yeah.
He'll give someone their first ever, like 4.9. Mess up the 5s.
God.
He gets a high off that. Sick bastard. He's like, watch this. 4.9. He wants to break out the perfect game. He's twisted. He's sick. The Dallas Mavericks are down 0-1. Let's ask Bobby what he thinks about the opening game of the NBA Finals. We'll do it with the 6 a.m. Club next.
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Irving blocked by Porzingis. He's doing it all. Holiday, Hauser, three-pointer. It's a Celtic avalanche here in the first quarter, a 17-point lead.
Mike Breen with the perfect description last night on ABC. And the Mavs are down just like they were in the first two rounds of the series after game one. 107-89 Boston. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, joined now by Bobby Belt. We got Peyton. Rai is running things still from home on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Bobby, thoughts on game one?
First off, he's back there. Ryan's hanging out.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's hanging out. I just gave him some burritos.
It's the glares. I can't see.
I know. He's just anonymous back there with the way the lights bounce off of it. But yeah, I mean, they're I can't believe the note Breen threw out there that's the biggest first quarter lead in the history of the NBA Finals.
That was surprising.
Right?
Nobody's ever been up 20 before,
It
but
was 17.
man, it was
17.
It definitely felt like a game where they could lose this by 60 tonight. When you're watching in the first half, it's amazing watching how good they can be. It's amazing watching it and thinking, how did they lose even 18 games this year? They're really, really good. And they kept going on these.
There was a reminder, by the way, I think from Sean Grandy, Celtics play-by-play, who joined us. The Celtics had more 30-point leads this year than 10-point deficits. Let me say that again. They had more 30-point leads than 10-point deficits.
That's a stat that's like it's the reverse of the Mahomes, where Mahomes has like a winning record in games he's trailed by double digits in his career. So if you're up on the Chiefs by 10 or more, you have less than 50% chance of beating Patrick Mahomes.
They put up 25 threes in the first half. It felt like they had put up 40. They shoot that. It feels like that's every shot they put up is a three. Well, they're just like, these will fall down at a rate high enough that we'll get up here. And they go on these 10-0 runs in the course of 50 seconds. It's so fast. Even though their pace is not necessarily that fast, just when you talk about how quickly they score, they can put together these buckets and bunches, and the way that they end possessions quickly with a steal or a block or forcing a turnover. And that was just a sloppy performance all around, but especially from Kyrie Irving.
It was.
We tried everything.
They did take 240 more threes than any other team in the league this year. And the Mavericks were second. And the Mavericks were second in total three-pointers attempted, but to have 240 more threes, that is an insane number to have over the next highest level of not than the average.
Yeah.
Over number two.
Here's Luka on trying to take away the Boston three-point shot.
I mean, obviously, I think they're the best three-point shooting team in the NBA. So sometimes really hard to take those away, especially when they have five guys out. They can all shoot. So obviously, we got to make more. We didn't make enough shots today to beat them, but we got to be better on both ends.
All right, let's go through the game. And go ahead and stop me wherever you want with commentary or text messages at 877-881-1053. The Mavericks made their first 7 of 10 shots. Keep that in mind. It was back and forth, right? The first 4 shots of the game on both sides were made. It's like, okay, let's feel it out. Let's spar it out. But Boston's shots were threes. And they're up 17 after 3 straight threes. That was another barrage. They got hit with 3 straight threes and another Porzingis block, as my new name for him is Jaden Hardaway. Chunkin. Hardaway. Holy crap.
Yeah.
He got the green
Yeah, he did.
light.
When he got the ball in his head, like,
I don't know if he got the green light. He gave himself the green
The
light.
ball was hot. The ball was hot.
I think everybody could see it. Like, as soon as he took the ball and he would bring it up, it's like, oh, he's isolating and going. Like, this is my moment, baby.
Yes.
National TV, I'm going to show you guys.
Felt like he took more than 8 shots.
Yeah.
Felt like he took like 14.
Well, yeah. How much did he sit in the second and thirds? I'm not sure.
He only played 11 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he put up about 3 in a row, I think.
He got up a shot a minute almost.
That's my new name for him, though, Hardy Way. And then Kristaps Porzingis. Man, how many text messages are we going to get? How many tweets did you get? Why? Why couldn't we? And why didn't we get that out of him in Dallas? 11-3-3 in his first 7 minutes. And one of the Celtics' only weaknesses was rim protection and the dirty work in the paint. Bam, they get someone out there that's 7'3".
I wonder if...
And that's not even the shots he affected, because he did affect a couple of more aside from the highlight reel blocks.
He did. And I wonder if, if Kidd was here. I'm trying to think of the timeline. Kidd wasn't here yet. If Kidd was here.
Jason had him for a little bit.
Half a year.
Half a year for the trade.
The relationship with Luka had already gone to a point of disrepair.
Well,
like if he was here from the start, how would that have changed
Tim
things?
McMahon said the second half of Luka and KP was fine. It was the first part of it that was problematic. He said that the other day on the Hoops Collective. They didn't leave hating each other, like despising each other. It had kind of not totally repair, but it was fine for the second half of it. Would Jason Kidd have used him the way that he thought he may have needed to be used? But, man, I just never thought from a culture standpoint Kristaps Porzingis would be embraced, accepted, and loved by Boston, Massachusetts.
By Boston. Yeah.
Really.
I mean, look, he had played in New York, obviously, so he was not going to be overwhelmed or at least taken by surprise of how intense they are. So that was...
But he started off in New York as like...
the unicorn. Everybody loved him.
Everybody loved him.
Yep.
So then the Celtics end the first quarter on a 23-5 run. Second quarter, Jaylen Brown dunk. You could tell that Kyrie was like just a little bit off. Shots rimming out, not the clean ball handle, passes that were off as well. And after that 7 for 10 Mavericks start, they went 4 for 21. 7 of 10 to 4 of 21. Then Jaylen Brown hits another 3. That's the Celtics' 9th 3 of the first half. He hits the 3. He picks Luka up 24. And Luka last night, I'm not saying this is a bad thing, and I'm trying not to think that Bobby is correct about this. I'm not saying he is. I'm just thinking about it. Okay? Luka didn't have that same bite to him. He wasn't bitching to the referees like he normally does. He had a little bit of swag when the Mavs were coming back in the third. He didn't have his same, and I'm not saying it's a lack. I'm not calling him out for lack of energy or anything. But Bobby's point weeks ago was, do you need crybaby Luka, whiny Luka, for him to be at his absolute best? And that thought did cross my mind last night because he did not have his same bite where he was complaining nonstop.
Mm-hmm.
Like normally when he gets picked, it's the referee's fault. Like it's not his fault. No player could ever steal the ball from him. But when he was getting picked last night, you did not see the arms flailing.
No.
And I thought that was interesting. I took note of that. I'm not criticizing or getting on him for it. I was thinking of Bobby's point.
There were times where his arms were flailing in that game. You know, like he did think he had an and one. That should have been called.
The one, I think that's the only one I remember of him really complaining was when he got knocked down by like 3 Celtics and made a layup.
Yeah. But if there was a Luka ref tracker, I guarantee you, like, this was an abnormally low number for his amount of whining. And then just when you got to get something going right, everything has to go right for you. Their missed free throws drove me insane last night. PJ misses free throws in the second quarter. Luka, missed free. What were they for the free throw line overall? Do you have that stat in front of you?
They were.
Celtics were worse,
63.
actually. Celtics were like 13 and 19 or something.
And the Mavs are 12 and 19.
No, okay, so Mavericks
about the
were worse.
same.
Yeah.
12 of 19 versus 13.
I mean, for an NBA game to have 2 teams like that, that's pretty bad.
How many
That's pretty
games
bad
this
free throw
year
shooting.
have we, during the playoff run, said the Mavericks free throw shooting was awful, though?
Yes.
This feels like the 4th time or something like that. The game just in that second quarter, though, was they all looked defeated. They just all looked like, okay, well, how are we supposed to stop them? That was the biggest thing to me, was the body language looked awful in the second quarter.
Kyrie had, 6 points late in the first half, was just way off on some shots. And you know what they neutralized and took away? The Mavs lob.
Well, that was
one lob dunk that I counted for the entire game.
which is very ironic because the Celtics defense, they employ this drop defense where, like, you got the high screen up top, and then say Luka gets the ball and he's coming towards the middle. They'll switch and they'll have Horford or Porzingis or Cornet if he's ever in the game, and they'll just drop back, right? Instead of guarding at the top, they'll drop way down, allow that ball handler to come into the lane, and allows the guy who got screened to catch up. But that defense is really susceptible to a big that could shoot, like Miles Turner with Indiana or Porzingis. And it's also susceptible to the lob. And the Mavs didn't have it. It wasn't available at all last night. Like, the lob was just not there.
So you're down 21 at the half. Then third quarter, you're a couple of Kyrie shots away from being down 15. And then it feels gettable. Then it feels manageable. But he never came through with them. Lost the handle. Then lost Horford. Down 13 after a Luka 3. Then you're down 8 after Luka strips Porzingis. Then a 3. Luka was outscoring them in the third quarter at one point 10-9. Yeah. 10-9. And I think I wrote down RJ winning. That must be when you said they're winning this game.
Yeah, I did say they were winning this game. They had cut it to like 11 or something like that. I was like, they're going to win this game.
Way to go. You did a me with the Stars.
I did. I think I did.
Then we had back-to-back travels.
Yep, that was Lively and
Kyrie.
Kyrie.
That was the moment where I was like, you may have just... Like, I didn't think the game was over there, but when you got those back-to-back travels, I was like, you just killed every bit of momentum you built
Porzingis
up.
got a dunk after that, then a Tatum 3, and you're back to down 16. Like,
quick.
Just like that. Lively then picks up his 5th. He was... I don't know whether he's rattled. He was off last night. Jaylen Brown with 2 blocks and a 3. It's a 14-0 run. They're up 22. And they end the quarter up 86-66. And it's basically ball game from there. And then in the fourth quarter, Kyrie, 6 of 19 at that point. I think he ended the game 6 of 19. And they put up the stat, Luka Doncic had 1 assist. You had texted earlier that the Mavs had 3 assists as a team, Bobby. 3. They ended the game, I think, with 9.
They had 5 assists at the end of by the end of the third quarter. And how many do you think they had in the third quarter on 9 made buckets?
1.
0. There was not a single assist in the third quarter.
So it was either ISO ball or offensive rebound putback.
Pretty much, yeah. That was pretty much their entire offense in the third quarter.
That's bad. Like that. There's no ball movement. That you can't have that.
And when you have a lot of ball movement, you're passing around, highlight reel plays. A lot of times that's indicative of you having fun. And Jason Kidd talked about. He said it at halftime. Had to remind the guys, yo, I know it's NBA Finals. I know it's serious. I know pressure's ramped up. We got to have some fun. And Kidd talked about that after.
We talked about it at halftime. I thought we weren't having fun there in the first half. And we talked about having fun to work the game, to continue to keep playing. There's a lot of time. A lot of people will talk about one game, but we're talking about a series. So the bigger picture is to continue to keep working in the series. And I thought the guys did a really good job there in the third quarter. We get the miss, we get the rebound, the momentums are going our way. Unfortunately, we traveled. So we just have to be better. We know that Boston's a really good team, and so we got to be better on Sunday.
This was one where when you saw the entire... Anytime they'd go on these little runs, Boston was really good last night about calling timeouts, coming up with a big shot. The thing that infuriated me in the first half was anytime you would get one of these miracle misses from Boston, it felt like they were getting an offensive rebound and then circulating the ball back around, or Dallas would turn it over right immediately. The guy that they've made it clear they're going to live with his shots and they're going to attack him right now, it feels like, after game 1 was Horford. Like, they're not going to rotate over to Horford. They're going to let Horford try and put up his shot. If they've got to leave somebody open, it feels like, all right, let Horford put up the shot, and we've got to get Luka on him as much as we can and attack him. That seems to be, at least in game 1, that was their whole approach.
There is your game 1 recap. Back to it at 6:40 this morning here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby with game 2 on Sunday. And unfortunately, fellas, the game 1 winner of the NBA Finals goes on to win the championship 70.
What?
That's
a made-up stat.
7-0.
That's made up.
Jason Kidd goes on to win playoff series 80% of the time when he loses game 1.
No!
Mavs game 1 winners in NBA Finals in their history are 0-2.
Pack it up. Pack it in.
No. Meaning like the game one winner has lost both series the Mavericks have been in the NBA Finals.
Plan the parade.
Plan it, baby.
All right, the latest on the Lakers head coaching situation. Who's going to replace Dan Hurley? We had an emergency situation with a Kansas City Chief, and you went all in. San Francisco trying to make the Dallas Cowboys look even worse. That's all on the way for the 6 a.m. Club next.
Wait.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss. That's soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back to the Mavericks in Game 1 at 6:40 this morning. Pat Doney will join us from Boston from NBC5 at 7:20. Got the entire morning squad here with Sean, RJ, and Bobby live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sounds like Dan Hurley is going to meet with the Lakers today or this weekend to talk about the monster contract. And I was so disappointed in ESPN yesterday. I watched hours and hours and hours of coverage, and I did not hear J.J. Redick's name one time. He's on the broadcast. No one talked about what happened to J.J. Redick. Shams went and hid in his little leather pleather jacket and took the embarrassment of Woj dunking on him, if indeed Woj ends up being right. But this is Woj talking about Dan Hurley being at a crossroads now, having to decide whether to coach the Lakers and leave a chance at a three-peat, which has not been done since John Wooden.
It's a long time. It's 60 years since somebody's done that, and a completely different type and brand and era of basketball and competitiveness. It's much more difficult to do it now. You've got actual 100 teams that can actually win this thing now.
And all they kept talking about was they want a program builder. And I was like, yeah, what are you talking about, a program builder? You're still going to have LeBron James and Anthony Davis. And all this talk about Anthony Davis and what he wants. If the Lakers are going to build and worry about Anthony Davis like number one, first and foremost moving forward, you're screwed. You are done. So a lot of people were talking about how Dan Hurley knows he'd have to change and alter his personality a little bit and I didn't hear a ton of that yesterday. Everyone's like, X's and O's genius. I was asking everyone around the NBA, could this work in terms of his offense? And they were all like, yeah. The only minor question, I think Bob Myers brought it up, was the personality. But I didn't hear anything about J.J. Redick falling through the cracks.
No, I didn't. And look, I mean, the personality is obviously the main sticking point with Hurley, and that's going to be the thing that people focus on the most.
And by the way, Woj, just to stick it to Shams a little bit more, said Dan Hurley was the target from the moment the job opened up. He wanted to stick that to Shams. Yeah.
They did a great job of keeping that quiet.
Yes.
Really good job, which in today's world doesn't really happen. And look, maybe LeBron does sign off on Dan Hurley. I assume he would. I don't think the Lakers would make a decision without having LeBron sign off on this at this point. But, I mean, this is very late for a college coach to leave, for one. But, yeah, this is obviously an interesting decision that Hurley has to make. Is he doing this because it's not for money? He's getting paid a lot. Is it just he's bored? Like, he won 2 in a row. It's like, time for a new challenge. I can never go higher. Let's get out while I'm on top. I can always go back. Pitino kind of had that. Cal kind of had that.
So we all missed this. This was freaking Mike Francesa getting this. I didn't realize he was still crawling around.
He's got his gambling podcast, right, on Bet Something.
He actually had Dan Hurley on Wednesday, and Dan Hurley dropped this about thinking about the pros.
I do aspire, one day if the right NBA situation were to come along, I do aspire to
really.
To
that's nice myself. To know. Really, you'd like to take a shot at the NBA.
I mean, if the right situation where an organization wants a tone setter to come in and instill a culture, young players and an organization that wants to pursue championships.
Okay, so we talked about young players. Lakers, that's not the Lakers right now. I mean, they've got some young players, yes, and eventually they will with LeBron when he leaves. But, I wonder, though, because, like, the college coach, it seems to me, and you guys tell me if I'm off base here, it seems like if you're a coach, like an X's and O's coach, college is where you really shine. Like the NBA and the NFL, I mean, there's an X's and O's element to the NFL, obviously, but they're much more players' leagues than the college game is, right?
Yeah, but I think so definitely for the NBA.
NBA, for sure.
I think it's I think it's easy a lot of times, though, for the X's and O's of the NBA to just, or basketball in general, to just look like I think those nuances are hard to pick up sometimes. Like, that's why it's so valuable when you hear Redick talk about things, or LeBron or other things. It's not as obvious as the diagrammed plays of an NFL offense where you see, okay, here's these route concepts. Like, I don't think that's as easy for us to see on the surface level at the NBA. And so, I mean, I don't know how much I would notice it necessarily when you are there, just because I don't necessarily have that deep understanding of it like him.
And the defending national champs may have an opening.
They might, and it's a big opening. That's a valuable piece of real estate. UConn has won more championships in the last 30 years than anybody has in the sport, and I think they've doubled up everybody too. It's really remarkable what they've done. So, and it's very late. Usually, you get your coach in March, not in June. We're talking about, to put this in the NFL terms, this would be like hiring your head coach in May or April. It's very late, right? So where do they go? One name is going to be Shaka. Shaka Smart's name is going to be thrown out there.
Shaka Khan.
So his name will be out there. You'll look at Billy Donovan's name will get thrown out there. I think he was at Providence, so it's kind of in the same region, but that was, 35 years ago. I think, honestly, if I were them, I'm just like, okay, I'm promoting assistants, and I'll wait till next year. I'll do an interim coach for a year. It's too late. You're not going to get somebody to leave their program. Now, if it's UConn, you might, but they're going to have a bad year. All these kids are going to transfer that are already committed. They'll have the ability to get into the portal for 30 days.
I'm curious if you felt this way yesterday, either of you, and I think Sean, you're going to roll your eyes pretty quick at me for this and go, you're just thinking that because you knew the context. But did you feel at all like listening to the Mavericks game yesterday, like there were longer stretches than normal where Redick seemed quiet? Like, I felt like there were long stretches where Breen was the only one talking, and there was no analysis at all.
I didn't notice.
I just wanted and I didn't know if it was just in my head, but I was like, oh, Redick just talked. I forgot he was there. And I was like, I wonder if he's just pissy sitting there.
I was trying to look at his face during the intro to see if he looked like he just had his dog stomped out. But that would be looking into it a lot. All right, let's get into a little around the NFL. Scare at Chiefs practice. Defensive end B.J. Thompson had to be taken to the hospital after having a seizure and going into cardiac arrest. 25 years old, taken to the hospital by ambulance. The Chiefs sent players home from the facility instead of practice, rescheduled for today. He was selected by the Chiefs in the 5th round of the draft from Stephen F. Austin. Played in one game as a rookie, had 2 tackles. So a seizure suffered at Chiefs practice.
That's scary. That's just super scary. And like people, was this indoors? There's a lot of questions I have about this. Was this an indoor practice? Was this an outdoor practice?
I don't know if they have an indoor facility. When I went to Kansas City for practice, I don't remember seeing.
No, remember when who's the Longhorn they drafted?
Xavier Worthy.
I think he went to their indoor facility and was like,
oh, yes. Yeah. He was like, this? Or was that in the locker room? It was
definitely the locker room.
Yeah.
But they have to have an indoor facility.
I would assume they do, but let's just, if they didn't and this was outside, it's not cold up in Kansas City in the middle of June. It's probably quite warm. The humidity. Is this, would the NFLPA look to, mandate everybody has indoor facilities and that in these OTAs that you've got to be inside because of the heat? Is that something? Because I wonder how much of this was heat related.
It was 95 and humid. Like I said, the one time I went out to Chiefs practice for NFL Network, it was 95 and humid in June, and they were outside.
Yeah.
And so pickle juice. That's Andy Reid, right? He's been fine preparing guys in the heat before. He's still unconscious apparently. B.J. Thompson is at the hospital.
I thought they said stable. Can you be in stable condition if you're unconscious?
No, Pelissero last night said his agent said B.J. is still unconscious at this point, but he's stable and vitals are good.
Oh, my gosh. Both you guys were going to chime in on the San Francisco 49ers paying CMC. We didn't get to that over the past couple days.
They're done. They're toast. This is what happens. This is what happens to empires when they start to falter. They try to get too big.
Oh, baby.
They try to get too big. This happens. It happens to the Ottoman Empire, the Mongolian Empire, the Roman Empire, everyone. British, all the empires. 2 years, $38 million or $19 million a year for Christian McCaffrey, for a running back. A running back.
Yep. Well, he's more than a runner.
No, he's not.
He catches passes.
Yeah, wonderful. They all do. Zero chance he can give you a 10% of that value. Can't give you 10% of that value. You can't. He's not even.
He can't be worth $1.9 million.
Not and win a Super Bowl. Go look at the guys who won Super Bowls. Right? They all make like less than $2 million a year. Why do they do this? Because they have a quarterback making $600,000 or whatever it is a year. They've got to pay somebody, and they've got to hit their salary floor. So we'll give it to him. Really weird thing to do. Really weird take by Shanny and Lynch. Hey, you know what? Let's give $20 million to our running back while our top 2 wide receivers remain unsigned, and we're going to trade one of them. Really weird thing to do there.
They're not opposed to paying wide receivers, though.
They're done.
They're not opposed to that because they already have paid Debo, and then the news came out yesterday. The report came out yesterday that they were trying to trade for Justin Jefferson a couple weeks ago.
Whoa.
That there was the Jets. Who all was it? It was the Jets, 49ers, and then the other team was the Colts. Had all reached out about, hey, would you be willing to trade Jefferson? And so, could you imagine the absolute meltdown in this city if after the all-in comments and then doing nothing, if San Francisco right before minicamp would have traded for Justin Jefferson? They would have. Oh my! That would have been the end of. It would have been like, don't ever talk about the Cowboys again. Don't want to hear about them again. Like people would have just. I can't even. Process it.
Are you mocking San Fran for the McCaffrey deal?
It's bizarre because you've already got him at the top of the market, and they just willingly reset it on their own when he wasn't he wasn't even up for contract.
So 19 per is now highest paid for a back.
Yeah, and it was him at 16 or whatever his number was.
Yeah,
they gave him a pay raise for no reason. Meanwhile, Ayuk's sitting there going like, "Can I get my one payday?"
Ayuk and Debo trend every other week,
all the time.
Their last 9 first-round draft picks, the 49ers, they have given a second contract to one of them.
Wow.
Bosa, and that's it.
Now is because like we mocked the Patriots for the same thing. Now theirs have gone back.
A lot of San Francisco's have been busts. There's been Trey Lance in there, Reuben Foster, Josh Garnett. Other ones, it was like, we don't want to pay DeForest Buckner, we'll trade him.
Yeah, and I don't hate the idea of doing that. Like if you don't want to pay him, trade him. Like, but at least they trade him instead of just letting him walk.
Back to the NBA Finals, Game 1 last night. Did Kyrie Irving get rattled by a pretty soft Boston crowd? That's next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum 4.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Through the Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Lobs it for Porzingis, who gets jostled off his spot. Pump fake. Porzingis steps to the top of the circle and hits again. 40 days and 40 nights he spent away from the Celtics. He's been back on the floor for 10 minutes. He's got 15 points.
And the onslaught was on from there. Celtics take game one, 107-89. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Thanks for waking up with us and turning it on, leaving it on. DFW Sports Station. Your game one feeling, if you can recall it, try to be honest, after the Clippers, were you like, uh-oh, I'm going to have to change my thoughts about the series. After OKC, compared to after this. Your own self-doubt, if you had it, with the series prediction that you made. Now, it was Mavericks for all of us. So, how much you reassessing, if I could go back and change that pick with the first 3 game losses?
With OKC, I thought they were in trouble. With the Clippers, I thought they were in trouble. After game one, because the Clippers didn't even have Kawhi now in game one.
That's right.
And Gafford looked terrified in that first game.
Yeah,
he never played a playoff game before in his life, which, in a related story, I don't think he had.
Right.
So I definitely thought the worst after game one of those 2 series. So there's some hope. I think we're dealing with a different animal. Look, that's a good basketball team, and we could joke about their psyche, if they're soft or whatever. They got a lot of dudes that can put the ball in the hoop.
Yeah,
and the idea that Jason Kidd thought this was going to be about 2s and not 3s kind of blows me away, which they talked about on the broadcast last night. Oh no!
What do you mean?
Because Kidd was like, this series is going to be, who makes the most 2s, not who makes the most 3s.
Oh.
That's what Reddick said in the broadcast. And it's like, that's not the Celtics. The Celtics are just, they are chuckers. Holy cow, are they chuckers. They will throw everything up there. They're just like, give me a 3. Give me a 3 ball. Who's got it? Is it Hauser? Is it Brown? Is it Holiday? Is it
what did he say?
Tatum?
40... They threw up the stats, something like 49% of their shots this year were 3s, which just seems impossible that it could be that much. But I will say this. I'm trying to remember. I don't remember exactly how I felt coming out of the OKC game. I know I thought they were screwed coming out of the Clippers game because I was like, they look like they've quit. But they trailed by 25 against the Thunder, and they trailed by 29 against the Clippers in the first game. So first game of the series, they've trailed by 25 plus against the Clippers, Thunder, and the Celtics now. And so, I mean, this was similar to me to the Clippers game.
Pepe, are you really worried? Game one overreaction or not? You really worried after last night before game 2 Sunday?
No, because it's what the Mavs do in game one. In game ones, other than Minnesota, they lose game 1, they respond in game 2. This is a Mavs team that has yet to lose 2 in a row this postseason. I know the Celtics, no one's beat them at a set, 4 times in 7 games in the whole series, in the whole season, like Sean Grandy told us. But and the Tolos are feeling the same way throughout the postseason. 2-1-4. Wasn't worried about the Clippers at all. I was more worried about OKC than the Celtics. 9-0-3. LA and OKC, I thought they were in trouble. Not worried this series though.
I thought we were really in for a treat when I heard the crowd on Pat Doney's social media react to Kyrie being introduced. And I was like, okay, maybe Doney's just like way far up here, like Cooperstein. Side note.
God.
Maybe Donnie's just too far away. The acoustics are off. I'm like, that's kind of a weak Boston reaction. I was expecting a lot worse. And then when the game started and Kyrie caught the basketball, I was like, okay, we're good. Like, they're not as angry. Sean Grandy must have gotten through to them when he came on the show and said, let's be civilized, let's grow, let's mature. We had those meatballs on yesterday from Boston, kissing up to their home audience of, we hate his guts, and you guys are falling for his personality change, and he's going to screw you over just like he did here. He's got to placate. They got to placate their fan base. I thought it was a pretty weak, masshole crowd with a lack of venom, and I was like, oh my goodness gracious, Kyrie is going to be good to go.
Yeah, I think my guess is that as the series goes on, if the Mavs, if it's a tight series, it'll get worse.
Well, they started talking, like Luka's famous line, everyone talks when you're up. When they were up, then they started the chant of Kyrie sucks.
It was like 30-point lead, and that's when they started. I'll tell you.
They didn't drop like the Knicks fans, though, of FM Bede.
No.
They didn't even drop an F-bomb in there with their chant.
No.
I'm like, we're winning.
If he would have, I think that crowd would have turned so quickly if that steal attempt Kyrie had right off the tip-off. If Kyrie steals that ball and scores, the energy changes really fast in that building.
He had a couple of those.
Yeah, the first, 3 times he was on the ball, he tried to steal it. It was almost like it was the most I've ever felt at least defensively. I don't know about offense, but on defense, it felt like Kyrie was pressing early. Want to make a play. Let's make a big splash play. Let's take the ball. Let's turn it around.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Here's Kyrie being asked if he thought it would be worse from the crowd.
No, I mean, it's basketball at the end of the day. Being in this environment, I'm used to it at this point. Early in my career, there was a different relationship that I had with Boston, just being able to come here, be settled with a veteran group. Now I'm here as the veteran. Over the past few years, just experiencing the playoffs here, even regular season, it's been the same thing. I thought it was going to be a little louder in here, but I'm expecting the same things going into game 2. Crowd trying to get me out of my element, my teammates out of my element. But again, the energy's got to be focused towards the game. Felt like I had a lot of great looks. They hit back rim, or they were just a little left or right. So I just got to stay confident and stay poised throughout this, man. This is the best time of the year to be playing. It's only 2 teams left. Let's put it in perspective. So the environment's going to be what it is, but my focus is on our game plan and making sure my guys feel confident and I feel confident, and continue to shoot great shots.
Were you guys more thinking to yourselves, he's rattled or he's just off?
He's just off.
I thought he was off. I thought he was just kind of putting a little too much on himself. It didn't feel like he was rattled. It felt like, ooh, I want to make a play, and it was just almost trying to.
Because he's my number one Maverick disappointment from last night, and it's not even
100%. Sure, absolutely. But that, like you said, that crowd wasn't rattling.
Yeah,
he's had much worse. He's had much worse there.
What was the? What is the meaning behind? He walked into the arena last night holding a basketball.
Be careful when you ask the meaning behind anything Kyrie does.
He's holding the basketball walking into the arena last night and dribbling it in his suit, walking into the arena. And then he sat down at the podium last night. He brought a basketball with him and had it in his lap.
Maybe bringing a kid. He's bring their kids up there.
No, it's like the basketball version of having to carry around a football if you're fumbling.
Yeah.
He's had a couple of those dribble turnovers, which he had again last night.
He had it. Okay, so he had a travel, which counts as a turnover, but he had 3 turnovers in the game, which means he just had 2 that were from handling. When I just saw that in the box score, I was it felt like he had 9 turnovers last night.
Now, Shaquille O'Neal would say, bad players. They don't have 2 bad games in a row. This is Kyrie throughout the playoffs after a bad scoring game for him. He had 14 against the Clippers. He bounced back in the clincher with 30. He had 9 against OKC. Came back with 22 points. Then he had 9 again in game 4. He only came back with 12. And then after scoring 12, he scored 22. So there were a couple of clunkers, multiple clunkers in the Thunder series. Against Minnesota, he scored 16 in game 4. Game 5, the clincher, 36, along with Luka's 36. So that is the first thing Shaq would say. What's Kyrie going to do? Bad superstars don't have 2 bad games in a row.
Yeah, and this was a struggle early on. It wasn't just Kyrie early. Luka did not play well early on either. And I did think, man, when he hit that 3 and cut it to 8, I was like, okay, here it is. Something clicked with him. Somebody woke him up, and he had a couple instances where after he made a shot, he looked at somebody and kind of nodded. Yeah. I was like, okay, he's awake. Here it comes. And then it just, the lively travel, which at some point, like at what point are you allowing the guy to have room to move though, or to like even pivot is the thing to me, is that
Bobby,
I'm not saying
you were crying about the referees early on. I was so glad that my phone was away from me because it was already 9 texts later and I couldn't go back. I can't reply to the iPhone, non-iPhone, like individual texts. No, but you were like, oh, the refs are doing
sucked.
This and that.
They got beat down. The Mavericks sucked. They got beat down last night. The reality is though, early on, there was a bunch of those plays at the rim where Boston didn't get whistled for it. Like Dallas was trying to get to the rim and make things happen. They were bad calls early. Like that's just the case.
You can reply now.
I can?
Yeah. You can go. Yeah, they've changed it up, so now you can just hold it down and then hit the reply button.
Okay.
Oh, baby.
Nice.
What a game changer.
You are such a cult member, Chop.
Well,
in
no,
general, like you'd be like, yeah, Jim Jones, I see what you're saying. Yeah, let's all be part of this mass thing.
I mean, if it tastes good, I'll try it. But like, yeah, it's fine.
I'll take the blue Kool-Aid, not the red.
It's good that they opened it up. They finally opened. I think it's what's called RCS now. It's not iMessage.
What about the refs?
The refs put the refs as reason number 26 they lost last night.
I didn't say it was reason number 1, but they were bad early on. They were not. They were not letting them get into the game.
Give me two plays.
The first 3 times they drove to the rim.
Who was driving?
You had Josh Green on one. You had Luke on another. Kyrie on another.
They got hit and fouled.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, look, I would say this:
lowest common denominator fan.
Yes. Anybody who complain, if you complain about the umps and the refs, you know, you're not my kind of fan.
877-881-10. Are you just going to Kermit T it? That's it? Not have anything? Hey, take off that damn hat. Why? I don't want to see that hat for the rest of the series.
Why?
I'm because it's green. So I just don't want to see it. It's too Celtic.
It's stars.
Different
I don't care about the high school. Put the high school
different green.
It's green enough. It's all green. I just don't like seeing it. It's a bad omen. But they're dead. They're gone. See you later. The Stars are finished. All right, we'll see you next year. Puck drop.
You're not my type of fan. You're not my type of Stars fan.
I just don't want to see that green hat anymore. What did Peyton say?
Hit the drop.
Handicap dog.
Handicap dog.
It's the drop of Spittle saying handicap dog. I don't know why. It just made me laugh how random
Stars
it was.
when you were out, Sean, and that's what it was.
877-881-1053. Thank you, boss. AC's fixed.
AC's fixed. TVs are
fixed.
fixed.
Like a McAfee clap. Well,
one of them is.
Is your TV back there fixed? Okay. We got one. We don't have the Bassick TV fixed, but we got another TV fixed. So I like it. Thank you, boss. Getting the AC back and working. And the snack
full
machine
vending
is filled.
machines
snack
too.
Machine is full. There you go.
That's right.
Just in time for the weekend.
They're making big moves. And it's just in time for the weekend. I caught that. They're making big moves in Philadelphia. Did the girls get caught lying after being harassed after their basketball game? And a way to hang out with us 1 week from today as they let us out of this cage again. It's all next here with Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan. But
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Back to the Mavs Game 1 loss with Patrick Doney, live from Boston at 7:20 this morning.
Wonder how many people get what you're saying there, the way you say it.
Right.
I appreciate it.
Maybe like 12%, which I probably shouldn't be doing it anymore then. Do you know what it is, Peyton? Why do I say Patrick Doney?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No clue.
Oh, dang.
Oh.
But
all right, let's check on the fan text.
I appreciate niche radio. Nobody likes to make jokes for 6% of the audience more than me.
Yeah.
And
That's
so
exactly right.
But you know what? Those 6%,
You win a ticket.
Those 6% appreciate it more than anybody else does.
It's a fascinating radio debate, something we shouldn't be doing here, on whether like too niche is actually good because the inclusion, and people are like, oh, yeah. I heard that, I'm in on the joke. Whereas before we were all taught, no, you want to open the screen door.
Sure. Yeah, I wonder, it's like
offer a glass of lemonade,
something like that that you
Jason
said.
Garrett.
People who don't know what it means, I don't even think recognize it, and then they do now.
All right.
And the people that do know what it means, I think appreciate it.
I want to see how I want to see how many people know what I'm doing when I say Patrick Doney. 1990s sports reference. 877-881-1053. All right, we've been talking about the Cowboys and OTAs. Let's check in on the evil enemy in Filthy, Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is talking about Kellen Moore's new offense.
Yeah, so I'm trying to remember what the number was last year. When Schottenheimer and McCarthy and Dak were talking about the offensive changes, I believe the number they threw on it was 30%. They said about 30% of the offense is going to be different. And then, of course, they went into the bye week and they realized Mike's new offense was terrible, and they went back to 0% of the offense change. But Jalen Hurts yesterday, talking to media in Philadelphia, was asked about some of the challenges that they've run into installing the new offense. He says this is 95% new in their offense, is his guess.
Wow.
Is that 95% of the language, scheme, everything else is brand new, which seems... If they're all on, hey, this is kind of it. This is your year to figure it out before we start making some changes. Do you want a 95% overhaul and things? Because I wouldn't think you're going to be able to get that to click into place until end of October, like mid-season, before you're really humming along. And so Jalen Hurts, 95%, he says it's been a lot of new inventory. So that's a lot to learn. That's a lot to install. I don't know how well that's going to work out for them, even if the offense ultimately is a better fit. It's not going to click into place quick enough, I don't think.
So do you think it's a better fit?
Yeah.
You do think?
I think Kellen Moore's a better offensive...
He's got to hold on to his Kellen Moore card.
I think Kellen Moore's a better offensive mind than Sirianni.
Okay. That's interesting.
Well, because you're giving the Super Bowl or you're giving the Hurts breakout season credit to...
Steichen?
Well, I mean, I think Steichen and
because wasn't Sirianni...
Frank Wright got the credit before, too. Like, Doug Peterson and Sirianni not getting the offensive credit, even though they're offensive guys.
It's amazing how you just pick and choose who you give credit to based on whether you like the person or not. Like, that's how it works in the NFL.
I don't like Shane Steichen.
Well, but you like
it allows him also to give the credit here to Brian Schottenheimer.
I give the credit to Dak for saying we're not doing this anymore.
But it all ties together. Follow the breadcrumbs.
But
follow the Bob crumbs.
He may not like Shane Steichen.
Eat my crumbs.
But you dislike Nick Sirianni, so by default, by proxy, you like Shane Steichen.
Well, this is not going to help in the likability factor of Nick Sirianni, as he was at the podium the other day wearing his red Phillies hat, and he was asked about dealing with some Giants fans this offseason.
You know, sometimes you see Giants fans around here with the, being so close. And, they give me a good, like, hey, go Giants. And I'd typically let it go. But if the guy gets me good enough, I usually say, got your best player.
Got your best player. Got him.
Saquon. I see what they did there.
Yeah, that's your best player.
That's a sad.
That's your boy. Sad flex.
Sad indictment. No, on the Giants that was their best player.
It's not their best player. Not even close.
D-line.
Kayvon Thibodeau, Andrew Thomas. There's two guys right there that are better.
Nobody cares about. We're talking about skill. When they just say best
I just
player,
said Kayvon Thibodeau, pass rusher.
Nobody cares.
You love Micah Parsons. You say rush the passer every time. That's what matters. Not off the ball linebacker.
I love Micah Parsons.
So you're defending the take that a running back is the best player.
No, I'm saying that's what Giant fans think.
No, the best player is Thibodeau.
And we got
the best player is Thomas.
Got a big promotion for the glue of the Philadelphia Eagles. Big Dom. Big Dom getting all the titles.
Big Dom is getting promoted.
He's the sideline guy who got physical with a player, and everyone's like, it fell apart after that. He has to calm Sirianni down and put him in check.
Yeah, he calmed him down, so he is going to have...
They talk about him, and the team does too, all jokes aside, as a freaking prophet over there.
They love him.
Yeah.
They love him over there. Why they love him, I don't know. I mean, he obviously has something that has ingratiated him to the team, to the city, but he is going to be changing his job title to like be able to be on the field because now he was banned. Security personnel and such banned. So they're making him football ops guy, coach, emeritus, to where he could be on the field now. It's a loophole, which I think, listen, I love loopholes. I will never knock somebody for finding a loophole. If you can find a loophole, you got it. You got me. You got me inside my feels. So I'm all down with this one. I'm big time fan of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's clearly just a way to work around it. But again, I don't know. What does he do other than just like, he seems like he's a mascot for them. He's a cheerleader. I don't understand what it is he actually contributes.
Well, I'm sorry. What he does now is he's senior advisor to the general manager, chief security officer, and game day coaching operations. So that allows him on the field game day coaching ops.
All right, let's try to clear up this WNBA controversy as members of the Chicago Sky apparently getting harassed after their treatment of Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, so this was at the hotel, at the team hotel. Angel Reese plays for the Chicago Sky. Kennedy Carter, Chicago Sky. That was the brawl, not the brawl, but the controversy from about a week ago. They said when they got to the hotel that they were harassed by people that were there. Someone posted the video of the harassment, and now there's questions of whether or not they were actually harassed or making this whole thing up about being harassed.
Ms. Carter, have you got a chance to reach out to Caitlin?
Hey, man. Come on with that.
Relax. Have you got a chance to reach out to Caitlin? Trinity, have you gotten a chance? The basketball world wants to know if you've gotten a chance to reach out to her.
So that's the video.
It was like kind of like a one-on-one on the street.
Yeah, it's
I thought
paparazzi.
this was going to be like the Chicago Bull crowds that lined the hotels on the side. Now look, this could just be one video that doesn't accurately represent what they're talking about.
There could have been people inside the hotel. This was outside. This was from the bus walking up towards whatever hotel they were staying at.
But if that was the video, that was not harassment.
No, that's paparazzi. Like, actors,
and like one guy.
Yeah, one person. Movie stars. I mean, they deal with far more intrusive harassment every single day. Beyonce walking from her car to the hotel would have 1 million people around.
Wembanyama with Britney Spears.
That's right.
Getting stalked.
To be fair, I mean, they're not used to getting recognized or interviewed at all, so I understand how one might feel a little overwhelming to them.
How about Gino Auriemma?
Not built for it.
Maybe the greatest coach in the history of women's basketball, talking about Caitlin Clark on the Dan Patrick Show.
The delusional fan base that follows her disrespected the WNBA players by saying she's going to go in that league and tear it apart. There were actually odds on she's third or fourth in betting odds on being MVP at the WNBA. These people are so disrespectful and so unknowledgeable and so stupid that it gives women's basketball a bad name. Okay, so the kid was set up for failure right from the beginning. So if you're a WNBA player, and believe me, I've coached the best, and I've pissed them off a lot, and they let me know about it. But they were tremendously disrespected. And none of them are going to say it. But human nature is, okay, this kid's coming into the league. And Diana said it best. This kid's in for a rude awakening. And they all jumped over her, but they didn't read the whole thing that she said. But nobody's printing. Diana Taurasi was right. This kid's on the wrong team. She's got the wrong skill set to handle the physicality of that league. And she's a rookie.
That's a statement. She's got the wrong skill set. How about that last line? Just the wrong skill set to handle the WNBA. That's a statement.
No, I get what he's saying, though, in terms of like she's a finesse player.
Yeah.
And a finesse player is not going to be able to handle the aggressive hip checks of a 120-pound small forward in the WNBA.
The WNBA is 1991 NBA basketball. It's physical. It's more physical than
Are you
the
judging
NBA.
that off of 3 highlights or you've watched? Because
How would I watch that?
Well, you made the statement like you could
Because I heard somebody
summarize the game.
I heard somebody on TV say that. All right. So I decided to just rip
I just
it
had
off.
to check that.
And there are WNBA analysts that don't matter. I have no idea who the hell they are.
Right.
But I'll tell you this. She may be incapable to handle the physicality. She's not incapable of handling she's also incapable of handling her teammates right now because she wasn't even on their group trip. She decided I need a moment.
Oh, really?
I need a moment.
She pulled a Slater?
Yeah. They went. They had a 4-day break, so they went on some little like getaway, little get together, And she didn't go. She goes, I needed like a mental. I think they wanted a boat. She's like, I need a mental break.
Oh.
And so she took that.
Might run into one paparazzi. Makes it really difficult for her.
Stop it. 6 of the 7
BetterHelp.com.
6 of the 7 highest viewed TV games in the last 24 years are Caitlin Clark games. The Liberty and Atlanta, I think they're the Atlanta Dream. They had a crowd of 3,000 last night. The Sky and the Mystics say they had 10,000 flat. I don't believe this because I don't believe any crowd has ever been just 10,000. Like it's either, it's never been, you know what I mean?
It's impossible.
It's impossible to be no attendance figure has ever been just
Bobby,
the nearest 10,000.
What are you rooting for with her and the league moving forward? What are you rooting for to happen?
I mean, if they're going to continue to shoot themselves in the foot, I'm rooting for it to fold. Like, if that's what they're going to do, like if it's a you can't have nice things thing where you're not going to accept this gift that's been given to you, well, all right, and great, then you get nothing. I hope you get a lump of coal. You're complaining that you didn't get the exact present that you wanted, so you should get nothing. That's what I think.
The attendance at non-Caitlin Clark games this year is lower than attendance at non-Caitlin Clark games last year in the WNBA.
Wow. Okay. There you go, Angel. 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line.
Oakland A's crowds out there for them. Oakland probably puts more people in the seats.
Stop it.
A week from today. Did you hear anything about the dark roast yesterday, by the way?
I mean, I heard great reviews on the fan text about it.
I meant from the bosses. Nope. Good. Awesome. A week from today, it's another Firehouse tour. We're going to be at the Allen Central Fire Station, 310 Central Parkway, which is right off 75. We're going to have food from Palmer's Hot Chicken and Tolo's Sweat Towels heading into the summer. They were a big hit last year. So it's all presented by Palmer's Hot Chicken, Firehouse Heating and Air, and by Chill Boys Famous Boxers. That's next Friday, out on the road, starting at 5:30 in Allen at the Firehouse.
I will wear my new Chill Boys underwears. I will wear them.
Nice. Just like as shorts?
No. I will wear them under my shorts.
I will.
How many people knew Patrick Doney?
Very, very few.
I didn't see one person on the fan text said they did.
All right, I'll stop doing it. Well, no, I'm going to keep doing it because it's not like it's like some weird reference.
The people who know that are too old to text.
Patrick Ewing, too old to text. That's how they answered. That was Patrick Ewing.
Yeah.
It was like.
It was Mike Wolcheski, I think it was their public address announcer.
You know, Bobby hates all New York PA people.
Dark cheetah.
And he would that was his thing. He didn't say, he didn't do like a
Did you like at
long
least like the
Ewing.
Bulls PA guy? And now,
Yeah, that's great.
Did you like the
I
Pistons?
don't like Bob Shepard's corpse announcing for 20 years after he died, Weekend at Bernie's style.
What about the Pistons guy?
No, that was over the top. Chelsea
Phillips. All right, let's head on out to Boston. He was there, and they are our television partner here in DFW, the great Patrick Doney. After the Mavs lose Game 1, Doney joins us next on The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you set up for the weekend, and maybe you need him this week.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
And the Boston Celtics, with their 77th win of the year, are now 3 wins shy of the ultimate goal. Game 1 of the NBA Finals is history, and it wasn't close. Boston 107, Dallas 89. The Celtics lead the NBA Finals 1-0.
Celtics Radio, Sean Grandu, who we had on to preview the finals last night after the 107-89 victory. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby. This is the Expressway, and we are commercial free. And let's head on out to Boston on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Kind enough to wake up with us, although I guess it's 8:20 out there. Patrick Doney. Patrick, when I go Patrick Doney, do you know what that's in reference to?
You're catching me off guard here, boys. No, what is that a reference to, Sean? Hit me.
How old are you, sir?
I'm 39.
Okay, you should know this.
Should know it.
That's the way
I didn't know it either, Pat. So, and no one on the fan text did, so you're okay.
Patrick Ewing. Patrick Ewing. That's the way he was introduced. You know what I mean?
I should have known that. Yes. You know, Patrick Ewing, not exactly a staple in Southern California sports in my childhood. Yes. Okay, I should have known that. Got it.
Your thoughts on game 1?
One of the more bizarre days I can remember covering a sporting event with all the different things that happened. Let's run through it real quick here, okay? Shoot around during the day. The Mavs extremely loose. I mean, dancing around, having fun, goofing off. I thought it was a good sign. No nerves, no evidence of that at all. I tweeted a video of them having fun. Then pregame, I cannot remember Luka specifically being more serious during warm-ups in a shoot-around. I mean, like, he's normally shooting balls off the Jumbotron, half courts, hook shots. This was all business, man, like locked in. And it was, clearly fine for him. It worked out. He scored 30. He was great in the game. But the team just felt very, very serious in pregame. Yeah. Then 10 minutes after everybody's on the floor, the TD Garden media crew decides to follow Kristaps Porzingis out of the locker room, down the halls, like Conor McGregor taking the octagon as he's walking in. The place was going insane as he walked in. He's acknowledging the crowd like a fighter going into the ring, dude.
Yeah.
And he said he got emotional during the whole thing. They were going insane. And then he actually played like a flipping unicorn in the game, man. Yeah. He was unbelievable, the best player on the floor. And on the opposite end, Kyrie Irving, who we're used to seeing constantly be under control, never high, never low, was completely rattled. They're chanting Kyrie sucks every time he touches the ball, and he was dribbling the ball off his foot, missing tough layups that we've gotten used to seeing him not make almost anything, shoots 6 for 19, and then the whole team shot 25% from 3. And so that's what actually gives me a little bit of belief that this series could come back to being a little bit more equal. I'm not saying the Mavs will come back and win the series necessarily, but I don't think it's going to be down by 29 because I don't think we're going to see KP play like that. I know we're not going to see Kyrie play like that. And then if the Mavs can shoot a little bit better from 3, then they should even this thing out a little bit, and then we'll see if they can win some of these games in crunch time, as we go through the series.
Was that easily the loudest the building got, was when Porzingis was going nuts in the first half?
I would say it was very loud at that point, yes. When he was going, yes, I thought you were going to ask me about when he walked into the arena. No, yes, when he was making these threes, dude, and they're up by 26, 29 points. It was melting down. There were a couple of threes that just went in out of nowhere as the shot clock was going down, and it was erupting. The Apple Watches for all of the guys around us in the media area were going off with that, like, hey, if you have this level of noise for more than 30 minutes, you could risk, hearing loss, going for it. It was one of the louder arenas I can remember in a long time, man. It was a great atmosphere and environment, but yeah, I think that they blitzed Dallas in a way that I'm not sure anybody expected, and I think they were a little caught off guard with that as well.
Pat, did you think that the crowd towards Kyrie would be even worse, and do you think that rattled him, or he was just off?
He just seemed off. He seemed off all game long, and is it the crowd? I don't know. Every time he's touching the ball, the boos are so loud here. You guys know the 0-11 stat, as he's returned back to Boston too. He hasn't won here since. And during commercial breaks, they're just randomly starting to chant Kyrie sucks over and over and over again. And so that's got to play some role in the fact that he looks as off as he did. Because, you all know what I'm saying. Like, during the season, it just felt like whenever things got really tense, especially in like the Minnesota and the Oklahoma City series, you get the ball in his hands, he's going to get to the basket, he's going to make some crazy layup, and it's going to get things back on track. And he just seemed to be that steady presence. And last night, he seemed to be the person that other Mavs had to try and get to, hey, let's get on track, man. It's going to be okay. And we're just not used to seeing that from him in this role with this team this season.
Talking with Pat Doney from NBC5, live in Boston for Celtics and Mavericks. Pat, was there any of it you felt like, was it anything to do with that long layoff for Dallas? Like, did you feel like they were flat at all or rusty coming off that layoff? Or do you think it was just a little overwhelmed by the emotion of the moment?
I think it might have been a little bit of that. Daniel Gafford, post-game, we were talking to him in the locker room, and he acknowledged that maybe it took a minute or two for them to get their feet under them, and all of a sudden you look up and they had that huge deficit. Again, they were down 29 in the second quarter. Anytime you take almost a week off and you're playing really well, you risk that rest versus rust debate for sure. But, I really think it's just a matter of they didn't shoot well from three, man. And I said before the series, they needed Luka and Kyrie to be all-star level players, and they needed to have their other players, the role guys, knock down open shots. And they did not have both Luka and Kyrie play like all-stars last night. Kyrie did not, and they did not hit a lot of open shots. And it's going to be really hard to beat the team with the best record in the NBA in the regular season on the road if those three things don't happen. And so they're going to need that to change in game two. It can change in game two. They've lost game one in two of the three series so far in this playoff run. So they clearly can come back from an 0-1 deficit. But I think game two is crucial now because you fall behind 0-2. Now it means that there's tons of pressure for you to win both games in Dallas. If they can just split here, even though this was bad, I think it's still a win getting out of here with one win out of Boston. So that's why Sunday's so important.
What was your pick for the series?
I had Mavs in 6. I still think that it's possible if they win on Sunday. So, but they clearly are at this point, they showed that they were the second best team by far last night. The length from Boston bothered them a lot. Man, Jaylen Brown was very impressive. Yeah. I didn't realize, I looked up his size, he's listed at 6'6", but I did not realize his wingspan is 6'11", and you feel that when you're there. You see that. That dunk down the middle on Gafford was, that's one of those that they'll be playing over and over again here in the Garden, that's for sure, because that was impressive. But, if the Mavs can hit open shots and if Kyrie can look a little bit more like himself, I think they'll be right back in the series on Sunday potentially.
Pat, if you're looking for a silver line, I guess the book on Boston throughout the playoffs has been they kind of sleepwalk at the beginning of games. Do you think that this was just a unique circumstance where Porzingis coming back, you talk about that walk out of the locker room, Kyrie being in the Garden, the crowd being what is that just a boost or a benefit to that sleepwalking aspect for them that may not be present for games 2, 3, 4, 5, that they may fall back into more of that lull in the future?
There's no question that they will not be getting the benefit of the adrenaline boost that came from KP's return in these future games that they had today. When he checked into the game in the first quarter, standing ovation, him waving to the crowd, all that, none of that's going to be happening in games 2 through however many it goes. And so I think that was a benefit for them to help them get off to a fast start. And so, that's not going to be there. Does that mean they're not going to win the series? No, it doesn't mean that. But it does, to me, it's one more advantage that they had in the game last night that played out well for Boston, that they were able to use that adrenaline to jump out to the huge lead, along with a few other things. They made a ton of open threes and open looks. The Mavs did not. You combine those things, it was a bad recipe for sure from the jump from the Mavs, and it's why they were blown out, and yet they were down by 8 in the third quarter. That run in the third showed you what's possible for this Mavericks team, but then, they just ran out of gas. You can't fall behind by 29 and come back and win in the NBA Finals. The biggest comeback ever is 24. It was that Celtics team against the Lakers back in 2008, Paul Pierce and all that, so it's hard to do that. So Dallas needs to get off to a better start for sure in the next game, but again, I expect Kyrie Irving to be much better than he was in game one, and that's a huge key. But then again, it's going to be hard for him not to be much better because that was pretty rough in game one, his performance for the Mavs.
What percentage of Mavs fans do you think was in the crowd?
Less than one.
Wow.
It was heavy green, heavy Boston. I know some of the news crew teams that are here from Dallas were seeking out Mavericks fans, like trying to get interviews with people. And it wasn't exactly like, you didn't have a ton of options. There were some for sure. Maybe less than 1% is a little bit of an exaggeration, but it was, here we go. During the national anthem, you know how DFW sports fans love to say stars, during the, and you even hear that on the road sometimes. It was like a stars. I mean, like, it was like, there was like a little bit of a, in the far distance yell in the corner of maybe like 20 people, something like that. It was not a highly attended Mavericks fan game because it's Boston, man. These fans are insane here. I mean, it's passionate. They were walking around with all sorts of things that on signs and stuff like that. There's a sign just outside of Fenway Park that says Kyrie hates children. I mean,
oh my God. So aggressive.
Serious, man. They are passionate for sure. So, I mean, it's a loud environment. The Mavs are going to be in a tough environment again on Sunday, but I don't think they can play a whole lot worse. And I think that they've got a shot to maybe bounce back. And if they can just get one here, that's a victory. It doesn't matter how much you lose by. It's a matter of who wins the games.
It sounds like Vegas is right in lockstep with you. They have made the point spread for game 2 the exact same it was for game 1, 6.5. So they think it's Dallas, like much, much closer than the final score was.
I really think Dallas is going to win game 2. I don't know. I just, in the post game, speaking with the players in the locker room and all that, I really think they felt like in the second half that they were the better team. Or I know it's different to play from the lead and play from behind and all that kind of. I just have this feeling that it can't go much worse than it went last night for Dallas. It can't go much better than it went for Boston last night. And we've been in this situation before with Oklahoma City as we're watching the team here, Oklahoma City, and with the Clippers. I mean, where the world was falling apart because they lost game 1 and it's just not going to happen. And everybody's over. And then they win game 2. So I think they've won game 2 in all 3 series so far. So
they were upbeat and not shell-shocked afterwards in the locker room, because I think that's important.
I wouldn't say upbeat, but less of like wide-eyed and more of like locked in, like, okay, that happened. It's time for us to get back on. I mean, it was very matter-of-fact and business-like, and not like, I can't believe that just happened. So that was the vibe that I got from the team after the game. And I mean, I even think Kyrie and Luka at the podium had that same type of a vibe as well. I don't think anybody's panicked. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
So, and you would think that they might be when they're down 29 in the finals on a national stage like this. It might have been a panic mode. I did not get the sense of panic from anyone from the Mavericks organization at all after the game last night.
Pat Doney, NBC5 on the D&M Leasing Hotline covering the final. So are you there for game 2 as well?
I am. Yeah, I'm here. Newey and I are both are at every game, home and away, no matter what. So
wow, look at the NBC5 budget, killing it. Must be the high school football coverage. So what are you going to do in the meantime? What's on the Boston itinerary?
Well, we've already gotten an inside look at Fenway Park. So I mean, which was amazing after the game. Great story, man. Yesterday, Fenway Park is closed down because they played a day game, and they're cleaning up after. And we go up, we're looking for a place to do our 6 p.m. show. And I just go to talk to the security guard, and they're like, you can't get in without media relations. I'm sorry. And I'm like, all right, well, it's worth a shot. So then what do? I call our guy, John Blake from the Rangers, just to say, hey, is there, and he's like, oh, I used to work at the Red Sox. We'll take care of you. I'm like, what? And we go walk back, and they're like, you're in. So, dude, we walked in and we're on like checking out the Monster and like in an empty Fenway Park.
Wow,
I did the show. It was
pretty cool.
I'm a baseball nerd, man. It was pretty cool. We did that. Todd Archer, Cowboys reporter for ESPN, recommended this Regina Pizza place, which is like a go-to spot. Apparently, we go there. They find out we're from Dallas, and they're like, "Get out of here!" Like that whole thing, whatever. Maybe, but they gave us 2 extra pizzas, man.
Wow.
They found out we were here covering, the finals for Dallas, and And they were like, it's 2 more pizzas on the house, you know. And
wow,
I mean, the people here have been great, honestly, man. It's been a really cool experience to this point. The food's awesome. I've never been here before, so
incredible downtown.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, great Italian food on the north end and all that too. And so we'll see what tonight looks like. Not sure. Tomorrow the Mavs will be back practicing, so we'll be out there at practice and do all the stuff from the arena. And then game 2 Sunday night, and we're back on Monday.
How was the pizza? Give me a Portnoy pizza score.
Dude, it was one of the better slices I've had in my life. It was definitely good. And then they had this one that they gave us that was like an eggplant lasagna on top of pizza. It's hard to describe it, but it was wow, amazing. So the food here has been ridiculous. I'll tell you that. Clam chowder. I mean, I'm telling you, clam
lobster roll, lobster.
The lobster roll. I mean, those are. It's been pretty good to this point. So we're winning the day here, no doubt.
Hey, brother, thank you for waking up with us. This was absolutely fantastic. Have fun out there. We'll catch up again.
All right, sounds good. Love you, boys. Have a good day, man.
Patrick Doney on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. See, man, he's an example of you just be good all the time. Just good things happen to you. Fenway Park, walk in. Here you go. Regina Pizza with those bitter pizza. That was the pizza I thought was overrated, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
Pat's from California. You know nothing about pizza.
The 214 says Regina's is the best in the country.
No.
That's the thing. That's why I don't do food reviews. Because I can't taste what's in your mouth.
Well, then you shouldn't be acting like an alcohol expert. When you're like, that liquor or that whiskey's trash or this one's awesome, and you don't do this. You got on Ruben for mixing 1942 and Sprite.
I'm sorry.
It's all subjective.
That's not subjective. I will get when you mix a $170 bottle with Sprite, I'm going to throw you under the bus.
I would do that too, though, probably.
Yeah.
Something along those lines.
Yeah.
Because to me, it's like
trashy.
I don't take like Dayquil because I think it tastes good. I'm trying to address something.
You wouldn't mix Buffalo Trace.
No, but I would shoot anything.
He shoots it.
I shoot every single thing. I don't sip anything.
Because your palate's unrefined. But so
you literally just said you can't taste what's in my mouth.
I know.
You crap on Peyton for Olive Garden Italian.
It's because it's
subjective.
It's subjective, but I'm just trying to. Let's see. Peyton would think that is better than the actual food that he's going to have in Italy. Yeah. I just have a physical. I was married to somebody who liked canned Italian sauce versus homemade. That's just not a thing.
You opened Kristen's eyes, by the way, to the Rayos or whatever, that sauce. Like, she won't buy anything else.
Did I talk to her about that?
She had heard you mention it on the air, so she went and tried it, and she was that's all she gets.
People love that. The two-pack.
The two-pack in Costco.
Pronounced Tupac, but yeah.
Shut up. Stop topping things. Just shut up. Junk drawer. Just shut up.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer?
Let someone end a sentence. Let someone end it. Not every sentence is a ... for you. It's a dot. Period. Pause.
Top in. I'm the funnier one. I gotta top it.
It's the junk drawer. We
said it, not me.
Commercial free here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Every day at this time, we clean up what we did not get to earlier in the week. We got some breaking entertainment news.
We do. Tonight. It is happening tonight. Pat Sajak's final episode of Wheel of Fortune.
Right in the butt?
That may have sent him over the edge. He announced in September of 2023 that this was going to be his final season. And I guess there's an emotional video that he has made. I looked for it. I can't find it. Vanna has an emotional video, apparently.
I bet you found that.
Starting to circulate. I did. But so Pat Sajak, and they will. This will be talked about tonight on the broadcast, I'm sure. This is his final episode of Wheel of Fortune. I might have to tune into this.
Okay. Let me give a really hot take.
Oh, you don't like the show?
I didn't say that.
Okay.
Has anyone in that big of a position in like television, entertainment, game show history done less work for more?
Yes.
Who?
The person across from him, Vanna White. Ding,
ding. Yeah, but this year
she at least had physical labor.
By the way,
like I think Pat Sajak was the laziest big dog.
Lazy? I was lazy.
He did the least.
He did the least.
He did the least. Not lazy.
Yeah.
The most inactive had to do the least amount of work for someone in his position in television history.
Game show host, I think, is the ultimate job. Like, everybody wants to, I think she would want to retire as a game show host.
Nothing compared to what Trebek had to do.
Trebek had to read.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing compared to, even, would you say,
Barker?
Yeah,
he didn't have to do much. I mean, Pat at least had to bend over and spin that wheel, which he has stopped doing, by the way. Now he just has...
They have a spinner?
No, he'll just have, like, the person who's got to do the fight. Now, he'll do the
Good
one
job,
final
Bobby.
spin.
You let it breathe.
I let it go.
You didn't have to go, I bet it spins.
You have no idea how many things I let go.
Which way does it spin?
Every minute. I let things go.
Oh, yeah.
So a lot of times now, he'll have a contestant just give that wheel a final spin. That's what I was like. Give that wheel, because he's getting older. Like,
and I think Pat had the worst personality of any of them by far.
Well, he said, apparently, I found a quote from this video.
Because doesn't he pop off on social media sometimes or no?
I think lately he may have, but he said, I wanted to make this a half-hour safe place for family fun. No politics, nothing embarrassing, no social issues. Like, so he was like,
well, you don't have to do social issues to have a personality.
Yeah, he just wanted to be like completely safe.
Yeah, Steve Harvey does like way more work, way
Steve
more.
Harvey does. You know who?
Than Pat Sajak.
Who was it?
There's an L.
American Idol.
There's an R.
Seacrest did nothing on American Idol, right? He just
he had to go back and interview and Pat Sajak, the laziest superstar game show host ever.
Who did the newlywed game? Like, there's not much involved there.
Wink Martindale or whatever?
I don't know.
Wink Martindale, the Giants defensive
No, that was the other guy. That was the original.
By the way, that's the thing. All these old that's Vanna on Price is Right as a contestant.
Yes, it was.
She was that. There have been a lot of old Vanna photos circulating with when they show throwback photos of Pat Sajak. She's been great 40-year run for her.
I'll take a little sip.
Or Suzanne Summers.
Not even close. It's Vanna.
Not even close.
No, Suzanne had that choppy nose.
Dang, man, you have been judging.
I like his
looks.
nose.
That's it.
Okay, I'm seeing. I'm seeing.
I can't drink out of small glasses.
What did she say to you the other day, randomly?
That I can't. She said She goes, God, your nose is big.
Just randomly.
Out
of the blue.
Out of the blue. Looks over at me and says, God, your nose is big. And I was like, yeah.
I hope you fire back.
What am I gonna say? It is big.
Well,
I said I'll give you something else.
Pick
big.
apart one of her imperfections. Shoot back. 877-881-1053. So that's the breaking news. This is Sajak's final show.
Final show tonight.
And am I wrong about the inactivity?
Well, he doesn't do a lot.
And the boredom?
He's boring.
Deadpan.
He will get like pissy sometimes.
He will mock a contest, but it's nothing like because. When I was a kid, like Trebek kind of not outgrew it. He outstayed it. He was condescending as hell.
Yeah,
like it's like he would. No, I'm sorry, it's incorrect.
Yeah.
No, are you an idiot? No,
right.
Yeah, Sajak doesn't like the nature of the show doesn't lend him to have to do a whole lot. It's a gig. It's a great gig if you can get it. Making $15 million a year.
Absolutely amazing.
Amazing gig.
Is 817 right about this, or are they just suggest that where they say Seacrest is taking over?
He is, yes.
So he's taking over. So he's doing. So you already thought he was doing nothing, and now he's going to take over the nothing job.
Right.
Damn.
Yeah.
Good money for Ryan Seacrest.
All right, where do you want to take it in the junk drawer?
Let's go to Scott Disick. What?
Nothing. Go ahead.
Are you not a fan of the Lord Disick? See, him and I are lords. I've got to keep it real, my other lords. He admitted to eating a bag of Hawaiian rolls and 20 ginger ales a day before using the weight loss drug Ozempic, which now he has those Ozempic eyes, which is not a good thing. And apparently people are getting pregnant on this thing like crazy, Bobby.
They're getting pregnant? Is that what you said?
Yeah, like it reduces the...
I didn't know that. I know there's been a lot of concerns about, like, you remember Fen? Like back in the day.
Yeah, is that like ephedrine?
It was the weight loss drug Fen that it ultimately they're like, oh, this is causing a bunch of people to have a bunch of awful side effects. Like you're starting to see reports of, well, Ozempic use may screw with your pancreas. Yeah. You may have long-term health concerns that we're not totally sure of yet if you're using this in the wrong way.
There are.
What would be the wrong way?
for like just basically using it for weight loss instead of because it's for diabetes, right? Yeah. So if you're using
block in like sugar,
so there's like, I mean, even the people who use it for diabetes, like doctors will tell you like, hey, this is a risk reward thing that you're gonna have to weigh. Where if you want to use this, there's potential side effects long term that you're gonna have to deal with.
Yeah. So they're saying that it does reduce the efficacy of birth control. And it also, like, obviously don't take it when you're pregnant, but they're saying that you have 50-something-year-olds who did not think they were able to get pregnant anymore.
I heard
all
this.
of a sudden being pregnant now. So keep an eye out on that.
And then Scott Disick didn't know that ginger ale was soda. I saw that in the article.
Yeah, this is weird. He didn't realize it was the same as soda.
Such a douchebag.
He thought it was just a soothing drink.
What's this cup? What's these bubbles?
What are those bubbles?
What is this carbonation in here?
Those are bubbles.
And why is Scott Disick taking Ozempic?
I don't know what he looks
Hasn't he always
like.
been like a crack-looking rail thin?
I look, people take it. They have body dysmorphia. They think they're fatter than or heavier or imperfect, and they just take it.
Bobby?
I'm discovering who he is. I didn't I've never seen the guy before. This is the
Married
first time
to
I've
one of
seen
the Kardashians.
Oh, that's why I don't know
with
him.
the same grumpy personality as Pat Sajak.
So, my favorite story of this week. Have you seen what's happened to the Amazonian tribe that got internet courtesy of Elon Musk?
Everyone is talking about this.
Amazing.
This is so great. Okay, so there is an Amazon tribe that was provided Elon Musk's Starlink internet back in September. This is September. They go from basically this uncontacted tribe. They're super reserved, super conservative. They frown on kissing in public. They think that you shouldn't be doing that. 9 months later, that same borderline Amish tribe with their values and their perspectives is just hooked on pornography thanks to Starlink internet.
This is amazing.
Now, how do we know this?
Because it was the New York Times sat down and talked with the leaders of this tribe about everything that's gone on since they got internet provided to them. And the elders are complaining that a bunch of these tribesmen have just stopped talking to their families. They're hooked on social media now. They stopped hunting and fishing, and they've got all these lazy leeches now who are just kind of sitting around like, I'm going to be on the internet all day. They talk about how all these very graphic, kinky things they're finding on the internet in these videos. They're now going like, well, let's try this stuff out here in the tribe. And they're acting out what they're seeing in these videos. And the tribe is like, guys, you need to slow down.
Stop.
9 months. It took 9 months to completely corrupt them with the internet. Thanks to, this is why
my dad, all he does is talk about this Starlink. Get the Elon internet. Get the Elon. I'm like, all right, what's so good about it? Is it lightning fast? Never an interruption? What's the cost? He's like, oh, $150 a month or something. I'm like, no.
Starlink is not where you are in a modern society. You don't need it. Starlink in there, or you're on the
You sure I didn't have wires dug underground for my fiber
You're in the
for
moon.
like a month.
You're on the moon. You might need it.
If you're in the middle of nowhere, the thing is that it's going to be like 50 up, 50 down, no matter where you are. Like, that's the good thing about Starlink. So if you are in the middle of nowhere, you can get stable 50 up, 50 down internet in the middle of nowhere. But then it's also the same speed here. And so it's not like you can get much faster internet in a big city than you could out in the middle of, nowhere, Texas. And so Starlink can be beneficial. I was working a show recently where they were doing a show from a cruise ship, like on the water with Starlink.
Wow.
And that's how they were able to connect the Comrex.
All right, you want French fries or Kelsey's feet?
French fries.
Okay.
French fries. Will Compton. You familiar with Will Compton?
Yeah. Former NFL player.
He had a take, and he tweeted about it again to reiterate said take about French fries. Now, for years, the discussion has never been who has the better French fry. It's always just been known that the best French fry resides in the Golden Arches.
Yes, sir.
But Will Compton has a take on this.
I would say like a Burger King fry. Okay. I would say Burger King fries over McDonald's fries, right?
Burger King fries over McDonald's fries?
1,000%.
Can I see
every day of the week?
Burger King fries.
Look at those. Look at those at Burger King.
Yeah,
Burger
King is never the same.
McDonald's fries are overrated, I guess. I didn't know that they are that beloved. But I don't think McDonald's. You don't go to McDonald's for the French fries.
This guy,
That's on Busted with the Boys.
Bobby-esque stupid food take.
That's a bad take.
Yeah, some takes just get you disqualified. That is so stupid.
Yeah. Now I wouldn't
even listen to his football opinions after that.
I love like a good steak fry. Right? To me, you can never have too much potato. I can never have too much potato. So like so a waffle fry for me, like from Chick-fil-A, is fantastic. But I don't remember. I can't tell you. First of all, I can't tell you the last time I've been to Burger King anyway.
Right.
All right. I know where there is one. I actually do kind of need to go in just to. Maybe it's gotten better. Maybe it's changed because I used to love it as a kid. I thought it was great back in like '94, but it's been a little different.
Yeah, I mean they're not better than I think there was a Dallas story of a woman I saw jump the counter at Burger King the other day on the news, and they had like a plastic like COVID glass, and this girl went over the counter because she was ticked off and angry. It was insane. But no, Burger King fry over McDonald's fry.
No,
ridiculous take.
I will say what is it Burger King is one of the last fries I would go for. The McDonald's fries have been getting criticism, I know, from a lot of people because they don't use the beef lard or whatever it is anymore. So I mean, there's I do think that there are times like Whataburger's fries can be better to me at times.
They're not. They're bad.
I love
Whataburger's fries are weak. In-N-Out's fries are weaker.
I love the In-N-Out fries are the worst.
They're like cardboard.
You needed to ask Donnie about that because Donnie being from California, they always resort to the same line. Guess you just don't like the taste of real potatoes.
Yeah.
You need those fake things. Fine. Give me all the pink slime from Taco Bell, whatever else, if it tastes good. The In-N-Out fries, I don't care that
the
they're real
Whataburger fries, when fresh, when hot, can remind you of the McDonald's fries.
They absolutely can.
I love the
because you get some limp ones in there too. You get some fries that need blue chew.
I do love the limp ones.
Yeah.
I'm not even being weird.
I get you.
I do like them. There's nothing worse than the edge one, like the hard edge one.
My kids hate the butt fries. I'm a big fan of the butt fry.
What's that?
At like Chick-fil-A, the fries that's like
Laura
it's got
wouldn't
the
eat
end
that.
of the potato skin on it. I love those.
Man, do you love baked potatoes?
Yeah, I do.
Sounds like you would love a baked potato.
I'll tell you though, like the fries that are batter dipped, like the Long John Silver ones. Where they've got a coating of batter on it. I love those.
You do?
Yeah.
I think Burger King does that now, though.
Oh, they
I think
do?
their fries are like that. The Five Guys burgers are the ones that are great to me. Those with like the Cajun seasoning on them or whatever.
Yep.
Those are really good. They come in those cups. So yeah, but I mean, McDonald's is still that's gonna be the GOAT for a reason. That's number one.
877-881-1053 is the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. This is the junk drawer here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo, y'all. That stands for turn it on, leave it on, in case you did not know. Patrick Mahomes trying to get the Dallas Mavericks hype, and why RJ thinks that Mavs Celtics is just like a Pat Mahomes Super Bowl. We'll talk about it next.
All this food talk.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Irving blocked by Porzingis. He's doing it all. Holiday, Hauser, three-pointer. It's a Celtic avalanche here in the first quarter, a 17-point lead.
Kristaps Porzingis gets some early revenge. Good morning, Metroplex. 8 o'clock hour here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. The Mavericks with their lowest point total of the playoffs, 89 points. The Celtics win their 8th straight playoff game, and Kyrie loses his 11th straight to the Massholes. They're 13-2 this postseason. The 29-point lead got cut down to 8. Back up to 20, though, at the end of 3 quarters. Kyrie Irving off. Jaylen Brown shining as well. Boston takes game 1.
Disappointing. Boring at times. A dud. A real dud of a game. For a lot of reasons. The entertainment standpoint, for one. But also just they looked in this game. And they looked overmatched in other, maybe in game 1 of the Thunder series at times and the Clippers series. This one looked like, all right, I'm trying to find ways that they're going to win this game or win this series. And if Porzingis plays like that, there is zero way. There's zero way.
Look, I mean, this entire game is different if Kyrie makes any one of those 3 shots. Where there's a 2-minute stretch.
There's a third quarter window.
Yep.
There was an open small window in the third quarter.
Yeah, there was a 2-minute stretch. Let me find in the game log exactly what it was. With about 10 minutes left, 10:06 left, it was 66-48. And it remained 66-48 until 8:22 left. And in that stretch, Kyrie missed 3 shots.
Yes.
And then you get it down to 8, force Boston to call a timeout. The Garden got quiet. Like, it was quiet. You had hushed the crowd. there was this whole feeling of like, oh man, like Dallas maybe coming back here and reversing this.
It was a lull.
And then you come right back and you get a stop, and Derek Lively travels off the rebound. Then you get another stop, and Kyrie goes down the floor, and Kyrie travels. And at that point, then they come back down the court, they make a basket, and it was all downhill from there. But those two opportunities, if those go different, if that 2-minute stretch where Kyrie misses 3 shots and then the back-to-back travel calls, if that's different, the game might be different because you had him backpedaling a little bit.
Kristaps Porzingis on coming off the bench for game 1.
From day one, I came here and I said, like, I'll do whatever it takes to help this team win, right? And I think it was this situation, you know, it made sense. And I didn't care. I knew I could prepare to come off the bench, which is something different for me. And that's what I did, and stepped into that role and embraced it and had a good game.
I believe that was the very first time in his career he's come off the bench.
Wow,
maybe the second. Yeah, but he is not. That's not the norm. Like that's never been the norm from even working back from injury. All these times he's worked back from injury, he's always just been inserted right into the lineup. What was your
38-day layoff?
He played more than I thought he was gonna.
Did you? You know, we've talked about it leading up to it, and it was something we discussed yesterday. Sean, did you notice anything about Mazzulla's coaching style at all in this yesterday, or did you just think it was so overwhelming there wasn't even anything to notice about him?
I did think overwhelming.
I did think he was like that looked to be a good call, injecting Porzingis in the middle of the quarter instead of starting the game. That way you did get that juice from the crowd of the insertion into the game. That was big. And then I thought he was pretty good at sensing there's a Mavericks push here, call timeout, like slow it down or like let's regroup. So I mean those couple things were just in general, I think when you hit 14 threes in the first 8 minutes or whatever it felt like they did, that's going to kind of eliminate the coaching angle.
We tried everything.
The biggest thing I'm concerned with is it feels like we're gonna have to rely on like Boston missing wide open shots.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Like we're gonna get them
versus the Mavericks having to make like tough ones. Like the degree of difficulty in getting offensive shots and the quality of shot seems like it's going to be so heavily favored towards Boston, and that's not a great feeling to know. I can't really stop you and shut you down. I'm going to have to rely on Derek White, on Al Horford, on these other white boys. I don't even know. Pritchard. I'm going to have to rely on these guys. Hal Doogie. I'm going to have to rely on them missing versus me doing anything to stop them.
Jim Cornette.
That's what I'm leaving game 1 with as my big overall series worry.
Whoever it was,
they're so freaking loaded.
Whoever it was that tweeted it, I saw you quote tweet it last night, nailed it on the head where it's like it felt like they had 6 guys on the floor. Like it felt like it felt like they were on a power play for 4 quarters.
Yeah.
Where it's just you didn't have enough guys to rotate over and cover it. And
someone was always open.
It
can't happen.
And it felt like early on they were willing to leave Horford open. Like, hey, we'll let Horford take his shots and we'll live with those and try and take other things away. But yeah, I mean, if they're going to hit it at that rate, if Porzingis is going to, catch and shoot from 32 feet and knock it down, it's like, okay, if they do that all series, you're losing.
Horford's the guy that you would want to leave open. But, if Kristaps is going to do this, I mean, if he's an average 20 a game, you just pack it in. It's not feasible. Because Tatum's not going to only score 16. I mean, I wouldn't think.
Averaging 20 a game is, that was his average this year.
Yeah, but that, again, they haven't had that for the last, 2 series.
Yeah, I mean,
and coming back, you don't expect him coming back off 40 days rest to throw up 20 a night.
Boy, and those dunks he threw down last night, Porzingis, that felt like he was, I'm going to hang on the rim for a sec. I'm going to
forget the dunks. The most ejecting thing were their blocks.
Yeah.
Like the Jaylen Brown, those were like, it wasn't a ricochet, man. These were like, I'm stuffing you. I never thought I'd see Derrick Jones Jr. get stopped like that at the rim.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy is a freak show athletically, dunk champion, and Jaylen Brown, Porzingis, Kyrie got a reality, wake up, attacking near the basket.
Gafford's getting destroyed at the Fantex this morning. I mean, he was non-existent last night. Lively's the same way.
Yeah.
I mean, Gafford got posterized by Brown. It was not the best night for the Mavericks, who had engaged in a toughness over the last couple of series that just wasn't. They didn't show it.
Well, look, I'm not freaking out because look, game one energy, Porzingis, half of his life, it was an onslaught. And again, we're talking about a 3-minute window in the third where it felt like you really could have put major pressure on them. The Celtics are a better team. Is Kyrie going to play that bad again? We'll go through game 2 adjustments at 9 o'clock this morning here on Sean and RJ. Why were you comparing this to a Super Bowl matchup?
Because it is the same thing to me as the Super Bowl matchup this year, Chiefs and 49ers. San Fran was favored in the game in the Super Bowl, and they deserved to be. They should have been, right? The Celtics were favored in this series, and they should have been. And the difference is that going into this series, I'm like, all right, the reason San Fran didn't win, and they had the better roster, there's not even a question. Kansas City trades their roster for San Fran's, is that they didn't have that dude. And, they didn't have Patrick Mahomes. And that's the same thing I looked at going into this series, is that Boston, while they are clearly the better team, they don't have that dude. They don't have Luka Doncic. That was my thought going into this series. And then last night, I'm like, okay, they're just overwhelming with everybody else. They've got so many other players that could play that maybe that is.
People are waiting to talk about Boston as like maybe I feel.
Yeah, not an all-time great team, but like a really, really like well put together, not a super team, just a very deep, well put together basketball
but like
team.
Some of their regular season accolades are all-time great.
Yeah.
These point differentials, blowing people out, number of times up 20, their postseason record, they those are all-time great feats that they have accomplished.
Yeah, I mean like Brad and Mazzulla and now Udoka before then. I mean they've put together a really nice roster. Really good.
I mean, what was it? Bob Ryan told us they won 3 games this year by 50. Like, and I mean, you had that stat earlier where they've had more 30-point leads than trailed by 10. Like,
that's crazy.
They're the way they shoot the three and how efficiently they do. They are really, really good. Yeah. And it's, I mean, you see how good they are defensively. They are elite on both ends of the floor. It doesn't have the star power names necessarily. I mean, there are some big stars there. It doesn't have the Splash Brothers names, but it does feel very similar to the way how Golden State was just complete a few years ago, where it's like they can put up 140 and they can hold you to 80. Like that's just the game that they play.
Also, like it's kind of wild how you said that there was that stat where they've had the amount of 30-point leads versus 10-point deficits. How many others were like 27-point leads that don't even count for that stat? Or last night, 29-point lead didn't even count for that stat. Like how many other games have they also led by an insurmountable number that makes it even crazier?
Well, you brought up Pat Mahomes, and of course we know he's a diehard Mavs fan, and he recorded a little video for the Mavericks to try to get his favorite team hype.
The finals. There's only one thing in the way now, and it's not the opponent. It's the willingness to sacrifice everything, because the greatest competition is you. If you don't believe in winning this title, you shouldn't be here. You know what it costs to get this far. Every moment of your life has led you to this. And if you want to hold that trophy, it will cost a lot more.
We're going to carry the boat.
Nobody expected the Mavs. Nobody wanted the Mavs. But nobody can deny that you've earned it. Earned the respect of the league. Earned a place at the table. And earned the opportunity to bring Larry back to Dallas. Like the ones before, you're a different breed. Defiant and unexpected. Unlike anything we've ever seen. Truly a Maverick. One for all, one for Dallas. Let's get it.
See y'all in Texas, where we should ride the swangers and put diamonds in our niggas.
Look, it's either hit or miss for me with those things. Like, which one of you, whoever sent the Bob Costas intro thing,
that was me.
You kind of saved me in the second half, going down a rabbit hole, and instead of enduring this 20-point blowout. Those cheesy intro things, like That one was eye-rolly. I love Pat. I think he's a great dude. That one's eye-rolly. The Michael Gatorade commercial I was kind of rolling my eyes at last night. But the NBA on NBC, the Bob Costas, was like, man, people should bring that back. And I didn't think anyone else in the world remembered that. Like, Patrick Ewing, I'm the only one. But Costas is like, oh, maybe NBC getting this back will do that type of dramatic intro. And I love those things.
Yeah.
Good for Mavs fans if they loved it.
Or just, and here's the thing. To me, if you're going to do one of those.
Song was good.
The song was good. Big X the plug. The song was good, but if you're going to do one of those, it needs to be a professional actor voicing it.
Did you like the Costner Yellowstone intros to the West Finals?
No.
Well, he's a professional actor.
If there's somebody, I mean, barely. Like, he's not a great actor. He's just been salvaged at the end of his career by Yellowstone.
Raspy voice.
When you because you get the awkward, like the athlete is not meant to read, so it sounds a little like bringing the exact definition of Maverick. And we already know, like, Pat Mahomes, he's great. He's the best player in football, but like, I don't think anybody goes like, I want the voice of Patrick Mahomes to hype me up. So,
yeah.
Like,
will Ernie come out of the trash can?
Like, I don't know. Who do you get? Like, Followell, even somebody like I would think like get somebody who like does professional voice work. It would sound
cool.
better.
Pat Mahomes.
It is cool. It's Mahomes.
You have to get Pat
cool
Mahomes.
connection.
Who, like,
but-
you know, who's the biggest, most famous Mavs fan in the world?
Pat Mahomes.
It's probably Pat Mahomes.
Probably.
So like that's why you do it.
Like Dirk would probably never do anything like that.
I wouldn't think so. But I mean, again, like it just. Find me somebody who could read that gives it the actual cinematic feel.
Pat Mahomes. And Pat Mahomes,
I'd Kyle
Yeomans. 877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. The Texas Rangers are back in action tonight. RJ is going to take you through some trade possibilities on the home of the World Series champs next.
Let's get you over to K.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Truck Wreck. Call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Arguments in the commercial break. Why didn't you say everything about Kevin Costner in the segment that you just did in the commercial break?
So he sucks, basically, is what it is.
Say it in Texas.
He's Keanu Reeves, okay? He's Keanu Reeves. Where for 20 years, we all knew Keanu Reeves was a dumb stoner who couldn't read lines. And all of a sudden, we were like, oh, he's a great actor because he was in John Wick.
Are we not allowed to criticize Kevin Costner in Texas?
No.
Why?
Yellowstone?
He's from California.
Doesn't matter.
Yellowstone wasn't set in Texas, was
It's
it?
filmed here. A lot of times. Part of it is.
Well, then you should
Part of it is.
You should be anti-Kevin Costner because he's ruining your favorite show by not showing up for it.
No, it's Taylor Sheridan. They're both fighting. They're fighting over it.
Look, the
everybody in Texas likes Yellowstone. That's why.
I will fight.
We were talking about this in the last segment, by the way. Kevin Costner with the Hollywood intro to the Western Conference Finals.
It's casual behavior to believe he's a good actor.
See,
he's not a good actor. He's been in good stuff. He is not good.
Yeah. See, you're just wrong. You don't even know. You weren't alive when he was in like the 90s.
Come out with your take. Come out with your take. What you just said, Dances with Wolves should have beat for Best Picture.
I don't care for the movie. I don't think it's a very good movie.
He said Dances with Wolves is a better movie.
I think Goodfellas is an overrated mob movie.
That
Casino's better. Casino's way better.
That 4-hour snooze fest.
Was it 4 hours? I don't think
it was 4 hours.
Yeah,
it was like 4-hour diary entry in the wilderness.
What do you think was Costner's like great acting jobs?
I mean, Yellowstone is tremendous. I haven't seen Horizon. I really want to watch Horizon. That's
But in order to fight Bobby on this, you got to at least give me like a 2 and a 3 acting job.
Bodyguard was really good.
Okay, I win. We can move on. I win.
Bobby just threw his pen.
The movie where he was the pitcher for Love of the Game. Hang on a second. You thought he was bad in Field of Dreams?
Yes.
You thought he was bad in Field of Dreams?
Yep. Yeah.
You thought he was bad in Bull Durham?
Bull Durham was funny.
Are you kidding me? You lose all credibility. You thought he was bad in Field of Dreams and Bull Durham?
He's campy in Field of Dreams. Bull Durham's funny, but Bull Durham's not a serious role.
That's what acting is. Acting is campy. I mean, all the acting's campy.
No.
877-881-1053. Rangers back in action tonight on this radio station, taking on Bruce Bochy's former team, the San Francisco Giants. 6:30 pregame, first pitch at 7 o'clock. The Rangers are 5 games back in the West. The Mariners lead the way, going 8-2 in their last 10. The Astros are just 2.5 games behind us. And the Athletics and the Angels are both 11 games back. And you're looking at trade deadline possibilities already.
Yeah, so there's the trade deadline is still over a month away. It's about a month and a half away. Well, more than that. And it's the category that the Rangers might find themselves in. As of today, they're not a first-place team. They're not in the wild card. They're in the hunt, but they're not in the wild card. And I was trying to figure out, and I was looking around to see where they might fit. Are they going to be a seller? Are they going to be a buyer? Are they in between? Are they a team that is like, it all depends? They've got them in the likely adders category.
I like that.
Not the definite. The definite adders are going to be like your Orioles, Dodgers, Yankees, teams that are, surefire in first place and going to make the postseason. And the write-up on the Rangers right now is, on the one hand, the presence of a sub-500 team in this category goes against conventional wisdom. On the other, it's logical. They're the defending champs. They expect Max and Malley and DeGrom to return. Another one. This is Passan saying they expect him to return before the end of the year with DeGrom. This is the second time he said that. Only said it once, and now Passan has said it. More than that, though, the core is not getting younger. It's impossible to say how many 4-win-plus seasons Seager and Simeon have in them. 4 war seasons. Both are on pace to exceed that mark again, so expect Chris Young to be aggressive, pursuing bullpen help, particularly if it's cheap. They guaranteed less than $50 million this winter, despite the financial boon that accompanies a championship. Remember, the Rangers guaranteed less than $50 million despite the financial boon. What does that mean?
Guaranteed $50 million to
like
people
guaranteed.
from the outside?
Yeah, maybe. Or they were guaranteed that money from TV contracts and networks because of the Bally situation.
We weren't guaranteed anything with a Bally deal.
So the fears about a regional sports network, those concerns aren't going to go anywhere. So maybe they don't go and break the bank on somebody. But to me, the way I look at it is, if they're in the same spot come July 31st, or even in the weeks leading up to that, to me, you've kind of got to buy. If you're in striking distance, you owe it to the fans, the players, though, to allow them to a chance to repeat. If you're not going to blow the thing up, then give them a chance to repeat and defend their championship.
Well, obviously, it depends on how far out you are.
Yeah, if you're 4 games out. Yeah.
But yeah,
if you're 20 out, then no.
This is not a debate or a question. It's simple. It's easy. They are stand pat or buy.
Yeah.
Selling is not happening.
Yeah, no, there's a way to sell and buy. Like the Rays buy and sell at the deadline almost every year. They do both. The Rays do both.
Who would you sell, though, on this team? Like, who's in a position where they're attractive enough where you would say, we can move on from this contract, or we'd like to, like, who? I don't know if they have obvious sell options.
It wouldn't necessarily be a contract. I mean, you could look at, like, if Carter if his back is fine, let's just say everybody's healthy, and Carter, Langford, you do have 4 outfielders. You could take from the strength and trade that to build on a weakness.
I don't think that would be considered selling, though. Selling is I'm getting rid of veteran players for prospects and future investment.
You could.
Well, if you trade Wyatt, yeah. I mean, who's the odd man out?
In the outfield, I think most people think it's Tavares.
Yeah, that's what we said before the year.
Yeah. So I mean, to me,
I wouldn't be getting rid of Carter or Langford.
No, I know. I'm saying you have a surplus, so you'd be getting rid of Tavares.
Like a standard sell player to me would be Kirby Yates or David Robertson.
Yeah, you can do that.
And I don't think they're trading them.
No,
but that's like a standard sell type player to me. I think
also if you have Scherzer, Malley, and DeGrom all back or coming back, and if you get to July 20th and you're like, okay, DeGrom's tracking to be back here, August 15th. You do have. I mean, you could move on from a starting pitcher because you will have a surplus.
Yeah, I think. And why do we think? What indicator have we gotten that this front office is going to buy at a trade deadline after this offseason? I don't have that confidence. Maybe something cheap, extremely cheap.
Yeah, I think the want to is there. Is the budget is the CapEx spending there? I don't know, but I mean I think the want to is there. I think Sean's right. It's either buy or do nothing. Like, I don't think that there's...
No, they're not going to sell.
There's really not an ability for them to sell right now anyway. But, I mean, they're in a position where if you want to, when you say Chop, give them a chance to defend their title. And I know things have not gone well for him overall, but that thought process didn't affect them when they had Jordan Montgomery sitting out there for forever. They didn't want to go that way. So
he got booed apparently off the mound the other day in Arizona.
Yep.
It's that tough. Didn't move them.
All right. Of course, this female Oakland Athletics play-by-play announcer has been getting ripped to shreds. I think
Jenny Cavner.
A little bit of an overreaction on the first one with the guy running into home plate.
I did not think that was that bad. I didn't think that one was that bad.
And now there's a college baseball female announcer that people are picking on.
Yeah. This is Danny Wexelman. She's been doing some NCAA baseball, some College World Series stuff, and she went and gave us...
Congratulations, Oklahoma, by the way, 4 straight, beating the Longhorns yesterday.
Yeah, one of these days, they're going to make it interesting.
Why don't you drive there for the Support Texas softball team?
I support who supports us and the Tolos. That's who I support. I don't support the Texas Longhorns if they don't support us.
Do they not support us?
I don't know. I've never had a softball player from there reach out to me. What if they did?
I meant like the SID and stuff.
All right, so this is Danny Wexelman. She's been doing the NCAA baseball, and we've had the A's announcer, and like I said, I agree with you. That first one I thought was overreaction. That doesn't mean that the other ones weren't bad, but there's been plenty of bad calls. The Chicago Blackhawks just got rid of their announcer. He was a baseball announcer. They tried to do him to do his hockey games, and apparently he was terrible. And they're like, okay, we're moving on from this one. So we go to the college baseball, and they're saying that this is a new front runner for worst call of the year.
That one is in the air to right field. Mancini, his favorite color is green trees, hits it out of the ballpark for a solo shot, 1-0 Dukes.
Green trees.
There was green trees in right field.
Add the trees.
Because there's green trees in right field.
This is like my resume tape. You remember my line?
I do.
I said,
ball is by you.
This pitcher must be from Louisiana because that pitch was by you.
So bad. I love it.
Now imagine if they said, let's have him do a national college baseball broadcast.
I mean, that's like Sports Center. That's what Sports Center was when we were growing up.
That is what Sports Center was.
All right, so I just didn't understand. Wait, she could have just been like his favorite color is green.
Oh, is that what she should have done? Okay, maybe she did it in the second one.
It's hit in the air to left field, and that ball is gone. Mike Mancini's favorite color is green. It landed on the green grass. 2 home runs, 2 runs for James Madison.
She explained it for you there.
May as well have Bobby doing the play-by-play, explaining the joke after. So wait, she did the second green after the first green?
Same, yeah.
So she was determined. She was going into this game being like, that's my go-to.
She is.
That's my Mike Breen bang.
It's not your night.
She was all in. She was all in on that.
Is it? It's not your night.
Hey Siri, that was Jenny Cavner.
That's the A's girl.
Yeah.
Man, on the green grass. Like, we know. You don't have to explain it. Like Bobby's hat supporting the Celtics. What was that?
Siri.
Did I say Siri?
No, because it was Siri. Jose Siri.
Makes sense.
Jose.
My phone doesn't do that, I don't think.
You got an old phone.
Yeah, it is old. It is. 877-881-1053.
Favorite color is green.
Green trees. Green. It landed on the green grass. Go ahead and explain it. We get it. We know. Bobby, Dr. Pepper, moving on up.
Yes. It is no longer the...
As Texas is Kevin Costner.
Boy, you're getting destroyed in the fan text, by the way.
By the way, I was
texting me, the great Christopher, a list. My boy Matt in Ohio, a list of great Kevin Costner movies. Tin Cup. Great Tin Cup.
Okay, there are great movies.
Untouchables.
JFK is a great movie. He is a bad actor. They're bad actors in great movies. Don't just throw me the list.
You're not Ebert.
There's like 3 different people on there on the fan text who are already like, I hate Bobby and disagree with him on everything, but he's right on this one.
Do you know the Ebert reference?
Yes, I know who Siskel and Ebert are.
Do you know Pepe, Ebert? Siskel and Ebert.
No idea.
It's okay.
Oh my gosh.
Is it?
Dr. Pepper.
What? Is it what?
Is it okay? RJ said it's okay. Then
no, it's not.
Yeah, it's okay.
I think I've asked Sarah this. I don't think
what
she
decade?
knows.
What are we?
I mean,
80s, 90s.
2000s. They were in the 2000s.
80s, 90s was their heyday, but I mean, it was 2000s was the big one.
We don't have enough time for Dr. Pepper now.
Damn it. That was all Texas, too.
All right, go ahead. Hurry up.
Coke and Pepsi, it's no longer the war. It's now Coke and Dr. Pepper. For the first time ever, Dr. Pepper has surpassed Pepsi as the second biggest market share in the soda department. And it won't be long before it's first, I think, because Dr. Pepper is better than both Coke and Pepsi.
I think I'm not going to say anything about Dr. Pepper. I got called in the office years and years ago about that. I think that Dr. Pepper is the number 2. Is that what Corey's got? Corey just held it up. Which soda is the highest mixing one with alcohol that's used? Would you go Coke? Coke is the 1 seed. I see a lot of people order Coke and Dr. Pepper with rum or whiskey.
I don't know that I've ever mixed Dr. Pepper with alcohol.
No?
I don't know.
Corey?
Coke and Sprite.
Coke would be number 1.
You think
Sprite
too?
for sure.
With 1942?
Or 7 Up.
Corey,
I'll tell you, ginger ale.
Ginger ale with what, though?
With a whiskey.
Scott Disick.
It is very good. And welcome, Corey, to the show.
Guys.
You know, I hate when people do that. Laufenberg does that. Every time Laufenberg does that crap, it irritates the hell out of me. Like, hey, good morning to you guys. Like, we're rude for not telling them good morning. It's radio. Like, we can do our pleasantries later.
Really? I could never sense that, Sean.
I hate when people do that. Good morning to you, too.
I used to do...
You don't have better manners than I do, babe.
It used to be Coca-Cola all the time with any kind of whiskey. But then one night I was at a Stars game and my buddy was like, you ever tried Dr. Pepper and Makers? And I said no, and he was like, sweet and sweet. So it's a sweeter whiskey, and they put those together, and I was like, oh, and it just changed everything.
Yeah.
So Dr. Pepper, I drink my whiskey with an ice cube or neat, depends. I don't typically mix them, but I always chase it with a Dr. Pepper.
Bam. I knew it. Thank you, Corey, and a fabulous morning to you.
Good morning to you, too.
As well. You know, man, I don't think I'm going to talk about the Cowboys, Bobby.
What? They're the hottest team in town.
Let's do who he play. The standard. Let's do who he play for here.
Oh, okay.
All right. An 8:40 surprise to get us in a better Maverick mood. And we need to change it too. We're ripping it right off of TNT and Ernie Johnson. Bobby came up with a special Friday surprise game that we're going to rename coming up soon.
Well, let's get you over to number one air.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
What organization are they, them employed by? That's the game that we're going to play here on 105.3 The Fan.
Is it Dark Roast time? What is it?
No. I know, because there may be WNBA. I don't want to say that.
No.
What happened to the Below the Belt intro?
Is it 8:40? Oh.
Yeah, it is 8:40. You checking out?
Yeah, we're not doing Below the Belt.
Friday.
Every
Below
Thursday,
the Belt is whatever he says it is.
every Thursday at
whatever
7.
I say it is.
Every Thursday at 7, he's out.
Yeah.
He's out for the next day and a half
We're
after
not
that.
doing this is not on me. No, I refuse.
All right, so we are going
I
to
would
play.
say Chris Strong, but Chris gave us the awful hockey prediction for the Stars.
That's true. Him and
He's
Kevin
out.
Hagelin both.
Yep.
All right, so we are going to play a game that's not who he played for. It's who he played for, but it's a game show version of it. And here's how it's going to go. We're going to go 3 rounds. We're going to start with Sean, then RJ, then Peyton. So we're going to go in this direction here. And you'll get to pick NBA, MLB, or NFL. I'll give you a name, then you just tell me who they play for. Okay. And if you get it right, you get 2 points. If you get it wrong, the person to your right, the next individual, will get the opportunity to steal for 1 point. This player must have been with their team for at least the last 12 months and must have started at least 2/3 of their team's games in the most recent season. Yes, RJ Choppy.
Peyton, technically, if I'm looking at you, is to my left. So who would be to my right?
No, he's technically to your right. The way it goes around the room. So there you go.
Let's go.
All right, Sean Sharif.
I don't think you know what a triangle is.
NBA, MLB, never played for Phil Jackson, or NFL.
NFL.
NFL, of course. Sean Sharif. Who does Anthony Jennings play for?
Orlando Magic.
Anthony Jennings.
This guy started every game last year.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Buzz him. Nope.
Minnesota Vikings.
Buzz him. 0 points so far for RJ Choppy and Sean Sharif. That was a steal opportunity. You'll get another chance to get your own 2 points here. Anthony Jennings was a starting linebacker for the New England Patriots last year. That's a Bill Belichick player right
If
there.
we're on this level of guesses, I don't ever want to hear you insult Peyton again.
What do you mean? This is a starter who's been there for 12 months at least.
We just
Let's play high-low instead.
A starter
All right,
on the
play
third pick in the
match
draft
than-
team.
Yeah, than Bobby's stuff. All right, let's go. Let's see the quality.
All right, let's go. Let's give me NBA, MLB, or NFL. RJ Choppy.
Let's try let's try Major League Baseball.
Okay, Major League Baseball. RJ Choppy. Who Ryan Jeffers play for?
Ryan Jeffers.
Buzzing.
Colorado.
No. All right, Peyton, you're a big MLB guy.
I'm going to go with the Minnesota Twins.
Bring him up.
Wow.
Minnesota Twins. Ryan Jeffers.
Fantasy baseball, Sean. Come on.
Dude.
I'm 8-2 this year. I'm hot.
Did you Google that?
I did not Google it. No,
What position does he play? Do you know?
Is he pitcher?
No, he's a catcher /
Oh,
DH.
fantasy baseball. You don't even know what position he plays?
I didn't draft the guy, Sean.
Google didn't have it on.
All right, that's 1 point. That's 1 point for Peyton Russell.
Ryan, look at his computer, Ryan.
What is it? What is the
Ryan, look at his
look
computer
over his
behind
shoulder.
him. Look over his shoulder.
It's the email for Bobby's rules.
Okay.
All right.
Pay attention to him.
Peyton Russell. NBA, MLB, or NFL?
NBA.
NBA. Oh, bold. Peyton Russell. Who Nick Claxton play for?
Speedy.
I'm gonna go the New Orleans Pelicans.
No. Must not play fantasy basketball. Sean. Nick Claxton plays for?
Philly?
No, the Brooklyn Nets. He is a center for the Brooklyn Nets. Who actually started like 70 games this
Would
year.
have guessed he was a guard.
Bobby, I don't care that he started 70 games.
I would have gotten it.
Okay.
Actually, I don't think I would have got a single name that I researched because I had to research them. All right, Sean Sharif. This is round 2. It's 1-0 Peyton at this point. He stole a point.
All right.
What do you want? NBA, MLB, NFL?
Let's go NBA.
NBA. Okay. Sean Sharif. Who Keegan Murray play for?
Keegan Murray.
Mm-hmm. This is not Key and Peele.
Gosh, Keegan Murray. The Milwaukee Bucks.
No.
This game sucks.
but the good thing about it, it's exposing Bobby in the end here. Bobby's going to end up being the ultimate loser. At the
Why
end
am
of
I
this.
going to be the ultimate loser? Okay, can't wait. This guy has started, by the way, a minimum of 77 games for his team 2 years in a row.
Does Seattle still have a team?
No.
I'll say
I mean, they've got a WNBA team, but
I'll
say
say Portland.
No, close. Right coast. Is the Sacramento Kings. The Sacramento Kings, of course.
Started for the Kings.
I mean, he was the fourth overall pick in the 2022 draft, but
maybe maybe we should have known a little bit more. But okay.
RJ Choppy, what league do you want?
Let's go. I guess NFL.
NFL. Okay. RJ Choppy, who James Hurst played for?
Bobby.
Is that Bruce's son?
It is, yeah.
James Hurst? Mm-hmm. That's a real person?
That's not like
you've done a terrible job of this, Bobby. Why
is this terrible? I'm picking
so
real.
Stupid. I know you're picking real people.
This is literally a 11-year veteran who has started just about every game the last 3 years.
Tennessee Titans.
No.
At a 132 chance.
This was a mistake. We should have done an old stale Cowboy topic instead of this. This was a huge mistake by me.
The Green Bay Packers.
No.
I think failure makes it entertaining.
Shut up. You like any game. I don't care what you think about games.
Look, you don't
anything that's not work, you're all down for. Doesn't matter how bad it is.
Saints. Peyton, go ahead. What sport do you want?
MLB.
MLB, okay. Peyton Russell. Who does Matt Waldron play for?
It's over. The San Diego Padres.
It is over. That's 2 points. Matt Waldron is a what for the San Diego Padres?
Would be a pitcher.
He is a starting pitcher for the San Diego. That is the fantasy baseball brain coming through.
That's great.
I'll invite y'all next year to my league. $50 buy-in.
I've seen you play fantasy football. You suck.
I'm in a fantasy baseball league. I auto-drafted.
Yeah.
And I haven't looked at the team yet.
That was a terrible, terrible job by you.
What was I supposed to do?
You're
Pick better names?
Yes, you're supposed to pick better names. So, like,
I thought the idea was to pick names who are starters, but they're kind of obscure.
No, but like you can make it better by picking like a Algier type level type person to where it can be a little embarrassing if you mess it up. The Falcons running back.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Or like Khalil Herbert, like those types to where it's not instant instead of like the fourth string role player on some of these squads.
They're not. They're starters.
Bobby.
That's why I picked starters.
You know what I mean? Like DeJounte Murray, like level
Jerome
or
Ford?
less.
Cleveland.
Yep, that's right.
Back.
That's right. That's Cleveland.
Fantasy football, Sean.
All right, you fed him stuff like Laufenberg does. You fed like Jalen Williams, even though they just faced them, Ananobi, those types of level type names. But anyway,
maybe you shouldn't have taken shots at my hat earlier. Maybe I rigged this game specifically because you took shots at my green hat earlier.
877-881-1053 is the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line here on Sean and RJ 1053 The Fan. You got anything left over for below the belt?
I do, absolutely.
Even though we're not doing that segment according to Peyton.
We make all of the
Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me take off my belt.
Thank you, Peyton.
The San Francisco 49ers don't know what the hell they're doing. So we talked about this earlier about, the money they gave Christian McCaffrey and the first round picks, the number of them that have gotten second contracts with the 49ers, which is 1 out of the last 9. Some instances just letting guys go from free agency, cutting guys early, trading them, whatever else. Now you've got 49ers offensive line coach Chris Forrester, who's famous for, anybody remember?
Chris Forrester?
Uh-huh. He was
put out forest fires.
Oh wait, Sean might have it.
Chris Forrester.
He's TMZ famous. He is the old Miami Dolphins coach that was doing things with a $20 bill up his nose and talking. I got the video leaked of him talking to some girl. So that's the same guy. Kyle Shanahan rescued him.
What was he doing with the $20?
Right in the butt.
No, not that.
Was it a tush toot?
No. So Chris Forrester was asked recently about, hey, you guys have lost a lot of offensive linemen. Trent Williams is getting older. you guys have not really invested any capital, top-tier capital, in getting the offensive line built. Well, that's when Chris Forrester said, as an offensive line coach, he doesn't mind. He says, invest in guys that touch the ball, guys that can touch the ball and score touchdowns. And then there's a range of guys, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th round. Even that we will find starting offensive linemen in. At some point, you can draft them. Yeah, you draft Trent Williams. You pick a draft where you're getting a difference maker, but there's guys that can make a difference that touch the ball well into the 2nd, 3rd, 4th rounds, or 2nd and 3rd rounds at least, and definitely in the 1st round. So Chris Forrester is going completely opposite. San Francisco in general is going completely opposite from the way the Cowboys. They are paying running backs. They're not re-signing first rounders. And they're saying offensive line, no, we're not spending top-tier capital on that. We will draft value guys. And Chop,
what do you think, GM team builder guy?
You're Mr. Skill Player. You think they should play 7-on-7 football and get rid of the trenches completely?
Ideally.
This is an awful, awful thought process from Chris Forrester.
I don't care for the thought process. I'll tell you this. I am up for any new idea.
Except for that game we just played.
Yeah, right. Except for that game. Any new idea.
They don't all hit.
Any new idea.
You got to ask Reddit, though.
Any way to upset.
Way to brag. Read a Reddit board.
Any way for a front office to try to get an advantage on the rest of the league, I'm 1,000% down with. Try it. Especially if you're not winning. If you're not currently winning championships, try it.
The adjustments that the Dallas Mavericks need to make for Game 2. That's next to kick off the final hour of the week here on Sean and RJ, the way it should have stayed. 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you over to soda weight loss.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
51-29, Boston by 22. Jalen, clean strip of Luka, flies in for the right-hand slam, and the Celtics lead game 1 by 24.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as we try to turn around your Friday after what happened last night. Mavs get stomped and dominated by the Boston Celtics, 107-89. It was Porzingis in the first, Jaylen Brown in the third, and Kyrie Irving off as the most disappointing Maverick by far. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, which we should have kept to last segment. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. All right. I'm ready to move forward. I'm ready to move forward with my Game 2 adjustments. That's what everyone talks about in basketball, right? The adjustments that are going to be made at 877-881-1053. Obviously, adjustment number one has to be Kyrie Irving. He had a couple of shots to make it uncomfortable for Boston yesterday in the third, and he was just off all night long. Obviously, you look at the box score, it's not good. I don't know whether he was rattled with what he thought the crowd was going to be. It was a soft Boston crowd. I thought it was going to be much more venomous than that.
Yeah. I did too.
Right?
I wonder if they felt bad. Like, if the Mavericks were winning the game, it might
well,
have
you know
been
what they
more
would
vicious.
say here is the reason why is because the real fans got priced out.
Oh, yeah,
That's
yeah.
always the reason for DFW sports fans not being riled up.
They're insane. Even the rich people in Boston are insane. They just spend the money. They don't care. Plus, weren't the tickets in Dallas more expensive than the Boston ones anyway?
I believe so, but our economy's stronger, so
it's fair. It's a good point. Yeah, it was much softer though than I expected. The crowd.
Yeah.
Maybe that changed in game 2. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's splitting hairs, but I kind of wondered watching Kyrie, like was it just overly juiced? Like, you know what I mean? Like, just kind of like, not so much like, oh my gosh, I'm feeling the intensity of this, but just like, ooh, I want to make a play, and like almost like too eager and jittery. Is like, it felt like he was, because he was upbeat. He didn't seem rattled. They do the courtside interviews like, experience. They've been here before, guys. We'll rally. They're a good team. Like, he just seems so light. It's just almost like too loose.
Kyrie 6 for 19 from the field, 0 for 5 from 3, and had 3 turnovers. Jason Kidd talked about Kyrie's tough night.
Yeah, I thought he had great looks that just didn't go down. He had some great looks at 3. He had some great looks in the paint. That's just part of basketball. Sometimes they go in, sometimes they don't. Tonight they just didn't go down for Kyrie or most of the team. And hopefully we get those same shots in game 2 and we can be better.
So obviously that's going to have to change. That's obvious. What also has to change is the number 3 scorer. Choppy, I know you were riding with PJ Washington. He was only 4 points off of what we talked about yesterday.
Trying to get to 18.
18 point a game average. Man, I'm really, really worried about scoring from a third source. I'm not the biggest PJ Washington fan like everyone else is because he crossed his arms. He's got a very limited offensive game.
He's a 3-point. He's the 3-point guy in defense. That's what he tries to do.
Yeah, but I was expecting more athletically with him going to the rim, finishing stuff like that. And I'm looking up and down the box score. Where are they going to get the third scoring from against the Celtics in order to match them and go up against their defense? Jones had 5. He was shut down at the rim. We already talked about quiet night from Gafford. Hardaway at the end, it's just comical. I'm almost starting to feel bad for Tim being thrown in there at the end and then arguing with the referee while they're getting their ass beat by 20. Like, why didn't you call that? And Shaq, can you guys on TNT stop talking about Tim Hardaway or NBA TV? That's what it was on. He's not a factor anymore. Like, at least pretend like you're keeping up with things. Stop talking about Tim Hardaway just because you know that his dad played. Jaden Hardy, his new name is Hardy Way with the way he guns. Is it going to come from Josh Green? I don't have strong confidence in that. I'm worried. I'm worried about third score output.
They look at it like I'll do a little Brad Pitt Moneyball for you. Do the aggregate. You need 60 from Luka and Kyrie. You need 30 from PJ, Hardy, and DJJ. And then you need more than 10 from everywhere else. That's only getting you to 100. Like, that's, you know what I mean? Like, that's the tough spot that you're in.
Yeah.
You don't have that true third scorer. But if you do that, if you do break it down like that, and you get your 60 from Luka and Kyrie, which they didn't last night, they only got 42. That was a big problem. And then you get 30 from PJ and Hardy and DJJ, great. That means you're going to need Lively and Gafford and Maxey to chip in an extra 15.
Lively and Gafford have gotten you 20 pretty consistently, though.
But Lively didn't do that last
together?
night.
Yeah, together. That's what I'm saying. So, like, that's not a huge ask.
It's not a huge ask, but that's, like last night, like Boston did a great job keeping that away. But lob, they did nothing.
The lob, yeah. That's a big adjustment for me, though, is the fact that Lively, and I know Lively got into foul trouble. That's one thing Jason Kidd screwed up. Jason Kidd should have taken Lively off the floor as soon as the third foul happened, and then he let him stay out there for 2 more quick ones. But
he trusts him.
Lively and Gafford played like 31 minutes combined, and I know they probably felt like they can't go too big. They're going to have to play a little bit of smaller ball with the defensive side, but Lively's a good enough athlete you can have him out there longer. And Gafford's a good athlete. Gafford can get out towards the perimeter a little bit. And so, to me, I want to see more Lively and Gafford than just Lively playing 17 minutes or whatever and Gafford playing 14.
Jason Kidd would tell you that a humongous adjustment for Game 2 has to be ball movement. 9 assists. 9 assists and 1 for Luka Doncic. No one in the starting lineup had more than 2 assists.
No one's dying.
That's crazy. Kyrie had 2. PJ Washington, Gafford had 1, and Luka had 1. That's nuts. So ball movement, a third score. What else are you guys throwing out there for adjustments? A lot of people were not happy with the Celtic offensive rebounds. It ended up 10-10. There was 3 on one possession, really. There was 3 offensive rebounds in one possession. So these are some of the adjustments, and then hope that Kristaps Porzingis doesn't blow the roof off the first time he comes into the game again off the bench.
Yeah. It's look, he absolutely did. Boston's defensive plan. It was evident they were just going to try to throw. They were not going to let anybody else but Luka beat them. That was obviously their plan. Like, let Luka beat him, let Luka get his 30, and just clamp down on everyone else. I mean, it was smart. It was smart, and Kyrie not hitting shots didn't help.
Luka said after the game a lot of the lobs that weren't there, the 3-point opportunities, things like that. He said a lot of that was just that they're pretty committed to playing one-on-one defense, and they're pretty committed to just taking guys straight up, and there's not a lot of collapsing on him or sending help, and the ability for him to then kind of move the ball around, and that takes away some of those opportunities. So that's something that they're going to have to adjust to.
6 different Luka defenders by the time we were in the second quarter. 6 different defenders that were thrown his way to try to give him different looks. He actually had 2 shots he didn't take around the free throw line. I don't know whether he was surprised he was so open, but he was hesitant with 2 shots. It didn't really matter who was defending him. He was doing still whatever he wanted, as he missed a couple of wide open threes that he normally hits, but they're trying to hit him as they're going to do with different looks with all the different options that they have.
ESPN asked their roundtable of different writers like Mark Spears and Tim Bontemps and guys like that, what's the game 1 trend you saw that could define the series? And the most terrifying one is the one I saw Mark Spears say, which was Tatum doesn't have to even play well for the Celtics to beat the Mavericks. And that's the scary thing, is that you could even say, I don't think it's the most impossible thing in the world to think Tatum has another game or 2 like that during the series, because he's 9 games over the last 2 playoff runs, he's been held to under 20 points.
That blew me away.
He's generally been, since his rookie season in the playoffs, he's about a 42% shooter in the playoffs. He's not, he gets in the playoffs, he just doesn't play as well.
And the other major concern about getting that other scoring is having to rely on so many to form a cluster of scoring to add up to what you need versus just, all right, we know that this one guy can and will go off. Now you're having to rely on 3, 4, 5 others to combine with the 60 that you want from Luka and Kyrie in order to even get you to 100. It's just relying on too many factors.
It is, but also the other factor is Boston has 10 guys who can all put in 10 points. To have the amount of guys they have in double figures with the amount of players they had, finals record, 7 guys with multiple 3-pointers made. It's tough.
Can you get 4 out of the next 6 games where it alternates? It doesn't have to be the same guy each time, but basically what this feels like is like you're going to need over 4 of the next 6 games for Luka or Kyrie to put up 15 to 20 points in the first quarter 4 different times.
I'm worried about Kyrie doing it.
Yeah.
I'm worried. We keep talking about we need 30, you need 30. My worry about Kyrie is he going to be aggressive and assertive enough throughout this entire series and from the beginning in order to score 26 or 28 from you? I'm just going to read you his scoring going backwards throughout all the playoffs. 36 in the clincher against Minnesota, 16 the game before, 33, 20, 30. OKC, I mean, if you get this from Kyrie, you're getting swept in the Thunder series with the point outputs. 22, 12, 9, 22, 9, 20. 30 clincher against the Clippers, 14 before that, 40, 21, 23, 31. So he's capable of it, but there's a lot of low 20s in here before maybe, and some back-to-back low 20s before jumping up to an explosion, which we're all thinking like you're going to need a lot of consistently.
Yeah, and we talked in the first 2 series, like there were too many times it felt like Kyrie was hesitant to do anything early in games. Like he didn't want to push things until second, third quarter. It was last night he took the opportunities and he had good looks a couple different times. He just missed. Like he got
blocked too, though. Like,
yeah, he did.
They got hands on some shots.
Like when he went into the paint, they were making it tough on him. They were not giving him a lot of good looks. What was the first basket he put in where it got blocked and he still was able to
on the way up?
Yeah, it went in, but the stuff on the perimeter, he was getting looks. Like those threes he was missing, a lot of them were good looks, and he just was bricking them. And so to me, I don't know. This is going to be. Kid talked about it like you just mentioned, Sean. Like they've got to move the ball more. Kid said after the game, he's like the ball got stuck too much. Where guys are you're holding it and you're isolating. But there's also...
We need Carlisle on. We need Carlisle on the show next week to give us his Boston game plan.
Yeah, how did you game plan with a crappier team than we have? How did you challenge them like that?
Yes, and they did challenge them.
Yeah,
they did. I was reading a lot, though. Like Miles really helped on that high pick and roll where, Horford and Cornette would drop down, and you would have that guy open up the top.
And you see Maxey scared to shoot that 1-3 last night. He was petrified.
They really need him to shoot on that high pick and roll.
There was a Boston writer yesterday in the middle of the game that I can't remember who it was, but I saw it retweeted where they had said Missoula's game plan was going to be heading into this one defensively. It was there's 2 things they have to take away: the lob and the corner 3. And by halftime, Dallas hadn't made a lob or a corner 3. And like that was they feel like as long as we take away those 2 things, they can't beat us. And that's what they're going to focus on. So you got to figure out either a way to make those other shots or manufacture a way around those things being taken away from you.
All right, we're going to tell you how to hang out with us if you feel like doing so. Get some awesome hot chicken and win some fan gear 1 week from today. We'll empty out the rest of the junk drawer as well and crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece Plus, the greatest sports TV show ever. May not be done yet. We'll explain as we get set to close out the Friday edition right here on The Fan.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct and what they've got going on. For the first time, when you purchase a natural diamond engagement ring, you get a free natural tennis bracelet. That's a free natural tennis bracelet. So if you're going to pop the question, there's no better time.
In by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Friday edition of Sean, RJ, and Roberto coming at you here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Really sad basketball last night with Porzingis sticking it to his former team. And, of course, Boston taking game one. I did have some positive hope as media reports came out that inside the NBA could be saved.
Could be saved by a couple of things, all right? For one, it could be saved by the fact that they may air it even without league rights. Even without, like, having the broadcast, they still might air it like once or twice a week if they were so inclined to do that. Because these guys, like Charles, did sign a 10-year contract 2 years ago. Now it does have an out clause, and they're going to be trying to get poached. Someone's going to try to poach them.
Well, people were saying, Bassett brought this up, that like Ernie Johnson is not leaving company.
He's not leaving the company. He has said he's not leaving the company.
He's not even giving interviews either.
Why would you not leave the company to go with your cast?
Because he gets to do baseball on TBS.
He calls baseball, and then isn't there something else about like his family or something? Yeah. And so, but I mean, he's been getting testy. Somebody with the New York Times tried to ask him a question, went up to him, and he ripped him upside one side and down the other for like, you didn't go through Turner PR for this. Don't press me with questions, blah, blah, blah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Pat Doney went up to him.
Yeah.
During the Western Conference Finals, talking to him about family stuff. He didn't yell at Pat. What if Pat goes up there like talking about his son and the heartwarming story that is, and Ernie Johnson's like, get away from me.
Yeah, he didn't go through PR.
Yeah. No, that's his ed to then go like, so, Ernie, about the contract though.
Yeah.
Oh God. There's two other ways that the show could continue. One is Charles Barkley buys the show. He has a production company.
Yeah.
And he may just buy the show and just sell it or farm it out to any network or put it on YouTube or any whatever. Because streaming is obviously the way to go. The other one, though, is this is the interesting one. There's a report out there. So the NBA is going to sell the rights to NBC, ESPN, and Amazon. Okay, we know that for sure. And a lot of it is going to be streaming, like a major part of it. I read somewhere that Amazon Prime is going to have the conference finals for one of the leagues. So it won't even be on TV.
Man.
I don't know that we're ready for the prime football thing has not worked out yet. I don't think the way they thought. Like maybe financially it has, but in terms of viewers, I don't think viewers have adjusted to it at all yet. And
no,
I
don't have Peacock. I'm not. I don't have Peacock. I don't have that. But that's half the regular season NBA games are going to be on Peacock.
Gonna need to get it shot.
The other part of this though is that
he won't even pay for cheeseburgers on vacation. You think he's going to pay for Peacock Network?
He'll ask Holland for the hookup.
Where did we go?
Yesterday.
Huh?
Yesterday, your thing was going on vacation.
Wesley.
Paying for food.
Oh. Yeah, I'm sorry. When I stay at somebody's house, I'm not paying for food. That's not... If I'm going out to a restaurant, sure, but no, I'm not doing that.
And you guys peer pressured him into giving in, I heard?
We did. Yeah, he didn't get peer pressured. His friends heard the segment, alerted him to rats, but thank you for this because now he realizes that
not rats, that's exactly what you wanted.
Yeah, he's the a-hole. They all they bullied him into thinking that, into knowing this. But so currently you have the A package, which would go to NBC, ESPN. TNT is looking to buy a fourth package. So it will be a very small number of games. Like, now they wouldn't have the premier games, but how many games are out there every single night of the week that are good games that aren't nationally televised? Like, there's room for it. Yeah. And that's what they would be looking to do, is to buy a very, very small package that fits their budget.
All right, speaking of going up to people who may not be happy with an interviewer, Vince Young getting some airtime.
So Vince Young is not the Vince Young that we know. Vince Young is 6'5", by the way. This Vince Young is 5'10". They do not look anything alike. One Vince Young was finished college in 1992. The other one finished in 2005. All right, but at the Pro-Am, at the BMW, at the Pro-Am, one of the reporters for the Golf Channel got the two Vince Youngs mixed up.
Vince Young playing this week, and he's down with Lauren.
Played 6 seasons in the NFL, arguably one of the best NCAA quarterbacks of all time at Texas. Picked up golf about 4 years ago. What's the biggest shift you make going from the ultimate team sport to now the ultimate individual sport?
Now, I apologize. You have the wrong person. I'm Everett Sands over City Level, which I'm a football coach. But the thing is, the great thing about golf is I'm not only competing against myself, but I'm competing against everybody else.
This is your first Pro-Am ever playing, and what's the best part of being out here?
Well, being out here is a great thing, and have an opportunity to play with some professional golfers is a intimidating thing, but also a great thing.
Good luck this weekend.
Hey, I appreciate it.
Well, they just continued.
Just continued out with the interview with a guy that they thought was Vince Young, but it was Everett Sands. Not Vince Young.
That's got to be like way up there with one of the worst possible nightmares possible. I remember one time we were at the Andy Alberth fan like sports con thing, and Devin Harris was up there and had ended the season as a free agent and I guess not come back, and he got back-to-back questions about the Mavericks, and he was like, do all of y'all know that I don't play for the Mavericks anymore? Like, he was asking about, like, how are you, like, connected with your teammates and stuff? He's like, I don't play for the Mavericks anymore. Y'all know that, right?
Man.
And it's just very uncomfortable.
Yeah, you could tell she was reading off of something, too.
Oh, yeah.
May as well have called her ball to right field in Oakland.
It didn't dawn on her that he's wearing Citadel gear.
His favorite color is golfing green, like these greens he's on.
It's not your night.
Bobby, we have some sports news that is coming out right now.
Oh, yeah, that sanctioned fight. That fight that Texas embarrassingly sanctioned, according to Chris Mannix, between Jake Paul and Mike Tyson is back on. It has been rescheduled
Paul Tyson
for
is on.
November 15th when we are not at training camp and can go to it and take it in. And I will absolutely be there to watch Mike Tyson's 59-year-old at that point, I think, ulcered ass beat some sense into Jake Paul, teach him some respect, show that young man, the discipline that he never got in childhood. Just show him exactly what it is.
Dana White on the Flagrant Pod was asked about the Paul Tyson event.
Did you help set that up? Because I know you're close with Tyson.
God, no. When this fight happens, Tyson will be 58 years.
I'm worried about him.
Under any circumstances, a fucking almost 60-year-old man shouldn't be fighting a 27-year-old guy under any circumstances, even if it's Mike Tyson. So it's fucking ridiculous.
Now, do you think he can pull it off?
Do I think Tyson can land a shot? Yeah, if Tyson hits him.
But if Tyson lands it, like, what happens to the internet? If Tyson knocks out
my biggest problem with the Jake Paul thing is, and how this plays out, is when he actually fought somebody who was a boxer, who had the same type of record he has, who was his age,
Tommy,
and who was his size, he fucking lost.
Yeah.
So they're never going to go that route again.
They're
Tommy
not,
Fury.
Yeah, they're not going to go.
That was here, I think, too.
Wasn't
Paul Fury at the AAC? I was watching on TikTok like a loser. My wife is like, I can get it for you.
I paid for it like a loser.
I think Paul Fury was in Dallas.
It might have been. Look, I mean, Tommy Fury is not a great boxer, but he's a legitimate, he's a professional.
Saudi Arabia.
Wait, close. I was close.
Saudi Arabia.
Close.
Yeah. Now, you can go direct from here to
Brian
Saudi
would have
Arabia.
known it
You
was
can
there.
fly on.
Who?
Brian would have known it was
Broadus?
there. Yeah.
Wait, didn't Paul do something at the AAC I thought was a boxing or UFC? Anyway, someone vindicate me on the fan text, please.
No, but this is that is the problem with this fight, that it's 30-year age difference. And Jake Paul, if you think Jake Paul is going to start fighting real true
Nate Diaz
in their prime,
fought.
Look, I don't give a crap. I don't want anyone to die. I just want the thing to be real. I want them to 100% try to fight each other.
Yeah, they will. They're using
not a joke of it.
Yeah, they're using bigger gloves, I guess, than a normal fight would. They're using like 14 or 16 ounce gloves.
I'm not convinced that they're going to each go 100% all out. I'm not.
Who would be more likely to go all out?
Jake Paul is going to back off a little bit, I think.
Ooh.
I think Jake Paul is going to back off a little bit out of respect. I think this is kind of like a respect event.
What was it?
Too.
I hope it's not like the Roy Jones fight where
I think Jake's doing this to be like, I have just like Logan Paul somehow landed a Mayweather fight. Jake Paul can just put it on his resume one day, like I fought Mike Tyson.
Didn't Logan Paul, you remember after the fight too, he was like, I love you guys. Y'all are the best. I hate that I was such a D during this whole process. Y'all are my heroes. And I mean, Floyd took it easy because remember, Floyd knocked him out. Floyd hit Logan Paul and caught him and then stood him back up. Like, hey, nope, we got to let this thing go.
We got more rounds to go here, man. Come on now. Because the Roy Jones fight with Tyson, it was like no headshots or something like that. Like they avoid the head as much as you can. Like that, you don't want to see something like that. I hope it's a real fight. I think it will be. I don't know how much Jake is going to go easy on Mike. I mean, because like if he tries to go easy on Mike, Mike will destroy him.
Look, I mean, the whole idea from Dana there, though, of like, in no way should a 58-year-old be fighting a 27-year-old. I am certain there are some 58-year-olds that could kick Peyton's ass, for instance. He's 27.
Well, think of it this way.
So
when Mike Tyson at 57 years old, with modern medicine and whatever, maybe he's like just testosterone replacement therapy is big now.
What are you accusing him of?
Nothing. It's perfectly legal. George Foreman won the heavyweight championship at 46. And George Foreman looked 70 years old at that time.
Peyton,
it's not a doubt that Mike could actually win this.
Peyton, you think you could beat Bobby up?
Oh yeah, I'd kick his
Come
ass.
in here.
Like no hesitation.
Come in here.
Yeah, no gloves, no nothing.
Come in here.
Like boxing or like UFC MMA rolls?
Both. Doesn't matter.
Come in here.
Bobby's talking like he's Seagal, like he knows some
He would
kind
talk
of
like this with anything.
praying mantis fighting
Yes, he has
technique.
snap ability. That's the only worry with him.
Yeah.
Like a rage snap. A Bassick rage snap.
Yes,
are me and Bassick the top two for rage here? I don't think I'm Bassick
I would
snap.
put myself in it.
Yeah, you could. I don't think I'm Mike levels of snap ability though. I'm silver medalist.
Carter.
Yeah, Carter is definitely number
All right,
one.
you want to do this GQ list?
We can do this GQ list real quick.
All right.
So GQ had a list in 1995. All right, it was the most overrated things that they could find. Some of these did not age very well. Like Ticketmaster, they didn't think it was ever going to take off.
Oh,
it took off.
Is one getting sued? Some type of ticket company?
It took off so much it was targeted by hackers, and all of our data is out there now.
Virtual reality.
Wow,
that was a miss. They said lattes. This latte thing, it'll never
This
take
latte
off. This
thing.
latte thing. Is it Demi or Demi Moore?
Oh, Demi.
Demi Moore's body. And
they called Demi Moore overrated?
They said her body was a little.
Imagine
bit
saying that today, you get
overrated.
canceled. They shut down your. Well, Bobby says
You would
every
get
other
canceled.
day about a woman.
They may have been onto something with this one.
It's not a WNBA body. I mean,
They may have been onto something with this one because it essentially bankrupted an entire corporation.
Reggie gonna come here and beat your ass after Phil does.
Look at it.
He was looking. Reggie gonna beat your ass after Phil.
All you can eat shrimp.
hey, that bankrupted Red Lobster.
Red Lobster.
That was a pretty good call.
People say that did not actually bankrupt Red Lobster. Flavor Flav's trying to single-handedly save Red Lobster.
Digitized family albums, like having all your pictures on a digital set.
NFT.
That's just a camera roll now.
Reggie Miller, I love that one. That one lived to be true. And how about this one? This one's right for Bobby. Homeschooling.
Overrated?
Overrated. They said homeschooling was
it highly acclaimed at one point?
I don't remember being highly acclaimed.
Bro, it was a trend. And there are, like, I'm telling you, we know of at least 2 teachers that have gotten out of the school year next year because they're going to start homeschooling their kids.
A week from today, we're going to take the show on the road. It's the next Firehouse tour at the Allen Central Fire Station, 310 Central Parkway, right off 75. Food from Palmer's Hot Chicken. We're going to have Tolo's sweat towels heading into the summer. It's all presented by Chill Boys. Famous boxers. RJ's going to be sporting them, and Bobby. Palmer's Hot Chicken and Firehouse Heating and Air. Next Friday, starting at 5:30. Stop on out if you can for the Firehouse tour continuing. Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. Apparently, Mike Bassick is very, very optimistic, even after a Mavs loss. We'll find out if that's really true next with KMC. But today...
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Good job. Irving blocked by Porzingis. He's doing it all. Holiday, Hauser, three-pointer. It's a Celtic avalanche here in the first quarter, a 17-point lead.
Oh, ye of little faith, Sean and RJ.
Whoa.
All right. So
optimistic mind.
I thought that was that.
That's
I thought that
right.
would have been. I thought Mike would have given that a bang on that play.
So
that was a bang worthy.
Sometimes, guys, if you're on YouTube right now, Twitch, our numbers are down on Twitch, I think, but a lot of people have gone to YouTube that used to be on Twitch, I believe.
Ours are up.
Ours are up.
So, well, ours suck. I'm wearing a Mavs warm-up top from the late 90s. Maybe this made it to like 2000, 2001. But I do remember buying this jersey as it was on super sale.
Oh, no.
Okay? And sometimes, guys, sometimes this old Maverick jersey number 16, sometimes Sometimes you play like Wang.
You said Eric Strickland.
I know, but at first I said, was that Wang Zhuju? Was he one of the ones who wanted to get a jersey that said Wang on the back?
As soon as you said that, I was like, definitely.
But you wore the worst possible undershirt, though, for that, as baseball's just ringing right to the top.
This is a champion jersey from 2001, pretty much.
I love the color scheme on that.
But here's where I'm going. And I'll have more, obviously, during the 4-hour show. Miami loses in game 1, first round this year, 114-94, with no Jimmy Butler, with, I guess, Tyler Hero leading the way, if I have that game right. They win 111-101 at Boston. So a 20-point victory turned into a 10-point loss the next game. I'm not saying it's going to be simple or easy. Next round, at home, Boston. Boston wins game 1, 120-95, a 25-point win in game 1. So they are a blowout machine in the first 2 rounds, Boston in game 1. Game 2, Cleveland wins 118 to really close score, 94. So I don't know why. I can't explain why, but I'm hoping this. Mavericks play a lot better, which I do think is very easy for them to play better than that.
Yeah.
But Boston, 2 out of their 3 rounds have come out after blowing out a team in game 1 and kind of D'ing around and not defense, and then just giving a game on their home court to a much lesser opponent in Miami, a much lesser opponent in Cleveland. Maybe they've learned their lesson. I don't know that. We'll find out Sunday night. But I look at last night's game, and I'm not saying Mavs are winning. I already know it. That was concerning. But then I just go to history of this year's playoffs, and I go, well, I mean, they didn't play very good the next 2 games. Now, against Indiana, they did. Indiana had a major issue. 1, they kind of weren't supposed to be there by far. And then 2, they didn't have anybody who was any good at basketball anymore to close out games. Once you lose your closer in a playoff series, it's completely over. There's nothing you can do. You know, like I don't know when. I won't say this. Magic Johnson, when he got hurt against Detroit the second time through.
That was nice.
They got swept. And I'm not saying the Lakers would have won that series. They probably wouldn't have. The Lakers beat Detroit in 1988 to win the championship. And then in the finals, in game 1, minutes into it, Magic rips his hamstring. Sweep. Like, there's nothing you can do.
He dribbled with his left hand. He wouldn't have done that.
Yeah. But I do think the Mavs are going to play better in game 2. I don't think the Celtics can play that good every game. If they do, they'll win every game. There's nothing you can do. If they're going to jack threes and make them like that.
KP
at one point,
like that.
Yeah, at one point, my son goes, I don't think KP ever played that good one game for the Mavericks. And I'm like, I don't remember him ever playing that good, especially against a premium team.
Yeah.
But I'm sure he did. But he definitely had it going last night, and the Celtics had it going, and we find ourselves, Corey, down 1-0 in the NBA Finals. So you tell us what's coming up on the KNC Masterpiece.
Former Mavs Director of Player Development, basketball consultant, and writer Mike Procopio joins the show. This is Kobe's guy.
This is game management.
Yeah,
coach.
He was the guy that would drop Kobe off for his 3 o'clock in the morning workout sessions and all that stuff. He found some 3-point shooters for Kobe back in the day too, and so we'll talk with him about what he saw with the Mavs game. If you ever get to see his stuff on his blog, The Hoops Consultant, he has some really fantastic post-game breakdowns because he understands the game so well. So we'll talk with him at 11 o'clock today. Plus, Combo Platter, your Mavs opinion, and favorite donut.
Okay. And then Sam Perkins after that.
Oh, yeah, Sam Perkins.
Big Smooth.
Big Smooth.
We went to high school with my sister.
Sam?
You remember that time RJ didn't understand what a chocolate donut is?
Oh, God.
No, I do understand what a chocolate donut is.
Oh, Lord.
I think that you guys don't understand what a chocolate donut is.
Okay. Bobby wasn't here for that, or were you here for that?
No, I wasn't. Chocolate donut to me is a regular donut with chocolate frosting on top.
That's how you order it anywhere in the state of Texas if you say you want a chocolate donut.
He says a chocolate donut is a chocolate cake donut?
Yes.
So he was like, I can do this.
No.
And then we presented. He goes, what's this?
Yeah, because I said, what
wizardry?"
donuts do you want? I can't remember how many you said you could eat, a dozen or 2 dozen. I can't remember the number.
Well, yeah, but it was the chocolate glazed donut. It's a chocolate donut.
But then you got
Chocolate
mad at me when I brought them in because you said these aren't chocolate donuts.
Yeah, there was something else that was I can't remember exactly. There was something else that was that I had a problem with it because that's
it was Krispy Kreme
Bit of
chocolate
the limber
donuts.
tail.
Oh yeah, it was they were Krispy Kreme, right? Yeah. So you had a glazed donut with chocolate frosting on top. That's not a chocolate donut.
Yeah, that is a chocolate donut.
This is Northeast
But what do you
upbringing.
call the one that he thinks is a chocolate donut? What do you call one?
Either chocolate cake
Chocolate
or
cake
double.
donut.
Yeah,
That's not a chocolate cake donut. A cake donut. You don't even know what the hell a cake donut is. You think Krispy Kreme is
Don't
like
talk to me.
a donut of
Look,
general.
you already have said like you can't tell what's in other people's mouths or whatever. That was your quote earlier today.
I'm not telling what's in your mouth. I'm telling what's in your brain.
And-
Which is nothing.
Listen, Frank's Chicken House. I am not going to trust any of your takes from Jersey upbringing.
I do love a good chicken house. Okay, I do love a good chicken house. But what you described was just a glazed donut with chocolate icing on top, which is fine. I have no problem with that.
But you would say
in my mind I had, oh baby, I'm getting all these chocolate donuts.
But just like if I was
cake.
taking your money at a donut shop and you said I want a dozen chocolate donuts, would everybody is going to give you what I brought you, right?
Yes.
Like in the state of Texas, maybe in Boston
in Boston.
I honestly, I never went to a counter. I mean, I moved here when I was 17 years old. I never went to a counter and ordered donuts in New Jersey with my own money. Like I was too young when I moved here.
Okay.
So then, how do you not know what a chocolate donut is?
Because the world knows a chocolate donut.
No, they don't. You don't go anywhere in Texas and say chocolate donut and get something different.
When I go to the donut shop and I order a chocolate donut, it's the chocolate donut I'm talking about.
Okay,
because
let's all take a show trip there because I think
What if
it's
we
full of
Google
crap.
chocolate donut?
Why is he
What would
talking
come
about
up?
donuts as if they're cigarettes? Like I was 17 years old in Jersey. Clearly, I never ordered donuts on
wasn't
my
old
own.
enough.
I wasn't old enough to buy donuts until I moved to Texas.
I lived with my parents. They paid for everything. I never
Sean?
ordered a damn thing.
Do you ever go to a donut store?
We'll order them like on a Saturday morning or something.
Like on an app?
Yep,
or you
on an app.
Okay, so you don't.
God.
So
But I've gone
if
to
you
one
went
in the
there and you
last
said
2
I want a
years.
dozen glazed and a dozen chocolate.
Yeah.
Are you getting
They would
a
give me-
chocolate donut, like a real chocolate donut, or are they going to give you a glazed donut with chocolate frosting on top?
The glaze with the chocolate frosting.
Right, that's how everybody does it. I'm not saying you're wrong, Choppy, but if you go ask for a dozen chocolate donuts anywhere, I'll say in at least the state of Texas or Oklahoma, in this region, you're going to get a dozen glazed donuts with chocolate frosting on top. You're going to have to be specific if you want something different saying chocolate donut than that, because all the people working are going to assume, well, every human in our area and region, that's what they think a chocolate donut is. Maybe it is different in the Northeast.
Chop, would you like to amend it that you think that donut places should change it, or you just think that we're wrong?
You think everybody in the
would you
room?
like to
I'll
to amend it that it's stupidly named?
I'll tell you this. I
can live with that.
We can compromise.
When you go to an Italian restaurant, okay, and you want spaghetti and meatballs, what do you say?
Spaghetti and meatballs.
Okay, right. The body. All right. You don't say, I want the red sauce. You say, because nobody in no other walk of life would you describe.
Boy, he's got Friday brain.
Would you describe something you're eating based solely on the texture of the topping or the color of the topping?
Now, if you're just arguing why it's named that, I can get that. I just need you to concede that until they change it, you're incorrect.
Okay. We call it a glazed donut, right?
Yeah.
Because the donut is default is a donut that then you call it by the topping, glazed. So a chocolate donut would be chocolate covering instead of glaze covering, Chop.
Here's another one.
How did we get here?
I'm going to ask Corey this. Corey, you worked at On the Border?
Yeah, I worked it On the Border.
When people here in this region,
it's like he was taking an order then.
I found out differently.
Yeah, I worked it On the Border.
I found out differently in the United States of America, playing minor league baseball and major league baseball, the difference. If I said I want chips and hot sauce at On the Border here in Dallas, am I getting like Cholula or am I getting salsa?
You're gonna get salsa.
No one is, but nobody orders chips and hot sauce.
100% here.
No,
you say
we order
chips
chips and salsa.
But it is a lot of
where
chips
he didn't
and salsa
grow up
now.
here and he still can't figure this out. At On the Border,
I am.
At On the Border,
engaged
you
with
worked
somebody
there.
who grew up
He
here,
worked
and
at
she has
a
never
Tex-
said I want to get hot sauce.
You worked at a Tex-Mex restaurant,
Yes.
Corey.
Yes.
When
What does the menu say? Does it say chips and hot sauce?
It says chips and salsa.
Thank you.
And what do people in Texas say when they need a refill?
There were lots of people that would ask for hot sauce.
Really?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Absolutely not.
I
worked there.
I'm surprised.
Yes. Where was this at?
I did not know that.
That's not a real restaurant.
Growing up in
their chips suck.
Growing up
They're
in
too big.
Maryland,
I didn't
growing
say
up in
it was good.
Jersey.
Did you say they're too big?
Too big.
Yeah.
They are too big.
It's
They're
like
half
a,
of it. Yeah.
you
You have to break them in half and then break those in
It's
half.
the size of a football. It's the size of a football.
Coke, obviously. You say you want
Coke
a Coke.
is all soft drinks.
I agree. You say you want a
Pop
Coke.
is Midwest.
Coke is all soft drinks.
Everything.
All
You want
soft
a
drinks,
Coke.
because then you
What
say
kind?
a Coke and then you describe
you
what
say
kind
what
of
kind.
Coke you want.
Absolutely.
But yeah, so
That's
here
the South in general. That's just South.
I figured this out when I went to North Carolina at 18 years old.
That's where everyone's moving, by the
If
way.
I said I wanted chips and hot sauce, they looked at me crazy like, wait, hot sauce? And I'm like, and then I found out I have to say salsa
which you should have
around
to
the
say.
country.
Yeah.
But here in Texas, if you say chips and hot sauce, you are getting salsa every time.
Not Tabasco.
All right,
Not
guys.
Tabasco.
Coming up
That was
next,
good, Mike.
we are going to be optimistic, at least I am.
What?
About the
Do we get to
Mavericks'
flip
chances
rolls today?
Oh, my
your
word.
team in the NBA Finals.
It's over.
You guys have a great weekend.
You too.
See you, Peyton.
Let's go get some hot sauce and chocolate donuts.
How about some commercial-free Sean and RJ? O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, Reginald Atatula. Also, it is a shout-out Friday, 877-881-1053 from the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys Hotline. If you want to get involved and text that in, you can also hit us up on Twitch, on YouTube for the shout-out Friday. Gentlemen.
We talking super regionals for college baseball or what?
We can if you want. You really invested in A&M and Oregon.
Can I ask the first question of the show?
Is it about college baseball?
No, it's about...
Then yes, you can.
It's about the NBA Finals.
Then yes.
I'm just going to tell you what I do after losing by 1,000 points.
Because you are oddly optimistic this morning.
I did.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay.
I did not watch any of the post-game crap.
Okay.
I can't do it. Now, I will tell you this morning, I went to YouTube and watched the majority of Luka Doncic, Kyrie Irving, and Jason Kidd's post-game interview at the podium. I didn't want to watch nothing against PJ Washington. I'm glad he's on the team. I really don't care what PJ Washington has to say.
Except for that one time he was on our show.
It's awesome. I'm just saying, like, after that game, like,
no, I'm with. I get
what is PJ going? I need to hear what Luka had to say, because Luka and Kyrie and Jason Kidd are going to be more of the reason you win these games or lose these games. And so I was like, I will now listen to their post-game interview this morning, but I didn't want to listen to Stephen A. Smith. I didn't want to listen to, I was like, I don't want to listen to these people break down this game. And maybe I'm glad I didn't, because then I heard Sean Sharif say Shaq was like Tim Hardaway Jr. And it's like, dude, have you watched any of the playoffs? Like, he's not an option anymore. But I don't know about you guys, but when you lose like that and there's another game, Cowboys a little bit different. I want to listen to Broadus and, Zach, because it's over. It's the season's over after a loss in the playoffs. But on that one, I'm like, I don't want to listen to these guys praise Boston and crush our team.
I felt like that at times during the game, and like the broadcasters were just doing their job. But when they're like, oh man, the Celtics have built it up to 25, I'm like actively talking to my TV. I'm like, I know, I can see that. They're just doing their job. Right. So I'm with you. I was like, I just saw what happened. I don't need the deconstruction necessarily. Yeah. Like, if it was a close loss and you're like, man, if you could have just adjusted in these last 45 seconds, but in this, not so much.
Corey, did you use your mouth yesterday to blow up all the balloons?
No, my wife was very nice. She only got like 11 balloons. And we had a little machine that we were able to, and they were done.
Okay, because I was like, you did have time to blow up those balloons.
And at one point,
was pretty short.
At one point, I told her.
I'm just saying, it was you're like, screw it. I jumped in a swimming pool at halftime.
Yeah, at one point, I told her, I was like, hey, like, what do you need me to do? And she's like, no, you just sit there and watch the game. And I was like, I don't want to right now. I kind of want to do anything else at the moment. And she was like, no, just hang out. I don't think she understood. And then she sat down and she saw the score and she goes, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize. And I was like, yeah. So, but yeah, my overreaction to this whole thing is, Kevin, you know how in an NBA Jam where a guy would get on fire and you could actually literally see the fire on the ball, and then they would step into that 4 and 6 point ring and everything. That's what it felt like. It felt like they were in NBA Jam. All of them were on fire, and we were just, we were just that team that couldn't figure out how to beat them. We were the computer last night, and I did see some positive things. I did see some very small positive things that they can work to build on. But this is the toughest opponent by far, and we talked about that. The toughest opponent by far, probably the most complete team, and a team that gives you more difficult matchups to work with than they've faced so far.
It's really weird. The Mavericks run 2 years ago and their run this year has oddly conditioned me to not be that worried about what happened yesterday, because I'm like, sure, we always lose game one. I know, obviously, they won game one of the Minnesota series, but other than that, they're 1-6 under Jason Kidd. And so I'm oddly just like, yeah, that's what usually happens. And we usually bounce back and we're fine, which is probably not the strategy you want, yet here we are.
I'm taking over as Mike ask all the questions.
Oh, okay.
Get it.
Would you rather have had that type of loss where it wasn't even really competitive? I know you cut it to 8, and then it felt like immediately 16 and then 22, and you're like, all right, we're screwed.
Yeah.
Or would you have rather lost by, let's say, 4 points? It's coming down the stretch. They outplay you. They outscore you. Let's just say or it's 10-10 in the last 4 minutes, but they held their 4-point lead in the finals.
Obviously, I would rather have had my best effort out there last night in the NBA Finals, but I will take that wasn't my best team last night by any means, and they can only get better from there because they were miserably bad. So I'm pretty okay with what they got last night because I think you got Boston's best effort.
See,
I don't think Boston can be much better than they were last night. They were phenomenal.
The interesting thing is, and we can go back and revisit this, they did only score 107 points.
Because they didn't have to score many more points after that, Kevin.
But I do think that they have another gear, and I think their defense was phenomenal. I actually think their offense still has the ability to perhaps turn it up just a little bit. I would have preferred the other one. I would have preferred that you lost a close game because I would have been like, hey, man, this team has been building for this all year. You went into a hostile environment and you just got edged out. Let's go get them in game 2. Now, I think a lot of the things we're going to attack today are all possible, but they're also all theoretical because you just got freaking worked, man.
Yeah, I hear you. It's tough to look at the box score because the game was so out of hand in the fourth quarter.
Exactly.
Because if you look at it, you'd
like
say...
Jaden Hardy had 13 points. Great, but not really, right?
Right, and you shot... The Celtics only made 16 threes, their average, out of 42, 38%. But a lot of their, meaningless minutes in the last, let's say, 5 minutes of the game brought their percentages down. From where they were at. So I just was wondering today, I was just thinking, would I have rather played really close and then gone, oh, this possession or that possession could have changed it?
Where did you land on this?
I don't have a definitive answer.
Okay.
It sucks to lose is my answer. I do think as a coach and as a player, you have to look at a lot of things to do better because if you lose by 4, you could be like, let's just say Minnesota in game 1 that they lost to the Mavericks. You go, well, so what? Like, we just need to make this shot at the end, or we just need to grab this rebound in the end, or we need to get this stop at the end of the game. What adjustment do we need to make? Where when you lose by 20, 18 is the exact number.
Yeah.
When you lose as bad as you lose, there's going to be a focus on defensive rebounding, on better defensive rotations, on how do we move the ball better? How do we get better looks on offense? Now, if you can't accomplish a lot of these goals, then you're going to get swept.
Yeah.
But I do think at times it's easier to have the ear of the player when you get blown out rather than the player going, hey, you're getting on us right here, like for Minnesota. We just didn't have the energy and effort. We watched that. You guys had plenty of energy and effort in game 1. It was you guys didn't execute in the end. Your star player, Anthony Edwards, didn't play good the last 5 minutes of the game. Cat didn't play good the last 5 minutes of the game. But they were talking about, well, it was just energy and effort. Well, for the Mavs, that's part of the equation too. They were so nervous. At halftime, did you hear Jason Kidd at halftime?
He's like, it's basketball. Just go have fun. It's like, hey, I feel like we're tense out there. We're not having fun. Yes, I definitely heard that. Can I ask one more quick side question to go along with this? And I asked Corey this before the show. Would you have rather the Mavericks not make their run to get it down to 8? Because then I felt crushed again. Okay. Because when they got it down to 8, there was still plenty of time. And I was like, here we go. We've seen this from them before. And then they obviously is like 14-0 run after that or whatever it was. And it kind of wiped me out all over again.
Mavs gave me extra cardio with 3 minutes to go till halftime. I just walked upstairs, put on my swimsuit, and jumped in the pool and started doing laps and doing like running in the pool.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, I got on the Peloton. And they make their run while I'm on the Peloton. And here's the deal. I'll thank the Mavs on this. I was like, I can't get off the Peloton. We're actually playing good now. So this means I'm going to have to ride the damn Peloton for an hour and a half. And then
Which you gladly would have done.
Then they went on the 8-0 run after the traveling by Derek Lively to get it to 16. And that's when I got off the bike and said, all right, it was approximately 25 minutes that I was on the bike while the Mavs were making their run early on in the third quarter. So I'd love for them to make the run. Here's where I'm optimistic, guys. And I'm not saying the Mavs are easily going to win the series. It's tough to say that after last night. Is they went on a good enough of a run for a small amount of a period to go, we can play with these guys and we can beat these guys. If they would have lost by 40, because they were down by approximately 20 at half.
Yep.
If they would have lost by 40, I'd have been like, crap, at no point did we ever show the ability to play with these guys. So at least in the third quarter, you showed the ability to play with those guys, and I get it. Your mindset up by 20 and down by 20 is a very different mindset.
Yeah, you can't have 3-minute windows where they just go on barrages the way that they did. You can't allow that to happen. And you have to be more competitive with your wing 3-point shooters. They have to be better. They're not as good as what Boston has, but they have to be able to create points in other ways, whether it's being what they are athletically and jumping into lanes and getting steals for fast transition points or whatever. They got to be able to figure out how to make some of those things happen. And that's where I think going back to the room, getting your information together, watching your film, seeing some things that Boston did well. Because, again, that's where I think Boston gave their best to you last night.
Yeah.
They gave you all those things that they're going to do well, and now you counterpunch it.
Okay, I've seen multiple people already text in. They thought the refs were off balance in terms of calling turnovers and fouls. All right, I know the numbers say not really. It was almost exactly even. The travel calls caught me a little bit off guard. But there was also a play. It looked really pretty by Luka. But Luka cut around, and he just pushed the basketball forward, and it just bounced, and then he just picked his dribble right back up and laid it in. He's like, that's fine.
Yeah, that's the NBA today.
And so I was like, so while you didn't get a travel call.
So if you super slide your pivot foot, we kind of found this out. Because Kyrie picked up his pivot foot, and he did travel on that. But then a minute or two later, I'm not blaming the refs. The refs had nothing to do with the Mavs getting blown out. But Drew Holiday is underneath the basket, and he makes a layup against, I want to say, PJ Washington. It was a good pass. He picked up his pivot foot twice and then jump stopped to make that shot. And I'm like, so if you keep picking up your pivot foot, you're okay. You just can't slide your pivot foot.
You know what I think I've decided too? If they see you making an effort to not do something and then you do it, because I think on the slide on the pivot foot, they were like, do you see how hard he's trying not to move that foot? Oh, he moved it.
Dude.
But when they just Euro step or take 5 steps, you're like, he looked like he meant to do that.
Mike, I was cussing you last night.
Cussing me?
Yeah,
Oh,
because of those travel calls. I was like, see, this is Mike complaining about travel not being called, and now they're calling it on us.
They only called it on us twice. And I'm not saying, look, Jaylen Brown travels 3 times a game with that stupid A move that they let NBA players do now, where your pivot foot can change literally twice. But that's okay. It is what it is. I don't want to really get bogged down by the referees because that's not fair to that game.
Agreed.
You said something about Jaden Hardy, and I'm going to agree with you, but then also throw this back at you as a question. Do you think that possibly his nerves and some of the Mavs' nerves, I'll take 2 players for example, but I think other players dealt with nerves too, is I look at Jaden Hardy and I look at Derek Lively, both 20 and 21 years old. Do you think it helped Hardy that I know the game was out of hand, that he started making buckets in the NBA Finals in trash minutes to maybe give him confidence?
Definitely.
Okay.
Because there's still finals points. I just wanted to look back because I've already seen a couple of stories that I don't necessarily think reflect the actual truth of the game in terms of it was like, well, Jaden Hardy was your 3rd leading scorer with 13. And I was like, yeah, but not really, right? Because if you would have left Kyrie in there or whatever else. But
for doing that, we should start Dwight Powell and Dante Exum. They both were +7 in the plus minus.
But to your point, he can say, all right, I shot 50% from the field. I got my legs under me.
Yeah.
In a finals game. I do think for
caught
his
my
confidence.
Heart rate, caught my breath, caught my adrenaline, and now hopefully next game that it's not as big an issue to our 2 very young rotational players.
Because I bet even in the garbage time minutes, you're still nervous as hell because still this is your opportunity. So
Josh Green stunk.
I think you make a good point.
He can't handle his adrenaline. That's official in his life. He cannot handle his adrenaline. He makes some great plays and then his adrenaline takes over. And I think he might be able to throw a ball out of a stadium. I think he might be able to, and he might be able to throw it as hard and as far during an NBA basketball game as anybody with the adrenaline rush he gets.
Did it not seem like there was a lot of, I hate to put it like this, but Josh Greenitis out there in terms of people getting up in the air and being like, I don't know.
Just being a little too amped up, not having. I mean, I give Boston credit for that, yes, because Boston,
their defense is awesome.
Their defense was fantastic.
We found out Jaylen Brown's the greatest defensive player in the history of basketball.
He's really good. And as a team, individually, they're fantastic defenders. And then as a team, they defend very well, too. They had a great game plan for last night. But yeah, I think that was forced into it last night, Kevin. A lot of times, guys would get to a place where they've been comfortable throughout the playoffs, and then they would go to make a pass, and there's a Boston player or maybe even two there, and they were like, that felt a little wild.
Now, I want to, if we can, continue our discussion about game one. I'm going to throw out a couple of bold pre-series predictions that were made if these could still stand up, but we can just keep diving back into a couple things of the game, from the one-on-one defense to the inability to get easy baskets. There's a lot to break down after losing game one of the NBA Finals. We'll continue with this next right here on The Fan.
Commercial-free K&C? Delicious! Spend your lunchtime commercial-free afternoon.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
51-29, Boston by 22. Jalen, clean strip of Luka, flies in for the right-hand slam, and the Celtics lead game 1 by 24.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to stick with the finals. Can these bold predictions still come true? And then we can go dive back into any specific element from game 1 that you want. Bold prediction number 1. Luka can average 35 points a game in the finals.
Well, he's going to have to score more this
He's
next game.
He's going to have to score 40 next game to get to 35.
That is true.
According to math.
35 is probably too much.
I agree.
I do think they're going to make adjustments. A lot of things worked against Luka at times last night. Jaylen Brown was phenomenal on the ball defensively against Luka. At times, Luka was able to still get a good shot against Jaylen Brown, but I don't think Jaylen Brown's going to have 2 steals kind of in the backcourt or at half court. I think Luka learned his lesson about his dribbling against Jaylen Brown. The only other guy that I've seen guard Luka that way where he can swipe him while he's just kind of dribbling is when he's healthy, Kawhi Leonard.
Okay.
Kawhi Leonard,
I could see that.
I've seen him do that to Luka. Luka will, every once in a while that'll happen, but I mean, those were, I'm going to give Jaylen Brown credit. Those were pretty darn clean rips. I know Luka felt he got fouled on the first one, but Kawhi Leonard and Jaylen Brown are long enough, athletic enough, and fast enough, and probably smart enough too to know when Luka's going to go into a certain move and knock the ball away and go get it and put it in for an easy basket.
How many players do you think in history have averaged 35 points in a singular finals?
Wilt and Michael? Maybe Kareem?
It's actually been 9, which I was stunned to learn. LeBron is 1. Actually, interestingly enough, no.
Michael Jordan?
Jordan did it twice. Shaq did it twice. Rick Barry, Elgin Baylor, LeBron, Giannis, Jerry West, Allen Iverson, and Kevin Durant. And so that's why I was just curious, because that's a high threshold, but it's actually happened more than you might think.
How many of those were losers?
Ooh, I will
those series?
have to give. I know Iverson was a loser. Okay.
Wow.
No. I'm sorry. I phrased that incorrectly. I know Allen Iverson's team lost that NBA Finals.
He won basketball games.
Okay, that's.
I mean, if we're just going on NBA Finals, isn't it crazy? I was thinking about last night. And I know we need to get on to your questions, but it doesn't matter what you did the first 3 rounds.
Yes.
This is what your whole life will be defined as an NBA basketball
Everybody's
player.
watching now.
I agree. This next one seems tough, but because of the close nature some of these teams have had to go through to get to the finals, the finals point differential will be under 20. That's going to be tough because it's already Boston plus 18. Do you believe the Mavericks can chip away at that and the differential for the series will be less than 20 points?
Well, if it's not, we're losing in a hurry.
I believe
or
it
we
can.
blew them out.
I believe it can.
Okay.
Kevin. I do believe it can, but Mike's right.
This is going to be another
fix it fast.
This is going to be another tough one. There will be at least 5 clutch games in this series. Clutch game is defined as being within 5 points at any point within the last 5 minutes.
No.
Okay.
Oh, what was the question? No, I understand that the first part of it.
5 clutch games in this series.
I think
Obviously,
yes.
you're a big fat 0 for 1.
I think you will have 5 from here on.
Then Bill Simmons, who's a Boston guy, brought this up. And I guess I didn't realize this, and this makes me nervous. Bill Simmons has pointed out on his podcast that 15 times in NBA history has a team gone into the finals with 20 or fewer losses, regular season and postseason. Those teams are 14-1.
Golden State Warriors.
Yes, that is the only outlier. And so when we talk about like why the Celtics were favored and everything, you just saw why historically. And then last night, you obviously saw why on the court.
Well, that's probably why Vegas has the number where it's at. And look, after game 1, you'd say no doubt Boston's going to win this series if you're watching just game 1. I'm still optimistic the Mavs can make this a series, and I'm still optimistic the Mavs can win this series.
For the record, I am too. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not heartbroken that it's over after 1.
No.
It was a humiliating loss.
If you lose by 20 on Sunday, I'm going to be less optimistic that the Mavs are going to figure this out.
Same.
But I will bring this up later in the show. They did it against Phoenix 2 years ago.
Stand why it would go up, because a lot of money is obviously going to come in on Boston after a 18-point win that honestly, and this is a weird sentence to say, wasn't as close as the score would lead you to believe.
Every Celtics fan in that arena will take that bet right now. They're all looking at that
Thank
going,
God this isn't soccer, because if his aggregate score, we are in big trouble.
Yes, I definitely agree with this. Are the Mavericks also in big trouble if they can't win any one-on-one battles?
Sure, yeah. Every team would lose. Every team would get if you go 0 for 5 in all your one-on-one battles, you would get swept every series.
and that the big factor there is, I mean, you saw it last night. For one, when one-on-one was up, they were losing those battles. They can't get that done, then Boston never has to change anything. So
they do help a lot at the rim. There's a few
they sag a lot on defense.
Right, so they're not doubling up top, which is interesting, right? That's kind of a newer thing that the Mavs haven't had to deal with a lot of in these playoffs, because it seems like a lot they're just trying to force the ball out of their hands up top. What they're doing is, if you want to drive, for the most part, Luka had a few, and Kyrie, I know, had one where he kind of got Al Horford on skates on the baseline. But they're going, if you want to come to this rim and keep getting here, we will have a person waiting for you. And if it's Porzingis, you're going to go, it looks like 1 for 10 in those situations.
Yeah, with KP, they kind of, did they do this with Oklahoma City where they would put Chet on a wing defender? And then that's what they did with KP last night. And he was able to kind of make his way in for the rim protection, but all the other, they had no faith. I'm sorry. They weren't scared of the 3-point shooters. So all the other defenders you would see just kind of sag just a little bit and come back. And if somebody went to the basket, it was a collapse and it was fast. And then there was no room for any kind of movement. I also thought it was interesting that Drew Holiday was playing some baseline stuff last night too. And that kind of created some mismatches as well. So it was pretty good scheme by Mazzulla.
That's a good eye, actually. Like, Drew Holiday is going to be in that dunker spot, and that switches some things up because now you have a smaller person defending near the rim. So that's going to be something that Jason Kidd's going to have to absolutely try and address in some way, shape, or form. Good eye, Corey.
What are your expectations? And we can talk about this. We'll probably have to talk about it again. What are your expectations for KP the rest of the series? Because Corey just brought up,
he's the greatest player in the history of basketball.
I mean, that's what it feels
he's
like.
The unicorn again.
Y'all were just talking about it. It's not just the points, and I know he was hitting a ton of baskets, but the amount of, I guess, shot adjustment when you got close, just because of either his positioning or his wingspan, was pretty dang impressive. I hate to say that, but it was.
Yeah, I think
I underrated him. I think he was number 1 in this series. We should have, we had him like somewhere. You had him higher than
5.
Us.
Yeah.
I think we had him at 8, I think, if I have our rankings right. Maybe 9, but I was shocked at how great he was with missing over a month.
Yeah, his confidence in his 3, we always saw that. Like, the dude could shoot from any spot on the court. So we knew that existed, and he made those. It was the other stuff that Reggie was talking about, in the break with us, or that I found interesting, and that was his confidence on the block, his confidence shooting over smaller guards, for a 2-pointer, his defense. I think he gave Kai fits last night a number of times where Kai would go to the basket and be like, dang, that length right there. And I don't think I've seen Kai get that many shots blocked in a game before. And it just felt like a bit of a struggle to find that. But I also have faith that he'll go back and reboot that too.
I do think we should boo him and do everything we can here.
Because it feels like he's been sandbagging
I do feel like Porzingis, I don't think he's ever played here after getting traded. I think he's either been really
Is that right?
Yeah, I don't think he's ever played here since being traded.
Oh.
And I was just looking. Wow. He had a great game on March 1st against the Mavs, because I was like, he was 8 of 14 for 24 points and 6 rebounds in that game in 29 minutes. So he kind of repeated that performance in game 1 of the finals. I remember how bad he was in New York with the Mavs, because they would boo him, and I get it. We're really cordial fans here, and it's great that we are in a way, but Porzingis was awesome. I think Porzingis feeds off of positivity and does not like the negative attention.
So you think that could legitimately rattle him?
Yes, I do think it could legitimately rattle him in games 3 and 4. But if he keeps playing like that, I don't know what to do. That was the Porzingis that we prayed we would get.
Yeah.
When you traded, this year, the New York Knicks have our pick because we still owe them a first-round pick off of that trade. That was the guy you were hoping to get consistently with the Mavericks. And, he's matured. He's grown as a player. He is not a major option. Last night, I thought they did a good job as he was hot, that they're veteran players. And, they're not super old. Drew kind of is, but that they fed him while he was hot. Keep getting him the ball. He is hot, and he took advantage of smaller guys on him.
We talked about this as an odd prop bet leading into it. Are you surprised to see that Jason Tatum continues to be a rebounding machine? It is very odd. I know, he didn't take over offensively. He wasn't terrible, but he didn't take over offensively, but he continues to be a force on the board.
You're going to need better from Gafford there for sure. And because how many times though did you see him reaching up and
really
4 other
believe in him
Celtics
last night, did they?
What's that?
Kid quit on him.
I kind of
because he didn't give him.
If he
I don't know
doesn't-
how many minutes he got. It wasn't a lot.
If
14?
he's not playing better than he did last night, kid's gonna give those minutes to Lively. But there were so many times though that he would go up for it,
And Maxey got some minutes there for sure.
Yeah, and he'd go up for a rebound, and then there's 4 people rebounding along with him. And I didn't see any other black shirts around that. And I was like, whoa, what's going on here?
Yeah.
And so the effort part of it too last night, Boston had max effort, man. They were going after. They were
feeding
hustling
off
hard
the energy.
for sure.
They were feeding off their crowd.
For sure.
And the Mavs were nervous, scared. And I thought Jason Kidd did it from the clip we get, the 1 minute clip. Guess what? They probably say a lot more swear words and stuff
I'm
like
sure.
that. They're not getting screamed and yelled at like it's high school basketball, but they got to make sure they're not giving any strategy on those clips. It's really fun. When I've been at Bally Sports and I get to sit there because I'm doing the Mavs game and the Mavericks were in 22 were in the playoffs, they get a lot of that feed of the real audio that they cannot say on the bench. They cannot say at halftime that they are giving some real stuff. But guys, it's basketball. Play basketball. Have fun playing basketball because it looked like, I have a little bit of an issue today with my stomach. It looked like the Mavericks were crapping their pants all over the place.
Lord, that is an oddly appropriate transition.
Do you need a Sprite or something?
Ginger ale?
Maybe so.
Yeah,
Okay.
ginger ale.
A Wonder Belly?
A Homestead?
I don't know what that is.
It's kind of like
mean the bread?
It's kind of like
Wonder
a Rolaids, I guess, but it's
mean a
not
Wonder
just for-
Bra?
A Wonder Belly.
Here's another thing real quick about
Look it up.
Maxi Kleba.
A Wonder Ball?
19 minutes Maxi Kleba. And this is who he is. We have to
He did not want to take a shot, right?
0 rebounds.
He was wild. Oh,
He's
and
one of
you,
the worst in the history of the NBA in contested rebounds. I'm not saying he doesn't try for rebounds. He's giving his best effort. So Gafford in 14 minutes, 3 rebounds. If you go to small ball, which Kleba becomes your center is a non-rebounding threat.
Yeah.
It puts a lot of pressure on Washington. And I will say Luka as 2 major rebounders because Kleba's just not going to get rebounds. He's just not good at it. If it's available and there's not a non-contest, he will get it. That's great. But the ones you're talking about, Corey, is it's Tatum and Drew Holiday. So you're taller than both of those guys. Gafford, Lively, get those rebounds. Kleba's
Absolutely.
not going to get those. He
No.
can't. He physically is not capable of getting those rebounds, and it's fine. That's his stats. That's his career. He's a hard worker. He's a defender. He obviously doesn't want to shoot the ball right now. He's going to have to pull the trigger on some of these because when he's open then he rotates the ball to the guy covered, what's the point?
There's a couple of things about that. We'll pick up on that. I agree with that. The other thing, I know he's trying to be a good facilitator and passer, but there was at least 2 passes Luka made because he's like, that looks like a good 3 that I was like, you're right there.
I know.
We're really struggling getting easy baskets. It is also a shout out Friday right here on 105.3 The Fan from the 945. Shout out to my wife, April. She bought me a PS5 for my birthday. And he got a promotion at work. Woo! Love it, love it, love it. And then this is amazing from the 903. Shout out to my wife for being a superstar and getting our second born out in under 10 minutes on Wednesday night.
That's amazing. That is amazing.
Yeah,
That
my
woman.
wife took all day.
That happens.
Hold on to that one.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
It was a long day.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, more birthing talk and baseball nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right. Hey, is Paul Skeens the next Nolan Ryan? Somebody just paid for it. Next.
KNC here with Milo Insulation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V product?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Shout out Friday from the 214. Can I get a shout out? I haven't cracked a beer yet, even though I work with idiots. From the
It's okay. He can have about 4 or 6.
From the 817, shout out to my girlfriend for getting us a room at the WinStar this weekend. Very, very nice. And then from the 817, shout out to my wife. We've been married, my beautiful wife. We've been married for 7 months. She is the best thing that ever happened to me. Also, a go Mavs.
Would you think, you've been married that long, do you think your wife would get mad at you if you stopped at a bikini car wash?
Not if it was for a good cause.
See?
Help them get the youth center back open.
Then you have to add new tires to the
or
car,
help
though.
the tire shop.
Yep.
Right now, you've seen it. It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Baseball Nuggets brought to you by Twin Peaks Eats, Drinks, and Scenic Views. All right, so Rangers are back in action tonight. They take on the San Francisco Giants. But I want to talk about Paul Skeens. The other day, he beat the LA Dodgers. He's off to a tremendous start in his career. He is, I'm not going to put this past him. If he stays healthy the rest of the way, he might win the Cy Young and Rookie of the Year in the National League.
Oh. Do you automatically get nervous, not about him, but in pitchers in general, just because it seems like everyone falls at some point to a major arm injury?
Yes, and I would like to tell the person who did this, you just lost a lot of money. Paul Skeens, he's in the 2023 Bowman Chrome set.
Yeah.
I know people are like, who cares? But I'm going to talk about Wyatt Langford here in a second about that too. They're both in the set as the two major players in that set. Paul Skeens, 1/1 Super Refractor autographed, just sold the other day, not yesterday, but a few days ago. I'm getting to it today for $80,520.
Ooh, it's a lot.
I was watching people that are pretty educated on sports cards. I enjoy watching them because they kind of give me this information, and they think that is more of a, over a little bit of time, 18 to maybe max $25,000 card, because they're just looking at the history of pitchers. One, that their value, just people don't really collect pitchers that hardcore. And then two is they all get hurt.
Who's the most valuable pitcher card, like, typically?
In current cards or in like all time?
Yeah, just I guess I'm thinking Roger
if you go
Clemens
back to like if you go to Babe Ruth and his pitcher cards,
yeah.
like
Well,
I mean that's why I'm kind of like
80s up era, kind of from that time on.
I mean, honestly, it's turned out, especially with the rarity of some of them, to be Shohei, which kind of feels like sort of a cheat too.
That is a cheat, but whatever. I'll let you guys figure it out later.
Kershaw and Verlander would be in the last.
That's
in the
a good
last
answer, Mike.
15 to 20 years, their kind of super duper card would probably be the most.
Appreciate
and so Paul Skeens just had his premium rookie card sell for over $80K, just barely, but approximately $80K. I think that's insane, but I do think watching him, he's different than everybody else. He really is. Now, when will he get hurt? I don't even think it's a if. I do think it's a when. I'm not saying it's this year he's going to get hurt, but from I think 2024 to 2026, if you made, this is horrible to say. I just want to put a disclaimer on this. This is horrible to say. If there was a bet in Vegas and I had to bet, yes or no, will Paul Skeens blow out his elbow from 2024 through 2026? I would have to vote, or I'd have to put a yes. I hate saying that. I don't want to say that. I hope it's not true. I hope Paul Skeens pitches 20 years and never gets hurt and wins 300 games and strikes out 5,000 guys, and we get to that unicorn guy in baseball again that can dominate every fifth start and put up numbers that we haven't seen since Greg Maddux and Roger Clemens. If we go back in time a little bit, that I think quite a few people listening would say, okay, I can remember Roger Clemens and Greg Maddux. 300-game winners, a lot of strikeouts. Maddux, not a ton of strikeouts, but arguably the greatest pitcher of all time. Okay, so I go to that. In that same set, I just want to talk about this. yesterday, I want to make sure people understand, if you're listening yesterday to my Wyatt Langford discussion on maybe it's better for him to work on his game in the minor leagues. Maybe it's not happening anytime soon, especially with Evan Carter being hurt. But to start the year, that Wyatt Langford card ended up, remember the controversy on it, and I think it went for, I'm drawing a blank, but I think it went for over $100,000.
Holy moly.
I'm just going to tell you, I bought, just so I'm going to make sure people understand, I'm not giving up on Wyatt Langford. I was shocked that I won this card, okay? His Bowman Chrome, it's called a Sapphire card. So it's kind of a card everybody likes. It's a beautiful card.
Those Sapphire cards are awesome.
That card was going for, in PSA 9, $95 to $120 right before and right at the beginning of the season. I got that card yesterday for $20 on eBay.
Ow.
With taxes and fees, it's about $25. So I'm still buying Wyatt Langford. I believe in Wyatt Langford long term. Do I believe in him tonight or this series? It's tough right now because he, I think, is struggling at the plate to hit home run pitches. Yes, do the umpires expand the zone on him this year? Yes. Has he missed fastball after fastball down the middle? Yes. And they're not just throwing 4 fastballs down the middle and he fouls one off and then strikes out on the other 3. He's swinging sometimes at pitchers' pitches. Sometimes pitchers make good pitches on him. But he can't hit his pitch right now. I do think that will get better over time. I don't know how quickly that will get better. But I just want to make this clear. I'm not quitting on Wyatt Langford. In fact, I bought a card yesterday of his because I couldn't believe how cheap it was based off of it being approximately $100 card on April 1st. And now in early June, it's a $20 card. That's the scary part of collecting current players, that things like that can happen. Wyatt Langford card, I bet that $100,000+ superfractor of Wyatt Langford autographed, I bet now you could probably, that person probably wouldn't want to sell it because it's such a short situation. He's like, I believe in Wyatt Langford because I paid 6 figures for this card. I bet that card now is worth at most $50,000 and probably below that number. So that's the scary part about it. And for Paul Skeens, I just was shocked that somebody would pay that much money for a pitcher approximately 6 starts into his major league career.
After his 9th no-hitter this year, though, it'll be totally worth it.
All right, so now real quick, you play the San Francisco Giants. This is a winnable series. The Giants have lost 6 in a row. They are 29-33. They're 12-19 on the road. You're 29-32. I hate saying this, but this is a very even matchup. I think in a way you have better pitching, but in a way they have a better offense because there's most likely, I don't know this for a fact. We will find out at 3:00-ish. Maybe it's already been found out and I'm just not on Twitter right now, that Corey Seager's probably not going to play today. I'm going to assume.
I've not seen an update yet.
I'm going to assume, this is an assumption, that he misses this series. I hope it's just that. I hope that he just misses today. I hope he doesn't miss today, but if he just misses today, oh my gosh. Can you imagine if he grabs his hamstring?
A huge bullet.
He grabbed his hamstring running, and then it was only a cramp. That would be amazing. But I look at this series and go,
don't go all Romo on me, though, and say it's just a cramp and his foot's twisted the other way.
If you don't have Corey Seager in your lineup that is struggling tremendously on a nightly basis. Yes, the other day they did score 9 runs. I don't know. I don't know how you score more than 4 runs. Like 4 would be the max I would think you could score. You do have a little bit better pitching than San Francisco, but they do have, if Seager's out of the lineup, they do have a better offensive lineup than you.
You know, and we might end up talking about this next week. I know it's been like all Mavs all the time for good reason, but we keep talking about all the pitchers that are coming back, and you keep following up with, or we keep talking about, your pitching's been fun. Your starting pitching has been like,
your 2 major relievers have been great. And Leclerc's been solid. Yeah. I know he gave up a home run the other day for a loss. Well, you scored 1 run.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of pressure on the pitchers to be like, don't give up a run for the whole game and we'll get you 1.
Yay.
Jeff Wilson says the Rangers clubhouse door will open at 2:50 sharp today. So that's when we'll have a better idea.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, former Mavs Director of Player Development, basketball consultant, and writer Mike Procopio right here on 105.3 The Fan.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get Masterpieced anytime.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Harley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 903. Chris Rogers here from Waxahachie. I'd like to shout out my best bud, James, a lifelong cigarette smoker, for quitting and being 2 weeks cigarette-free. Excellently done. And
You
then
can
from
do
the 210, absolutely. Corey, can you say that one more time?
You can do it. I've done it.
From the 210, can I get a shout out to my mom? It's her birthday tomorrow, 67 years young. Happy birthday, Mom. That is from Tolo Robert. Right now, let's take you to the D&M Leasing Hotline and talk with former Mavs Director of Player Development, basketball consultant, writer. So many other things I could add on
Yes,
here,
sir.
but we want to actually start talking to the guy. It's Mike Procopio. Good morning, sir.
Gentlemen, good morning. How are you?
Not great.
Yeah.
Can you tell us to calm the F down? And it was just one game, and the Mavericks struggle in game one over Jason Kidd, and we'll be just fine.
It's really hard. I mean, you so much emotion into it, especially the long season has been, the great playoff run, and then, it's very easy to get caught up into a one-game synopsis of the thing. The finals, every game's a different look. It's a different chapter. It's completely different from the game before. There's so many changes and different strategies you have to take based on that, the game before. So, yeah, it was a thrashing in one end, but, there's some things you got to look at. The first quarter, being outscored and outshot like that, you can't be shooting high 30s in a quarter, let up that many points, and, you're down 17 to start it off. You got to, it doesn't matter if you're down 8 or 9 or 10, but you're down 17. It's a different ball game from there. So the bad start, Porzingis was hot. They shot really well. Celtics played very, very well. But, the Mavericks, a lot of things that they didn't do, they usually do throughout the season. The three-point shooting, they average about 14 makes a game. They made 7. Everything else was sort of about even. If you look at the rebounding, they were out-rebounded by 4. They had more second-chance points, more points in the paint. But, Boston goes 15 for 15 at the rim. It's really hard. 9 block shots to 1. That was a little bit of a difference maker there. But the 17-point, you're down 17 after the first. That's a tough mountain to climb. Three quarters into this thing.
That's the biggest deficit after quarter one in a finals game in history.
Thanks, Kevin. I appreciate that a lot, man. The Reggie was telling us earlier that Luke only had like 9 assist opportunities last night. He only had 1 assist in general. What did they do that you saw that really made it difficult for Luka to find an open shooter throughout the evening?
If you look at how most of the
Oh no, we lost him.
Oh,
Dude,
no.
this was information galore.
Yeah, I told him we would call him back too if something like that happened. But I do want to point out his son's graduating today, so that's he's also on the road.
Okay,
while he's doing this call with us. So, but then that's the information. I'll make sure to ask that question.
Yeah,
for
re-ask
sure.
it because that's a great question.
Yeah, he being in the car sometimes, Kevin, can be one of those. You never really know exactly what's going to happen.
I feel like we get Stephen Jones in the car a lot.
That's why Derek Holland doesn't believe we went to the moon, because we had such a clear call from the moon, and we can't get a clear call while Mike Procopio is driving in North Dallas.
All right, there he is, Mike Procopio, joining us back here on The Fan. And again, the question, you were about to start answering it. What was it that they did to make it difficult for Luka to find open shooters last night, Mike?
Well, they didn't put 2 on the ball. Usually, in the first 3 rounds, they would put their opponent would put 2 on Luka. Then they would roll hard with either Gafford or Lively. The lob was open. If they didn't get the lob, another defender would have to stop the roll, and then that would open up shooters. So what happened was they just straight switched it last night. They just go single coverage on it. They didn't send a second defender to him, and now that took away the lob. Gafford and Lively was very ineffective as they were so much more effective in the other rounds because they took the lob away, and that was a big problem. And if you take the lob away, the other defender doesn't help on the lob, so now the shooter's on as open. So I feel as though that Boston did a really good job. Look, it's the finals, and you're going to study this film. They had plenty of time to study Dallas. They figured, look, let's change it up. Dallas saw a different look. Now, not only Luka has a couple of days to sort of study what's open now. Instead, now the coaching staff make the changes and then go into game 2. It happens, guys. It's definitely alarming when you lose like that. But if you look at it across the board you can't just make 7 threes and they make 19. You can't let them go 15 for 15 at the rim. When they take things away, now you have to make adjustments. My opinion is you got to attack that. You got to be way more physical with Porzingis, especially in the lower body, as far as banging into him, make him move his feet, bang into his legs a little bit when you're either establishing position, rebounding. You got to wear him down. I just thought it was too easy for him just facing up on a switch or even a contested shot, stuff to contest him because of the size. You got to be more physical with him for sure. And then you got to attack when they switch on the pick and roll with Horford and Porzingis, you got to force them to move their feet a little bit. I feel as though, especially with Kyrie, when he's taking the ball to the basket, just straight lining, Horford or Porzingis, that poses a problem. You have to move those guys side to side and force them to move their feet. But look, no one expected Kyrie to have 12 points and 6 of 19 shooting. The Gafford, Lively sort of taking away the lobs, and then how Boston played. They jumped out to a big lead. That's a tough deal. You just don't expect that every night. You're gonna expect that once or twice, throughout a series. But I don't expect Porzingis to score 18 and a quarter, in the first quarter every night in the series. It's just gonna be a different look.
Is it just hitting those open shots for PJ and Derrick Jones Jr. that kind of begins to change that, hey, we're going to play you straight up mode? Or do you think Boston's going to try and say, hey, we're going to do this until you prove we can't?
I think they're going to if you're preparing for this, you obviously go for what's working, right, until it doesn't. But you might want to say, okay, we're going to show them this. But Luka's one of the smartest players in the league, if not the smartest player in the league. He's going to figure things out. You might be able to get him one night or one quarter, but he's going to figure things out, just sort of how to attack. I think the ball has to be out of his hands a little bit earlier. Kyrie, ball out of his hands a little earlier. Pop that ball out and let those guys step up and shoot. The problem is, guys, the 4 guys that got to really step up in this is P.J. Washington. Green's got to step up, Hardy's got to step up, Jones got to step up, Washington's going to step up. When the ball gets out of Luka and Irving's hands, those guys got to make quick plays. They got to efficiently make shots. They got to drive it. They got to get into the second, get the ball out. Once they catch the pass, move the ball, set another screen. You got to force Boston to sort of move a little bit. Transition too, even though they got outscored in transition, but you didn't get those rim runs. You didn't get PJ in the open court. They got to do a better job at trying to get on the break when they rebound. I just thought that Boston was quicker to the ball a little bit too. Look, for most of those guys, it's the first time in the finals. I don't care how well you play in the first 3 rounds and you think you got it. The finals is just a different energy. And look, you faced it. You faced it the first game. You know what it feels like. I thought Lively was a little bit above his head. I thought referees got into his head a little bit and arguing calls. He got in some foul trouble. I think that you just got to let the game play on.
I know, Mike, you didn't bring up this person, but this is probably Michael Jordan-ish in what he would say, and I don't think Luka would say this. Maybe he would. But if he passes the ball to Kleber again and he's open by 72 feet and he passes it to a guy covered, I'm going to say, shoot the ball or I'm going to kill you.
Oh, my God. Yeah, it is. You don't know. Again, you don't really know what's going on with that injury with Maxey. Does it hurt him to shoot from deep? Can he only straight line drive? But yeah, you're right. When that ball goes out of his hands, you got to make quick plays. You can't hold the ball and leave up shots. The 3-point shot's just too valuable, fellas. And to have your opponent make 12 more threes than you, it just puts you in harm's way.
When you talk about, sorry, Mike, I just want to jump in here real quick. When you talk about how valuable the 3-point shot is, then I want to ask you this question from that perspective. There was at least 2 plays where it looked like Luka had a step in driving to the basket and could have probably completed his 2-point shot, but then he kicked it open to a wide open 3. I know we talked specifically about Kleber not pulling the trigger, but do you think that's a smart play? Do you think you take the open 3 versus it looks like you've got an easy 2?
I think it's possession by possession. I think philosophy, the league would tell you, and the analytical side would tell you, always for the three. To me, it's you got to trust Luka's decision making because it's not just a guard who just could get assists. He's got, behind maybe Bird, Magic, and John Stockton. He might be one of the best passers vision wise that the game's ever seen. And you got to respect the decision making if he feels as though someone else has a shot. Now sometimes there could be some frustration that goes into that. I don't know. That's on him. But I thought that Luka was aggressive enough to try to get to the basket. I thought he was when he settled down after that big run in the first quarter and he settled down, he got to the basket whenever he wanted to. And that goes, look, I think that you want to show the defense different looks. You want to get to the basket and score, but also you want them to worry about your drive and then kick out to the open shooter. And let's not forget how good those shooting was from the role players when he did drive and kick throughout the first three series that they faced. So, look, it's a bad game. It puts you in a bad light. You got blown out. But again, if you look across the board, if they got to figure out the lob situation. If they're going to take that away, then either attacking that big that switches on a Luka or Kyrie, or get them more in transition, get them running. But they got to be quicker to the ball. They got to be more physical. Definitely with Porzingis, because when I've watched Porzingis since he was in Spain before he even got drafted by the Knicks, all throughout his career as well. When the game gets physical, that's when he gets a little bit less efficient. When you allow him to get to his spots, just like any really good player, and again, once you start making the first 3 or 4, that confidence takes over, and it's just a different ball game. So they got to be much more physical with him. Look, they didn't get destroyed on the boards. They didn't. It was 10-10 on offensive rebounding. So it wasn't like they got killed on offensive rebounding. They didn't get killed rebounding the ball. They got killed in the 3-point line. They got killed by Boston, 15 for 15 at the rim. That big run at the beginning, and then look at the rest of the game. They might have gotten outscored by 3 or 4 points here and there, but they won the second quarter. They won they played very well in the third, but you can't shoot 38% to open up a quarter, allow them to shoot 57, and then just be down 17 off the jump. That's a tough. If this is January or February, then it's okay. You're down 17, you can figure things out. But when you're down 17 in the finals, when you're not at home, you don't have that home crowd pushing you. That's a really tough deal. And then, Kyrie just didn't play like Kyrie usually plays. He just made some weird decision-making, weird shot selection. I thought he was trying to be aggressive getting the basket, but he's much better. He's been much better at the rim throughout the year. So it's a bad game, but I felt as though from watching the game 3 or 4 times since last night, there are definitely some things that they could sort of tweak like any final series and to be successful.
Is Jaylen Brown the best defender against Luka, and is he the best defender against Luka so far in the playoffs? I know it's just one game.
He's been aggressive. He's aggressive. He's got some strength behind him. He's disciplined. He's very good at trying to get deflections and steals. I think he's probably been the most effective defender that he's faced. And again, they're going to have some ups and downs with this, but yeah, I definitely think that he's probably been the best defender he's faced in the playoffs.
Mike, we appreciate it so much. And also, shout out, are you on your way to your kiddo's high school graduation?
Oh, no. Even better. My son's 6, and he goes to the Plano police camp this week. So there's a graduation ceremony there. So it's at 11:30.
So we got a while till the high school
So
thing.
he's in my neighborhood, right? You're in my neighborhood. I live out in Plano there, too.
Yeah, Plano's a great town, and yeah, we just want to make sure the police knows who he is on the good angle, so when he meets him again in 9 or 10 years, he's had some credit in the bank. You know what I'm saying? So,
I do. I 100% know what you're saying, Mike. Thank you very much. You're a wealth of information today. Hope everything goes well in a little bit. We appreciate your time.
You got it. Thanks, fellas.
Ladies and gentlemen, man, as soon as he said that, I was like, I could see that. I bet my mom wishes she would have done that. Now, somebody texted this in. It's like, man, a lot of great information. The Mavs should hire him. So Kobe hired him. Mm-hmm. He writes now. He runs a basketball consulting firm, and he used to be the Mavericks director of player development. So I can't say I'm totally surprised that he has all of the information. Plus, then he goes, I rewatched the game 3 or 4 times since last night.
Already?
I was like, wow, that game just ended like 13 hours ago.
I think he's more of an individual coach.
Yes.
And then also he's a consultant for teams.
Yes.
So a lot to that person's point, texting in, I think a lot of teams / coaches, general managers, scouts call Mike Procopio and ask for his opinion on certain things.
Yeah, and he knows the league really well, and he knows what everybody's trying to and attempting to accomplish within their own game plans. That's why we called him up. He did a great job. He has a piece, Kevin, where he compared PJ Washington to Trevor Ariza.
Yeah, we didn't even really dive into that.
And I think it's an interesting comparison.
We can have him on Monday.
Yeah, I'm going to text him right now and see if we
Tuesday.
can. Okay.
Yeah, well, now that we know he's in Plano,
Yeah.
and then you guys could carpool up
Go
to the
meet up
show.
with Tom
If you
Thumb.
disappeared for a show and he was here, Mike would be like, "That's fine." No, for Mike would be like, "That's fine. We got a lot to talk about." But
He'd probably still call him Corey. He'd be like, "Yeah, Corey, what are your thoughts on?"
oh yeah, he's not learning new people's name. So
His name's Mike.
I don't want to say I try my best, but I do try.
But His name is Mike, though, and Mike would still be like, "I forgot it."
I like
sorry.
the undercurrent of his message was, it was one game, calm the F down.
Yes.
That's what I took from that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Is also a shout out Friday if you want to get those in. Coming up next, the Edmonton Oilers head coach LeBron James and, of course, the Boston Celtics. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
You've made
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The final seconds tick away, and the Florida Panthers are going to the Stanley Cup Final. The Panthers are Eastern Conference champions for the second straight year. The Panthers take Game 6 over the Rangers, 2-1 the final.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. It is a Forgiveness Friday. However, it's also a Shout-Out Friday, and we have it's a very intense one right here, but I appreciate that they sent it. From the 214. Hey guys, can I get a shout out to me today? It's my 44th birthday. 4 years ago, I almost ended my life. But by the grace of God, I didn't go through with it. And these last 4 years have been the best I ever had. Well, hell yeah. I love hearing that. Obviously, sorry that you went through whatever got you to that place. But I'm so glad to hear that these last 4 years have been amazing for you. Now,
hold on, Kevin. I have one that I want to read.
Hold on.
It's give me just 1 second.
You didn't seem ready.
Shout out to you guys from the 903 for never shouting out anything I've ever submitted. You guys are the best. Tolo since the fan's inception.
Oh no.
Thanks.
Hot mix on your face.
I replied back to him, oh, this is the one. So there you go. You got your shout out, baby, and I love you.
Do you get that upset that your shout out for your accomplishments weren't recognized, but your shout outs for not getting shout outs for said accomplishments are then recognized?
I don't know. I'm not that person.
This show is very
they
popular.
Continue rocking
I'm very
along with
sorry.
us. Thank you very much.
We're doing the best we
We
can.
love you.
We're doing better than the 84 Dolphins. You know what I'm
Wait,
saying?
did you just apologize for the show being popular?
Yes.
Okay.
I did. Mike.
I just want to watch the college.
I know,
World Series.
Mike.
The only channel that's working is NFL
You want
Network.
to switch seats with me for the day?
No, at least it's working.
Ooh, would you guys have to pretend to be each other if you switch seats?
By the way,
Oh my God, there's nothing I want more in life than that the rest of the way.
Totally in.
you know it's always interesting watching, let's say, 80 sports.
How small the linemen are.
True, yes. They never gave up. Dude, there's a minute left, and San Francisco was running trick plays up by 40.
It's 38-16, and the Dolphins are like, we got to sub out.
Yeah,
all
they're
these.
like, they're subbing 6 in, 6 out, trying to get the ball to the sideline. It's like, you're down by 40 with a minute and change.
You're not going to win.
But, oh well.
All right.
Like the Mavs last night, who said just put in all the bench players. This is an NBA Finals
Yeah,
game.
They would have kept
What are you
rolling
trying to
until the
do?
bitter end. All right. Forgiveness Friday. Let's stay in the hockey theme for just 1 second. Let's go back to the Oilers head coach, who is not Chuck Knobloch. It's Chris Knobloch,
his brother.
Who's I don't know that to be the case. He's kind of handsome though. I don't know them to be related, but listen to this, as it seems like Knobloch goes out of his way to bash another team.
Yeah, experience is good. I don't know how much experience is beneficial. You can ask the Buffalo Bills how important Super Bowl experience is.
Man, it felt completely unnecessary to take a shot. Poor Thurman Thomas is just going along or whatever.
That's the Bills.
Yeah.
About this. Where'd that come from? But he's right.
I mean,
He's like, hey, look, they had plenty of
I guess, but it just felt like such a weird time to take a shot. Hey, we're in the Stanley Cup final. Hey, you know who can never get it done? The Bills. All right.
By the way, got a text back, Kevin. Thanks, Corey. I guess I can't send this text again. So because we did it, we read one.
Go.
See, look at us.
People on YouTube, are you appreciating my Wang jersey?
I'm glad you said jersey.
So you're showing off the Wang jersey? Wang jersey.
Reggie, you jumped into her. You had
Yeah.
to let Kevin finish talking.
That's my fat. Definitely my fault.
Did you say you're fat?
I looked over and I saw the back of his jersey actually showing up on the YouTube.
Yeah. Not many people have this jersey left.
I imagine that is accurate.
I know you said never for Reggie when I said his fat.
He'll never be.
Not
but he
once.
is wearing fatty time shirt today.
It says baddie time. So
Oh, okay, my bad.
And I was going to say that probably means.
because I've never been fat, but I'm always a baddie.
Always a baddie.
What else? I
Did you go
honestly
down the
did
slide
not
with
know
Janko?
that.
He didn't want to go down the slide.
With you?
No. I mean, at first he gave me an excuse that the kids, his kids were coming through, and so he wanted to go down with them, and I was like, okay. And then later I asked again, and he basically was just like, we can get a picture.
You're weird.
Look, man, I appreciate your efforts.
Although he knows that we like to have fun as a station, so I just blamed it on Chiafalo. I was like, look, Chiafalo told me I have to do this, okay? He seemed to be okay with it.
Okay. Now, this person perpetually shows up in Forgiveness Friday. Dana White, once again, who, I don't know, sometimes has trouble with facts.
Can I tell you something real quick?
This is about the 1984 Super Bowl.
Miami just fumbled the snap. And he got on the ball, and I swear, I thought for 1 second, I was like, did Miami just call a timeout with 10 seconds to go? They almost snapped it. They were trying to get a snap off as Bill Walsh is 18 yards on the field being carried by players and media. It's like, I don't think this is going to work.
Man is on the field.
Maybe they were trying to get a 5-yard penalty right there. It's over. San Francisco has done it.
Congratulations for winning, I think, Super Bowl 19, I feel like I want to say, or 16 maybe? Yeah, Super Bowl 16. All right, Dana White, quote, I forgot to ask for the audio. Power Slap has more followers than every professional sport. Every professional sports team. We have more followers than them. A savvy follow-up question by Andrew Schultz. Even more than like Real Madrid and those soccer teams? I would say yes. Let's go to the numbers.
Oh, no.
Now, Power Slap does have a robust about 40,000 followers on Twitter.
Nice.
But it gets better for them on Instagram, where they have about 4 million followers.
Oh, that's substantial.
Real Madrid has 162 million followers.
Is that more or less?
How many more is that?
That's 158 million more, give or take. I did not look into. The NFL, for example, has 30 million followers on Instagram. So when Dana White was like, we have more than every team, every league, everything. False.
Yeah, who looks these things up?
Nobody's going to fact check that.
Kevin.
I love to fact check.
Nobody cares about fact checking that. You know why, Kevin? Because they don't have 162 million followers.
Sometimes you need to be called out on a lie of that. Ooh, I was about to make up a word. No, I was about to make up a word, and then I was like, no, that's not a real word.
Proportion?
But a lie that
Gratitude.
is that ridiculous.
Proporcity?
Actually, my
Latitude.
made-up word was going to be something like that. Yes, magnitude, if you need me to say that. If you're going to make up a lie of that magnitude, you'll confuse Floyd Mayweather. But also, you need to get fact-checked on that. Like, that's just one of the dumbest things.
Aren't you doing his bidding right now? This lie was definitely to get people to talk about it, right?
Fact.
Did, at one point, 50 Cent was on the start of the NBA Finals, right?
I think so.
I think he was, right? If you guys were watching, Reggie was working. But I think that 50 Cent started off the NBA Finals with like a commercial. Didn't he challenge Floyd Mayweather to a reading contest? And Floyd said, no, I don't want to prove I can read.
That's where that line comes from, Mike. They said, hey, your thoughts on the magnitude of this fight. And Floyd Mayweather looks around and goes, whoo, magnitude. And you can tell at that moment, he had no clue what that word meant.
He never heard that word in his life.
Great job. The Cowboys are on NFL Network now.
Okay.
It says they're 3-0 against the 49ers in the playoffs.
They're going to lose this game. I don't know if this is a Joe Montana block or what's happening, but
Kevin, look, here's the point about the Dana White stuff.
But this is where it excites you.
If you say something that is not true,
he says in a Wang jersey,
and 75% of the people out there don't believe the fact checkers, then it doesn't matter. 75% of the people, of the half of the people that you're talking to, you know what I'm saying? Then it doesn't matter. And he knows that. All he has to do is say things, and people will be like, I'm in. I'm after it. Let's go. Let's go have more of it. So there you go. Smart. It's a smart business model.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not sustainable, but smart.
It
gets people in the doors.
Oh, it's a good point. Corey was just defending Dana White. I want to point that out. Isn't Dana White from Boston? So screw him anyway. Are you defending the Celtics by proxy?
F those guys.
All right. That's what I'm here for. When we were watching the game, my wife goes, is that Mark Wahlberg at the game? And I was like, Yeah, he's like a pretty well-known Boston person.
No, I saw Donnie Wahlberg standing up in his stupid hat, clapping and everything, and I was like, "Sit down! I hate the new kids on the block."
In
now.
his I thought you said his hat was clapping, and I was like, I don't understand how that works.
Plus, he shot Bruce Willis.
Dude.
Oh yeah, in the movie.
Spoiler.
He was already dead.
I figured it out 20 minutes
dead
in the
the
movie.
whole time.
I figured it
Well,
all
he
out.
was. That was what killed him. And then he faked it. Then he was fake dead.
I don't know if you had the right takeaway from that movie at all. I'm really concerned. I don't think you understood the point of that movie at all.
That he saw dead people.
But Bruce Willis can't see dead people.
He could too.
Yeah, he did.
Remember, he was there too. He saw him too.
He's like, wow, this is amazing.
Because he is dead.
Was the kid dead?
No, the kid is not dead.
He's a medium.
Or maybe like a small.
I do not want to see dead people. Just to be clear, if somebody's like, you have the power to see dead people, I do not want to do that.
Okay.
I do love the NBA put out a whole graphic of the various celebrities at Game 1.
Nice tackle, Bill Bates.
Thank you for that. And under actor and actresses, it's Mark Wahlberg, Donnie Wahlberg, and Jenny McCarthy, and that's it. I feel like just in Boston, they were like, these are the actors that we can get. That's it.
That's all
the
you-
Wahlbergs.
Those are all. Oh, those are the only people.
And Jenny McCarthy married into it.
That's right. It's just the Wahlberg family.
Oh well.
Smart move.
Now,
the four brothers.
Just wait till we beat
On
him
the town.
Sunday.
Do you want to go to?
You get it because it's a movie.
I
called The
do.
Town? Okay.
Angel Reese or LeBron James next for Forgiveness Friday?
LeBron James.
Okay. Kendrick Perkins, who I do not frequently agree with, brought this up about LeBron. He goes, talking about Kyrie. Quote, here we go again. Bron weaseling his way into somebody else's moment. This is not about you. Your team is at home. This is about the Mavericks and the Celtics, yet you're so mad and disappointed that you're not Kyrie's running mate anymore. So here we go again.
Yeah, I agree
Wow.
with him.
Kendrick was
I'm
on those Celtics. He never, for some reason, did he ever move to a LeBron team or
I
am
don't
I?
think so. Oklahoma City. Let's
And
go.
then, so Boston to Oak City. I just thought for sure he latched on for a year or two to LeBron, but maybe he didn't. And then that's why he doesn't like him at all.
He played in Cleveland for a second, didn't he?
Yeah, I thought he did, but maybe.
In 14-15?
Yeah. That was Bron's first year back in Cleveland.
So they must have not been the best of teammates.
He got traded there, it looks like, from Oklahoma City.
Okay. I thought he'd played with LeBron. Yeah, Kendrick Perkins, man, he always looks mad.
I agree
Does
with
he?
him though.
Oh,
I agree with him. Now here's the thing. Everybody wants to ask LeBron questions about this stuff.
Sure.
So, but he's very willing to answer these because he knows he can get his message out. A lot of guys will take their medicine in the off season and go work at it somewhere else and be like, I'm not talking to anybody. LeBron's like, no, I'm always recruiting. I'm worldwide, man. So I get it.
I need clarification on this one.
Maybe we need LeBron in the offseason.
Is it? You've been positive the whole show up until now.
Yeah.
Is it?
Do you think anybody would notice if he put on Dwight Powell's jersey and we just said he's Dwight Powell?
Not a one.
I do think
How?
that they would notice because
How?
they have different body types.
They're about the same height.
How many times do you think that happens in kids sports in major like 12-year-old tournaments? They're like, yeah, that's that kid. They're like, I don't know. Like, I don't know who they are.
I don't know, Mike. I'm honestly not sure. I'm oddly intrigued by your question, but I'm not sure. I need to know who needs forgiveness in this situation.
Me.
All right.
Is it what's happened in the last hour or so? Is it Angel Reese or is it Anthony, aka OMG, it's Birdman on Twitter? So Angel Reese came out, and I'm a paraphrase, and she's like, it's more than just Caitlin Clark. I'm one of the reasons people are watching the WNBA too. OMG, it's Birdman tweeted out, Jonte Porter got a higher field goal percentage than Angel Reese, and he was trying to miss on purpose. Angel Reese had another robust shooting night last night, 5 of 17. She has played, 9 WNBA games and shot more than 38% twice. She is currently shooting 32% for the season.
All right.
32.7%, excuse
Well,
me. And
batting
Jonte
averages are
Porter, he was shooting about 39 to 40%, and he was trying to miss shots on purpose.
We're out of time, but I will tell you, I accidentally turned it to Bally Sports Southwest Plus, and the wings were on, and it looked like there was a lot of people there in the highlights.
Okay, like a lot of fans.
Was that the Sparks game?
They weren't I don't know. They weren't playing. I don't know who Angel Reese plays for.
Chicago Sky.
I don't know who they were playing. They weren't playing the Caitlin Clark Fever team, but I was like, whoa, there seems to be a lot more people in the stands for these highlights. I don't know. Maybe they're selling more tickets.
Oh no,
in
it
Arlington?
was the Aces and Asia. That's probably one of the best, if not the best, teams in the league. Asia Wilson's a big player. They've got some stars. That definitely makes sense.
Okay, and I don't know if it looked like it was in Arlington because it seemed like they were cheering for our team.
We lost 95 to 81.
Yeah, Asia went crazy.
Las Vegas is very good.
Oh well.
Sometimes you lose.
We beat them in hockey.
A good point.
So take that, Ace fans.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
Did you forget for a second?
No, I was just trying to decide, like, if you take personal offense to losing at other sports to the same city, and when you beat them in that other sport, you're like, now we're even.
That's right.
I'm curious about that phenomenon. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, or we go back to basketball with the debut of Finals Fajitas. I'll let you guys to decide. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Guy Fieri called.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Lobs it for Porzingis, who gets jostled off his spot. Pump fake. Porzingis steps to the top of the circle and hits again. 40 days and 40 nights he spent away from the Celtics. He's been back on the floor for 10 minutes. He's got 15 points.
Was he with Satan at the time or something? Was they turned like a rock into bread and he denied it?
KNC Masterpiece.
Gethsemane.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm going to let everybody decide. Do you want Gridiron Gravy or do you want the very first edition of Finals Fajitas? In the meantime, while you think, 817. Shout out to my daughter, Skylar. 15 today. Happy birthday, Skylar. I love shout out Fridays. They make me happier.
Kevin,
a good age.
I would like to discuss something very quickly before we get to fajitas, because I don't want to do gridiron gravy because we lost yesterday after doing gridiron gravy.
Well, that's true.
You will not lose today. I guarantee it.
We just had a discussion about how Joe Montana was great before Jerry Rice.
True.
And then Jerry Rice shows up and Joe Montana continued to be great.
True.
And I said, maybe Jerry Rice was only good because of Joe Montana. And you said,
here are the facts. Jerry Rice with Joe Montana, 2 Super Bowls. Jerry Rice without Joe Montana, 1 Super Bowl.
And that Super Bowl, they shouldn't have even gotten to because there should have been pass interference called on Deion Sanders on the goal line where Michael Irvin should have had another catch and they would have scored and ended up going to that Super Bowl and defeated San Diego. I bring to you this more evidence from that game specifically.
So gravy then?
Jerry Rice in that game, 8 targets, 2 catches, 36 yards, 1 touchdown. All right.
Man, that is
Michael Irvin in that game.
That's right before half.
26 targets, 12 catches, 192 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Who was the better receiver that day?
Like I said, Randy Moss, the single greatest wide receiver.
That is a weird pivot off of this. But the people have spoken, including from the 6A2. Shout out to my daughter Ashanti. She is 23 today. People have spoken. They demand Finals Fajitas. Hit the music, Reggie.
The music's already playing.
Okay, great. Let's start with the changing of the pizza restaurant. Boston's Pizza, which, by the way, makes awesome pizza.
What?
What are you doing right now, man?
Wait, can I get Boston Pizza at Little Caesars? Can I get Boston Pizza at Domino's? I've never even heard of this.
You never heard of Boston's Pizza? It's really no.
Literally never heard of it.
It's a place.
Like it's a
I thought you were saying like a style, like New York style, Detroit style, Sicilian style, Chicago style, deep dish. I'm like, there's
Dallas
a Boston style? Like, what do they do in Boston?
No, it's a specific. They give you your pizza and maybe say something racist to you. I don't know. Boston's Pizza is an establishment. It's really good, and they're having some fun with it.
It's called Market, right?
And are those still around? There's an old Boston Market on the way back to my house.
I think there's one in Duncanville.
It's been abandoned for like 3 years, but it still stands.
Oh, the one near me closed down.
There's one over in
Plano. Of course there is. Of course there is.
I'll have to go check and see if it's still there, though.
That's some good corn.
I need to go check.
I like their mac and cheese. I do like their chicken, too.
My buddy used to give counterfeit $10 bills back and change when he worked there.
What?
Well,
why?
That sounds illegal.
Yeah, I was like, what's the statute of limitations on that? Because I feel like
sound illegal.
Maybe it was ones.
All right, so Boston
that
has,
makes it better.
Boston's Pizza.
Do they have them here?
It's a place. Yeah, they used to have one in McKinney. I don't know if that one is still open.
I've never heard of them
They
before.
have a few restaurants. They're changing their name to Dallas Pizza
Forever.
for the next couple of weeks. They've got a red sign out in front, and Boston's crossed out, and now it says Dallas in blue. It's in DFW.
So if I want to go order from it, I have to go to dallaspizza.com.
I have a feeling if you still went to Boston's Pizza, you'd probably still
Do they
find
have
your
one
way.
in Plano, Kevin?
There's one in Arlington, Fort Worth, and Irving.
And one in Richardson.
Is there?
Or Addison. Yeah.
More locations in Alamo Draft House now.
Yeah, that was sad.
I told Sandler, I was like, hey, can you send me my Alamo Draft House gift card that I got at your charities?
Man.
I was joking with him. He's like, I'll get your money back. I was like, no, just keep it with the charity, Jared. It's okay, but I just thought it was funny. I did back in December-ish when we had the deal at Globe Life. I was like, I won the I bought/won the Alamo Draft House gift card. I was like, oh, don't worry.
Because
I'll get it
Alamo
from-
Draft House is great.
I'll get it from Sandler at some point. And then I'm like, well, I guess that one went away.
Can we buy one and make it a KNC draft house?
I love that
What
idea.
are they going to do at that place?
Well, we'll draft people.
I mean, and
just mock drafts,
We'll do mock drafts all day long. And
there's
host
this
people.
big disconnect too, because I saw some people coming out yesterday and they're like, we were shocked and saddened to see that the parent company declared bankruptcy and closed these locations. We're doing everything we can to get them back up. And I'm like, but do you own them? I don't know how much you are able to do in this situation, but good luck. Love Alamo Draft House. I hope it comes back.
Let's all go in and buy a movie theater. That seems to be the new thing that's going to happen in this world.
They just closed down one of the Angelicas. Too.
Yeah.
Did they really?
Yeah. I think the one in
Who'd ever thought
Mockingbird
movies would
Station
be over?
is staying, but it's the one in Plano, sorry, Corey, that is going away.
Looks like the Boston market in Plano that I was talking about is no longer there.
Everything is bad.
Everything's going under.
Yeah, but never mind. I'm not getting into that. Randy! Oh yeah, we're not doing doing Gridiron Gravy. I might have said something political, but I will choose to keep it to myself.
This fajita has been very, very slow on basketball.
Okay,
but that's kind of how
whose
fajitas
fault
happen,
is
though,
that?
right?
Yeah, fajitas do take time.
Okay, so now that they're sizzling.
Yeah, the smoke's
Okay.
coming off of them, carrying them out to the table.
Back.
Get
Okay,
some
no.
tortillas.
Fajitas. Give me a fajita, please. I want a fajita. One fajita.
One, it's all carbone.
Okay, but going into the series, Jason Tatum was the favorite to win Finals MVP.
Screw him.
Over Luka. Do you look at game one? I know it's just one game, but do you think that's the way it's going to go? Or do you now see maybe Jaylen Brown
Porzingis
is the way?
Bro.
How pissed would you be if
I would be
Kristaps
furious.
Porzingis won Finals MVP?
I'd stop watching basketball this year.
You would. Did you say this year?
Yeah.
Okay.
It'd suck.
I'd be furious.
I got a positive for you if you care at all.
Probably Jaylen Brown, though. After game one, probably if there was just one game, if it was a Super Bowl, you'd give it to Jaylen Brown.
Absolutely. If you look at next year, and this is not always the case, the Boston Celtics and Dallas Mavericks have been installed as the top two favorites to win the NBA title next year, with the Nuggets third. And I know you're like, well, they're both in the finals right now. Sure. But that's not always the way that works. And I'm proud that people are like, hey, regardless of how this goes, I still think the Mavericks are going to be a damn good team next year.
Yeah, I mean that's all good and everything, Kevin.
I don't think that you do think that.
Right now is our time. Our time is right now.
Then what do you think about the proposition?
I'm all in.
Thank you.
Oh my God. Of 22-1 for the Mavericks to take this series 4-1. So they have to win the next 4 games, but you get 22-1 on your money. How we feeling about
I'll
that?
bet $1.
Okay.
Because of Ro Blackman. That's why they gave that number. They know.
Right.
They know who one of the greatest Mavs is.
He's
Great
from
person.
Panama.
I wish
all
he
the
would've
girls at the club know that
want
now.
him to be on our show, but
Yeah, that's not been
Um,
working out. I'll reach out to him again today.
all right. Well, I think the odds should be higher than that.
Do you?
Yes.
Okay. What do you think it should be in 7? Mavericks in 7.
5-1.
It's about 8-1.
8-1 makes sense.
I'll bet $1.
Okay. So you have confidence. I like it. I
What
like
about
it.
6-1?
I do think though
don't-
the Mavs winning the next 4 after that game should be more like 50-1.
Okay.
To be honest.
So you think 22-1? bad odds.
Yeah, I don't think it's good enough odds after
Okay,
watching last night.
fair enough. And that, I guess, is how you do finals fajitas. I'm not really sure if we set the best precedent.
Heck yeah.
For
What
that
do you guys
segment
think, Tolos?
going forward.
Tolos and YouTubers,
We might
YOLOs.
vaguely mention old football, the closing of a beloved movie establishment, and then eventually kind of sort of get to basketball.
Also, I never went to an Alamo Draft House.
You did not?
No.
Well, if they're not close to you,
No,
that was the closest movie theater for
there's
us.
definitely at least one Alamo Draft
So,
House
so I've never done it.
pretty close to you.
When will I get
just
my
like-
next shot?
It's like the
Go to
I
Austin.
forget the other name of the other ones.
Studio Movie Grill.
Studio Movie Grill.
Why don't they just put?
Except people don't talk.
Why don't they just do movies at the Alamo?
That'd be-
Like in San Antonio, Alamo?
Why doesn't Studio Movie Grill just buy them up? Because they're already set up to show movies.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing.
You don't have to do any work.
I'll look into that.
Call
I don't know
somebody,
what kind of
Kevin.
answer you
Call
were
somebody,
looking for
man.
there. We're the KNC masterpiece.
I'm going to buy it.
Right here. I would be interested in that. On 105.3 The Fan, got a huge next hour. Mike likes it coming up. We'll talk with Sam Perkins. But next, the Combo Platter, National Donut Day. Give us a Mavs opinion. And then, what is your favorite kind of donut or donut place? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Today is National Donut Day, so it's time for the combo platter. Give us a Mavericks opinion. And then what is your favorite kind of donut, or what is your favorite donut place? 877-881-1053. Also want to hear from you on the Twitch, on the YouTube. I know we got tons of people. There's probably some frustration, but most of the day, there's been quite a bit of optimism as well from the 214. Still going Mavs in 6, and the Red Velvet Donuts from the spot on Allen Street in Fort Worth. Don't know the name. The sign in the building just says donuts. I have found
those are the
that
best places.
Those are good
Those
places.
are incredible.
I remember one day we dropped the dog off at the vet, and
The donut shop?
no, not the donut. He can't eat donuts.
Why not?
Because it'll make him sick.
That's never stopped me.
Okay. But we dropped them off, and Avery looked at me and was like, "Dad, can we get donuts somewhere?" And I was still in like the little facility, the little strip mall area, and I was like, "Yeah, there's usually a donut place in an area like this." And right as we turned the corner, there was one right there, and it said donuts. And I was like, "See, just like that. There we go." So that's my story, Kevin.
From the 817, Mavs in 7 and Krispy Kreme with their chocolate donuts. You know, the ones that are glazed with chocolate icing, otherwise known as chocolate donuts, except to RJ, he's still mad about that.
Feels like it's chocolate cake. That's the only way I describe it.
Yeah.
The other chocolate donut that he's discussing.
For the 817, the Mavericks are fine. No need to panic. And the cream-filled donut or classic glazed is their favorite.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Opinion. Mavs win game 2. Maybe not in blowout fashion, but just like the Miami Heat did in round 1 against Boston, and just like Cleveland did in round 2 against Boston.
Okay.
So Boston has blown out Miami and Cleveland in game 1 at home in Boston. They had the best record. They were always at home. And then for some reason, now I can't point to the Indiana series because it was the one non-contested game in that series, in the 4 games that Boston won. Close game, blowout, close game. They won all of them. They've won 8 in a row, Boston.
Yeah.
That's tough. I don't care who you're playing in the NBA. To go on an 8-game or 9 or 10-game winning streak is very tough. I think the Mavericks are going to come out and figure out a way how to win game 2. So that's my opinion.
I like it.
Mavs are going to bounce back and win game 2, and there is examples of this Boston Celtics team not playing good basketball after blowing out their opponent in game 1. So that's my opinion. Next one. There's different places. I'm not saying this one is the best, but I do really like a great apple fritter, and I believe I get them from Lone Star Donuts.
I know what
in
an
my
apple
neighborhood.
fritter looks like, but like what makes it a fritter? I don't know if that's a weird question.
Like a bear claw, right?
Yeah, it's kind of crunchy on the outside. It's glazed, and then it's really soft with bits of apple.
I always love finding that buttery, appley, soft piece right there. It's always fun.
So it's to me, it's not. I love donuts. I really
Donuts
do.
are
I
great.
love, obviously, a blueberry cake glazed is unbelievable. Like, those are usually my 2 favorites, but I love donuts.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that I love donuts. I love them. I think they're unbelievable. I would eat them every day of my life if I could.
How do you feel about the chocolate eclair?
I do like that.
Okay, you're going to hate the rest of this one. From the 210, best donut, chocolate eclair. Mavs opinion. Dwight Powell was tied with Dante Exum for the highest plus-minus out of all Mavs players last night. The solution for game 2, simple, more Dwight Powell.
Here's the funny thing out of that. Dwight Powell in 5 minutes had 1 personal foul. That was the only stat he had in his 5 minutes. There's not a rebound, an assist, a turnover, a block shot, a point, 0. Dante Exum in his 5 minutes, he had 2 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 turnover, 0 points. But they were both plus 7. So if we can get to the point where something Malekika plays in the game, his 3 minutes, Luke.
Oh, you talking about Svi Mikhailuk?
Yeah, whatever you call him, whatever. And then they have Brisket.
You call him that, Mikhailuk.
They had a dude named Brisket who came in.
Brissett?
Yeah. And then Cornette, who's from here. So if they put in
O'Shea
Brisket and Luke, then
Better,
we're in
actually.
decent shape.
And then RJ Choppy this morning because of Cornette made a Jim Cornette reference for the wrestling fans out
Pritchard
there.
missed all of his 3-pointers last night. Like that was y'all were discussing
I
that
know.
linked yesterday, and I was like, all right.
Well,
He missed
Hoser
all
made all
5
of
them.
his.
Yeah.
What?
He's talking about
Hauser.
Yeah.
Doogie.
No, he's talking about
One
Sam
of them he
Hauser.
caught near his forehead and then just flung it up. Actually, on replay, I was like, God Almighty, that's amazing how beautiful that can look in slow motion. But when he shot it, I was like, it looked like he caught it at his head and two-hand passed it to the basket and it switched in. I'm like, F this game.
From the 6'8" can't remember if I already did this one. As long as Lively doesn't pick up his 5th foul midway through the 3rd, we're good. Mavs in 6, and they went with the glazed donut as well. From the 903, this series will go to 7 games, and the best donut is a hot glazed, fresh out of the fryer. From the 770, Mavericks take the next one, and blueberry donut holes are their favorite donut.
Blueberry donut holes?
National Donut Day. Give us your favorite donut or donut establishment as well as a Mavs opinion.
Real quick, do they get rid when obviously donut holes are usually just regular donuts, but all the donuts, not all of them, but most of them have holes. What are they doing with the other hole?
But are you assuming it's flat and they punch out a hole?
That's how they're made.
I think they make them in that circular fashion.
Yeah.
to
Where do
begin
they
with.
get the circle donut hole from?
They just roll up a little ball.
That's interesting.
But it does make sense that you just punch out the hole, right? And that would be the donut
That's the way
hole.
I thought about it
Yes,
forever until somebody
right.
told me the same way I'm telling you right
Me
now.
too.
And I was like, except for they were actually a little ruder, made me
Big
feel
donut
very
is a
dumb.
farce?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I thought that they all come from punching the hole out of the donut.
We learn something every day.
Because when they make the circular ones and they throw jelly in it or cream, then those
They
don't
just
have a
throw
hole.
it in there. They like
I know there's a little
shove a little thing in
there's
there.
I don't know, a funnel or whatever you call it.
I think it's a pipette.
Pipette.
There's a
Piping bag,
pipette. Obviously, it's a female thing, I guess. It'd just be a pipe if it was male, I guess.
Did you just turn into a Muppet? What happened over there?
Because there's the Pantherettes at Duncanville, and then there's the Panthers. The Pantherettes are the girls.
You know, it's weird, though. At some places, it's the Lady Panthers, not the Pantherettes. And I just wish we would have, like, a unified vision of mascots right there. All right.
How come they don't make those?
I don't know. Corey,
all right.
You're up for Mav's opinion, and then
I got to research this whole thing.
My Mavs opinion, Daniel Gafford has to be better for this Mavericks team to have a chance.
Nah, I think you can be the same.
He had 0 defensive rebounds.
Holy moly, that's not
He
good.
has to. Otherwise, he doesn't.
Powell.
I don't need to put him on the court if he's not going to give me better production than he gave last night. I know he had 8 points, but 0 defensive rebounds. I got to get better energy out of him, better hustle out of him, and he's got to establish I'm the big man in this game. I'm bigger than all of y'all. He's got a lot of long guards that he's got to contend with. He's got to be the big man. So that's my opinion.
Can I throw in just with you there?
Sure.
If we're not going to play him, then Maxi Kleba has to be doing something. If you're going to go
Gotta
away
hit
from
6 threes.
Gafford,
Yeah.
then
You have to be willing to shoot the ball.
like Maxi Kleba, 1 of 1 for 0 rebounds total, 1 assist, 1 block, 1 turnover. It's fine if we want to go small, but then Maxi Kleba has to contribute something.
Yeah, and again, I'd rather have Gafford be out on the court and dominating. So that's what I'm asking out of him is be dominant.
I like that.
My opinion has changed over my life.
Oh.
Because as a kid,
That's good.
Yes.
I don't think you should have the same opinion as when you were 5.
When I was a kid,
I'm hoping my daughter changes a lot of her opinions at 19.
the blueberry donut was great, and I still like it a lot.
Can I ask a quick question about that?
Yeah.
Is there a regular blueberry donut, or is it all
It's like
always
blueberry cake. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it always is. I don't
Okay.
think you can.
Because I agree with you. I just wasn't sure if there was like a regular
I don't
blueberry.
even care
or-
if there aren't any real blueberries in it. It's just little dots of blueberry look. I don't know. But then the eclair in high school was the chocolate eclair. There was nothing better.
Is there a place in East Dallas that was made it the way you liked it?
There was, yes, over in my neighborhood next to Brian Adams. It's no longer there. Oats Donuts, I believe, is no longer there. But the new favorite has become the Cronut.
Oh,
I haven't had one of these.
There in the
You
place,
haven't?
the
No,
place
I
near
need
me.
Croissant glazed?
It's a croissant and it's buttery and it's glazed as a donut, and the glaze, because it has those little divots in it.
Yeah,
the
it's like
glaze
layers.
like fills up
Right.
into it.
This sounds like somebody made heaven.
Oh, it's amazing, Mike.
Yeah, there's like levels to it.
Oh, it's about
good.
this thick, man.
Is this a common thing at donut places I haven't seen yet?
Not really. It started in like really the
Northeast?
Probably Italy. That's where they make croissants.
I think they invented it in New York, honestly, and like really in the like culinary space, and it's kind of filtered out a little.
It seems like somebody was like, "Hey, we ran out of regular dough. Just throw those croissants in there, and we'll use those as glazed donuts." Mike, I'll try and see if I have some at the place near me. They're amazing.
And then bring them in on Monday.
Oh yeah, that sounds like a great idea.
From the
I'm not out. I'm in.
from the 972. Gafford and Lively are in for a long series the way Boston plays 5 out with their bigs, and chocolate sprinkle donuts are the best. This one, they're talking about Porzingis. I guess maybe I don't know this name. It doesn't feel like a compliment. Tingus Pingus ain't doing this again the rest of the series. Mavs in 6. And is it Jerem's or Jerome's Donuts? I know there's one off of like Forrest or Skillman.
Jerome?
Maybe Abrams. It's Jarams.
Oh, I'm not.
Yeah, but that was the donut place that they mentioned. From the Reggie, do you want to go ahead and go, or do you want me to do more from the listeners?
Let's appreciate the people.
All right.
We're getting close to Sam Perkins.
That is true.
He's texted me and said he's about ready to go.
Let's go. From the 817, Mavs in 7. I like Blueberry from the largest national chain in the United States, Dunkin'. And from the 972, Celtics in 6, Original Glaze. From the 469, Celtics in 5, Apple Fritter. A lot of opinions coming in. We might pick this up again later, but coming up next, former NCAA champion, Olympic gold medal winner, and Dallas Maverick. It's Sam Perkins right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is The Expressway, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan on a Shout Out Friday from the 469. Kevin, can you shout out my beautiful daughter Mia and my beautiful wife Yvette, who is carrying our second daughter, who should be here in late July, and she's doing it like a superwoman. That's awesome. And then from the 210, can I get a shout out to my mom? It's her birthday tomorrow, 67 years young. Happy birthday, Mom. That is from Tolo Robert. So I like that people are bringing the positivity on what could otherwise be a tough day following the Mavericks game, 1 loss. But want to turn your attention to this tomorrow at Sappy Sports Cards in Carrollton off of North Josie Lane. There's going to be a public event signing from 1:45 to 2:30 featuring our guest right now, former NCAA champion, Olympic gold medal winner, Dallas Maverick. It's Sam Perkins. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, how you doing? Thank you.
We were just talking about this. Were you in the NBA Finals 3 different times? Do we have that right?
Yeah, 3 times. I came up short.
Yeah, I guess I probably shouldn't have asked that.
Nice
Then
job,
my apologies about that.
Nah, that's good. I mean, I'm glad I made them. That was the ultimate goal, but I couldn't beat Michael. I couldn't beat Shaq and Kobe, of course, because they had a dominance. So, I mean, it was good. It was a good look, though.
At least you lost to some of the greatest players in the history of basketball. We were talking about this in a series. When you win, as a fan, it feels like you're never going to lose again. But when you lose, it feels like you're never going to win again. Do you, as a player, did you dissect the games that much, or were you like, we lost game 1, we'll review the film, but that's over, that's done with. You got to move up your mindset to game 2.
Well, I guess the mentality was if you can steal one at this place, you in good shape. So with that said, I remember in each finals, we did with one game somewhere, either on the road or came back home and did our thing. But it is a mind game because they know that you're trying to get one and they trying to protect. So home court. So it goes both ways, but in a sense, you're on something.
Well, we're talking to the big smooth Sam Perkins right now. And Sam, we were talking to Danny Green yesterday, and he said there's a big difference between playing in a conference finals versus your first ever NBA finals. Can you describe, I remember rooting for you so much in 88, and you guys lost in 7 to the Lakers. You move on to the Lakers and make the NBA finals. Can you give the difference in kind of maybe your, energy, nervousness of playing in an NBA finals versus a conference finals?
Well, I don't think it's nervousness. I think, in the Eastern and in the Western Conference Finals or any conference finals, it's all or nothing. And I think you go out there with adrenaline and you go out there trying to be, your mind is set what you're going to do. I don't think you have time to be nervous or nothing like that. But I think you want to do your best. And that's what in 88, I think with the Lakers, I think it was 88, we wanted to, we just wanted to go out there and play well and see what we can do at their home court. Now, we had a lead, but somehow the whistle started blowing one way, and we got crushed. But I think the mentality is that when you get to the finals, it's all different, but the game is the same. After the ball goes up, it seems like everything was the same to me in that sense.
Did you get to watch last night's game from the Mavs and Celtics?
Yeah, I did, and I didn't think you know how they were so hyped at the Minnesota series. They didn't look that hyped to me. They looked a little stagnant, and maybe because of the layoff, because of the adrenaline has slowed down or come down from the last series. I think now with the shell shock of being in the NBA Finals, like you just harped on, it seems like it was all new to them again, but they didn't seem like they were themselves like they were a couple of weeks ago.
Well, then in that instance, then is it all on coaching to say, hey guys, we got the answers. We have some adjustments to make here and we're just going to do this. And then how much of it do you put on the players to liven up, and how do they find that?
Well, I think the coach is going to have, coaches prepared them as much as they could. And Boston, they got a good look at them from the series past, and they kind of knew what to do. I mean, pressure Luka, of course, or the mentality is let Luka get his, but don't let anybody else get theirs, things of that nature. So that comes into the mindset too. But I really think last night, Boston was at home, crowd was hyped, and Dallas was like feeling them out in a sense. So they took the first blow, and nobody thought Porzingis would come out there looking like somebody who was on something that couldn't miss a shot. So that was a surprise, and I really thought after that Dallas lost their touch.
We're talking with Sam Perkins right here on 105 through the Fan. Not right now, but at some point, I definitely want to revisit what you said about the 88 Western Conference Finals and how you guys had to leave and then the whistle started to change up. I'm very interested in that. But you talked about Porzingis, and obviously he's going up against one of his former teams. Not necessarily in the finals, but whenever. Did you ever have extra juice going up against a former team, depending on maybe how you ended up leaving that team?
Well, let's say this. If I did, and it was against my own home, I was with the Lakers, and I came back home to Dallas. It wasn't like I had extra juice or anything. It was more like I was determined to play even harder because that was my old team. And so when we came here to play the Lakers, it seems like I was just home and ready to play, and knowing that I knew all of them, I wanted to shine pretty good. Now, for Porzingis, he did what he did last night, and I think he had a grudge, and he remembers when he was here. I don't know the situation, if he was here or not, if he was well liked, or if he really liked the situation he was in. But I think he had an added incentive to play well, and when he scored jumpers after jumpers and threes, it looked like he was ready to gun down the Mavericks in a heartbeat.
All right, so now we go back to 1988. Obviously, that's a team I can remember everybody on that team, Sam. That was my favorite team. Jim Falmer, Steve Alford. I know the guys that maybe didn't even get to play that were, the 11th and 12th guys. Is when it came to 1988, you guys push it to 7. Every team's won their home game to get to Game 7 back in L.A. Now kind of talk about that moment. And at half, it was a pretty close game. But at the end of the game, L.A. pulled away.
Yeah, I remember exactly when we were up. Let's say we were up by the 6-minute mark. Things changed greatly because we were a team that was up and coming, but sometimes I think we kind of overachieved ourselves in some substances. But I really thought that because of the aperture of the Lakers being in the finals, and because of their franchise and their track record, I thought as a Dallas Maverick, I thought everybody wanted to see the Lakers because it was just the Lakers that time. They had Magic, Worthy, Byron, AC Green, and so on and so on. But I think it wasn't our time, and I really thought that we had a chance. And I don't know how we lost the lead, but it seems like the whistles helped a great deal in that form and fashion. And I really thought we were on our way to the finals. I really thought that. I looked at the clock and I said, "Oh, we got this." It seems like it was ticking like so slow though. I looked up, it was at 6:30, and then I looked up again, it was six minutes. I was like, something's going to happen, and the whistle started happening. So, but that's the way it goes sometimes, and but the fact that we were there says a lot about that team.
I talked to Chris Arnold about this a lot because of 1988. You guys lose Detlef Schrempf in that series to an injury, and you guys were an 8-man rotation and had to go down to a 7-man rotation. How much did the Detlef Schrempf injury kind of crush the odds of winning Game 7?
Well, man, Detlef was a big part of that lineup, and we didn't have that extra body and that extra know-how to play on the floor. So when that happened, we had to double up on defense a little bit. We had to do some adjusting a little bit. Matchups was killing us because of the fact Byron was out there, Magic was doing his thing. And so with all that said, we just didn't have enough for them, and they ran through us. And like you said, the home games at Reunion were like, that was a ticket. I don't think nobody was in the street on those days of the games, but Reunion was packed, and we had some good games at home, and of course on the road we didn't fare too well either.
Are you even watching? Like, obviously, that was Lakers Pistons after that. There's a very iconic finals as well. Do you watch that, or are you like, I can't, man? We were so friggin' close.
Well, I always say whoever beats us will win the championship. So I did kind of watch it because I did want to see what Detroit was all about and see what we were, if it was us, what we would have went against and everything. And they had a nice team too. Now they were the bad boys of the NBA, but I wanted to see like guys like Bill Laimbeer and Sally and all these guys. I wanted to see who I would have to guard, and so I think that was my fourth year coming in. So I wanted to see what the league was going to do and see how everybody else played.
So I'm going to go to 91 and 96. You lost to Michael Jordan in the NBA Finals. You played with Michael Jordan at the University of North Carolina. You both were on the Olympic team that won gold in 84. By 84, did you have an idea that Michael Jordan was going to end up being the best player in NBA history?
No, that was furthest thing from my mind. I mean, I knew he was good. And I got to correct you on something. He played with me at Carolina.
There it is.
I was there first, so just to correct that. Okay. So anyway, but no one thought that. There was a game that really changed the air in a sense with him and our team when we went to Maryland and played Len Bias, and at Maryland, he did this windmill or this wind-up dunk, and that seems like changed everything because nobody ever seen him do that before. We seen it in practice, but I think it changed the height of his career. And when he went into the pros, he just took off, and everybody was excited that he was there, but they couldn't believe this was the guy that was at Carolina. And we knew he had the potential, but honestly, I didn't see that as he is today as an icon. And when we played him in the finals, and believe it or not, I just thought, I was thinking about the first finals I went to. That was our first finals together because all those years we were probably hibernating doing something, and it just turns out my ex-teammate and myself, that was our first finals in the 91. So it was Carolina thing at the time.
I hope this isn't an odd question, but since you just brought him up, for people who maybe have heard of Len Bias or maybe they've seen a documentary, how good was he?
Man, he was good. I mean, I think that was I really think that was Michael's nemesis, because when we played him at Carolina and we played him at Maryland or wherever we played him at an ACC tournament, it seems like that was the guy he always, looked forward to playing. Now, mind you, Len Bias is a little bigger than him, but Bias can jump. He was a prototype athlete, and I wish things were different because of the fact that Boston was ready for him. Boston Celtics drafted him, but because of what happened and the detriment to his body and to drugs and things of that nature, it was a sad thing to happen to a guy like that because he worked so hard in college. But he was a phenomenal athlete, and he was probably just as equal to Michael.
Wow.
Now, when I look at your career, Sam, you were a 36% three-point shooter at 6'9", playing the 4 and the 5 at times. Do you look at today's game and go, man, I could have averaged like 25 points, how many threes they would have let me put up?
I told my mom she had me too quick. I was around too early, man. So, but yeah, I look at it. I mean, some coaches blame me because every time I see him or go to conferences or I have meetings with the NBA, these coaches come to me and say, "This is all your fault because you were one of the first that shot threes." But I said, there was guys like Terry Mills and Dirk Nowitzki, and there's a few of them I can name. But the thing is that today's game has opened up so much that everybody, it's okay now to shoot threes. And if I had just maybe 15, 20 years on me, lesser, I guess I would have probably been out there shooting threes like it was nothing. But everybody shoots them now, so it would have been no novelty like it was when I was there.
Now, we've talked about game one a good bit. How do you feel about the rest of this Celtics-Mavs series playing out? Or maybe what was your prediction before the start of the series? What are you thinking on the NBA Finals front?
Well, based on how they looked against Minnesota, I thought this was going to be a 7-game series. And it still can be, but they're going to have to do some adjustments on Brown and the guys that come off the bench. The bench really helped the outcome yesterday for Boston. But I think, again, Dallas will adjust. They got hit now. Now they'll come back out, and I really think they'll come out strong. Now, the X factor is Kyrie because of the fact that, when a whole building is on you and booing you and chanting, whatever they chanting, it's sometimes stressful. And sometimes people shy away from the ball, but I don't think he's that type of person or player. But I think that they're going to have to adjust to get a win. They're going to have to adjust a few things and look at film and try to stop or contain somebody because of the fact they didn't do so well. Like I said, Porzingis, he did a great job, but once you spread him out and they had to play defense, nobody inside, they had a hard time defending the middle.
And Sam, we appreciate your time very much. And everybody who wants to see you tomorrow at Sappy Sports Cards in Carrollton off of North Josie Lane, you'll be doing a public signing from 1:45 to 2:30. And that is tomorrow, people. Thank you very much. I hope the signing goes awesome.
Yeah, I hope so too. I'll be looking forward to it.
Boom. There you go. Sam Perkins, thank you very much, good sir.
All right, man. Thank you for having me.
There you go. And I wanted to mention another thing tomorrow, since we brought up Sappies. I know you've talked about it plenty, Mike, is the card game. It can be a tough world out there. And so we've talked about places that we really trust. People ask that all the time. Or if we talk about like the Dallas Card Show is another place we trust. But Sappies in Carrollton, we have directed a lot of people there. If you want to get your cards graded, they do like bulk submissions, which usually gets your cards back faster and you don't have to do a lot of paperwork and everything. So outside of just Sam Perkins tomorrow, 1:45 to 2:30 p.m., if you want to get in on that signing event, I think it's a place you can trust.
I wish I would have known about Sappies in 2019, 2020, because when I took my cards to a place to get graded and then they got taken, I will say, being very nice about the whole story right now, but, and obviously had to go to court for it, is I would have had all those cards. Those cards would have been graded, and I would have got them back, and would have been a very happy camper. But there are quite a few bad people out there, and some of them are in our Metroplex that you do not want to go see. Sappies is not one of them. Sappies is great. They're having the card signing with Sam Perkins tomorrow at their place, and they've always treated me great. I've always got my cards back. And never had to worry about them doing anything shady.
And with all that in mind, Corey, now it's time to shake them down for Peace-a-thon items.
Shake them down,
that's
man.
That's the next step.
Go in there with a bat.
From the
to get an autograph.
Not like that.
And then auction it off.
From Zach in Frisco, one of the all-time Mavericks greats, Sam Perkins. Michael Finley is my favorite Mav, but Sam Perkins is close. Great, fun interview. Now, it's time for Mike Likes It.
I want to give an optimistic history lesson that was only 2 years ago on Luka Doncic and the Dallas Mavericks.
Because you've been pretty optimistic about this all day.
Okay, so obviously I sent this to a lot of people. I think I sent it to you because I was like, I just need to remember this correctly.
Sent it to me too.
Thank you. And so, did I just say Kevin or did I say KNC?
I think it's because you were looking at me.
Okay, I was looking. Okay, so I sent it to you guys last night. I sent it to like Dave Raymond last night. Obviously, he's like, this isn't looking too good. I was like, no, but I remember this happening to Luka, and really, I'd like to say his teammates, but his starting lineup against the Phoenix Suns was Dorian Finney-Smith, Reggie Bullock, Jalen Brunson, and Dwight Powell. One of those guys is still on the team, but obviously doesn't play anymore. The bench was Spencer Dinwiddie, Maxi Kleber, and Josh Green. Those were the three other guys that got the most minutes off the bench. Josh Green and Maxi Kleber are still on the team, and they do play minutes on this team. So he only has two teammates that actually play on this team. But in game one, people are going to forget this because we remember them winning by 7 million points in Game 7 against the Phoenix Suns. The Phoenix Suns were up 35-25 after one. The Phoenix Suns were up by 13 points at halftime of Game 1. The Phoenix Suns were up by 17 points at the end of 3 in Game 1. And the Phoenix Suns won that game by 7 points. It wasn't close. If you go reread the articles, it was a blowout. The Mavericks got blown out against the Phoenix Suns, who were the best team by far. They were the 1 seed. Everybody thought, look, Phoenix is going to the NBA Finals, and they're probably going to play a team like Boston. Boston made it to the NBA Finals and then lost to Golden State. We can remember that. But I just wanted to bring this up so we can kind of rehash history here because I don't remember all the losses. So the Mavericks get blown out in Game 1. Now, unfortunately, I hope this history doesn't repeat itself. The Mavericks then lose by 20 points in Game 2 and get blown out. So I'm just giving you what could happen. The Mavericks get blown out in Game 1. The Mavericks, against the number 1 seed and the best record in the NBA, get blown out in Game 2. And then they go on and they win Games 3 and they win Games 4 at home by approximately 10 points apiece. They won by 9 points and 10 points in 3 and 4. Then in Game 5, all right, man, we're tied at 2. But just remember, in Games 1 and 2, Mavericks get blown out. Devin Booker, Chris Paul, all of them are making fun of the Mavericks. Mikal Bridges is not shutting down Luka at all, but it's like, oh, what do we do? Devin Booker, Mikal Bridges, Jay Crowder, all of these guys, they got all these wings that are guarding Luka and we can't do it. Ah! Okay. But then we tie it up and we get to Game 5. And then the Mavericks lose by 30 points in Game 5. So they lose by 7, but it wasn't that close. They lose by 20. That's about what they lost by. Like, that was about how the game was. Then they lose by 30 in Game 5. Then the Mavericks blow out Phoenix in Game 6 and blow out Phoenix in Game 7. Now, nobody would have ever thought after Game 1, 2, and 5 that Luka and company were going to do anything in Game 6 or in Game 7. But then they blew them out twice. Now, here's the deal. Here's what has to happen. Devin Booker's a chicken head. Devin Booker's a front runner. He only talks trash and he only plays well when they're up by a lot of points. He sucks in a close game. He's sucked his whole career pretty much in a close game. It's felt like in the playoffs. We have to put that pressure on Tatum and Brown because Tatum and Brown in pressure situations haven't performed as well. But I'll tell you what, man, if you get them off to a 37-20 start,
makes life a lot easier.
It kind of keeps flowing. And so I'm looking at that Phoenix series, guys, and I'll shut my mouth here and let you guys talk, is that Phoenix series, the Mavericks got outplayed tremendously in 3 of those games. It wasn't even close, but they won the 7-game series by putting pressure on Devin Booker and Chris Paul and DeAndre Ayton and Mikal Bridges and Jay Crowder. I know now we look back at that team and go, yeah, they had to blow it up after that. But I'm telling you, if we can somehow put pressure on the Celtics and they lose this NBA Finals, they might have to look at this team and go, we can't keep bringing this thing back together. They've made minor.
I definitely think that's going to happen.
They got Drew Holiday and they got Porzingis. They did make major changes in the offseason, and it has worked out tremendously for Boston. But I just want to throw back to Maverick fans the optimism of how bad we felt after 2 games against the Phoenix Suns just 2 years ago.
Yeah, look, it's not an ideal game by any metric, but it's one game. It was on the road. I'm not as concerned as people might think, and I saw the betting line shift dramatically, but kind of looking at a lot of the feedback today, it doesn't seem like people are like quitting. They might be concerned. And then I saw somebody earlier is like, why don't you just admit that Boston's better? And I was like, I mean, we'll see in this series, but in game one, they damn sure were better. And then the other thing that I threw out there is going into the series, we talked about how they had the better resume, and that's why they were a pretty big favorite.
Yeah, Mike, just that team in Phoenix wasn't as committed physically, defensively as I think Boston will continue to be. That's one thing that kind of concerns me. But I just saw a video this morning of a guy juggling Rubik's Cubes and solving them. 3 Rubik's Cubes and solving them at the same time. And I went, that's Luka. And then I thought to myself, no, that guy already knows the answer to how to solve that. He already knows that he has to do certain rotations. Luka's more of a puzzle guy, where once he starts to see it all come together, he'll figure it out. That's what I still have faith in right now.
And I'm with you guys. And let's be honest, that person texting in, you know what? Boston's probably overall better. I'm going to be honest.
Sure.
Boston's probably a better team. But guess what? I know we beat them in 7 games. Phoenix was better than Dallas. It wasn't even close. When you go over the roster and you go over Reggie Bullock, Jalen Brunson, who obviously has turned out to be fabulous, and he was a good player for the Mavs in that playoff run too. I'm not taking anything away. Dorian Finney-Smith and Dwight Powell. That was your starting lineup. Coming off the bench with Spencer Dinwiddie, Maxi Kleba, Davis Bertans, and Josh Green. That's what you ran with, and that's what you beat. Now, you might not think much of it now. Chris Paul, Devin Booker, DeAndre Ayton, Mikal Bridges, Jay Crowder, Cam Johnson, Landry Shamet, JaVale McGee, who we were so impressed with, we had to go get in the offseason.
We learned our lesson there.
I understand of what we're looking at right now and how if you're like, we're just going to lose this finals. I get it. I mean, we got blown out.
Sure.
But I'm going to be honest, I felt after 2 games against Phoenix, I was like, it's awesome we beat Utah, but we don't have the talent to beat Phoenix. They're way better. They're going to the NBA Finals. There's nothing we can do to stop it. They've already been in the NBA Finals. Hey, who does that sound like? And they are on a revenge tour, and they've done it, man. They've made the moves to get Chris Paul at the point guard, Drew Holiday. They've made the moves to kind of get DeAndre Ayton a backup where they can kind of combo it and make it look right. And I'm not saying, look, Porzingis is way better than McGee, but McGee was a good player for the Phoenix Suns in 2022. And then he stunk again for the rest of his career. But I just look at it. Jay Crowder, the wing that they needed to play defense, to make 3-point shots. I just look at it, and I have the box score of game 2 up right now, where the Mavericks lose by 20 points. Bridges plus 31. Wow. Chris Paul plus 19. Devin Booker plus 21. Jay Crowder plus 15. DeAndre Ayton plus 12. Cam Johnson plus 19. And they all shot the living crap out of the ball.
Yeah.
But then that changed in Dallas. And I don't know if it's going to change or not. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe the Mavs get swept and they lose by 20 every game and we go, I don't know how we beat Minnesota and Oklahoma City. And maybe they would have done this to every team. Maybe they would have done this to Denver and Minnesota and Oklahoma City. And we just didn't see how great Boston really was. But I'm looking at this Phoenix Suns series, and those Phoenix Suns were very similar to the path. Now, it was only second round. We obviously figured out they weren't. But it felt like the way we played 2 games against Phoenix is like, we're finished. Devin Booker and all these guys, they're just better, and they're even having fun on how much better they are than us. And Chris Paul is just the right guy to lead this young Phoenix Sun team to a championship. But it changed all of a sudden in game 3, and you won a game, and then you won game 4, and then it went right back to we suck. And then we somehow won game 6 and won game 7 against a team that's better. On paper, that Phoenix team was way better. Record-wise, they were way better, but you figured out how to win 4 out of the 7 against a team that is better than you. But you did it, so that's where I'm being optimistic. You beat a team that's better than you. We can do it again.
So, Kevin, what I'm hearing here is Monday, we walk in, and same thing happens as last night. Mike's coming in here and going, we still got a chance. Because
it sounds like
it'll be tougher.
Oh, no.
It will be tougher. If we lose by 20 points on Sunday night, it will be tough because then I'm going to go, well, look at this. Well, then you better win at that point.
You got to really believe.
You have to win your 2 games. You have to win both in Dallas. And I don't want that to happen. I think the Mavs since I got to go here because I got to get ready for the Ranger game. I think the Mavs are going to win game 2. I really believe that. There's history, just recent, in Miami and Cleveland blowing out these same Boston Celtics in game 2. And then there's the history of I've seen Luka get destroyed by Oklahoma City. And I say Luka, the Mavs. It used to be just Luka. But I've seen in recent history this Phoenix Suns team destroy the Dallas Mavericks. And then Luka, as you said, the puzzle solver, figured out how to attack and then win 4 out of 5 games in that series.
One of the things that Procopio said from earlier was you've seen from KP, if you get physical with him or prevent him from getting right to his spot, it gets tougher for him. And that is something I would really like to see the Mavericks do a better job of.
Beat that dude up is what you're saying, right?
I mean,
beat his ass.
In the nicest legal NBA way.
Hey,
Yes.
Naz Reid, he got a good elbow to the back of the head of a guy that he wasn't concussed, but hurt his neck, and probably the back of the head had a knot on it. Hit
him in the knee with a crowbar.
It's not his knee that's hurt.
It's not what I'm advising at all. I'm just saying within the constraints
Carry
of the
some
rules,
brass knuckles.
you can be
Has it ever
more
happened
physical.
in sports where you know there's an injury and you might, Lou Dort that knee a few times, Luka Doncic, to
Stab
see
him
if it's
with the
still...
trident.
No to all of that.
Oh, man, I'm sorry. My foot hit your calf.
Yeah, and and if
I didn't
all
mean
those
to.
fail, last result, blackjack. You ever use one of those before, Kevin? Those are
Don't
effective.
Do
in the history of
any
sports,
of that.
Tase him with the cattle
have
prod.
these things happen.
Some of them,
You get
some of
cattle
them
prod on the court?
definitely not.
Trident didn't.
Definitely
I
not.
don't
on
have
the
Little
Trident.
Mermaid's dad.
We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What was that guy's name? Text it in, 877.
King Triton.
88.
We weren't given a prize or anything.
Well, now they can really
People
text
like
it
to
in.
participate.
Well,
881-1053. Or text in, Corey's a jerk. Coming up next, it's
What was the
time
number again? I need that one.
for the Jerk Block starring Corey Majors.
dang. That sounds like a really kinky.
Dude,
All
come
right,
on!
What are you doing?
I actually can't do the tease now, but we'll talk about your favorite foods for your birthday next on The Fan.
Solos, it's time for another awesome
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The C-Block's coming up in just a second. I'm going to tell you right now. I challenged Corey to reread something that he just read to me verbatim to kick off the C-Block. It is also a Shout-Out Friday. Shout-out to the G-Bag Nation. They'll be broadcasting live from Globe Live Field. If you're going to be heading out to the game, go say hi. Or you know what? Maybe you're not. And you're like, I want to see G-Bag anyway. From the 214, can I get a shout-out to my wife, Diane? We're currently in the car going on a road trip for our 17th anniversary this weekend. That is awesome. I love road trips. Let us know where you are going. And then from the 972, shout out to my wife, Jordan, who is carrying our first daughter, who should be here in the next 5 days. That's from Tony, who used to run the board at the Fan. Also said, go Mavs. Now, it's time for the C-Block starring Corey Majors.
Tony, huh?
You going to read it?
Oh, no, I'm definitely not reading this.
Why not?
You think I'll get in trouble with anybody?
Nope.
I also lost it. It's not on my Facebook page anymore.
Convenient.
Another day.
See, that's how it started.
Being a slut in theory, but never in practice, was a thing that I read. And Kevin challenged me to read it again.
What does that even mean? Thank you for marking that down. I just don't know what that means either.
You better add that part where I said is something I read. If you edit it,
you
don't
understand.
Reggie. Masterpiece of the week coming up here at 1:30. Kevin, we have lots of options here. We will
Corey,
start. Yes,
I just want you to remember that kids are out of school.
Oh my God.
That's a good point.
I start the C-Block then. We don't just dump all the stuff that I said before.
I got you.
I start the C-Block asking the question, what is your birthday meal? Because Lucy is turning 11 today. I confirmed that with the balloons.
Did you have to ask?
With the balloons?
Oh my gosh.
Is that a government document?
2-1 balloons, which means 11.
Wait. Oh, I thought you meant like the numeral 2, and I was like, that would be 12 if there's a 1 and a 2.
2 number 1 balloons.
Okay, got you.
Making her 11 years old, I presume.
Let me ask you this. If no numerical balloons had been there, would you have asked or started to do some
Hey, Adrian,
research?
how many candles did you get?
When I got home yesterday, I asked, Lucy, how old are we turning tomorrow?
Oh, that's smart. That is smart.
She said 10, and I was like,
oh, no.
Are you sure? And she goes, no, it's 11. Anyway.
You got nervous, though, didn't you?
I was like, oh, crap.
Oh, crap.
But she has requested for this evening hot dogs for dinner. That's what she wants.
Okay. Huh.
Tomorrow, she was requested brisket and hamburgers.
There it is. I like what she's doing.
I'm like, what is happening here? So that
the
brings...
day after, Wagyu beef.
Yeah, no,
We're just
exactly.
walking it up.
Yeah. Lobster rolls. I texted Adrian. I was like, hey, this is what Lucy told me she wants for dinner. And she said she doesn't want to go out to dinner because she loves queso.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, I'll ask her again, but this is what she's told me. So 877-881-1053, what is your birthday dinner? And Kevin, if you'd like to throw your birthday dinner out there, that's perfectly fine.
I think...
Rolls.
Actually, you might make fun of me for part of this then. I think going to a fondue place like the Melting Pot is super duper fun.
You're a fondue guy, huh?
Now, I get that you'll make fun of me because at some point you just dip pieces of bread and cheese, but
yeah,
I think it's good.
You
man.
love cheese.
I do.
You love bread.
Yeah.
Why not eat the thing you love on your birthday?
Do you think you could have a successful pizza establishment called Cheese's Crust?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, great.
And Alan,
always been something I thought.
I'll tell you this, about 12:15 on Sundays.
Oh my God.
That place is going to be loaded.
Wait, you think that people are getting out of church and instead of going to the various other places and the Golden Corrals and stuff, they're going to go to Cheese's Crust?
They have, well, especially if you do it Golden Corral style.
Delicious.
You do it cafeteria style, you know that, dude. Old people love cafeteria
Such a terrible
style.
sacrilegious pun.
You
That's so bad.
love it. So that's my vote. was actually fondue, not all the other nonsense that happened after that.
Also, while we get your answers for your and Reggie, go ahead. What's yours, man?
My first, well, I don't have a consistent one. Like I'd want something different every time.
All right.
My first thought was Korean barbecue.
Never done Korean barbecue. I want to.
It's
Oh,
a good
really?
time.
I want to
It's
see them
super
do
fun.
like the little thing where they cook the steak on the little grill
Yeah,
and
man, it's a
everything.
good
Okay,
time.
I got to
It's a
do
good
it.
time.
Can I
And
tell you
just-
the first time I went to a Korean barbecue place, everybody made fun of me.
That's not surprising.
Because it was one of the places where you can go to ones where like they, will obviously just have all the options for you, but then other places you can go out and like pick out the meat and everything like that. I got a very conservative amount. And my friend is like, what
meat?
Politics.
Yeah. Okay. And my friend's like, what are you doing? And I go, I have no idea what this costs. And he was like, no, you just pay one set price and you get as
Market
much
price.
as you want. I
That's
was
right.
like, nice.
Do you think you got the most meat there that day?
No. Average at best.
Or a steakhouse. You can't go wrong with the
Steakhouse always a good
Yeah,
option.
Steakhouse is a good way to go.
You have a specific steakhouse that you'd like to, an establishment?
I
you
mean,
love the
always
most?
shout out to Knife in Plano.
I like Nick and Sam's as well. That place is
Still?
amazing. Yes.
Dude, it was really good.
I'm not going to let the downfall of Sean Sharif
Yeah, I got to tell the
carry over
truth.
to me.
Guys, America is now the best at yet another sport.
Oh, I actually know about this. Do you want to hit the
Oh, is this
audio?
the time where I'm supposed to?
Cut 15, play it.
The red, white and blue of USA has overcome the 2022 finalists. The stars and stripes are flying high and proudly in Dallas, Texas.
Team USA, and that sounded like
Hell
Charmaine
yeah.
from My Possibilities.
That did sound like Charmaine.
Team USA pulled off one of the greatest upsets in cricket history on Thursday.
Actually, I've seen multiple people say it's one of the greatest upsets in sports history.
That's right.
You might be right about that. They
Big
defeated
Buster Douglas.
powerhouse Pakistan by 5 runs in the T20 World Cup, shocking the rest of the sport. The match went to a super over, otherwise known as a tiebreaker in cricket, and Team USA recorded 18 runs. Pakistan needed 19 for the win, but were held to just 13 to make the upset even more special. It did happen right here on Dallas soil.
Unbelievable.
Why didn't nobody tell me?
Would you have gone?
Would you gone?
Yeah.
I've
I've been meaning to go watch cricket. I've tried for a decade to understand cricket, and I'm not all the way there, but I am better. But yeah, I still don't fully get it. And I feel like, all right, maybe if I'm just in the stands, it'll hit me. You know what I mean?
So at our old house, we had this massive park by the kids' school, and that's where we went and would walk and stuff. And every Saturday and Sunday morning, there would be people out there playing cricket. And I just I would walk and watch while I was walking around. I would just kind of observe them and try my best. But there's a lot of verbiage that I kind of got the game. Like I can visually see it. I just don't know the lingo yet. So once I guess I established that to it, then I can really apply. I can be a cricket master, if you will. The T20 World Cup features the 20 best teams in the world, Kevin, and Team USA now leads Group A, following its massive upset of Pakistan. The rest of that group includes India, Canada, and Ireland.
Do you know where it was in Dallas? Because I'm trying
Grand
to
Prairie.
look that up. Because everywhere I see is
Obviously not actually Dallas, but Grand Prairie, they built the...
Dallas proper.
Okay. Because it just kept saying in Dallas, and I was like, I know.
You know how it works when they're like, hey,
yeah,
where are you? Dallas, but where are you really? Arlington. Like in this instance, it's Grand Prairie.
Yeah. Okay.
Kevin, will you attend more T20 stuff?
I would definitely go to a cricket match. Okay, hold on.
Especially since it's T20 instead of Test cricket, right? Test cricket takes like 5 days.
Exactly.
Ooh, then probably no to that.
But it's T20.
Okay, T20, as long as it's acceptable for me to ask plenty of questions as we go along. Because I know sometimes hockey fans cannot be the most helpful and informative.
Oh.
There are some hockey fans that are super helpful and informative. There are other people like, you just got here. How did season ticket hold for 12 years? And you're like, okay, great. That person's trying to learn the game. Do you want to help them out or not? So if I could sit next to some people that like wouldn't mind me asking a whole bunch of questions, that would be great.
All right. I do have this question, though. Do you anticipate more Americans showing up in their tank tops with their United States flag, bats, and gloves and gear supporting?
Yeah. Because it's going to be an Olympic sport again. Not this Olympics, but I think in 2028.
Oh, I didn't even catch that.
Which is in Los Angeles.
Let's do it.
So I say yes.
Let's go to LA.
Do you think there's anybody at the station that if they dedicated their time to it could become a cricketer on that team?
I could.
You think you're in it?
I could.
Bowler, fielder, I don't even remember what they
All of them.
Okay, excellent.
I think Medford could do it.
Huh.
Sandler.
He's got
Sandler would be.
Because I think Sandler's dad knows a lot of about cricket too. He might be the dude we
he
need
South
to go
African?
with. No, he told me one day, he was like, if you want to learn more, my dad can watch a game with you.
Nice, let's
Or
do that.
He may have said match.
All right, I'm
I
going to send
don't
him a text.
know. As long as you get all 13 wickets, everything's good.
Is that like an inning, kind of?
Well, Kevin, you're just going to have to go find out what the rest of
I'm pretty sure
it
they're
is.
called overs.
There is, somebody said there's another game tonight at the old Air Hogs Stadium.
All right,
So
so we're going then?
I
Well,
gotta,
you've got a birthday
I gotta
thing.
cook hot dogs for Lucy tonight. She also said we could have a little bit of pool time, but she has a lot of more pool time tomorrow.
Oh,
with
I
the
love that she gets
cousins.
to dictate the schedule.
Oh, dude.
That sounds incredible.
Yeah.
And I'm about to learn more about this scoring system too, because I'm looking at it. And the United States beat Canada 197/3 to 194/5 with bonus in parentheses 17.4 to 20.
That's perfect. I don't know what don't
And
you
we
understand
had
about
less in that instance. And then we beat Pakistan 159/3 to 159/7 with the additional 18/1 and 13.
that? You know how to do fractions, right?
You're doing great.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you got this nailed.
Yep.
I definitely
What more
want
do you
to
wanna
go.
know here?
I might have questions that people will think are really dumb, very low level
But
questions.
that's not going to make you feel dumb.
It might.
Why?
If
you know you don't know enough about the sport,
good
so why
point.
would you feel dumb for not
Fair
knowing?
enough.
Hey, Kevin, I mean, the 512 said that they got us, or at least got me. And so if you're with me, we can, figure some things out. Let's go.
All right. I like it.
I like that too. I like that for all of you.
It's still your segment, Corey.
What do you think Lucy requested for breakfast?
Queso.
Oh, that's such a good answer. Cinnamon rolls.
Oh, yours is closer. A lot closer. She requested the powdered donuts.
Don't like the donuts?
Like the Hostess powdered donuts. And like that's her breakfast of choice.
Okay.
She was so excited whenever this morning, I think she forgot that she requested them because this morning I was like, Lucy, breakfast time. And I unrolled that bag and she was like, oh yes! I was like, here we go. So congratulations to her. And I did see a bunch of people texting in. Hurtado Barbecue is one of theirs. Genghis Grill is where they like
Nice.
to go. Going to Hell's Kitchen in Las Vegas this year for their birthday.
Ooh.
I mean, look, Hurtado is where they're like, hey, let's just roll out the entirety of All-Star voting.
Oh,
so
today.
Yeah, they know.
Yeah.
They're like, all right, let's just go here.
Yeah, Saltgrass Steakhouse. Cheeseburgers with no cheese is my go-to. That's just a hamburger.
Is it?
I guess it's no ham, so...
Just make sure you cut a diagonal. You get more that way.
No, you don't.
Yes,
it's a
that's
circle.
fact. That's a fact.
If you go to the old school Wendy's hamburger, then maybe I'll listen to a diagonal cut. But it's a circle. You just turn it on the plate. The cut's the same.
Whatever. You'll have to just see the video. From the 214, Spaghetti Warehouse for my birthday as a kid.
Are those still in the game?
I don't think so, man. The one down in the West End, I don't
Yes.
think is not.
Okay, but that was the
They had
one
a
you
trolley
think
in
of,
there.
right?
Yes.
Where it's like on the corner and you can just walk in from like any different point.
And there's always a dude out there trying to sell you roses, and you're like, I'm not.
You're like, I'm 8 years
and
old.
he'd just walk up and he'd give it to the girl, and she'd be like, "Oh, that's so sweet." And then he'd be like, $10. You'd be like, what? You just gave it to her.
That is a good bit. Because are you
What a
really going to go
hustler.
back and be like, hey, girl,
Yeah. No.
I'm going to need that rose back?
No, you're not
Probably
going to do that. Cauliflower goat curry from the 512. That sounds awesome. Getting a crab broil at Papa Do's or a well-done steak. Well done.
Ooh, no.
Do you mean like good and well done? Or like, are you saying well done?
Are you judging people for how they prefer to consume their food?
I've always said, don't tell me at a fan.
Okay.
However, when it comes to steaks,
Oh!
there is a very specific way I think a steak should be cooked.
Which is?
Medium rare.
Yeah.
I see. Look, that's a far jump if you like well, but what I would say, give medium well, medium well a try. Just like that half step up, give it a try. See
I've
if that
done it
works
before.
for you.
I prefer it the other way still.
No, I'm not you. You're already, but like for the people that are like, I need it well done, give medium well a try. Just see if that works for you.
Man from the 808 chicken enchiladas. I love some enchiladas, dude. With some sour cream sauce on top. They're good.
Sour cream sauce?
Yeah.
Is that different than sour cream?
Yes.
What?
Yeah, it's like cooked with butter and milk. Yeah, man. And it's a sauce that just kind of sits. Oh my gosh, Kevin, it'll change your life, bro. It'll change your life.
Sour cream is gross.
Fajitas and cold beer. Kevin, they are listening to Finals Fajitas every time.
I love it. Man, we might need to have a steak segment because for the 817, I disregard any and all opinions of people who eat steak cooked more than medium rare.
Medium rare, like you're having a little bit of much of a hard line stance.
Medium's about as far as I can go.
Fair enough.
You know what I do remember though is like Golden Corral's like, we're going to go a little bit more upscale. We're going to start serving steak. And I remember like one person in front of me is like, yeah, this is more medium. I was looking for medium rare. I was like, come on, man.
You are at the Golden Corral.
Yes, you're at the Golden Corral. He's within one level of what you said. Good enough.
You gotta know
Move
your
on.
expectations. You
Yes.
gotta know your expectations.
Agreed. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. This is hurtful. The 817, I guess it's like an anti-shout out. If you don't like sour cream, I don't like you.
Huh.
I'm not going to lie, that is hurtful.
Lucius also vehemently agrees.
Oh, wow. Are you not a sour cream
Well,
dude?
Lucius has another reason not to like me over the past several months, but that's fine.
What?
Coming up next.
Wow, I need to hear this story.
Yeah, me too.
NBA Finals, the rest of the way. What do the Mavs need to adjust?
I know this
and what do you want to see stay the same? Plus, Masterpiece of the Week. All of it coming at you next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Well, they've missed their last 6. Doncic tries another 3. Got it! Luka Doncic now at 27. It's an 8-point game. Timeout, Boston.
It would get a lot worse literally immediately after that timeout. It is, however, a shout-out Friday from the 214. Shout out to my good friend. He got engaged to his longtime girlfriend, Aurelia. Congrats, man. And we have a few more shout-outs from me.
Ariella, I think.
Ooh.
You tell us.
Okay.
Kevin, I'm sorry if I interrupted that and got it wrong.
We need to get it right. You're right. For the 940, can I get a shout-out to my mama, Mary, who's been my rock after a car accident in November. And then from the 214, Corey, I know you approve. Can we get a shout out to me and my wife, Melody? Today is our 10th anniversary, celebrating with a vacation next month and a dinner tonight at Whiskey Cake.
Dude, that's awesome. Whiskey Cake's fantastic. I always enjoy my food there. Kevin thinks it's weird. Is it because of the radishes that were farmed to table?
Look, it was just a little hoity-toity for me because the guy gave like a 5-minute lecture about Brussels sprouts when somebody at the table ordered Brussels sprouts, and he was like, actually, Brussels sprouts are not in season right now, so if you go somewhere and get Brussels sprouts, you need to know those are and he just went on and on and on, and I was like, he could just say you don't have them, and we'll just move on to the next thing. Now, the Mavericks lost game 1. They lost game 1 in fairly definitive fashion.
I wanted to ignore it too, Reggie.
107-89 in a game that I would argue was not even as close as the score would indicate. What would you like to see stay the same, and what would you like to see adjust going forward? I was going to throw this out there. I would like to see the same level of offensive output from Tatum and Brown, because I know some people are saying this morning, because you're trying to find ways to make yourself feel better. Not you, just you, Corey, but everybody in general. Tatum and Brown combined for 38 points. They are most certainly capable of a higher and more efficient offensive output. So I would like to see them kind of stay in that area. And then, of course, I would like to see more of second half Boston Celtics three-point shooting as opposed to first half Boston Celtics three-point shooting.
Yeah, they were in the zone in that first quarter, first half part. They were definitely feeling it there.
I believe 5 of 15 in the second half after 11 of 27 in the first half.
And, maybe a little bit of that is Mavs kind of figuring some things out as they're going along. Maybe a little bit of it is they just cooled off at home. And sometimes the adrenaline of being at home, you find it. The first 4 shots, they were 4 for 4 from both teams. It was 2 for 2, I guess. But the first 4 shots were in. I was like, whoa, is it going to be this kind of night where it's like this good of shooting? And then the Mavs kind of looked a little flustered along the way. But I would like you. Hold on, you want to see more production, the same production?
No. I want to see same offensive production from Brown and Tatum, and I want to see second half 3-point efficiency from the Celtics.
Yeah, okay. I want to continue seeing Derek Lively's energy out there, and I need to see more energy from everybody else out there.
Can I throw this out there? I want to see 10 more minutes per game for those two combined. I don't know how you split it up, but you look at last night, and we've talked about this before. The Mavericks, more than a lot of teams, are more likely to move away from their bigs if they fall behind. Surely Derek Lively being in foul trouble didn't help that whatsoever, but Lively and Gaffer combined for 32 minutes last night. That's a losing combination to me. It just is. So I would argue 40 is kind of my bare minimum, depending on how your fouls are and everything like that. But Reggie, if I tell you 40 minutes is the minimum I need those two on the court, do you think that is a fair kind of floor?
Yeah, I agree with that because, one, you need them to be able to give you some level of rebounding, which obviously they weren't great at. But then, two, if they can play on the floor, I think that what that would probably portend is that some of that, lob and dunk element that they have is there, and and you need that. You need their ability to score in the paint. with that efficient scoring because this team was not nearly good enough at the rim in the course of the game. Plus, what that I think that could do is Maxi Kleber is going to get his minutes, but that could allow you to play big sometimes and have him on the floor at the 4 instead of at the 5, which could be helpful as well.
Especially if he can pull the trigger on some shots.
Right.
I'm not saying every shot, but Corey, you brought it up. There was one shot where it looked like there was no defender within legitimately 10 feet of him. And he's like, I'm going to look for a better pass. And I don't love that. The other thing I wanted to bring up is rebounding. Now, this could hopefully go hand in hand with more play time for Lively and Gafford, but they combined for 8 rebounds, I believe. In the Minnesota series, we talked about a couple times, maybe 18 rebounds combined. That might not be as reasonable because the Celtics are a damn fine team at rebounding, at defense, well, at a whole bunch of stuff. But still, I feel like you got to be at least 15 combined from those two.
And that kind of goes with my thing that I'd like to see more of, Kevin, and that is I'd like to see, look, the Mavs played physical teams throughout the playoffs already.
Sure.
And they always matched it at some point. They matched the physicality. I would like for them to be the physical aggressor now. Go ahead and be that. I'm not saying that Boston was overtly physical on you last night, but you know what? Now's your opportunity to be a more physical team towards them.
Can I tell you one thing that I did think was overblown leading into this series? Like, I saw multiple news people clutch their pearls because Boston was giving away green and white T-shirts that spelled out, or that like made a formation of 18, because that's the title they're going to. For it's like, oh, little presumptuous, don't you think? And I was like, not really, because that's the goal. Like, what do you want them to do? Give out shirts that say, I hope both teams have fun?
I think that'd be good. Jess would love that.
Jess would love that. She has a shirt like that. I really don't like it. I thought people were just like trying to manufacture a storyline that literally had no impact on the game whatsoever and wasn't particularly relevant to begin with.
I would like for the Mavericks players to then look at that and say, you know what, we want it to stay 17. I want them to take it to use that mentally.
Want it to become 16 somehow.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, I want to take one from you tonight.
The only way I think that would have worked is if everybody in the building were all wearing the Lucas Sucks shirt and chanting Lucas Sucks throughout. He might score 80 points.
The stuff they were chanting outside with the Kyrie blow-up doll was not good.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh, don't tell me about that. That's going to make me upset.
Yeah, it's not good, dude.
Oh, no. I've not seen that.
It'll make you mad.
Unfortunately, I can probably guess with Boston. All right, we need to pick up after that. So now it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
What's happening, fellas?
Hi, Reggie.
Hey, Reggie.
Yo, let's do a little Masterpiece of the Week. It's a segment we do every week in which we revisit some of the funny, stupid, or odd things that have been said on this program.
Never.
Really?
We never say funny, stupid, or odd
that's
things.
going to backfire.
You sure? Because Corey Majors, you said this.
Yes, they were. Okay. And so get up in there and look around and look at, you're probably, most likely, got a bunch of old gray stuff that has shrunk.
Milo insulation. Man, I would like us to send Milo insulation a version of the commercial that just is that, and then the jingle right after that. They're gonna be like, "You guys are out."
All right. Well, let's try with this piece of audio that also came from a Milo insulation commercial.
Get a sturdy ladder and then climb up. Well, you got to have a sturdy ladder, Kevin, to get up in your attic.
No, I don't. I can just say.
Why are you so defiant on ladders?
Yeah, I know. Just because, like, both of our attic ladders feels like they were only made for Noah to climb up.
Yes, mine's so shaky. One of them broke whenever Avery was on it, and I was like, "Well, I can't get on that one."
I hope all newer homes come with like this solid steel ladder that drops down from the attic.
Yeah, these things, I don't know. They were made with balsa wood or something.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a good thing to build with, would it? Now, Kevin, I know that you say that's the reason why, but I wonder if any of this factors in.
I don't know why, but I was hitting my weed pen when Gavin came on, and then I went to hide it. That was from a fan text.
Was it?
Because they were like, it felt like Gavin was their boss too.
Do you carry your weed pen in your pocket or your sock? How do you do it?
Do you think I would have all of these anger problems if I had my weed pen with me all the time?
Not
or
one.
a weed pen?
Not one.
That's probably argument number
so
one
chill.
for me to start.
You would never need to go for a walk.
Yeah.
Actually, you need to go for a walk a lot.
Oh, well, yeah.
Hey, he means a walk outside the studio. Hey, look, we're really going to pull back the curtain. Here's what happens.
Uh-oh.
I get angry sometimes, like for real angry.
At me?
Among other people. You were one of the reasons I was mad the other day.
But not Mike.
And so...
Never mind.
Yeah, Mike was one of the other reasons, but we hashed that all out. But I'm more likely to get angry than probably a lot of people. And I realize that. And I need to just step away from the situation so I can calm down. Like I'm the same way in my actual life too, because I don't want to say something really dumb that's like going to linger over our relationship or whatever. So I was like, I just need to walk away and calm down. So,
my grandmother told me that every time they never had an argument. Every time they almost had an argument, my grandfather would just simply, I'll be back. And he would walk out, go for about a 10-minute walk and come back. And then they would discuss.
From the 214, that's why I smoke weed, Kevin. Anger is one hell of a drug.
Look, I see the appeal from that perspective for sure.
I'm okay with that sentiment being out there. But you did say that you walk away to avoid saying stupid things.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Well, I mean...
Didn't work.
Yeah.
I was always afraid that I would not properly position my toes or I would have so much fun on the way down that my feet would kick out.
What the hell are you talking about?
I mean... It sounds like I'm gonna
on my way
get
down.
A bunch of munch or crunch, obviously,
right.
doesn't it? It does. Come on. That is unfortunate. That's gonna cost me. I feel like I still want to vote for Corey with that.
Do you remember what you were actually talking about there, though?
The bonsai.
Yes, the bonsai, because I thought it was gonna slice my 2 pinky toes off.
Adrian thought the same thing too. So I never thought that, but I have asked Adrian. She's like, "Oh yeah, definitely."
Yeah, there's a lot of people who be like, "Yeah, just smoke weed. You won't be mad anymore."
It's true.
Look, the testimonials, very strong here.
I do like that.
And it's calorie free.
Technically correct.
Oh, I see the appeal of that as well.
Right. All right. Let's rein this back in, gentlemen, because this is the KNC masterpiece. It's baseball show of record.
Yep.
And we ask the most important questions of any show in the Metroplex.
If you are ranking Hawaiian Punch, what would you rank it?
I don't even know. I think I asked for that as a drop. I don't even entirely know what that means. What's the ranking scale? Like, I don't know. Green? What are we asking here?
Well, you know what? Let's see if we can make it a little.
I pick red.
Can we make it a little clearer?
Yeah. How much do you like Hawaiian Punch?
It's in my top 10.
Okay.
Top 10 what?
Hey.
Juices.
It's not a juice. There's no juice in. Yeah, none.
Juice product.
What does it refer?
It's a.
What section would you find it in?
Juice-based substance.
I'm going to the grocery store. I'm not going to go to juice-based substance
but it's a
section.
Lie. Just like those things in the grocery store that say wings with a Z next to the actual wings because they don't have enough actual wing meat to qualify for the S. That's true, by the way.
It has a Z on it. You don't buy it.
You probably are.
Huh.
I love things that have Z's.
They're intentionally misspelled.
Yeah. Remember Hits Magazine with the Z?
I don't, but okay.
I was the creator.
He was gonna. The magazine industry hit some hard.
Oh yeah, it was tough for a magazine.
Shout out to the 214 that understand. Yeah, it's just drink. It's not juice. It's drink.
Fair.
Shout out to also Black and Gold B who said, "Oh, okay, y'all convinced me. I'm gonna go smoke some weed when I get home today."
Was that the point?
I mean, I think that was already his plan.
Do I need to text Jess right now? Although Jess said since I don't smoke, like I've never smoked, she goes, you would need to do an edible probably and not
maybe like a quarter of the edible.
Like a little part.
Yeah, don't need too much.
Okay.
Shout out to all the kids that are off of school. If you ever wanted to have an understanding of what this show is, I think this is the clip for you. We'll wrap up Masterpiece of the Week here because this is how a tease works more often than I think we would care to admit.
Those are my 8. Really not my 8. Those are on NBA.com. Deal with it.
We're the KNC masterpiece. That my look was just, I don't know. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I don't know how I deal with Mike Bassett.
You're going to give me another spanking.
No. What?
You spank him?
No.
You like put him over the knee?
Coming up next.
It's old school in here.
Go bend over. I'll be back with the belt.
No AC again.
I don't know. I was just asking.
It's time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors.
We'll discuss more of that. And
no, please, God.
Kyrie does his best Bane.
This is why on the Barrett Sports Media Top 20, we can't even sniff the top 10. One of the things that they talk about on there is like, do you have effective teases? That's the worst tease I've ever heard in my life. It's longer than a Chiafalo question. It's too effing long.
I was going to vote for the toes, but that one is awesome. That is so good.
From the 214.
There's so much chaos going on.
Shout out to all them kids out of school. God.
Yeah, I was going to go toes, but Reggie, you convinced me.
To go get high?
No, not to go get high.
Oh, okay.
Did you time out how long that tease is? That was unbelievable.
That is 33 seconds.
It felt like it was 2 minutes long.
That was good. I liked it.
I'm going to vote for Corey talking about the gray stuff with the installation.
Yes, they were. Okay. And so get up in there and look around and look at, you're probably, most likely, got a bunch of old gray stuff that is shrunk.
That's tremendous.
We do need to send
it
that
is effective about why you need to get your insulation changed to Milo, but also I think it's objectively hilarious.
It won't be old, gray, and shrunk. That's for sure. That's their new tagline.
Milo insulation. All right, Reggie, what is your vote?
My vote is just that tease. It makes me smile.
Hold on. Coming up next for real, it's the G-Bag Nation. But in an alternate universe, we'll talk with them live at Globe Life Field. In an alternate universe, this could have been our tease out.
Those are my 8. Really not my 8. Those are on NBA.com. Deal with it.
We're the KNC masterpiece. That my look was just, I don't know. Right here on 105.3
like
The Fan.
I don't know how I deal with Mike Bassett.
No. You're going to give me another spanking.
No. What?
You spank him?
No.
You like put him over the knee?
Coming up next.
It's old school in here.
Go bend over. I'll be back with the belt.
No AC again.
I don't know. I was just asking.
It's time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors.
We'll discuss more of that. And
no, please, God.
Kyrie does his best Bane.
Next on the Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, did the Mavs get even in Game 2?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Irving blocked by Porzingis. He's doing it all. Holiday, Hauser, three-pointer. It's a Celtic avalanche here in the first quarter, a 17-point lead.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday from the 817. Shout out to my wife for putting up with me as her husband for the last 7 years. We're celebrating this weekend. And then from the 682, can I get a shout-out from my wife that leaves for Reno tomorrow? Love you, Michelle. And finally, shout-out to our listener, Jason. Just been listening, hearing you guys talk about the Cricket World Cup. I'm from England, been living in DFW for the last 6 years. If you need some assistance understanding the game, I'm here. Thank you very much, Jason.
Oh, we got a listener from England, do we?
Please, God, don't do that to him.
Hello, Reginald.
Now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation as they are live at Globe Life Field. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Hagee, doing awesome. How are you? And by the way, g'day, mate.
G'day, mate. Let's put another shrimp on the barbie.
Do you think everybody, I really do want to talk about the Mavs, but my quick question, do you think everybody attempts an accent? Like, whether or not they're good at it, they give it a shot?
I think everybody does. Maybe not publicly, but, maybe in their private time. They'll all go there. Yeah.
All right. Takeaways from the Mavs last night, and since we played that clip, I guess takeaways specifically about guarding KP or doing a better job of preventing him from getting to his spot and being more physical with him. Like, what were some of y'all's takeaways with that or just game one in general?
I thought going into it, you're going to win in 6, but you couldn't have a game where you're ice cold and they're hitting everything from 3. And both of those things happened last night. So that's a little bit sobering. We're going to talk in the opening segment, like at what point do you reconsider your prediction? It's probably too soon at this point, but you got an eyeful of what Boston does well, and I think it's up to the Mavs to figure out how they are going to manage to close on three-point shooters better. I think that is being more desperate, more eager. I think there is a level of intensity that they show from time to time, and you'll definitely get that, Sunday night, and we'll see if it's enough for them to win the series.
I just, the whole time was like, there's no way this is sustainable for KP. I mean, we saw that with him here. He would have flashes of brilliance, but he just wasn't able to ever maintain that. So, yeah. I mean, yesterday we were talking and Brian gave us the stats of like, okay, he's usually pretty good his first game back off of injury. I don't see them being able to shoot and maintain the clip that they had in that first quarter, which really is what dictated the game. I mean, the Mavs were cutting back into this thing. You cut it to 8. I mean, as Jason Kidd said, third quarter, you won that quarter, and then you won the fourth quarter. So, I mean, look, they're undefeated in game 2s throughout the entire postseason. I expect adjustments to be made. Derek Lively, to me, was not his best self. I think he's going to come back and defend KP much, much better the remainder of the series as well. The thing that is concerning and that I was concerned about coming in is we've seen Kyrie get taken away at times. To me, there's no defense for Luka, but they did do a good job against Kyrie. How does he make some adjustments? Because he had some good looks, especially from 3, and just unfortunately wasn't able to hit them.
I mean, there were parts of the game where you're like, oh my goodness, we got to get this under control. But then by the end of the game, you're like, okay, you hold them under 110, winnable game. I think there's much bigger questions to answer with, why were you so inefficient offensively? You need to score better. That was the biggest problem with last night.
Yeah, and the lack of assists, I mean, the lack of the ball movement, and a lot of that is credit to what the Celtics were doing defensively, like really playing sticky on everybody and the physicality. I mean, making Kyrie especially, but Luka as well, work for just about everything. But they did have probably, I would imagine, we look back on the series and say game 1 was the best version of the Celtics that you saw all series, especially KP. I mean, my gosh, you talk about seeing flashes of him being great in a Mavericks uniform. Never a flash like that. That was that was as good a half of individual basketball as I've seen in a long time. It was unbelievable. I could not believe what he was doing right there. It was angering me so much.
Yeah, which what was really kind of disheartening was the fact that you clawed your way back to get to 8, and they said, "Hammer down. We're going to the rack, and you can't stop us from going to the rack now." And they were able to build that lead back up. So they honestly toyed with you a little bit. They gave you a little hope. And then all of a sudden they said, no, we're going to go back. They made an adjustment along the way. They knew that their path of maybe potentially losing that game was to sit there and try and continue to shoot the way they were. And they're like, no, let's just take this thing to the hole and see if we can create some opportunities that way. Mavs really didn't have an answer for that. And then, of course, the poor shooting. It was going to turn into a perimeter game yesterday anyway. Dallas wants to pack the paint and play defense the way they do, and that's the shooters that Boston has. They don't have a guy that you can lag off of. Every one of their shooters makes shots. So when the last couple of series you played against teams that have a shooter that you don't have to defend, Boston doesn't have that guy. They've got all good perimeter players.
You guys are making some really great points. I'm really excited for the show. What is coming up on the program today?
Oh, Pure Gold as always. Thanks so much for asking. We do have George Sedano joining us at 5 o'clock for his final thoughts from ESPN.
Love it, love it, love it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. They are at Globe Life Field if you want to see them. Also, shout out to the Oklahoma softball team for winning its 4th straight College World Series. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Go see G-Bag. Or tomorrow, you can catch Will Chambers, Alec Medford, and Blake Elliott live from Globe Life Field from 10 to 2:30. We'll be back on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say happy birthday, Lucy.
Happy birthday, Lucy.
If you are ranking Hawaiian Punch, what would you rank it?
If you're laughing, we're happy. Lee Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, baby. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And welcome in live from the Comerica backyard inside Globe Life Field in Arlington, right above the Terramana Terrace down there. In center field here, we broadcasting with you as Rangers going to host the Giants tonight. Pregame's coming up at 6:30, first pitch at 7 o'clock. Feeling good going into this weekend series against the Giants. Rangers starting to get healthy, and it's time to start playing some winning baseball here. General, at your service. Salute to you. You got Brian Broaddus here in attendance. Good afternoon, Brian.
Good afternoon, sir.
Lucius Alexander is back home in the Pimp Cup there at Master Control. Has your G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30. Has LA Live every night at 5:40. The Franklin Injury Attorney text line is open right now. Of course, what you drinking, what you thinking, coming up at 5:20. You want to talk NBA Finals. This is your spot to do it right now on the text. Wait till 5:20 to call in. Of course, you got your nosebleed guys, Wolchuk and Chiafalo, and Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. Ruben Portillo, triple remote engineering.
Amazing.
We got a radio row out here with 3 different radio stations to cover your Texas Rangers because they're the champs and everybody loves them. And yeah, we're out here. So Ruben's going to be busy. But salute to him for doing a hell of a job.
Ruben.
Engineer, man. Okay. Yeah, obviously the question is, at what point do you change your prediction? How rattled are you by that vulgar display of power the Boston Celtics put together last night?
A little bit rattled.
Are you?
For sure. I mean, that was a nice punch to the face to say, okay, yeah, you know what? There is unequivocally, this is the toughest test for the Mavericks of the entire postseason, probably by a large mile here. And we kind of, at least I did, and I know that he was playing at the ultimate height of his powers last night. We probably won't see that version of him again, but the impact of Kristaps Porzingis, and we've been watching the Celtics team go through the postseason, kind of playing with their food a little bit and struggling at times versus lowly injured Eastern Conference teams, but the difference with him there is monumental. I asked Tim Cato yesterday, is it offense or defense where he makes the biggest impact? Last night, it's like, dude, pick your poison. It's both. Yeah. Dominating on both ends, and the Celtics haven't had that luxury over the course of this postseason, and I did lose sight of that, and that was quite the punch to the face. I don't expect the Mavericks to be as bad across the board as they were, missing uncontested shots, Kyrie just looking awful. Even, I mean, they were playing really good defense on him, but even in his open opportunities and the dribble mishaps, just like not playing within yourself. You have Luka turning the ball over uncharacteristically as well, just a little bit lazy. Too. The blow-bys for Luka. I think there's a lot of stuff to clean up, obviously, but that was pretty eye-opening last night what the Celtics are capable of.
Yeah, I mean, for me, you're right about KP. We didn't know what version we were going to get of Kristaps Porzingis because he was even downplaying how healthy he was coming into it. I think he might have even surprised himself. I don't think, to me, there was ever a doubt this was going to be the toughest test for the Mavericks. Boston is damn good, but I said it yesterday at the end of the show. I kind of assumed they would lose game 1. I didn't think it would be by that fashion. I kind of expected every game to be close. That first quarter was absolutely god-awful, and what really irritated me was the fact that they were getting so poorly out-rebounded and giving Boston so many offensive rebounds. And it wasn't the bigs. It was the guards, White, Pritchard coming in here and out-hustling the Mavericks to give themselves second and third opportunities. That's got to get cleaned up. I know by the end of the game, the Mavericks did a good job just on the box score to where it's evened up, 10 and 10 on the offensive rebounds. But to me, that's what really tilted things in the Celtics' favor there. But yeah, when it comes to the shooting, you just think over the course of a 7-game series, that's going to level out. I don't think KP is going to be able to stay that hot. I don't think the Mavericks are going to shoot the ball that poorly either. And Jason Kidd's done a fantastic job of making Game 2 adjustments throughout the postseason, and that even goes back to 2 years ago during that Mavs Conference Finals run. So, no, I picked the Mavs in 7. I thought this was going to be a war back and forth, but the KP thing, certainly, he was absolutely brilliant for them last night.
Now, of course, Brian did pick Boston in 6. Are you feeling even more confident after Game 1, Brian?
No, because I feel like that Dallas will shoot the ball better. I felt like they had two really bad points of that game yesterday. The end of the first was really bad when they were still connected, and then they got connected in the third and then had a bad end of the third.
Mm-hmm.
So in between all that, though, maybe some things can kind of flow a little bit better. If you talk to people at the Mavs, they feel like it was really a bad shooting night for them. So we'll see if they can get that thing back on track. But I do. Those 2 points of that game that really were concerning was the end of the first, the end of the third, because you were still kind of in the game at that point. You fought your way back. But, it was a little bit concerning that you just – here's all of a sudden Boston feels your run, and then they turn around and go on a run of their own. They had gone on some big runs in that game, but it was really just two really bad points of that game. Dallas will play much better in game two.
At 877-881-1053, your feedback is welcome. What do you have for us, Chief?
Well, yeah, Missoula calls that timeout there towards the end of the third quarter with just a few minutes left, and then they go on a 14-0 run right there after you had cut it to 8, and they blow you out in that moment, and they can really put it on you in an onslaught sort of fashion, especially with their three-ball stuff. And you mentioned, Broadus, just the fact that they feel like they were just missing a lot of open shots. There's no question. From the three-point line, you were 4 of 14 on open looks were the Mavericks. They were 8 of 23. Ooh. So, I mean, think about it. They're generating almost 10 more open threes than you did, and they were actually knocking theirs down at a much better clip. Contested threes, you were 3 of 13, and they were 8 of 19. So they were hitting the open ones and the contested ones. And so in total, they over double you up in the three-point category, and that's huge.
Landon Thomas made me feel a lot better about this, who covers the Mavs. He put out some great stats. First quarter, obviously, we know Boston led by 17. After that, it was 70-69. Boston with the 70, the Mavs with the 69. But Luka, 1 assist. Kyrie, P.J. Washington, and Derek Jones Jr., specifically P.J. and Derek Jones Jr., we talked a lot about. They're going to have to be big when it comes to shooting their wide-open corner threes. They were 1 for 10 from 3. And the Celtics made 16.
Maybe a little nerves there.
So, yeah, absolutely. And I think that Lively definitely had some. Like, that was not the Derek Lively we'd seen all postseason long. I expect him, especially defensively, to be much better the remainder of the series.
This is turning into some chicken soup for your Mavs soul. If you have something to add to the broth, go ahead and text that in. I have a few things. I mean, this team has lost a lot of game ones. I definitely think there's something to the fact that you kind of need to get out there and see it and then make adjustments between game 1 and game 2. If this happens again in game 2, then it will take my breath away. Then it will make me really reassess, and I'll be looking to flip-flop as early as the second quarter of game 3, as far as my prediction.
Yeah, understood.
But I think there's a lot of basketball to be played between now and then, and I think, to bet on, to bet against bounce-back Luka, we've seen that so many times.
Right.
And, beyond that, in that stretch, the Celtics landed every 3. They got every blocked shot with no fouls called against them, shooting fouls in the first quarter at all.
Mm-hmm.
So they're free rolling. The refs are like, yep, looks good to me. Go ahead and full send on these block attempts. And, some of them you could have easily called body, which would have put the Mavs on the line, stopped the bleeding. I mean, it went from 28-18 to like a 28-point deficit in the blink of an eye. The Celtics were getting every single offensive rebound that they even imagined. Hey, should I go for this one? Yes, you should. The ball's going to come to you like a magnet. Go ahead, young man. So everything went Boston's way for that stretch. And by the end of the game, they'd figured it out. They have an answer for Tatum and Brown. Okay, let's not lose the fact that they hold them to 107 and their superstars were crippled. Usually Tatum and Brown do that in a finals game and they lose by 15 or 20. Okay, it was the Celtics role players shooting the living crap out of the basketball and building this huge insurmountable lead that, was responsible for it. But now you're matching their 5 out with Kleba. Gafford plays only 4 minutes in the second half. You're a little bit sharper switching things. Yeah. Okay, so there are very significant chess piece moves to be made.
Maxi's got to shoot the ball.
For sure.
Whether you can't, I mean, to me, it was so clear. It was like everybody was trying to get the ball. And nothing wrong with getting the ball to Luka, but somebody has to start and get a little momentum going and knock some shots down. And I just felt like that it was the pass, and then, okay, Luka, good. Hey, that's fine if it gets up and ends up in his hands. But Maxi Kleba, you can't be afraid to shoot that ball. You get the opportunity and you get an open look. You got to let that thing fly. Something has got to change with the Mavs role players. I think they'll shoot the ball better, but I want to see Maxey at least take shots like Porzingis was.
Thank you.
Porzingis is coming off a 10, 11 game layoff, and all of a sudden he had a couple of line drive shots. We've seen Porzingis do that before, but we've also seen some of those things where he squares up, faces the basket, and then lets it fly, and you're like, that's going in.
Man.
But I need to see Maxey. Maxey's capable. We've seen him in the Western Conference Finals a couple of years ago knock down 45, 50% of his shots.
Heck, we saw it against the Clippers. In the first round, he was fantastic. And I asked that. That's why I asked the CA. I was like, to me, I think Maxey can really tilt this series for you if he's shooting the ball well offensively. The way he was looking last night, and he did make a couple of decent defensive plays as well, came up with a solid block. I think it was on Jaylen Brown. But I was wondering, like, man, do you just need to sit him? Like, if he's not going to have the offensive confidence, I don't know. I mean, you might need to look at kind of restructuring the minutes a little bit if you're Jason Kidd. But he's gone through these stretches before. He needs to find that confidence back in that shoulder, and right now he just doesn't have it.
Yeah, he can't put up a bagel in the three-point attempt category. Like, you're not even going to shoot one, then what's the point? I know defensively we need you, obviously, but when it comes to the small ball lineup, part of that is because we're trying to spread these fools out as well, and you got to be a threat.
I don't think they're going to give you this lobs.
Huge.
I think they're committed. Like, okay, fine. If you want to sit there and go ahead and take your 3-point shots, but you better knock them down. But okay, it's got to be more than just two guys shooting threes. It's got to be Maxey's got to be on board of like, listen, we're gonna ride or die here shooting these threes, and and I think it would help them that way. But yeah, it's difficult to see them keep passing, and nobody wanting to take that shot.
I mean, I don't know if you can plan on lobs. I think you gotta punish them on the open threes a lot more.
Yeah, that's where it is.
They're collapsing. Both Luka and Kyrie talked about it. They're collapsing if we get around them.
Yeah, we talked about that.
That's taking guys off the 3-point line. It should be offensively an easy adjustment to put you back in the hundreds. I mean, the fact that you're under 90 last night, that's not going to happen again, So you for now you chalk it up, but if you get a repeat performance in Game 2, then maybe capitulation would be appropriate. It was Bill Walton night, says the 817. The refs were willing to make sure Boston won that game.
I gotta say, I did like the little homage they were paying with the
beautiful
with the sweaters or whatever,
and the pregame tribute video.
I didn't even see that.
Oh, it was pretty good.
Nice.
Shirts are actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
With the tie-dye. And the tie-dye with the black. Yeah, really, really neat shirts.
It was sharp.
903, Old General drinking that Kool-Aid. Boston throttled the Mavs in Game 1. No other way around it. I don't drink anybody's Kool-Aid, okay? I'm giving you my thoughts. Now, my thoughts might be off.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that they throttled Golden State 2 years ago in Game 1 as well. I believe Golden State came back to win that series, too.
Yeah, I mean, the Mavericks all-time are undefeated in the NBA Finals when they go down 0-1.
Damn right.
So that's something to consider. And Baskey was giving us a little chicken soup as well, spreading some hopium with the idea that the Celtics have had some dominant Game 1s followed up by taking an L in Game 2 in this postseason.
Yeah.
So, and they can win huge and then not look like themselves. Now, if Porzingis, again, that's the variable that has not been a part of this run here throughout the postseason for them, and now he's there. And him coming off the bench, wasn't expecting that, but that was huge. My gosh, he was playing like a demigod.
Horford looked really good too. Horford definitely played. He looked a little more spry than I was expecting in that.
Well, you could be spry when you're up 30.
Yeah, that'll help a little bit. When you're front.
I mean, you could hide out there when you don't have to sit there and play lockdown defense when you're nursing a 28, 30-point lead.
But I was impressed with how he looked in the first quarter.
Sure.
I mean, he came out and got that first bucket for him. He looked pretty good. But yeah, Mavs are 3-0 in Game 2s. I mean, I think that, hey, you can say it's homerism or whatever it is if you're a Celtic fan listening. I'm not trying to underestimate how good the Celtics are. I know they're damn good. But I also know that Jason Kidd's been really good at adjusting. So have Luka and Kyrie. I don't expect the Mavericks to look as bad as they did in that first quarter in Game 2 of this game.
Yeah, it's a new experience. Nerves a huge factor. Your role players, I think, were really bad. Everything was just a little bit off, and that happens. 214 says poor Dingus can't replicate that. I call him Perzingus. Myself. Yeah, like making that play on words, and I think that's going to have a huge impact when he gets to the AAC. I think. Right now, Kyrie is one of the coolest and most level-headed guys in the entire league. A wise man, a sage wise man, if you will. But even he was probably disrupted by the energy of the moment. last night, and that's natural. Going on the road on a huge stage like this that I don't think Kyrie has been on for 6 or 7 years. And I think it did get to the Mavs in a little bit last night. But, the exact opposite is going to be true in Game 2. Holy cow, we are now set for bounce-back Luka. That's why you're optimistic.
You know what? I think it needs to be bounce-back Mavericks. I think Luka played fine for you last night.
He did struggle
saying?
defensively.
Right.
They took advantage of him on the defensive side.
I mean, to me, he was the one guy that you could kind of rely on a little bit. He was
on offense, you're right.
He started to settle in.
No, the defensive side of it is you see their plan is clearly to make him move.
Yeah.
They're going to say, all right, move, use energy and all that, but you need everybody else to bounce back in that game.
Yeah, and I think the one Luka assist is as unheard of. Like if you told me that before the game, I would have bet you anything.
Well, you're going to say if Luka has one assist, you're going to lose that game.
Yeah, unless he scores 60 plus points, which is basically what they're saying do. Like Luka,
last night went.
You're gonna go you're gonna have to beat us sort of by yourself here. I mean, we'll see. Hopefully, Kyrie can give him something, but we're gonna make you Luka put up a ridiculous stat line from a point standpoint, and that's gonna be it. But they're not giving up anything assist wise, and those lobs, those are the easiest 2 points in basketball for this team, and they were not there at all.
Where are we going next, Chuck?
Let's do a little mixed bag, shall we? Or is it the Chuck Wagon? I think
we need to go inside
Eric
the
wants
Chuck
to
Wagon,
rename
dude.
this the Chuck Wagon. Maybe we can make that happen. ESPN halftime show. It's getting ripped. What do you think? Are you for Scuba and an unlikely coaching duo? That's next.
Rolling home with some laughs, fellowship, and quality sports conversations. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
And the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Sean Shreve here for
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back, G-Bag Nation. It's time now for Wolchuk's Mix Bag. Brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate your car today, carsforkids.org. Here's the Woolly Bully.
So I don't know how much of that halftime show you guys paid attention to. I, much like Mike, at the end of the game, was like, I'm not watching any of this post-game crap. I was just irritated, upset, and ticked off. I caught a little bit of the halftime, but I didn't realize how bad it was. And people just took to social media and were eviscerating ESPN. Andrew Marchand, who gives us a lot of these good nuggets when it comes to the networks, but he said strong 35-second segment for ESPN halftime between commercials. Then they came back from a long commercial. Their second segment was 22 seconds worth of highlights before they went back to commercial. Jeez. So it's like, guys, we're having, 45 seconds worth of content during our halftime? The rest of it is all commercials?
Yeah, to be honest with you, I'm not a big fan. So if they just want to blow out as many commercials as possible in halftime and then give us more commercial-free content during the game, I'd be fine with that. Hopefully that's what they're doing.
Man, and Chuck was just saying in general, he said, quote, I was so pissed yesterday I had to turn my TV off. I'm not going to lie. I'm like, this is how stupid they are. Y'all got the Stanley Cup Finals and the NBA Finals, and y'all talk about a team that's irrelevant? And I'm like, that whoever's doing the programming got to be the stupidest, most bonehead person in the world.
Yeah,
Chuck just hates this.
I think that was a part of the pregame
the
stuff
Lakers
where they were talking just like leading up to the game. It was mostly just Woj and conversations about the Lakers and Dan Hurley as opposed to actually talking about the game. Yeah. So I guess that was frustrating people. But I didn't watch the pregame.
I didn't see it either.
I got up to shower during halftime because I didn't much care about the analysis of how bad the Mavs were getting their rear ends kicked. But it doesn't sound like there was much analysis anyways.
No, 22 seconds worth of highlights.
That's hilarious.
Before that, you had, who was the old Warriors president GM?
Bob Myers.
Bob Myers. Yeah, Bob's looking over. He's like, why did I listen to you, Stephen A? He was ready to flip-flop at halftime. Why did I pick the Mavs? I should have picked the Celtics. It's like, come on. You're going to overreact after a bad half of basketball. Yeah. That's just ridiculous.
It's loser mentality.
It absolutely is.
That's beta stuff.
Now,
Beta Myers.
I did send this to Carter as well. I don't know if Carter's been able to turn this around fast enough to put it on the cam, but regardless, I got the audio for you. I saw this today. Arby's, we got Father's Day coming up here a week from Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
They've created their own golf club that looks like a hamburger. They're calling it the Burger Driver. They're giving 3 away for Father's Day, and here is their commercial to advertise this Burger Driver.
Just in time for Father's Day. It's the Arby's Burger Driver. Combining the craftsmanship and oversized design of Arby's Deluxe Burger with some sort of golf club technology, the Arby's Burger Driver is a marvel of dad-centric innovation and the golfer's best friend.
I don't know.
So the head of the driver is actually
it's a
just
burger.
a cheeseburger?
Yes.
Is it just the patty, or is it the full bun with mustard and
all of it?
lettuce
All
and
of it.
Is it a double meat patty, triple meat patty?
It's a single meat, but it's a thick bitch.
It's a thick bun too.
Okay, very
good.
good.
To get that surface. What do you call that? I don't know. That striking surface for the ball.
Yes.
It's significant. You got
The
these
face of the club?
And
Yeah,
it's
the face
half
of the club.
it.
Thank you, Brian.
Yes, absolutely. And they basically like cut it in half, right, for the driver portion of it.
Yeah.
So the meat patty area, there's a little divot in there for the ball, so you're able to strike the ball better.
Well, as a man that loves burger and golfs, I'm in. You know, if I could at least play a couple of holes with this, I would be honored. You know, now what the interesting thing to me is what's going through my head as I watch this commercial is at what point do you bail on the burger driver because you hate your round more than you love the bit?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Then I think probably pretty quickly.
That's going to be broken very fast.
That ends up just being more decoration for either your bag, walking around with a burger sticking out,
yes.
hey, ha boys,
Yeah.
or it's just hanging out in the man cave, whatever.
Mhm. Yeah.
You know, it maybe just your dong around in the backyard club a little bit.
It would be fun to take that thing to the driving range for a summer and see if you can get it figured out, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
would, because there's nothing more humiliating than getting your ass kicked on the course by the guy who's driving with a burger.
With a burger? Yeah, the burger driver guy kicking your ass. That is absolutely an embarrassment.
When the guy said like some kind of golf technology, though, I feel like that's a cop out for them making it a really bad performing golf club.
Yeah,
probably.
I mean, and the fact that they're only giving 3 away for Father's Day, it's like they know this is a gimmick and a bit, and this thing's not worth it.
What we need is them to partner up with Big Bertha, maybe.
Yeah.
Titleist, Callaway, something like that. They make good drivers.
Now, Eric, I know we're big Alonquin Poly fans. Are you for scuba, Ruben? Are you for scuba? Scuba today. Well, there was a scuba diver around the Florida Keys recently. He's diving around a
Found
reef.
some keys.
And he did. He finds $1 million worth of cocaine as he is diving. It's a large package that he then turned over to the sheriff's department and to U.S. Border Control. They end up taking control of that, confiscate it, but the street value, $1.3 million. And given that it was nearly 7 kilos, it's safe to assume the street value could end up being well over $1.5 million. You find this while you're scuba diving, you as good of a man as this dude, or are you going to try and earn some coin off of this?
No, that's not something I want to play
It's
with.
like I don't want to end
I
up
want to
in
distance
prison.
myself. I don't even know if I'm taking it to the authorities. I think I'm just swimming away and acting like I never
Let
saw
somebody
it.
else find
There
this.
you go. Yeah,
Well,
not
the thing
somebody
is,
else's
he
problem.
had to it's in what looks like a trash bag. So maybe he didn't realize what it was.
He was hoping it was a
You've
trash
seen
bag
these
full of
movies
gold.
of these guys, they used to have it where these packages float. So the way that they could go and like they would have the drop out of the airplane, the packages would hit the water and float.
Yeah, what was that Tom Cruise movie?
Oh,
Mission Impossible.
No,
There's
when
one
he's flying it-
specifically where he did this.
Yeah,
he
he
did
does
these
that. But that's
drops.
what he's not flying it into Florida. He's flying it into Louisiana. Is what he's doing.
Oh,
so
War
So
of the
that came into
Worlds,
Florida?
probably.
Maybe War of the Worlds.
War
yeah.
of the World.
Yeah, it was in Florida. Florida Keys. Is
I
where this guy
thought
found
this all floated. So this one actually sank.
Maybe they put too much in this trash bag and it just waited.
But the way they
to where it
wrap
just-
these things up, it was pretty impressive.
Jack Reacher, maybe.
Yeah,
No,
they had
no,
these
no,
wrapped up
it's
to look like Nike
American
shoe
made.
boxes.
That's the one.
You know, they put a lot of work into it. Just it had to ditch it probably.
Landed an airplane in a neighborhood, didn't he there, Woolchuck?
Yes, he
Time
did.
now.
Oh, it
to
was The
go
Last Samurai. That's what it was.
back into the Pimp Cup on a Friday afternoon.
Yeah.
Here's Ellie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, that movie, American Made. American Made.
yeah.
About Barry Seal.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah, look up Barry Seal.
I've seen interviews with him.
Yeah. Wasn't he close to the Clintons or something like that? Yeah. And if I did see some cocaine out there, I'm not touching it whatsoever. I'm going to do it like Eric, man. I'm going to keep it moving.
Swim the other way.
Yeah, fam. And he turned it in. Like, the fact that somebody made a story about it, that means that man's name is somewhere.
Right. That's true.
Hey, all that mafia money right there, bro. Cartel money.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't want my name on any type of records that's for turning in your stuff. Nah, hell no.
There's a lot of layers to this where there's just too much negative. Yeah, that's a swim the other way situation.
Yeah, or you going to swim with the fishes. Or sleep with the fishes, however they say it. All right, let's see here. Our champion right here is Mad Dog Russo. He's going to have a great weekend. This weekend, in fact, think about Mad Dog Russo this weekend because his wife and kids are out of town.
They're gone.
He just scored a fresh batch of gummies, fam. And we're going to the golf course.
Leaving Kennedy at 8:45. Bon voyage. The lovely wife, the sons, they're all out. You got it. So it is a happy weekend for yours truly. It's G squared. You know what G squared means? Gummies and golf. Oh, baby, I got nobody home.
Are you telling me you started off this segment by celebrating the fact that your wife and kids?
I got in the middle of the summer. I got the whole house to myself. I can be blown away and hit the golf ball. That's number one. Okay.
And it has a name, G squared.
G squared.
When does G squared start?
Oh, it may have already started. You think I'm straight right now?
Gummies and golf.
Gummies and golf.
I'm surprised you went on the golf course after.
I'm flying right now. 1 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. I'm on that first tee box. And I'm washed out, baby.
Yeah.
And I'll hit the ball 240 right ahead.
I'd like a photo.
Yes,
sir.
2024 is a special time.
Oh, man. That's so good.
My
Old
man said
people
he's
were
washed
joking about
out.
I think he was on the gummies. I think he was already there.
It seemed like you're right, especially his delivery.
He got the
Gummies and go.
He got the family to the airport. He's good. Yeah.
He's already starting to dabble on the gummies at work instead of at home watching the games.
Yes,
starting to take control of his life.
Yes.
Don't get started on those gummies, I tell you.
Next thing you know, you'll have to do them to even go to work.
Yeah, they're taking barbiturates and shooting some skag between your toes after those gummies, man.
Under your tongue, yeah.
All right, let's see. Let me get the vibes right on Fridays. Draymond Green, he says it's a wrap. It is a wrap for Skip Bayless on these streets. It's a no-fly zone. He says he's circling the drain.
Skip Bayless, since Shannon left him, and he comes out and says he'll have me eating out of the palm of his hands. I am not coming on your show, Skip. I'm going to keep skipping past you just like everybody else skipped on you. Because that show is dead. No one wants to hear you talk anymore. In the words of Richard Sherman, I am better than you. I'm better than you at life. I am just better than you. Skip and skip. That's a wrap. In this episode of the Draymond Green Show, Skip, you ain't never had one of these or any of these. What's that? That's all NBA second team. Oh, all NBA defensive first team. Yeah, Skip. We don't respect you. You need more people. It's a wrap.
It's a wrap.
I mean, right.
End to the run. Seems about right.
He is right.
Yeah, it's over.
About time. He's done a lot of damage out here.
He has done it.
He got us questioning Troy Aikman's sexuality at one point and everything.
Yeah, he needs to hook up with Mad Dog and get him some of them gummies.
This guy's just a jerk.
Yeah.
Hey, was Troy on the top of his game at that point, or was like Troy on the come up?
Yeah, no, he was on his way. He was on his
way. Was he a losing quarterback at that?
No. I'm sorry, Lucius. He was a guy.
Oh,
Troy
okay.
Was the guy.
He'd already won it, right?
Okay, he was doing some hating. He was doing some hating. Okay.
Skip was doing some hating. Yeah.
This is just a filler right here.
It's going to win.
It's just a filler. I wanted to play it last week, but I didn't get a chance to. Kindergarten graduation.
Oh.
You go up there and you tell the class and your parents and everybody's parents, what do you want to be when you grow up? Kids have big aspirations when they're young, a fireman and a cowboy and an astronaut at the same time. I can do them all.
Navy SEAL.
Yeah, all of that. Listen to this girl.
Aria Aldridge.
Uh-oh.
I want to be pregnant.
Oh. Uh-oh. Dear God, if my daughter ever did that, I might throw up.
Oh, no. Man.
got Harrison Butker's thumbs up.
I was just thinking that KC kicker. He'd be like that. I'm trying to told you guys. Trying to told you. Y'all shot me down for telling you the truth.
That's what they grow up dreaming about.
Let's go to Nancy Lieberman. Nancy.
Legend.
We love. She's like a Dallas legend here, DFW legend, even though she's from Jersey.
Yeah.
We love her here, and she claims it. She runs with it.
Yep.
Anyway, she has some thoughts on the Caitlin Clark conversation this week.
Well, I mean, if I were Caitlin Clark, I would have punched her in the face. But I'm from New York, and I would have told her to f*** off.
Yeah.
And that would actually cure the problem, because I've known Kennedy since she was in high school here in Dallas. She's a tough kid. She's a really good basketball player. She's going to come after you because she's very physical, which is okay. Yeah. But damn, where's Caitlin Clark's teammates? I'd be pissed as at my teammates if nobody came to my defense. You know, Gretzky had an enforcer. Michael Jordan had Oakley. I mean, that's honestly, it's just bullshit.
Jeez.
Man, say it with your chest, Nancy.
Nancy Lieberman, ladies and gentlemen. Nancy Lieberman.
Let's go.
More of her on the halftime show.
Yeah,
Let's all these other
let's
clowns.
sub them out here.
Yeah.
Sorry, Bob. Get out of here.
Bob Myers, you can take a seat.
Yeah. I think Caitlin Clark maybe needs to go train with Micah Parsons next offseason, find the boxing guy, or get tough teammates. One of the two.
You got to
things.
get some enforcers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Teammates got to have her back. Like their fights getting ready to break out, or there's like a little pushing and shoving, and they grab Caitlin instead of pushing the other girls or something like that.
Yeah.
No, you got to push the other girls out the way. Then let somebody else grab Caitlin, But somebody's got to push somebody first and not grab Caitlin. If I'm getting into a fight, don't grab me, fam. Then that dude gets a free shot off of me.
Yeah.
They grab the hair like Jorge
they lock
Masvidal
your
did
arms.
yesterday.
Yeah, they lock your arms. Every time you're going to get
Not
hit.
today, dog. Not today, dog. Be like, wow, wow. I just ate 2 of them. Thanks.
What do you say, Lucius? Time to vote?
Please.
Is it Chris Russo, our two-time champ? Is it Draymond Green eulogizing Skip Bayless's broadcast career?
I like that one.
Or is it Nancy Lieberman on the Kate Clark conversation here? I'm going to vote for Nancy. She sounds fun to party with, by the way.
Yeah, is she married?
Yeah.
I think so.
I said it respectfully. I would say.
Got a little cougar there, huh, Lucius?
Man, come on, fam.
She does.
Come on, and she can hoop. Come on,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Nancy as well.
Lucius?
Mad Dog to make it interesting, but you see where I'm leaning.
Yep.
Bully?
Yeah, I'm going Nancy.
Brian?
Yeah, Nancy, why not?
By a score of 4-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's Nancy Lieberman and her takes on, almost said Nancy Lieberman-Klein. That's how she went for a while. Yeah. Okay.
So you saying there's a chance?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe she dropped the
Jump
Klein.
in there, you'll make it happen.
Yeah. Maybe Nancy Lieberman Alexander is in her future.
Okay, you gonna get me in trouble, fam. Let's go to break. Go to commercial.
Let's pull an ESPN, boys.
Time now for Krusty's Corner. Where are we going, Brian?
Yeah, it's Friday afternoon, and I got a game for my guys. We'll do that next.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. We're live at the Globe. I have a $50 bill in my pocket, Brian. I want 2 Hurtado quesadillas before we leave. Okay, we just looked them up online. They're $17 a piece. That means there's an opportunity here for a Tolo to, make, I think, what is that, $13? Yeah. And that's what I'm willing to do for you. I also have a Nathan Eovaldi bobblehead that I'm willing to throw in as well. That's how much I'm
That's
determined.
a good bobblehead, by the way.
Today, I will not be denied. I'm going to try that new Hurtado Birria Quesadilla. It sounds amazing, but we're so busy during the show that I can't get down there and stand in line.
I know.
So I'm willing to pay a little bit, and to me, I'd be making out like a bandit if somebody was willing to do that. Okay, it is time, though, for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king of the Krusties, Broadus.
Thank you, Gerald. Have you noticed when Gavin says that Maria, he squishes his face up? He kind of... Make sure
he kind of says it with a question mark.
Kind of brings it with a just squishes that face up a little bit to make sure he gets that accent out.
I'm having to think like W at the podium, like get the words out. Get the words out here.
But it still sounds good, even when you say it.
It does. Yeah. It does sound good. It really, really does sound good. Real quick, you guys, old man here falls down the rabbit hole quite a bit when it comes to my YouTube stuff. I know the recipes and things like that I always look at.
Yeah. You haven't eaten a meal without looking at a YouTube video in a decade.
I usually try to, I'm like, man, that looks like an interesting way to cook that. Or that, I need to try that technique. I mean, Tasty Video was once for a while there where I was always, that looks too simple. The thing I did with the chocolate chip cookie is the bowl with the ice cream in it, and I'm thinking, that looks really simple, but could I do that? I'm going to try it this weekend to see, and I'll bring it into you guys if it works. But I fell down the rabbit hole of this one. I started watching videos of the PBR, the Professional Bull Riders Association thing, the PBR.
Yeah. Friends of the program. We have a huge event at Texas Live. We were there.
Well,
we were part of that.
They're doing these videos now with the famous bulls, the legendary bulls. So they're telling the bulls' story. The bulls can't talk.
Really?
But
I thought we had advanced to where
like maybe AI bulls. That would be kind of cool, if we had AI bulls.
I'd be down with that.
That would be kind of cool, but we're having these things now where these Cowboys are having to tell the stories about the Bulls.
Bunch of guys named Tanner and Cody putting words in the Bull's mouth.
and these guys are like all beat up, and they're talking about riding these bulls. And they're fascinating stories. By the way, bull riders do not get paid nearly enough money. Like pro golfing is like, for what a pro golfer does as compared to a pro bull rider, there's just no
the purse money, just ain't the same.
The purse ain't the same. But anyway, it's
so dangerous.
It's the gold buckle, I guess. Anyway, so here's my game for you guys today. Are these names of bulls?
Oh crap!
Are these real names of bulls?
Bull or bull bleep? Well, we got some batting practice used baseballs up here.
I talked about this.
Dude. We got some BP balls.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I talked about
this today. Did he go shag all these balls for us?
He did.
Because I wanted to go.
Look at that. It's got some wear on it.
Yeah. I wanted to go into that with the wireless mic and try and catch a ball on the wireless mic with a glove, like during batting practice.
Your history with the wireless mic is not good.
That's not good.
I mean, but if you want a redemption shot while you're trying to catch, did you bring a glove so you could catch some balls?
No, next time I will.
Okay.
But next time I want to stand in the crowd and try and catch batting practice home runs.
There you go.
Before everybody gets here.
I'll go.
And I might what if I fall down into hurt myself? That'd be kind of funny.
I think we're all sort of pulling for that.
Like when we tried to jump into that kettle.
Yeah, exactly. That was a disaster. All right, I'm going to play this game with you guys. Is this a real PBR bull's name?
Okay. Bull or bull bleep?
Yeah. Bull or bull bleep. Right. Okay.
First ever.
Dawson.
Yeah.
Number 1.
Yes.
Slobber knocker. Is Slobberknocker a real bull's name?
Wow.
In the PBR, Slobberknocker.
Bet your ass it is. It's one of the most intimidating bovine you'll find in these rodeo streets.
How about you there, Wooly Bully? Slobberknocker.
Slobberknocker sounds like it'd be a bull's name, yeah.
Yeah, like I have no reference point for like what we're sort of doing when we're naming the bull. But Slobberknocker seems like the perfect name. So if you're pulling a fast one on us, kudos to you, because this sounds definitely like a bull.
Let's go into the Pimp Cup with a real cowboy.
Yeah.
Lucius, you there with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Slobberknocker. Slobberknocker.
God willing.
I'm going to go with no on Slobberknocker. I'm going to say no.
Slobberknocker is not a real bull.
Oh,
name.
okay. All right. All right, we need Lucius to go first.
I think Lucius is watching.
We might have a chance.
Lucius might know all these names.
Yeah.
Lucius. Face Stomper. Face Stomper.
No.
Gavin.
I think what we're looking at here is we don't want to glorify the clowns getting nearly murdered, right? So I'm going to say no on that.
Wooly.
Bull bleep.
I'm going to go with no. That just sounds
Wait
too
a minute
violent.
now.
Face Stomper?
It just sounds too violent. Like they shouldn't name.
Yeah. We're talking about human faces here.
But we haven't heard it. We haven't heard Broadus use it in a sentence yet. Could you use this in a sentence, please?
This bull Face Stomper. No.
Can I get the country of origin?
That sounds like a monster truck.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go bull here. I'm just gonna go. You guys zig. I'm gonna zag on this one. Take one for the team prats. Go down 0-2.
Face Stomper is not a name of a bull.
There it is.
That's what you get for trying to be a 300-pounder from the waist down.
Gosh,
there you go.
I need to know my freaking self.
Wooly.
Yo.
Mossy Oak Mudslinger.
Oh, wow.
Jeez.
Mossy Oak Mudslinger.
Highfalutin bull with like 5 names.
This is very descriptive. I do think bulls are mudslinging bulls. So I'm going to say bull.
Isn't Mossy Oak a hunting camo brand?
It is.
Ah, crap. This
This dude's got sponsors? I'm calling bull bleep on that.
Eric.
I'm going bull bleep too, man.
Cowboy.
That's
in
a
the Pit
bull.
Cup.
Yes, come on.
Mossy Oak Mudslinger is a real bull's name.
Yes.
That's badass. They're getting sponsored.
That is. It's a rich bull.
All right. Chief. Hospital stay.
Oh, no way. No way. That's bull bleep if I've ever smelled it.
Hospital stay.
No, that's bad for insurance. I'm going to say bull bleep.
How about you, Chief?
Me?
Hospital stay.
I already answered. I'll do it again. It's bull bleep if I've ever smelled it.
Wooly?
I'm going to say not a bull.
Cowboy.
That's a bull.
Damn it.
Hospital stay is not a bull's name.
Let's go.
Finally on the board.
Pickled the beast, finally.
Starting to heat up.
Here we go. Lucius finally missed one. Lucius, how about you for this one?
Come on.
Bodacious.
That is a bull in a fantastic barbecue place in Arlington.
Bodacious.
100%.
Bull.
Chief.
Yeah, I'm going to say that's a bull.
Might have to swing by Bodacious if I don't get one of those Barilla quesadillas.
You got
by
a
the
couple
other
of
show.
couple of people are ready to take your money.
You said burrito twice. Different times. Every time you say it is different. I like it. Yeah.
One of them's right.
Bodacious is a badass championship bull.
Let's go. Bodacious is a badass name.
It's one of the top bulls ever in the history of bulls.
Good gracious, that bull is.
Shout out to Justin McBride. Where you at, bro?
Yeah. How about this one? Hollywood. Hollywood. How about you, Cowboy? What do you think?
Hollywood the bull. No.
Chief.
I'm going to say yes on this one. I'm going bull.
Wooly.
I'm very torn. Very, very torn.
Hollywood
could very well be
she
a bull. I'm going to go with not a bull.
Gaddy.
One of the most legendary bulls of all time, Brian.
Damn it.
It is one of the most legendary bulls of all time. Hollywood is a real bull.
He's ready for the big screen.
All right, and the final one. Final bull. Troubadour. Troubadour.
That's a bull.
Gavin?
I'm going to call bull bleep.
Wooly.
Damn, I was hoping you'd go with Lucius. I'm going to say bull.
How about you? Lucius, bull?
That sounds like a bull to me.
Troubadour was another badass bull.
Troubadour's a sick name, too.
It is a good name for a bull. I was going to give you the one I didn't get to was Bone Crusher.
Oh. Is that a real bull? No.
That's not a real bull.
I mean, it's too violent.
That's not a real
We're not
bull.
going Bone Crushers. Like, no one's riding that.
Again, that sounds like a monster truck.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for playing the game today.
Thank
Appreciate
you, Brian.
guys.
And
Cheers.
thanks to Reliant Air Conditioning for sponsoring the corner. Okay, it is the G-Mac Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for some NFL news of the day. Wolchuk, what's cooking?
24 lawsuits in the Hall of Fame game. We'll talk about that next on The Fan.
Commercial-free G-Bag. Salute.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
SISU Energy, LLC.com.
Friends, you've been hearing me talk about my computer career for some time now. If you're working way too hard for too little money with no growth opportunities, it might be time to take the next step. In just a few short months, My Computer Career can help prepare you for a more recession-resistant career in the growing fields of IT, cybersecurity, or even AI. No prior experience is needed, but if you're already in IT, they can help you level up your skills as well. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take their free career evaluation today.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It is hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan, live at the Globe. Proper round trippers coming up at 3:20. We'll take a look at the top storylines in baseball, how Corey Seager is doing. The latest intel on that live from the ballpark where we have sources is coming up in 20 minutes. We're an hour from a rim session as we continue to lick our wounds and decide for ourselves what last night's Boston demolition of our Mavericks means for the rest of this series. It is time now, though, for some NFL news of the day, and here's Zach Wolchuk.
Shout out to our guy Nate from Rangers Authentics right below us. He's the one who brought us these baseballs. Are you trying to get everyone to sign one here, Brian?
I got me and Chief sign this one, and I'll pass this down to you guys, and we'll sign it. We'll just give it away to somebody. Somebody
Sweet.
like the best Tolo that comes. It's the
craziest thing that ever happened. Maybe the guy that gets these quesadillas for Gavin.
Maybe that could be part of the gift. You get a signed ball if you get us the quesadilla.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's a big win. I found some trivia for you here, some stats, some nuggets from the National Football League. Who do you guys think had the most dropped passes last season? Which team?
Which team dropped
Chicago
the most
Bears.
passes?
Chicago Bears. Not. They had 19 drop passes. That was the third fewest in the National Football League.
Third fewest. Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
They actually did not drop the ball.
Wow. Okay. Chiefs.
Chiefs, yes. Chiefs are number 1 at 44.
Oh, the Kadarius Toney stat.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. That's
How many? Where do you think the Cowboys are? Do you think they would be high or low on this list?
I'm going to say they were probably high.
They were. Third most drop passes in the NFL at 38 last year.
Yeah.
For the Dallas Cowboys. Least amount, San Francisco with 9. I think that makes Brock Purdy a little overrated.
No, it just means that he's
His
accurate.
receivers got the football. You think that's what it is?
I think he's accurate.
I mean, I feel like if it's a dropped, that means that the ball was catchable.
Yeah.
And so that's on the receiver.
Right.
So, man, I mean, I thought that was interesting. I did not think of the Cowboys as like, holy crap, they had a ton of drops last year, but they did.
Yeah.
Third most in the NFL. Who do you think has the most points in the National Football League over the last 5 years?
Over the last 5 years, I would say probably the Chiefs.
Chiefs are number 2.
Cowboys got to be up there, too.
Cowboys number 1.
Yeah.
Cowboys have the most points. They are the highest scoring team in the National Football League over the last 5 years, followed by the Chiefs, then San Francisco, then Baltimore and Buffalo, rounding out your top 5.
Man, yeah, I mean, Baltimore's had a couple of really incredible regular seasons where they're just blowing teams out. This past one was one of those. And then you've had, the MVP campaigns for Lamar Jackson. So, yeah, they've had some really impressive years. The Cowboys, I guess it does make sense because of how many big-time 40 or 50-point games they've put up, especially at home with the defense scoring a bunch or the special teams as well getting in on the action.
Absolutely.
Especially versus like the Giants and the crappy teams in the division.
Yeah.
And then they just blow them out in a huge way.
And they've had, the Jets, they put up a massive point total. The Rams this year when they were a shell of themselves dealing with all their injuries. So I think a lot of fans would push back and be like, yeah, they're the highest scoring team, but they're doing it against bad teams. Would be the thing there.
100%.
But still,
I'm going to do a little side project here to see what they've averaged per game like in their last 5 playoff games.
That would be ideal because I don't think it's probably very good.
The outlier being the Buccaneers
What they get,
game.
28 on the Buccaneers? Was it more than that? What was the
I think
Buccaneers?
it was more. I think they put up 30.
I think
on
it
the
was
Bucs.
like maybe
31 on Tampa.
31, okay.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Green Bay, they finished with a
They
good
did.
total, but they got it was 27-7.
Yeah.
And then you had Green Bay probably go ahead and tap the brakes a little bit, and they were able to rally in the second half and put up a good total, but really not indicative of the way that game was. We do have...
Yeah, they've averaged 23 points per game over the last 4. All right, you take that back to the last 5 or 6, actually, because those are 24 and 22, so about 23. About, 6 points less than the average in over that span of the regular season?
Yes. That's a touchdown less.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big difference.
Yeah, and I do think it makes it skewed because of, like you said, this Packers game. They got the doors blown off.
I mean, that was not a competitive game, but the score total at the end there. I mean, Jake Ferguson with 3 touchdowns, and great for Jake. I'm really happy that he was able to play well.
All meaningless.
It was all meaningless. Yeah, and people will push back on that, but I respectfully disagree. Texans and Bears, they're going to kick off the season in the Hall of Fame game. Highly doubt we'll be able to see C.J. Stroud in this one, but maybe you get your first glimpse of Caleb Williams for a series, possibly. I think that's what the NFL is hoping for, is all eyes will be on the new-look Chicago Bears, Caleb Williams, Rome Odunze. Maybe they trot out the new first-round picks there for a series, keep the NFL happy, and then they pull them right back in, because that's the extra preseason game. So most of the time, you don't see the starters play whatsoever.
That would mean 4 games for the Bears and 4 games for the Texans?
Yeah.
I'm going to say marking B on my Scantron for false.
You don't think we see any of them?
No, you're going to see them for the other,
maybe
the other 2 games,
I was talking to Eric about this yesterday. Our guy Mike McDaniel, we love playing his sound clips during the season. Off season, he's got a new one that he's going with here. Here's Mike McDaniel talking about the importance of the number 24 in Miami.
We need to finish the season better. So you get what you emphasize. Well, why not find ways to emphasize finishing in everything you do? Obsess about it. Why not have, for half the off season, you're trying to have staff meetings at different times during the day, and I had every staff meeting I put like at 7:24 or 3:24 or 5:24, like the number 24. Okay? To you guys, it means nothing. That's how many years it's been since the organization's won a playoff game. We are going to hear about that come playoff time. You think? So, to me, you do that to empower guys to know what's coming, to understand it, to not run from it. Because if you're going to achieve success where people are predicting failure, you're going to have to go above and beyond.
I like this, and I also had no idea. It's been 24 years.
Oh, Eric could tell you that, him and his dad.
Since the Dolphins just won a playoff game.
Won a playoff game. That is a really, really sad and awful existence. And that reminder, I mean, I love the little coaching tactics and mind games that coaches like to play. I think this is a fun one, but my gosh, that is appalling to hear. 24 years since you've won a playoff game. That is as bad as it gets.
Do you remember that game? Like, was that Dan Marino?
I think,
or was that Jay Fiedler?
I think Jay Fiedler won a playoff game like in 2000 or whatever
with like Chris Chambers.
But otherwise, I don't even know if Chambers was there yet. But perhaps, yeah, it's been really, really bad.
Man,
like
24 years,
and they're pretty much never even in the game. And when they get to the playoffs, it is getting smacked around like, oh my gosh, the different level of actual postseason teams here just dominating you.
Well, maybe this is finally the year. They're going for 3 in a row. I believe 2 years ago they had poor Skylar Thompson running around against the Bills, who actually made it somewhat competitive. And last year it was a frigid. I mean, we got loss of limbs here in Arrowhead, which just spells disaster for the Miami Dolphins going to Kansas City.
It's not that much better for the Cowboys. I'd like to say that. I'd like to see them, take ownership of that a little bit. I felt like Jason Garrett really did try to hide from it by trying to focus on the process and game by game, and that has nothing to do with what's happening now. If nothing else, just to create a little bit of urgency and to take it seriously. I think you do get what you emphasize, and everything that we've ever done as humans starts with strongly desiring something. The reason you were here is because people strongly desired something, and I think that plays out. I don't think like good things are going to happen to you unless you specifically set the goal and dang near obsess over it, especially in a league like this where there's so many great athletes and smart people and competitive people.
Yeah, that's your history. Don't hide from it. Acknowledge it and go ahead and try and change it, right? Like, that's a good way of changing the culture there in Miami for Mike McDaniel.
Jay Fiedler. Was it Jay Feely? Or it was Jay Feely.
Feely was the kicker, wasn't he?
A.J. Feely.
A.J. Feely, the quarterback, beat Peyton Manning the last time they won.
It had to have been Jay Fiedler. There's no way A.J. Feely ever won a playoff game in his life.
I'm just telling you right now. Oh, I'm sorry. It was Jay Fiedler. You're right.
Okay.
Jay
But
Fiedler.
still, that must have been before
Jay
Manning
Fiedler,
ever won a
Jay
playoff
Fiedler was
game.
19.
He went through a bad
I was looking at the box score. I thought it was AJ. Okay, 19 of 34 for $185, 1 touchdown, 3 interceptions, and they won the game in overtime. That's the last time
Manning's stat line's probably bad. I bet it was like Surtain and Madison just picking him off left and right or something.
Jason Taylor hounding him off the edge.
Zach Thomas in his prime.
Manning was 17 of 32 for $194, 1 touchdown.
No picks?
No picks.
Wow. How about that?
He wasn't even sacked in the game.
No? And they won?
Well, the Dolphins won.
I know.
The last time the Dolphins won a Super Bowl,
That's
man,
amazing.
That's bad. Or, won a playoff game.
I mean, for a lot of that, you
I'm
did have
putting in
Tom
the call
Brady in
now.
your division, so it's hard to have home field. It's hard to get any traction.
certainly,
They dominated the division. It's no excuse for being that pathetic. But
no, they're running through Sage Rosenfels and,
Can't find a quarterback.
Joey Harrington and Cleo Lemon. And
Hey, Chad Pennington had a good run there for a little bit.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, Chad Pennington. Well, he had the 1 year. He had 1 year.
He did. I think they lost like Baltimore in the first round of the playoffs
Yeah,
that
they
year.
got dominated by Baltimore.
who's been their best quarterback post Marino before, I guess, Tua?
You would have to say the one Pennington season.
Pennington, that one, yeah.
And then Fiedler?
And then, Fiedler.
Didn't Ray Lucas have a good year or something like that?
Oh, yeah, Ray Lucas.
Ray Lucas might have had a decent year, but I would say the best year is Chad Pennington 2008. And a lot of that was carried, too, by the Wildcat. The advent
That's
of
right,
the
Ronnie
Wildcat.
Brown.
The two-headed monster of Ricky Williams and Ronnie Brown taking snaps
I'll never
together.
forget that game against New England when they busted that one out.
Belichick was just spinning.
Just didn't know what the hell hit him there. That was amazing. We got a couple of lawsuits filed today in the National Football League.
Xavier Howard.
Xavier Howard is one. We can start with Xavier Howard if you want, because this one's a little bit spicy. This one's juicy. It's like a Toxic Tuesday edition here. But former Dolphins corner Xavier Howard, he's still looking for a new team, but now he's dealing with a serious issue off the field. According to a new court filing that was filed yesterday, provided by CBS News Miami, Howard is now being accused of circulating photos and videos of himself and other women doing the deed to humiliate them and cause emotional distress. He is also accused of sending this material to the son of one of these women. In a filing made by John Doe, it was explained that Howard had the cell phone numbers of a woman's child, so the woman could text message Howard if her own phone died. The woman would then delete the text between her and Howard on the other phone before going back to hers. And there was allegedly one occasion where Howard texted sexually explicit material of the woman to her son when Howard and the woman were fighting. So a little like revenge porn situation here.
What's your toxic trait?
Man.
Holy crap.
Like, that's not cool. You can have an issue with the mom. We don't need to be bringing the kids into this.
And this is aside from the fact that the H in Howard stands for herpes, and that's well documented.
That is well documented. It absolutely is.
At least wait till the kid turns 18.
Dude. He's going to be in some trouble here because that child is a minor.
Yeah.
That's, ultimate.
And it's probably going to ruin his career. I don't think anybody's going to be signing him now.
It was a great joke, but Xavier Howard, bleep hole of the year. I think we might be able to crown him now. I know it's early.
If you want to crown him, then crown his ass. Yeah. That herpes. Former Denver Broncos outside linebacker Randy Gregory and Dallas Cowboy. He's filed a lawsuit against the National Football League and the Broncos for discrimination after being fined over $500,000 in the past year for taking medications for disabilities that include THC. The complaint was filed in Arapahoe County District Court on Wednesday. Gregory, per the Post, claims he was prescribed THC to help with his social anxiety disorder and PTSD. And
there you go. Yeah,
I'm Team Randy on this.
Hell yeah. I mean, it really got him bad. I mean, the NFL was at war with him getting paid. At one point, Jerry Jones tried to go around it to give him a signing bonus so at least he could have a little dough while he was suspended. The NFL was like, no, you can't do that either. He went 3 years having to work odd jobs because the NFL had kicked him out over weed.
It is
So
a joke.
ridiculous.
So, yeah, and if you got the prescription, I don't know. Who knows how labor laws are? I imagine they're going to protect the big billion-dollar corporation, but go get him, Randy.
And apparently, Josh Jacobs either got ball sacked or he just ball sacked us all. But he made that claim yesterday. I ran with it on the Green Light podcast that the NFL has told them, the Eagles and the Packers teams, you can't wear green when you're going to Brazil and you're going to be in armored cars to the game. The NFL, a chief spokesperson, Brian McCarthy, set the record straight.
That's his guy. Yeah.
And he said, one of the host stadium's rival soccer clubs wears green, but the league did not say players could not wear green. That is false. He also debunked Jacobs' suggestion that the team will be escorted by armored vehicles. He says, as with any international game, we have comprehensive security plans in place, coordinated with local officials, but it doesn't sound like that particular measure is going to be necessary. I guess they've hosted World Cup and Olympic events here, and they haven't had any issues prior, so this is a big to-do about nothing, and Josh Jacobs also issued an apology to the NFL today as well.
For ball sack
perpetuation. Yeah.
Because I don't think he just concocted this. I just think he was...
he wouldn't just think of this on his own.
No, this is him, unfortunately, not crossing his T's and dotting his I's and then finding himself perpetuating a ball sack, which is a huge, huge, egregious error on his part. So the green is fine.
Yeah.
The green is fine.
It's probably like, hey, I wouldn't recommend it, but
don't
they're
wear
not
it.
saying they're not saying you can't.
So we will expect the Packers and the Eagles to wear roughly their everyday uniforms.
Throwback uniforms.
They will be wearing their they'll be wearing their new.
They'll be wearing their ice whites, whatever those.
The Packers and the Eagles are famous for having two of the ugliest and worst throwback
Eagles will
uniforms.
go all black.
But I do like the winter white that the Vikings unveiled yesterday, and they're going to wear those against the Bears this year.
The winter outfits.
Yeah,
those are sexy.
Those are very, very clean.
Speaking of sexy, G-Bag Nation, you're going to want to get out here Sunday. It's an ice cream Sunday. Their game against the Giants, presented by Bluebell Ice Cream. $1 ice cream for kids 13 and under, buddy.
You better bring the kiddos, bro.
Yeah, you bring all your kids, and you're loading up. $1 ice creams.
Wow.
Of course, with the AC kicking in here, you don't have to worry about it melting. That's
true.
probably sitting at your seat for a good inning or two.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I'm so grateful we're not across the street broadcasting right now with the temperature the way it is outside.
Amen.
I'm glad we're in here right now.
Yeah, I was traumatized by that early in my broadcast career.
Yeah.
Seager and Simeon Silver Slugger Bat Day is coming up Tuesday, June 18th with a Mets game presented by American Medical Response. That'll be glorious. The Simeon replica postseason jersey is Wednesday, June 19th. That also happens to be a $1 dog night. So
$1 dog night.
put that on your calendar.
That's a winner.
Okay, for more baseball stuff, Woolchuck has a proper round tripper brought to you by Uber Eats. What kind of baseball gold do you have for us, buddy?
Yeah, let's take a look at the overflowing Rangers rotation that we could have here potentially, and a Corey Seager update. That's next.
Fellowship at its finest. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
For over 30 years.
DFWsecurity.com.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Watching batting practice here at the Globe. Doors will open here in about an hour, hour and a half. And they're going to take on the Giants tonight. It's time for a proper round tripper brought to you by Uber Eats. Segments presented by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214-817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And here he is, your baseball expert, Zach Wolchuk.
Okay, so we got the lineup, and we saw Corey Seager doing some light jogging out there. He was on the field doing some stretches and lunges, according to Evan Grant. We were able to turn around, see him do a little bit of jogging as well. I think he was testing out that hamstring. He is not in the Rangers lineup today. It will be Josh Smith, who will be hitting second and playing shortstop behind Marcus Semien in his usual leadoff spot. Ezekiel Duran will be batting seventh, and he will be playing third base as no Corey Seager. Now, he is on the lineup card. As Evan Grant notes, that's an indication he is not going to the IL.
Great.
So they tested it out. Maybe he's just not ready to go right now, but it's not serious enough to where, okay, we're looking at an extended IL stint here. So hopefully we get to see Corey Seager over the course of the weekend during the series here against the Giants, maybe even as a pinch hitter tonight. I mean, maybe that's a possibility. We can talk to Jared about that a little bit later, but he will not be starting as the Rangers open up their weekend series with Michael Lorenzen on the bump against San Francisco.
Well, that's great news. You know, I'm really happy with how Josh Smith has picked you up. I can't imagine where the Rangers would be without what he's done, but I just have this feeling we're on borrowed time. And you got to get this thing figured out. The longer you depend on Josh Smith to be a crucial part of your lineup, the more you're in inviting worst case scenario. If you ask me, no disrespect to the guy, I need to see it for more than a couple of months to be convinced.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to give it to you on the defensive side, and it's amazing all the variety of positions that he can fill in for you. But he's certainly been on a tear when it comes to his offensive performance. And yeah, I mean, we haven't really seen that be sustained throughout his career. So hopefully, maybe this is a turning point for him, and it is something we can look forward to. But bummer when it comes to Corey because he's been playing so damn well. Hopefully, maybe as early as tomorrow, he's back in the starting lineup. But a good news overall that he's not going to the IL, at least as of now. Now, this is something, it's a good problem to have. And the second you start talking about this is when, maybe things kind of figure itself out. But there was an article from our buddy Sean McFarland, and we've been getting really good news when it comes to John Gray could be back within the week. Max Scherzer nearing a rehab assignment. Cody Bradford is nearing long toss. Tyler Mahle, Jacob deGrom are progressing in their respective Tommy John surgery rehabs. Mahle, it seems like a little bit ahead of deGrom. Mahle could be getting a rehab assignment here within the next couple of weeks or so. But certainly Bochy has been talking about, quote, we know we've got some guys coming. So we're going to have to figure out what we're going to do. Of course, with the way they're all throwing the ball, there's some tough decisions here. Will be better because of it, whoever helps out in the bullpen or the rotation. So the morning news kind of rearranged the rotation here for the Rangers, and we saw this happen in the postseason, where you had guys that were really good for you, and Andrew Heaney and Dane Dunning, and then they take over and have bullpen roles. So McFarland says the locks for the rotation: Eovaldi, Michael Lorenzen, who's been sensational for you and is pitching tonight, and then Scherzer. Because Scherzer's just not a guy that's going to come out of the pen. They're going to start him. And maybe it's something where Scherzer's on a pitch count and he gives you 3 to 5 innings, and then you have a long reliever behind him, similar to what Cody Bradford did last year.
Dawson, did you have this plan of not bringing Scherzer back until the playoffs or till right around September? Were you thinking just let him kind of be fresh?
No, that's my thought with deGrom.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'd like you. I think it applies to Scherzer as well. I like what Wolchuk was saying right there. Maybe, intentionally a very limited pitch count. I don't know, 60 pitches, something like that.
If you just got to monitor him.
If you waited till September, now you might be out of this thing. Maybe it's a terrible idea, but if you can kind of continue to roll along and you don't need those guys until the last 2 or 3 weeks of the season, the September, you're trying to get in wild card position or something like that, or close this thing out, man, I'd rest those guys until then. Just have them keep working, working on the side, whatever you have to do, and then I don't know, because I hate to. Why do I have this feeling you're going to bring them back and then something else is going to happen?
Right, which could also happen in September if you were to do that. In fairness, I think when it comes to Scherzer, I brought up when we talked to Jared the comparison with Tyron Smith. I think whatever you get for Max Scherzer, you take it. We're happy, but my expectations are very, very low with his age and at this stage of his career.
It's terrible. You brought up deGrom. I don't even think about deGrom.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
It is weird.
That you're kind of you're thinking about the Rangers, and then it's oh no, deGrom's working his way back, and
you just don't want to get your hopes up with him.
Every time he comes up, I think of the look Mike Maddox gave me when I asked him about it in the offseason, and then he said, with a Tommy John guy, you're probably looking at the next season. To expect him to come back and be electric would be too much of an ask. We're just trying to get through whatever he does this summer without another injury and then build towards 2025, I think. Now, who knows? When you're talking about a super beast like that, a phenom with that kind of talent, maybe he blows everybody away, but that really tempered my expectations.
I've tempered mine as well. I've said it on the show. I've kind of just gone with the line of thinking, under-delivering myself and maybe under-promising and maybe DeGrom over-delivers, but I'm just assuming we're not going to see him this year. And if we do, then awesome. That's great.
Yeah, I saw Jeff Wilson reporting that DeGrom resumed throwing on Wednesday of this week after what was a scheduled deloading period.
Okay.
And then he will be throwing his first bullpen session on the next Rangers homestand.
Okay.
So,
which is, overall, that's good news.
For sure. But we know that
ease him into it.
They are going to be overly cautious with his return, for sure.
So those were the top 3 guys that McFarland says, all right, they're going to be in the rotation. And then the next ones would be Gray, Heaney, Dunning, the guys who have been good in the starting role. And gosh, we forget how darn good Cody Bradford was before he got hurt. Yeah. Cody was looking like their best pitcher for that early portion of the season. And then Jose Urena, when he was able to give you the other night. But he's got those 2 guys probably moving more to the bullpen.
Man, I tell you what, Urena, I keep thinking about him being a starter.
I would, I love the idea.
He's gotten
Scherzer.
better last time out, it's it's the Tigers, and we were kind of talking about, Jared was telling us they don't score a lot of runs and all that, but like a one-hit baseball.
6 and 2/3 innings.
He was perfect for a long time in that game.
He was, and he got a standing ovation.
I kind of feel like that maybe he might be a guy that, he looks like he's got some toughness out there.
He does, and I think he can fill any role, much like Heaney and Dunning and Bradford did for you last year. I like the piggyback idea of Scherzer and Urena.
Yeah. That could be.
That could work out. Maybe you go 3 innings from Scherzer. If he can give you more, then great. Yeah. And then Urena comes in there and picks you up until the 8th or the 9th inning. That could be a tandem that ends up working. Yankees seem like they dodged a bullet, and they've been arguably the best team in the American League throughout the entire season. But they had Juan Soto leave the game with forearm inflammation. He's going to miss the opener against the Dodgers, which is their big series over the weekend. I believe that's going to be Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. Initially, I saw on MLB, I think it was Foul Territory. We had Ken Rosenthal was like, some of the stuff he was hearing was like Tommy John type of concern here with Juan Soto. But the initial prognosis is inflammation for Soto, so big sigh of relief for the Yankees. But it seemed like the initial fear was like, this might be a season ender here for Juan Soto.
The Phillies are just
not the most durable player out there. I think, you talk about things that need to go right to increase the Rangers' chances of, going back-to-back. And obviously you don't want to root for injuries in any way. It got real uncomfortable earlier when KNC Masterpiece was talking about this. And so I want to make sure I'm steering clear of that. But that would be a massive development in the AL picture.
Couple of hitters. We talked about this, like trade deadline. Maybe all of a sudden you're in the market here to add some offensive help. Eloy Jimenez could be an option from the White Sox, outfielder DH. Chicago's been so damn bad this year. Eloy Jimenez could be an interesting trade candidate there for them. You also have second baseman Luis Rengifo of the Angels. He would probably fill more of a DH role for the Rangers in this situation. But the White Sox are an interesting team. They're going to be sellers. They're not going to be buyers come the deadline. You could be looking at their roster and thinking like a Michael Kopech if you want to add another arm, which I don't believe the Rangers want to do. But you look at some of the offensive players, maybe that's a team that you could go ahead and attack and try and pluck somebody off of that roster if you want to add a bat.
How sure are you that this team's going to be a buyer, Wolchuk?
I do believe they're going to be a buyer, and the reason is the division, right? The Mariners are not running away with this thing. I think the Rangers are going to be in competition for the AL West. They're going to be able to hover around. I think they will end up being more buyers than sellers at the deadline. But of course, it's going to be, you got to have a guy under control.
I kind of feel like if they told you what they were before the season, they weren't interested. They weren't interested in signing Montgomery or signing anybody, making small deals and stuff like that. I'd be surprised if they're buyers.
Well, they were a buyer last year with Scherzer, right? And they didn't end up having to pay Scherzer a ton because, it could be a situation where that team picks up a lot of the.
Yeah.
They might not want to spend money, but you make a trade to where you're not having to spend a lot of money.
I don't know. I mean, the offseason, with the whole thing with Montgomery and others, I was just kind of like, sign this guy up. And then all of a sudden it's like, no, not so much. So. Are you going to be a buyer in the middle of the season if you weren't a buyer to start the season?
I think they're willing to spend
But you're right about the supplement the salary bit.
Right, like
Yeah.
that. They could maybe find a partner that works with them when it comes to the financials, because that is an interesting layer to this as well, Brian. That's true. Scherzer, we just found out, according to Jeff Wilson, he's going to have a rehab start Sunday in Round Rock at Oklahoma City. So Scherzer, he's nearing that comeback, man. We just got to cross our fingers, hope for the best.
Tear him up, baby. Okay, it is the G-Back Nation here live at the Globe. Excited to get our hands on the new Hurtado item today, the Birria Quesadilla. So salute to the Tolos that have stepped up on the text. I think we got that taken care of. I just need those folks to follow through.
That's right.
We'll be seeing you real soon, and we'll have cash and prizes for you. All we want is to sample what I believe to be the single greatest quesadilla in all of the world of sport.
Yeah.
I just need to confirm it.
Right.
I know how Hurtado rolls. Okay, so can't wait to get confirmation on that a little bit later on. It's time now for Biggest L, Biggest Dub. Chief, where are you taking it?
877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week, like Pappy did? And more importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next year in the nation.
But first, it's time for Eric and myself to tell you about our friends at Trajan Wealth. That's
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Tolos, your attention please. Join the Fan and the Rangers in celebrating Adrian Beltre at the Hall of Fame luncheon to benefit the Texas Rangers Baseball Foundation Friday, August 16th at Live by Lowe's. Tables and individual tickets to celebrate the amazing career of Adrian Beltre are available now at Rangers.com/Hall of Fame luncheon.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We're in the Comerica backyard center field area, you know, way upstairs center field, not all the way to the top, but pretty much. And you know, it's time now for Eric Chiafalo to deliver his Friday staple. Here he is, the Chief.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Biggest L, biggest dub. Here we go.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
682 Big Dub got married on Saturday. Biggest L heading back to work after a week-long honeymoon. Yeah, that's tough.
That's got to be a bad feeling.
I hope you had the built-in buffer day. You never want to go from touching ground back on Texas soil to waking up the next morning and having to go right back to work. At least a 24-hour buffer period. You got to build that in, but that is difficult, dude. Getting off that vacation high and back into reality, that can sometimes take multiple days, if not a full week, to really get your bearings back.
The buffer day is crucial, though, and I salute you for learning that at such a young age, Chief.
Thank you. You got bit by that a time or two. You know, I've just kind of seen people learn the hard way. I have as well, and you're like, oh my God, I can't handle this, dude. I'm jet lagged, I'm fatigued, I'm still in vacay, just R&R mode. I can't lock in.
There's that benefit, but also you'll be chilling there like mid-vacay and think, I just went over the halfway point. Like half the vacation's done. Oh no, I'm going to have to fly back and go to work. It's going to take care of you on those last 3 or 4 days of vacay, knowing you have the buffer day.
Good call.
It comforts you mid-vacation.
Yes.
Literally.
Yeah, it's like the Sunday scaries, but in like halfway point of your vacation.
Yep.
And now work is right around the corner.
You just remembered you have the Monday off.
Right.
It's a 3-day weekend. That's what that does for you.
You need it for the delays and the possible flight cancellations.
Oh, yeah, especially if you're flying Frontier.
Yeah, I learned that the hard way coming back from that cruise last year.
Hey,
we had a bunch of delays.
You learned a lot of things the hard way.
Yeah, I did.
Coming back from that cruise last year.
Josh Young taking ground balls right now. Big dub for the Rangers.
And he's throwing.
We got a little jungle cat sighting out there?
Taking the ground ball at third base.
I like that. I like that a lot. 214 Big Dub headed to Pine Dunes with 20 of my high school bros to play a Ryder Cup style golf weekend.
Dude, enjoy that.
Nice.
Winning.
214. That is really awesome. Another 214. My L is having to move back in with the parents after leaving my college town. I did that.
I
had to do that.
It felt like an L at first, but it ends up being there's a lot of perks and benefits.
Plenty of perks, plenty of perks for sure. But when you've done 2 to 4 years, maybe 5 or 6, like me and Walchuk, away from the house on the college campus, and then you enter back into mom and dad's world, now you're back in daddy's house. Might have a couple of little chore skis. Now you're pulling weeds on Saturday instead of recovering from the hangover.
You know what I mean? You're pulling weeds instead of pulling tubes.
Yeah.
It's a bad place to be, especially 22, 23 years old.
Yeah.
You're trying to spread your wings. It can be difficult to date. Of course, Wolchuk cut through that.
Yeah, he did.
Very difficult.
Just go get on the boat in the middle of the ocean somewhere. You can you can have all the fun you want.
Yeah, I was out of mom and dad's then, thank goodness.
903. It's our guy Pappy, or Tim in Carthage.
He took an L?
He was supposed to have a big dub because he was prepared to close on his house in Carthage on Monday. But he took a giant L because, a 75-foot yellow pine tree sized L that broke off onto his house, dude.
Oh, Pappy.
This thing is, you got branches, you got birds' nests hanging out in the living room now of this dude's house. Thank God for Pappy, he was not in the house at the time of the tree fall, because that could,
was he going to get some whiskey? Is that he was doing? Was he going to get a drink?
He's found out the DoorDash now. He might just be
does
getting the DoorDash delivery for the whiskey.
Yeah, who knows? He was probably
in the garage.
He was probably out doing some yard work, honestly. His T levels at his age are borderline historical.
He is a badass.
You can't keep that guy from getting his hands dirty. Hey, big L for Dustin Poirier, UFC guy. He just announced after getting his face kicked in by Islam Makhachev. Nailed it?
Yep.
Face stomper.
He says nose is broken bad, the rib is broken, and his ACL is partially torn. That's the fight life for Dustin Poirier right now. Nose is broken bad. Okay, so as opposed to...
How many times has his nose been broken, I wonder?
I think several times. But yeah, his nose was broken during the fight. It was pretty obvious.
This isn't just a normal broken nose like I've had in the past. This is a bad one.
Yeah.
He's an insane person.
Multiple places. It might be the last time we had to see him fight, which is a shame.
Huge dub for the USA cricket team. Wow. This is
amazing one-handed catch.
Okay, this is United States of America men's T20 cricket team. They just beat Pakistan in what some are calling the single biggest upset in the sport's history.
Let's take that, Pakistan.
Pakistan is like all their eggs are in the cricket basket. And for America, this is like sport number 50 on the list. We're pickleballing more than we're cricketing.
We are.
We're doing a lot more things here in this country than we are cricketing. To go into the house of the Pakistani monster that is their cricket team and come away victorious. It's amazing. My gosh, dude.
You're next, India.
Proud to be an American.
Yeah, and then we're taking down England and South
Park.
Africa.
We went in there and took them down.
It's a big time dub. Yeah, that's
so
right.
Did we just get a couple of AA baseball players and show them the new bat and they got this figured out, or we've been actually training at this for a while?
I don't know the ins and outs of how we've gotten to the point where we're beating countries like Pakistan in their number one sport, but I like the idea of like a couple of weeks ago, some athletic studs here on U.S. soil decided to pick up a cricket bat and start kicking ass.
I'm going to tell you this because I think they were playing Canada in a match, and they call it a test. And like some dude for us is standing there like an athlete, like a legitimate batsman. Yeah. And like he turns on one, like you see the bowler come in and he he bowls it in there. This dude he tall, like he looked like a power forward. He just crack and he hits it behind him, like over his shoulder, out of the and then hit another one. I'm like, we figured out something.
We got bat speed.
Yeah, we figured out
stadiums.
we've NIL money. We're going to other countries and maybe getting some NIL money.
Heck, a lot of these guys that could make it in Major League Baseball, I bet they'd be pretty damn good at cricket.
Yeah, MLB castoffs.
Well, it looks like as a batsman, you got to have some flexibility because you can hit the ball behind you to score runs.
Wow, okay.
But this dude was driving it out of the usually it's like, or it jumps over the little rail and they get points, like 6 points or 6 runs, whatever. This dude was launching into the crowd.
Wow.
Like where they had even no chance of making it. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah. I freaking love that, dude. It's great to see our USA T20
they got
cricket team.
They got some cool. They got some cool suits that the kits.
Really?
You can go with the sweater vests and stuff like that.
Probably like soccer. We got a lot of these. They're like German-born, but they're American. We might
See,
have some, like,
we need more of
Pakistanis
that.
and
I could
Indians
see that.
who are
More of that.
actually
We need-
American.
yeah.
You got to think a lot of these countries are on high alert now, like OS. If America is going to grab a hold of this cricket thing, you better watch out over there, Mr. South Africa. We might be coming. We might be coming for your throne. Hey, how about
rugby?
Wheel of Fortune lovers taking an L. Pat
Goodbye,
Sajak,
Pat Sajak.
waving goodbye. His final episode of Wheel of Fortune is tonight. And I'm sure that stings for a lot of folks. I don't know. I mean, Pat Sajak's a stud.
Do we know who's taking over for Pat Sajak?
I do not.
Aaron Rodgers, maybe?
Nah, he wanted Jeopardy. I don't know if he's a big Wheel of Fortune guy. They have been doing the celebrity editions. I saw Jared Allen, Marcellus Wiley, and Rashad Jennings on the other night. They couldn't answer a damn thing. I think eventually Marcellus Wiley won.
On Jeopardy?
Yeah. No, on Wheel of Fortune.
Okay, because I couldn't tell if I was getting AI ball sacked on Dabo Sweeney doing Jeopardy.
He probably did.
And not knowing what the NIL was.
Because it's celebrity
Or the
week.
transfer portal.
Yeah, so, I mean, he doesn't use the transfer portal, so maybe he doesn't know what it is.
It was pretty funny. Nobody got the answer
Wiley was
right.
a Cowboy, though, yeah.
Wiley went to school at Columbia, though, didn't he?
He did.
He's got to be pretty good at spelling.
He was
and
the
stuff,
only
right?
one that could answer anything.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all standing there
I
like...
wouldn't want to go on that show if you have to
The
spell.
whole puzzle's basically out there
No
for
way.
minus 2 letters, and then finally they buzz in an answer.
In the butt, Jim. What was that one?
Right in the butt.
Right in the butt.
No. And the girl was so appalled. Oh, my gosh. 469, like the rest of us, took a big Mavs L last night. Him and his girlfriend are huge Mavs fans, and
Were
they
they in
got into a
Boston?
huge argument last night because they were both so mad, and so now they're both still trying to make up for it. And it's just, it was a bad night that turns into a bad day, and 469, you just don't want to let that turn into a bad weekend. Sunday is going to get here before you know it, and Kyrie on a sports Sunday giving everything to God, he is going to show up in a huge way. I believe that. Bounce back Luka, we already know about.
For sure.
It's going to be epic. So
Hey, man,
don't let this thing ruin your weekend. Oh, it looks like Ryan Seacrest is taking over the wheel
No way.
Is he?
for Sajak.
Nice, okay.
Seacrest just gets to do everything. He used to have every job in America. Like, he's up. As soon as you remove yourself from a position, he is now in the running for
was
it.
in
I don't care
Kathy
what
Lee.
industry it is.
I'm perfectly okay with that. An actual professional, polished broadcaster instead of like the greatest player to ever play, Ken Jennings or Drew Carey.
Yeah.
They've ruined two of my favorite game shows because they just punted on replacing the actual host, Brian.
I kind of feel like Ken Jennings, though, is a worthy guy. I mean,
He's
I know that our guy was the best all time, but Ken Jennings, at least he knows how to pronounce.
Kind
all
of
the
feels
stuff.
like a weekender trying to do morning drive, if you ask me.
My dad's ripping his vape, towing his balls off. He said, Ryan Seacrest. it's the guy.
Wait, your dad's vaping now? He's off the traditional
he
heaters?
quit the cigarettes because obviously we don't want that around baby girl. So he's being a good pop. And
look at
he's
that.
like, I switched over to the vape.
Is there ever a time where you could catch Pop holding baby girl and ripping a vape?
One time, and I had to tell him, like, don't do that. So now he's got it down, man. He just goes to the other room.
Papa Walchuk is...
He's a legend, man.
He's inspiring.
He really is. I love you,
and
Dad.
He's a hero, and you, sir, are the biggest dub of the week. Papa Walchuk, we love you.
You can catch a dub right now, multi-game savings if you're coming out to see the Rangers. Buy 2 games, save 5%. Buy 3 games, 10. Buy 4 or more games, save 15%. Get your tickets at rangers.com/specials. Okay, we're going to pop back to Chief here with some basketball talk and a proper rim session. What kind of hoop stuff do we have, Eric?
Well, we have more Game 1 finals fallout. Despite all the disgust that we saw, Chuck Cooperstein got a chuckle out of me last night. I'll explain why. And more Dan Hurley stuff to the Lakers next in the nation.
I can't wait to chat about that. Also, can't wait to tell you about D&M Leasing because here we are. We're strutting into the weekend. We got the finals. We got Rangers baseball. A lot of good stuff to be talking about. But if you want or need
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It is hour number 3 of the nation, going to 6:30 tonight when the Rangers are going to take on the Giants. That's when the pregame will hit. Now, coming up here at 4:20, you'll get Wolchuk's top 10. We have George Sedano coming up in 1 hour to give us his thoughts on Game 1, Mavericks and Celtics. And for more on those basketball storylines, here's Eric.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed here at Globe Life Field, and the G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that finals rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when we are just over 48 hours away from bounce-back playoff Luka Doncic, and hopefully we get a nice bounce-back Kyrie Irving for game number 2. Kyrie with 12 points, 2 assists, 3 turnovers. He was 0 of 5 from downtown. He had a 31.6 true shooting percentage. I got to say, big ups to Drew Holiday. We know that he's a great defender, but it was extremely evident early and often in that game. Everything Kyrie's going to get, he is going to have to earn. Drew Holiday is the real deal. I'm like Glove 2.0. I'm sitting here watching the first half going, okay, so they got the Glove 2.0. They got a demigod in Porzingis who is just playing all over the place. It looks like he's a pterodactyl out there, cheat code style. Absolutely on fire from the moment he got off the bench.
Yes.
When they inserted him into the game, it was a ridiculous situation. And then I'll tell you what, man, Jaylen Brown, quite the agitator, where just all of a sudden, just defensively, he's just gonna pickpocket Luka. And then he's gonna have like back-to-back blocks on a possession, and you're like, wow, dude, maybe there's a little bit of that eye of the tiger that I was very convinced that he did not have. He had a little bit of that last night. Jason Tatum did not. The idea that you can have 6 turnovers and shoot that poorly from the field and your team still win by that much tells you, wow, bro, when the Celtics are really clicking, your best player doesn't even have to do anything.
Yeah, that's a bit of a concern with the Tatum thing. But yeah, I mean, I think Brown's been their best player all postseason long. With KP, when he hits that 3, they show him, he gives the wink and the smile. That dude right there, he is the ultimate villain. All of a sudden, immediately, I just had anger. My blood was boiling. I'm like, KP, I want to punch you in the freaking face right now. He looks like he could be Captain Hook out there.
Well, I was listening on my way from a soccer thing to the house as it was being described by Chuck Cooperstein, so I did not get a chance to actually see that, but that's when it will happen, because I was ready to hate. You know, as I'm listening to the description of the actions, I'm like, oh, this is the worst. This is sports hell right now, listening to the pickpocket of Luka and the dunk. I'm just like, oh, my goodness. If I had to see somebody smarmy winking, you know, doing like a that type of deal.
That beating grin on his face.
Yeah.
Oh,
dude, Jalen Brown had a couple of just facial flushes as well, where he's splitting the double team at the top of the key, and it's usually Luka was getting blown by. I mean, Luka had a couple of really bad moments defensively, and they're probably not going to be able to get by with him playing like that. But you mentioned Chuck Cooperstein. I didn't hear him on the call, but I did see his tweet. And if Carter Freeman is in the Pimp Cup and within ear's reach, he will go ahead and throw this photo up on the fan cam. This is the angle that the NBA and or the Celtics have given Chuck Cooperstein and the radio broadcast here. They're kind of up in the lower bowl for the most part, but they're caddy corner, like at a 45-degree angle. And he took a photo, did Chuck Cooperstein, of the court from his vantage point and just says, so this is our view in Boston. It's awful, but it's the at NBA Finals, so we will make it work. And I just thought, wow, poor Chuck here is just hating life at a bad angle. And I don't know how often you get that angle.
Yeah, is that Boston being just, hey, bleep the radio team of the Mavericks?
I'll tell you what, I do not know. Now, I can understand if it's somebody other than your normal broadcasting. Say if you, like the Cowboys have, they have the Hispanic broadcast, they have Compass broadcast, they have their own, our broadcast on 105.3 The Fan. I could understand if they were putting you in a different area but to put the visiting team's broadcasters in that spot, I'll tell you what, I would lose my S.
I hope the Mavericks
and I hope the
to
Mavs
Boston.
turn around and do the same damn thing to Boston's crew.
It's been happening for probably the last 10 years or so, and different organizations handle this differently, but it's for the $4,000 or whatever you get by selling those seats. And I just don't think it's worth it to have this kind of social media, exposing what kind of a host you are.
Yeah, like you say, to me, there ought to be some type of rule.
For sure.
They're like, listen, you have to put the home team and the visiting team's broadcasters in certain spots, but you can't, this one looks like they're above the players' tunnel, coming. I mean, it's, like I say, there's been teams, I know some of the press boxes around the NFL, they've moved media. Like if you go like Commanders at FedEx Field, they've taken the media and moved you from an actual press box level to over into the end zone. So you really can't see not very much. Everything is going away from you. And, but they've taken the opportunity to take all those premium seats, like you say, Dawson, and make it $4,000 a piece.
Yeah.
For seats.
Hey, billionaire's going to billionaire, I think is one way of looking at it. I was thrilled with how Chuck handled that onslaught on the air. Obviously, a lot of people watch. Sometimes you get to listen. And I always appreciate it when a play-by-play guy can remain somewhat neutral. It's torturing your fans to listen to this. And I think some play-by-play guys fall for the trap of riding that emotional roller coaster. But Chuck stayed 98% professional as far as giving enthusiasm for this Boston run and describing the action and, giving you a good appreciation for the kind of show Boston was putting on instead of just complaining about how bad it sucked.
I was listening to Chuck the night that they clinched in Minneapolis. And Chuck, and it was Brian Damaris, right? Is that how you say it?
Yeah, Damaris.
Damaris. And Brian Damaris is from my school of, man, it ain't over till the horn goes. It ain't, no, hang in there, man. I'm always like, I'm thinking, Chuck's like, oh no, this one's over, Brian. This one's done. They ain't coming back from this one. And Brian kept going, yeah, Chuck, but that final horn and nah, Brian, don't worry about this one. This one's over. And Chuck was right. Like he's like, get ready. Minnesota's about to wave this white flag here. They're going to wave it right now. Get ready, and I'm like...
You and Brian Damaris, two guys that would never leave a sporting event early for thinking that the game was already out of hand.
I did leave. In this arena, I did leave, yes.
Well, speaking of the broadcasters, we got the Doris Burke, J.J. Redick, Mike Breen trio last night. And there was a moment that I believe probably had everyone perking up just a little bit, trying to understand. Remember, it used to be Mark Jackson, Jeff Van Gundy. This is a
Jeff Van Gundy's coaching with the Boston now, or he's helping out as an assistant or Advisor, yeah.
Kind of a basketball czar, if you will. Probably helping Joe Mazzulla quite a bit, but you're used to those guys. But here was Doris Burke last night, and we said like she could get a little bit sensual on the call.
She got a little bit there. You're right about that.
This is the sound of her and one of the lines she dropped last night.
Kiss me, I'm so pretty, JJ Redick. Oh my goodness.
I believe that was after Jaylen Brown did something pretty spectacular.
Yeah.
And that was sort of her description of it. And immediately she starts trending, and people are kind of laughing at the way that she went about that one and her sort of maniacal laugh afterwards. But we'll see. They'll continue. Will JJ Redick and Doris Burke to get it done. And hopefully we get a couple of Mike Breen bangs for our Dallas Mavericks when they get some big buckets. That would be wonderful. Kyrie,
can I say something?
Yeah.
I miss the TNT broadcast. I miss Harlan doing these games.
Oh, me too.
Harlan, Miller, and Van Gundy. I think they did a hell of a job, and the way the Mavericks were going about it, their business, I was growing comfortable with them. And like, man, I wish they could do the finals too. Because I was like, I like listening to that crew do these games. I really, really do.
Well, we thought it was going to be super, super hostile in regards to Kyrie and the reception that he would receive from Celtics fans going back to the TD Garden. But he was after the game saying like, I thought it was going to be a little bit louder in here, maybe a little bit more vitriol. He obviously didn't play all that well. So it wasn't like, hey, the crowd was soft on him and he dominated him. He played poorly, but I think that's probably a product of how expensive the tickets are. It wasn't something I really had considered. The type of crowd that you're going to get at all these games is not going to be maybe the same type of passionate crowd that you would get just for sort of the everyman fan. But he said he was expecting it to be a little bit louder, but outside of the arena, it was definitely loud in its hate for Kyrie Irving. You had Celtics fans running around with what was a microphone and a giant boombox speaker yelling bleep Kyrie, while the third member of the crew was holding up a blow-up doll with a photo of Kyrie's face on it and his Celtics jersey on it, and basically saying bleep Kyrie while donning a Kyrie blow-up doll, if you will. So outside of the arena, it was getting pretty hostile. I don't believe the blow-up doll Kyrie Irving made it into the arena, so he didn't have to be privy to that situation.
Man, it's unbelievable how much they dislike him. This might be an all-time sports dislike situation, and the difference between how his former team and current team looks at him, I don't think there's ever been a wider gap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's hard to disagree with that. It's hard.
Everybody loves Kyrie now.
Yeah. This version of him for sure, but not Celtics fans. Not even close. Not even close, man.
No, he's like public enemy number one to them.
What did you guys think of the Luka performance? I mean, he only gets the one assist. He gets you 30 points. Kind of took him a little while to settle in. I felt like he was, even early on in the game, just settling for the step-back three. Just trying to get the step-back three working. And I know when that's working for him, everything opens up for him, and now you could be looking at the floodgates and Luka, here's a 20-point first quarter or whatever. But it just felt like quickly he's bailing into the step-back threes, and when they don't fall, all of a sudden you're 4 of 12 from downtown. That's just, I don't know. I felt like getting to the rack would have been a little bit more appropriate to start this thing.
The great thing about Luka is not that he scores 30. You can't say, well, he had 30 and 10. It's a double-double. It's a big game for him. The thing that separates him is getting you and your team easy buckets, and there was none of that. Surely there were some missed open shots that Luka could have had more assists on, but the volume wasn't high. The alley-oops aren't there. The dump downs to the big and the dunker spot wasn't there. Like, there were no easy baskets to be had. That's why you end up with 89. That is almost entirely on Luka. You would have had to score 50 to make up for that.
Right. Yeah, and that's kind of the way the Celtics are playing them right now.
What's up, Keith?
It's like, hey, Luka,
stopping by here.
If you want to go ahead and put up 50 or 60 points, then go ahead and do that. But we're not going to help off of these guys, and we're going to make sure that nobody can really help you and help create those easy baskets like you were talking about, Dawson. So that's going to be hugely interesting to see how the Mavericks are able to adjust to that. One thing I saw from Nick Engstad of the Locked On Mavs podcast, the Derek Jones Jr. shot being blocked so much, when he had four. He had a shot blocked 4 times in game 1 alone. He had 9 field goal attempts. 4 of them were being blocked.
Wow.
And then he had 10. His shots were blocked 10 times in the Western Conference playoffs there, but 4 times in game 1 of the finals. That's really, really bad. But I also think that a lot of credit to the Celtics defense. I mean, they are a suffocating crew.
They are.
Super suffocating.
And they got some pests off the bench. I mean, like Peyton Pritchard, I know you brought him up, Brian, yesterday, and we were kind of ragging on you for it. But, I mean, again, I talked about in the open, the offensive rebounds, the hustle there. And then how about that 3 that he made? They stopped and broke it down during, like, he catches it in the shooting motion already and lets it fly. The Mavericks need to get more from their role players, 100%. I agree with you.
And finally, Dan Hurley, just want to say, like, the situation with him and the Lakers, it's got to be a no-brainer for him. The way that Woj is describing the amount of money that the Lakers are willing, and they're usually not willing to spend that much on their coach, if they're willing to pay him double-digit millions per year, why would you not capitalize on that going to the Lakers? You can always, if you fail in the NBA, universities are still going to want you. Your shine will not have worn off. You can always go back to college if you need to. And with the way the NIL and all this crap now that you're having to deal with, like, you would think, like, being a coach in college sports right now is as much of a pain in the rear end as it's ever been. Yeah. So having the Laker opportunity, that just seems like a no-brainer. If the Lakers actually want him, Dan Hurley to the Lakers has to be a lock here. There's no way you turn that down.
You get out of the cold in the Northeast in basketball season, you go to Los Angeles, and, you have one of the few jobs in Southern California where you can actually afford to live wherever the hell you want. You get a high-rise condo like right next to the gym, and you're good to go. So for me, it would be tough for a lot of people to walk away from a situation as good as UConn. But I mean, the Lakers' job, the weather situation, and then like you said, you can always go back to college, maybe even cherry pick an even better opportunity if it does not work out. I think everybody wants to try to test themselves at that ultimate level. And when iconic brands start calling, the Cowboys want you to come coach, the Yankees want you to manage, the Lakers, one of these teams, I feel like it's almost an undeniable attraction. Okay, top 10 at 420 is coming up next. Well, Chuck, where are you taking it?
It's a special day that once again opened up a heated debate during Crosstalk with KMC and Sean and RJ. National Donut Day. What is America's most popular donut flavor, and what's your favorite? That's next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Yeah, baby. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here live at Globe. Here, Rangers baseball tonight, pregame at 6:30 as they host the Giants. First of a 3-game weekend set. This segment of the Nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. Now here he is with your top 10, Zach with an H, your Woolly Bully.
Thank you very much. National Donut Day. Saw our buddy, friend of the show, DeMarcus Ware. Yes, I did it. At Krispy Kreme. Picked himself up a nice box of Krispy Kreme donuts. Hashtag National Donut Day. Get you some. D. Ware, what is your favorite donut? 877-881-1053. Some housekeeping, though. Some of the Tolos got to hear the show between the show. I'll tell you what I was talking to Eric about. So Jaylen Brown, I just saw on Twitter, they had that week. The Celtics had over a week off between the finals. They asked him, what were you doing? How'd you spend your time? He said, quote, I don't have a family. I'm single. So I'm mainly watching Harry Potter. And as the lone Harry Potter fan here on the set, it kind of made me like Jaylen Brown a little bit more. And I also do believe that he is a better all-around basketball player than Jason Tatum. And I might be alone in thinking that. I know Jason Tatum gets all the love, the MVP hype, but I think Jaylen Brown showcased just how darn well-rounded he was last night in Game 1 and throughout the Eastern Conference Finals when he was MVP.
Heck of a player, heck of a guy. Dig into the Jaylen Brown story. He's a very likable dude.
He is. Cool guy. And honestly, gosh, I don't think that financially it could happen, but he would be a fun pairing with Luka. That's a guy that can play off ball. He's been doing it with Tatum. The defense that he provides for you.
Yeah.
Just dreaming a little bit down the line. Maybe those are two forces that could end up combining.
If it does not come together for the Mavs over the next couple of seasons, the narrative will be you need to pair him with somebody who is a great defender.
Yeah.
Because when your secondary guy is a dude like Scottie Pippen or Jaylen Brown that can, punish you on offense and maybe help stop one of the other team's best players, it's a major advantage.
100%. Quick update on Corey Seager. Not in the lineup today if you missed it when we went around the bases. Did see some of the beat reporters, Jeff Wilson and company. Rangers giving Corey Seager time to avoid the IL. So Davis Wenzel will be recalled from AAA Round Rock. Unfortunately, that means Derek Hill, who had a nice stretch there early when the Rangers brought him in, especially against lefty hitting. He's going to get a tough luck DFA designated for assignment. So good news that Seager's not going to the IL. Maybe that means that he won't be playing at all this weekend. We'll have to monitor and see what happens with that. We'll talk with Eric and Jared coming up in that 6 o'clock hour. But, gentlemen, let's talk some donuts, shall we? I've got the most popular types of donuts in the United States. I know we do this every year, so I have a feeling what all of your favorite donuts are, but the palate does change. What is your favorite donut? We start in the Pimp Cup with the greatness that is Lucius Alexander.
Let's see. I'm going to have to go with the regular glazed donut with chocolate frosting and sprinkles.
Okay, so would you...
Not the little long sprinkles. I need the little small, little beady things.
I'm with you 100%.
Dots.
Now, would
the
you
little
call
dots.
that? Do you call that a chocolate sprinkled donut? Sprinkled chocolate donut?
I don't know what to call it. I just point at it. Can I get those two?
Can I get that
those,
one,
please? Yeah.
So that was the debate that went down because RJ does not. When he says a chocolate donut, most people here in the great state of Texas, that is a glazed donut that has the chocolate frosting on it.
Yeah.
But he's thinking like a double chocolate donut or a chocolate cake donut.
Right.
Yeah.
Like a donuts, not the powdered, but the chocolate, where it's just all chocolate.
Yeah,
it's totally dipped in chocolate.
That's what
Correct.
he thinks is a chocolate donut. But to us, I think if you go to a Dunkin' or a Shipley's or even your mom and pop donut shops, you say, "Can I get a chocolate donut, chocolate frosted donut?" That's what it is.
I think you can mean different things to different people. You know, maybe the chocolate Long John is your chocolate donut.
Okay.
You know, I don't
It's a
know.
Long John.
Wasn't that the broadest special? Didn't you like the Long John?
No,
Or
the
Bear
Eclair?
Yeah,
Or the
you're a
Bear Claw?
guy.
Bear Claw.
Which, hell, the Bear Claw is fantastic.
Is that like an apple fritter similar? Is it like
lot of going on there? Yeah,
Yeah, but it's more cinnamony.
Yeah.
more
icing.
cinnamon,
More sugar.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I
know
just
you're a
like your
blueberry guy.
standard glazed donut, you know, the circular one with nothing else.
Yeah.
Or the white powdered donut. Had some of those actually on my way in, picked up a sleeve at 7-Eleven. Hit the spot. Didn't know it was donut day.
You determined that the sleeve donut not better than the bag donut, right?
That's correct. Yeah, the sleeve donut, they can get a little stale on you.
I think of you as like such a mini donut guy. Do you ever go and get, like, from the donut shop, regular sized donuts?
Yeah, a couple times a year.
Do you have a go-to spot?
No, and I wish I did because there's a big variance.
Yeah, there are. Because
Yeah.
like some of them, I mean, sometimes you'll go and they're a little stale.
Yeah.
Like especially in the weekend, I've always been I'm going to sleep in kind of guy. So by the time I get there, I'm not always getting the
They
fresh
got
donuts.
like one tray of donuts left.
Yeah,
They're about to
they're
sell
picked out, and
Yeah.
they're not fresh.
Where do you is the donut hole considered a donut?
Sure is.
It's a good donut.
Of course.
Okay.
That's why you want to spend, $10-15 or more.
Because I was thinking of a donut like the big circular one, not the donut.
Dude, that's the
hole.
thing about the donut, though, is you have the hole, you have just the regular donut as you know it, you have the mini donut donuts, you have the Long John sort of
Right.
like cylinder looking deal, you get your Bear Claw, like the different variations of the donut are sort of what makes it so special.
What's the donut that they tried to do too much? It's too much.
I think anything with the cream in it. I'm not like
really don't like
any
the
of
chocolate
these-
cream?
The chocolate cream or whatever
Or the
the
vanilla
white
cream.
I
vanilla
kind of
cream.
feel like
Bavarian
though
cream.
I like the cherry filled one. I kind of like that myself.
See, I need to
Or
try
jelly.
one of these jelly ones.
A
See, that's
jelly
what I'm
donut.
saying. Yes, the jelly donut.
But I'll tell you, even those, they can be hit or miss because they don't always put enough jelly in. Like it ends up just being a
Dry.
naked donut.
But you,
Well,
the
dry.
Bavarian cream donut you're talking about, too much.
I'm
Not
out
for
on the
me. I'm
trying to
Bavarian
do too
cream,
much.
For sure.
but Dunkin' growing up, and I think they might. It was a powdered donut that they would hollow out the center and they'd fill it with chocolate cream. That was
sounds
freaking
nice.
divine, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, I could get on board with at least trying that.
It was pretty damn good.
I do think my favorite donut is the donut that is actually just sandwiching a couple of burger patties and some melted cheese.
now we're talking.
And you got the double glaze
Burger bun
buns.
style.
Oh my gosh, dude,
Yes.
that is a home freaking run.
But usually you rock up, you find the store that just says donuts on it.
That's the one. Yes,
Those end up being the best.
That's the one I want. I want it to just say donut. And honestly, if one of those letters isn't lit up like the rest
Yeah.
of them, even better.
Okay, final question before we dive through this top 10. Why the hell do we have two different spellings? We have DONUTS, which I've grown up with, and then there's the dough, DOUGH, nuts. Why? What are we doing?
Yeah.
What's up with the two different spellings? It's like in England, in the UK, color is spelled with a U in there.
Yeah.
I think it's just like you have the technical spelling of what it is, but then you just have the fun signage.
actually
and
dough.
just like
Like you're making it like
Makes
dough.
sense,
Yeah.
right? But
Yeah,
then, why didn't we
using
just
dough to
keep it
make
with that spelling? Why did
Yeah.
we end up shortening it to the
I am not.
D-O?
I'm not even turning into the parking lot of the donut shop that has DOUGHNUT
Do you get
on
Krispy
there.
Kreme ever? Because they do.
They
that.
do that all
As
the time.
I've aged, I've
Oh, here
actually
we go.
appreciated the Krispy Kreme.
It is
more.
pretty good.
When I was younger, I was like, "What are we doing
Mavs
here?
and seven.
Take me to the down the
Shut up,
street
Brian.
place. What are we talking about?"
I will say when they had that hot and ready sign as a kid, it was like, okay, you
Krispy
know what,
Kreme?
Dad, what do you? And my dad was
Hey.
always down. He's like,
That's
all right,
when you
no-
felt your body start to change in
Yeah,
a way
a
that
little
you've
bit.
never experienced before.
That's
What's
when the-
happening to my
when those-
pants?
the
Dad?
way it really.
The Krispy Kreme ones when they're rolling off that conveyor belt,
Dude.
When that
Aesthetically,
sign, when they
it's
got
beautiful.
that neon sign,
Yeah.
and they flash that neon sign, and
melt
you're
in your
there,
mouth.
and those things they're falling off that conveyor belt. And they're kind of bending on the way down.
You watch
Yeah.
that fresh,
Yeah.
shiny glaze
Yes.
over top it.
Yes.
It is gorgeous.
I've always felt like they're a little overrated, though. I salute them for their uniqueness.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Captain. I really
didn't think
like
it was
them,
the
but they're
best.
overrated.
Expensive.
Okay, let me
Yeah.
ask you
That's
this.
usually why I would avoid it.
And they're smaller.
Which one of you guys is getting a gas station donut? Like actually not a sleeve, not
No.
a donut, but
Yeah.
like actually open their little door
Sure.
and pull out a donut.
Yeah. Racetrack.
Yeah,
good
QT,
ones.
whatever.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay, they're solid.
7-Eleven, I'll do
I
that.
can't say that I have done that.
I've never done that.
Now, that can get you. You talk about there can be some stale donuts in there.
Yeah.
And on more than one occasion, I've taken a single bite and thought, it's not worth it to consume this calories and sugars to eat the rest of this. And I just throw it away. So you got to be ready for that. And you don't want to be so committed that you still eat that thing if it's disgusting.
Okay, our guy
So you
Churd-
literally like walk past the trash can on the way out, bite it, and then go, no, this is not
I
happening.
usually wait
Good
until I
strategy.
get to my car
Okay.
to take the first bite.
And then you just throw it out the window? You huck it into the street?
No, the only thing I throw out the
Shoot,
window
shoot.
is something biodegradable like a banana or an apple.
Yeah, 2 and 4.
You'll never catch Dawson. eating one of
QT has
those.
good donuts.
Why would he eat that?
During Lent.
Yeah, during Lent. I agree with the 817. Shipley's, I do think, is better than Krispy Kreme. I think out of the chain, Shipley's is
100%.
probably the
Shipley's
best.
is a Texas company, though, right?
It is. And
Hey.
I know. Yeah.
Go ahead, bro. Keep going.
No, I know you're a big Shipley's guy, Lucius.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a shout out to my the running back in high school, Jonathan Antoine. He owns a Shipley's in Arlington.
Nice.
Hell yeah,
We
dude.
call him Doughboy now.
Doughboy. That's
Literally making dough and making dough.
getting a lot of feedback. The donut with the do nut on it spelling is cheaper, for the signage than the one
See,
that's
there
actually
you go.
spelled out.
This is
dough
big
with the
LED
nut.
adding the
Yeah.
UGH.
That makes sense.
And here's
Yeah.
Eric, like, totally avoiding, like, oh, yeah, you've got the OU. I'm out of there. I'm not.
Well, a lot of them
driving
don't
in.
have it.
The OUGH, yeah. Yeah,
You're
that's-
out, though, right?
It's an offense, yes. Yeah, I'm not pulling into your parking lot. I'll drive another half mile to the next spot.
We're simple men.
Yeah.
Less is more.
You got to have your principles.
Now, how important in these
Okay.
donut shops is there sausage rolls or pigs in a blanket, whatever they
Now-
call it?
It's just about
Kolaches.
everything.
The
It's really
kolaches.
just about everything.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
kolaches, and I'll tell you what, it's not a one size fits all. You want to talk about like every donut shop a little bit different. They have their own twist on things, and oftentimes you can just see the difference. You walk in and
We're
dang
not
it,
doing
but
this.
This
Yeah.
is a bit of a swing and a miss here. Looks like just the kiddos getting some.
I'm going to
donuts
go
today.
to the misspelled donut shop and the donut shop you like and get 2 boxes, and you tell me which one's which.
Okay.
Let's do
If
this.
this is the, and I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah.
You're going to say, oh, which one's better? And I'm not going to tell you which one is the misspelled one and which one is the one you like.
Okay.
And I guarantee you can't tell the difference.
Oh, I'll bet that all day.
We also need to bring you a
There's
Whopper.
no way.
I will freaking dominate that.
All right,
I bet
Churd,
not.
This
Chief.
is the one without the extra letter.
Churd from the 214. You got to try Yo Nuts in Addison. Sounds like I'm trolling you.
That
but
sounds
he
like a
swears-
$12 donut, and
he
I'm
swears
out.
it's a donut cut in half with your choice of ice cream inside, hot pressed in a waffle iron,
Shut
and then
up.
dipped in cinnamon and sugar. It will change your life.
I'm in.
Nuts.
That sounds unbelievable.
I think we just got ball sacked by
I
Jared.
think so, too.
He says he's not ball sacking us. I mean, Yo Nuts does sound funny. Like that is a ball sack.
You did. You got ball
But the
sack on it.
description on this, I think we can Google it and we can find out if we're do a little Google
owns
search.
Yo
for
Nuts?
us.
Top
Richard
Yo Nuts
Johnson
and
Johnson.
Addison.
ice cream is better than that.
All right, here's the top 10 America's favorite donuts. We start with glazed at number 1.
Yes.
The Cronut is at number 2.
Croissant donut.
Croissant donut, and I heard
Number
Corey
2?
talking about this earlier. It's number 2. The Cronut is taking over, man.
Blueberry cake donut, by the way.
Thank you.
That
Thank you.
That is
Eric's one
good.
seat.
That's the best of all the cake donuts.
Yeah, I agree.
It's so good that even Dawson will eat a dessert that is fruity, right?
Yep, you
For
nailed
dessert,
it. Yep.
apple fritter at 3. The donut holes are at 4.
Yeah.
The blueberry cake is at 5. The cinnamon twist at 6. The Kruller is
Pretty
at
good.
7, which is good.
More than you know.
Glazed chocolate at 8. Old fashioned at 9. And then we've got the powdered donut there at number 10. Or is this a jelly filled donut? The Paxi?
Yeah, the Paxi.
Better have my donuts.
Yeah. So there you go. I mean,
Salute
I
to
love
Charlie
a
Reds,
good
Delonte
donut.
West.
All right, I'm going to check out this Yo Nuts thing.
Thank you.
Ball sack.
Yeah, check out Delonte West donut.
When it's not a ball sack, you
bit
got to
too.
pick up these Yo Nuts for us.
Hey, we got to run, Nation.
It's
When we
real
return,
$12
we're
a
live at the
piece.
Globe here, hanging and banging, having a good one.
It is expensive.
I told you.
What is coming up next here? Ooh, we got George Sedano at 5, so we got to sneak in an edition of the finest.
Little football's finest, boys and girls, cheese curds, burgers, and more football fat shaming. Did Walchuk call out this guy for the fat shaming?
Probably.
Fat shaming?
In the nation.
Getting canceled for it next year. I do want to chat Window Nation with you, though. It's their semi-annual sale. You know it's officially gotten hotter than heck out there. So if you want new windows, you need new windows.
It's time for another awesome Sean and RJ Firehouse tour. Chop, where are we going to be?
Come see my Diamond Cabs Friday, June 14th, right off 75 at the Allen Central Fire Station, 310 Central Expressway.
Free food from Palmer's Hot Chicken, as well as the return of the Tolo Sweat Cow that went fast the last time we gave them away.
Proudly presented by Palmer's Hot Chicken, Firehouse Heated and Chill Boys Box.
Join us and support our finest in Allen on June 14th. We'll see you there with the Fan.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com, y'all. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, live Comerica backyard at the Ranger game. Doors are about to open, and the game coming up at 7 o'clock, pregame 6:30. Here's the Chief with an edition of the finest.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. We will hear from an NFL offensive lineman back in a city, reuniting with the team, and he is very excited about a couple of very special things in that football city. But I was wondering if at any point this week, I know I missed a day thanks to Brooks Eye Associates taking care of me at the highest level, getting my LASIK procedure handled. But earlier in the week, J.J. Watt was booed at what I believe to be just like a charity soccer tournament in North Carolina. And as he was walking in, he was booed, and he turned over to the guy that was doing the loud booing, saying, "You're standing in that donut line, fat ass." And that's a direct quote. And I didn't know if Walchuk brought that to the table and wanted to call out J.J. Watt for the fat shaming offense. Sometimes you let these things slip through the crack. I didn't know how that one landed with you, Walchuk.
You know, he can go bleep himself, and what it was is JJ, as we have decided on the show, is such a look-at-me guy, wants the attention. I chose to just not give him that attention.
Okay.
That's how offensive I thought it was. So go bleep yourself, JJ Watt. You're the fat ass.
I respect that tactic.
Just kidding. He's actually shredded.
No, I saw him. Yeah, he was.
You think he's put on some pounds?
He was the goaltender. He looks incredible. Yeah, he looks jacked.
Was that the one where Pat McAfee had a cross that ended up being a goal?
Yeah, it's his Concafa League.
Yeah.
Whatever the
McAfee
special tournament is.
Yeah.
Played pretty well.
He did play pretty well.
One of the things we know and love about Green Bay, and Broadus can attest, is, of course, the cheese curds. Their wide receiver, Packers wide receiver Bo Melton, said he can't help but eat cheese curds even though they make his stomach hurt, quote, so bad. So this just added to the list. I mean, we all have at least one thing, right, that we know doesn't sit well with us, but it's so delicious that at least from time to time we will just say, hey, I understand that this is going to backfire on me. There will be some discomfort, but I'm going to go ahead and enjoy this thing that I love so much. And for Bo Melton, it's cheese curds. You know, for me, it's spicy things. You know, like spicy wings or whatever it may be. You know, sandwich. A Wendy's spicy chicken, number 6. I'm going to get that at least once a year. And I understand that I have to make sure I have nothing on the schedule for the next 8 to 12 hours.
The powder donuts
that's the decision I make.
The powder donuts are one thing. I've been going just with a quick hitter, like a sleeve here and there, or a bag of Mrs. Baird's. Boom, one sitting, it's gone. Because if I stack those up 3 or 4 days in a row, it sits like concrete in my intestines. We're talking nuclear level constipation to the point that I get back pain from the lack of flexibility and mobility that is sitting in my core.
Oh my! That sounds bad. Terrible.
Yeah, some of my greatest back pain moments are on the back end of, you know, some pretty savage powder donut binges that have taken place over like a week or two, right?
Yeah. But you don't get the same effect if you just hammer home a full bag or whatever in one sitting? No, like it just shocks the body so much they don't even know what hit it?
I can go one sitting, and if I'm doing my fiber thins, good to go. But it's multiple days in a row that will... Yeah, it'll do me in. Not at that point. Not only am I dealing with constipation, but significant back pain.
Man,
last 2 times I've thrown my back out on the tail end of powdered donut binges.
So you've got back pain and constipation.
It's a horrible place to be.
I mean, this almost sounds not worth it.
Would somebody please get Mrs. Baird's on the phone?
God.
Dawson.
I admire your commitment, fighting through this, man.
You have to figure it out. You have to listen to your body.
Yeah.
You have to understand what is going to push it beyond the limits.
If you're going to go on a binge, you have to have those the thin wheats or whatever you use.
The fiber thins.
The fiber thins.
Yes.
Gosh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
You know,
you just sort of go bite for bite, like one donut, one fiber chip.
I haven't started doing them like on a per meal basis, but it might not be a bad idea.
You might be able to slip one past the goalie, you know, so to speak, when it comes to internally in the body. Because it's like, there's, you know, you're mixing in the Metamucil fiber. It doesn't know that it needs to lock up on you and ruin a weekend.
It doesn't keep up. You know, Eric, and it's shameful, and I do this often because of course, I'm not going to say no to a steak, but the red meat goes right through me. It really does. If I'll eat a steak or some ribs or you name it, like some lamb chops.
Is that post soda? Has your body just become so healthy?
Maybe it is.
Yeah.
But I mean, like chicken, I'm okay. But red meat's like delicious.
Burger, like a ground beef.
Hamburgers, not so much. I really only noticed it like actual.
So
like
that
a
meatball
steak.
sub got you then the other day.
2 meatballs. I don't think it was enough. But if I hammer like a big steak, like we're talking 12 plus ounces.
I wonder if it's like something it's being cooked in, you know, like whatever, if they're using a weird kind of oil or whatever it may be. But that's tough, dude. That's a nightmare situation. Speaking of the burgers, did we know that Andy Reid was hand delivered a Guy Fieri burger in Las Vegas by Guy Fieri himself
at the Super Bowl?
Fieri, yes. During the week leading up to the Super Bowl, Fieri was like, I want to feed Andy Reid and his coaching staff cheeseburgers, his famous cheeseburger. And Andy Reid is saying now, all these months later, it still is the greatest cheeseburger he's ever had. But he didn't give us any details on why. And so I'm upset at the reporters or whatever for the lack of.
They've been on shows together.
The lack of follow-up questioning here to not get the real inside scoop on why it's the best cheeseburger ever. But it goes to show once again that these guys, these Hell's Kitchen dude, these Gordon Ramsays, these Guy Fieri's, when they are the ones in control of it, it's going to be a home run. Yeah. But when you just show up to the restaurant that their name's on, we've learned you're going to take an L almost every single time, from the beef Wellington.
That's what I was going to bring up, man.
The trash nacho can, trash can nachos, Guy Fieri style. The lady's like, don't even order it. It'll blow your mind at just how bad it is, because Guy Fieri's not doing it himself.
If Gordon Ramsay saw the beef Wellington that was served to me, he would go in the kitchen and raise hell. And I thought about it, and I'm like, I'm not going to be that guy. I was by myself. I was sitting there. I ordered it. Spent a lot of money on it, by the way.
Should have taken a picture and tagged him. Maybe he would have said something.
It was The crust on it, seriously, he would have sent it back himself, I think.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. Yeah. While Mother's
his
leaving
level
everyone.
of beef Wellington is something of legend.
Yeah.
That was not of legend that I had at his restaurant.
Speaking of a legend, here's Dalton Reisner, who just got picked up by the Vikings. He used to play for them. Friend of the show, friend of the nosebleed seats.
Good guy.
NFL offensive lineman, 300-pounder. And this dude is now back with the Vikings. He was been away from them for a couple of years, and he's very excited about the culinary experience in Minnesota. Listen to this 300-pounder just glow about the food that is now within striking distance.
The first spot, Taco Libre. Great joint, man. Oh my gosh, I get a mega quesadilla. They got a little salsa bar, horchata. Then Tono's cheesesteaks and pizza, dude. I get the South Philly, 2 over easy eggs, some bacon, caramelized onion, green peppers on a bed of French fries. Come on, dog. And then I wrap off the day at Kindred Hearth with a couple soy eggs on my Caesar salad with a tavern pizza, hot honey, pepperoni, jalapeno. Come on. And then the only place I haven't been again to yet is Nashville Coop. So I'm probably going to go there. Probably need to chill out a little bit, you know, I need to relax just a little. So I'll say, yeah, you know, you got a little break in between here and camp. So yeah, screw it. I'm going to go to Nashville Coop tonight. God bless you guys, man. Skol Vikings.
Dude, God bless you.
Skol Vikings.
Taco Libre is a taco joint in Minnesota. I mean, incredible.
There's no way
Sounds
he's
wonderful.
had Texas tacos.
Well, I mean,
I'm guaranteeing you, if
block.
he had tacos from down here, Minnesota ain't having tacos. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, I would be surprised to
ketchup on their
get.
tacos.
I'm telling you, it probably ain't what it needs to be.
They probably would be putting ketchup
Trust me,
instead
they,
of
What do you
they
think
have a
Minnesota does
peso
worse?
in the cheese state of Wisconsin.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, they might know their way around a bowl of chili just because it's so cold up there, and chili's a good
They
meal
put
to have.
spaghetti in the chili.
That's a hell of a fan right here. We got our guy rocking the Dirk Mavs T-shirt. It's actually sleeveless. And as he walks in, he's throwing on the gold trim Adolis Garcia championship jersey.
The doors have opened here at your home of the champs, Globe Life Park. If you're on your way out here, we would love to see you. When we return right here in the G-Bag Nation, it's time for George Sedano, ESPN, to join us. The Expressway's coming up at 5:20. At that point, it'll be time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking. And we're back with the 4th hour of the nation here, live from the Globe on the Fan. I want to chat Men's Tea Clinic with you, though.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
C Sports Station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It is hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. We're live at the Globe. Rangers baseball pregame is coming up at 6:30. The Expressway here in 20 minutes. We'll get into what you drink and what you think and your chance to call in and tell us what you're thinking about these finals or anything else in our world of sport. It's time now for our special guest to join us for the day, George Sedano, ESPN NBA reporter. And a good afternoon, good evening to you. How the heck are you, George?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Well, you know, we're considering what we saw last night. Did we find out Boston's a lot better than the Mavs? What's your view?
I think Boston's been the best team in the league, but I don't think that they're unbeatable. I've seen a team like Indiana, who was undermanned, basically play 3 out of 4 games incredibly tight against them. I saw a Miami team beat them that was undermanned. I saw a Cleveland team beat them that was undermanned, and not only beat them, but also play them very tight as well in a couple of games, even without Donovan Mitchell. So while I think Boston on paper is better, I don't think that they're some kind of juggernaut that can't be defeated.
What do the Mavs need to do better or different than last night?
Well, let's start with offense. They didn't move the ball very well. I think when you look at them, it felt like they were trying to play bully ball and trying to kind of pick on the matchup with Kristaps Porzingis particularly, and they lost that fight every time, it felt like. So the fact that they only had 9 assists and the season low prior to that was 14 was huge. Luka only had 1 assist. That's not the way the Mavs play ball. It felt like the reverse of what they had been doing all postseason, which was trusting that the guys around Luka and Kyrie would play well. And early on, for the first couple minutes, it looked okay, but then obviously everything kind of cratered after that very quickly. I was encouraged, though, they were able to get themselves back in the game. And they were a couple of easy shots away from cutting that lead even further. I mean, I think it was down to 9 at one point or 8, and Kyrie missed a couple of open threes. They kind of missed a couple of shots at the rim. So I didn't feel like, despite getting blown out the way they did, that this was some sort of mismatch. I do think that Boston has inherent advantages, and I've been saying this all week on ESPN television and radio, and that's Kristaps Porzingis particularly creates a big problem for them, because I don't think that Dallas has someone potentially that can match up with him per se when he's on the offensive side of the ball. And then I thought defensively he lived up to the billing, at least for a game, but can that continue? He's not going to have the adrenaline necessarily that he had going into this one. I mean, they cheered him when he came out of, for warm-ups like he was Willis Reed in the Knicks back in the 70s. Like, it was crazy. So can he continue to play at that level? I got a chance to speak to him after the game, and he was champing at the bit, right, to get out there after the last 37 days. But I am curious to see what that looks like as the series progresses. Can he maintain that level of health?
George, what did you think about Kyrie's performance? We've seen him, and we talked to you during the OKC series, where they had some guys that made things difficult on him from the defensive end. Boston certainly does as well with Drew Holiday. Where are some areas maybe you can see Kyrie improving moving forward, and that Boston did well to make life tough on him last night?
Again, very similar to what I said with Luka, which is also, he's part of this equation too, where it just felt like they were forcing the issue on offense instead of just trusting the offense. I remember being in one of the huddles, and one of the assistant coaches, who will remain nameless, basically said to the guys, they had like these 3 straight possessions where they took really early shots in the shot clock. They were not good shots. And he was yelling at them like, guys, what are we doing here? Like, you guys are just throwing up shots. You're not running the offense. Like, what are we doing? And I feel like there was just a lot of that yesterday. So with Kyrie, I feel like I don't want to say he was pressing because of the crowd. I don't think that was it. I just think Drew Holiday and the Celtics defense did a really good job. In particular, they threw a lot of different looks at both guys, Luka and Kyrie, and I think that they have to kind of figure some of that out. Again, just like I mentioned a moment ago, Kyrie specifically had some really good looks that didn't go down. And especially when the Mavs cut back into that lead and got it into single digits again, I think those are just shots that normally fall for him that didn't fall for him and made the line look even worse for him in the box score.
ESPN's George Sedano in the building last night in Boston for NBA Finals Game 1. What did you make of just the environment in general? We thought it was going to be super hostile towards Kyrie, but you've been in many playoff buildings. How did that compare?
Okay, well, here's the thing, right? So I was in the building when LeBron went back to Cleveland back in 2010. That is, there's nothing that's ever going to compare to that, okay? So that's like a different stratosphere. I would say that this one was pretty good. Like, they were definitely fired up to have him in the building. And early in the game, I would say the first quarter and change, it was really loud in there. And then throughout the game, as things kind of got a little out of control in the first half, I think the crowd kind of settled in, got on their hands a little bit, and just was kind of enjoying, reveling in the big lead. And then in the third quarter, the building got a little tight at times because of the Mavs cutting into the lead. But individually, there were definitely fans, even throughout, giving it to Kyrie. Because, I was seated behind on the second row of the scorer's table. So whenever Kyrie would check in, there was always at least a couple of fans that were giving it to him. And he was having fun with it. He was kind of smiling and whatnot. I remember one guy was telling him, you're a crybaby and, you need to go home. And he kind of laughed. And, he pointed down on the ground. He's like, this is my home. I own, I didn't even say I own it. He just said, I'm right here is what he kept saying. So he definitely had his back and forth with the fans, and they certainly were chanting at him. But I think the initial wave, of pent-up anger and frustration by the Boston fans was probably the thing that stuck out the most, kind of that first quarter and change.
George, we always talk about adjustments and things from game to game. But does Boston really need to do anything differently? Do you expect them to say, okay, we'll maybe throw another look, or do you just go back to what you were doing game one? I know KP was knocking down shots, but defensively, do you feel like that there's something else that they're going to try, or revert back to, again, what worked in game one?
So every coach has a different approach to this thing, right? And I haven't been around Mazzulla enough to know what his thought process is on this stuff. I may have a better idea tomorrow because it's the off day and we'll be there and we'll have a chance to chat with him a little bit. Not that he would reveal government secrets per se, but at least you can kind of glean some stuff off maybe potentially. Mm-hmm. But they're an ultra prepared team. I wouldn't be surprised if they throw in another wrinkle or two to what they did yesterday, because this time of year, this is where coaches really make their money. It's why guys like Eric Spoelstra have gone deep in the playoffs, and Greg Popovich, and those guys have had the success they've had. Steve Kerr. The talent matters, don't get me wrong, but at this level, the talent, it may not be equal, but they're close enough, right? But the coaches can make their hay here in a big way based on the adjustment and the perceived adjustment that the other team is going to make, right? How are you going to adjust based on the way you expect them to adjust? That's the chess match between the coaches. So I am genuinely curious. I don't have a great answer for you on that one, but I am wondering how they're going to play that from the Boston angle. Yeah, I just don't know off the top of my head.
It's George Sedano, ESPN, with you. Theory on why the Mavs are so good in Game 2s.
I don't know, man. Also, theory on why the Mavs are so bad in Game 1s at least twice this postseason, right? So we saw that with the Clippers and OKC. But I just think sometimes, and it's funny because PJ Carlissimo, longtime coach, both in college and the NBA, and then longtime assistant as well in the NBA for Greg Popovich, interestingly enough, who I just mentioned, he's on our broadcast. He's been, our guy on ESPN Radio for a number of years. And he talked about it. He's like, look, man, game one, in a lot of people's minds, is a feel-out game. You know, you just kind of roll out there and figure out, not that you don't have a plan, right? But you're just trying to see, okay, what can we do? What can we take away from game one that we can do better in game two? How can we adjust to this? So I think it's just that. I think that, you know, some teams, some coaching staffs, particularly are better counterpunchers. And we're about to find out, you know, if Dallas continues to be a great counterpuncher, because they have been thus far this postseason.
George Sedano with us here in the G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. One area the Mavericks have been dominant on is the lobs, right? The new lob city, we were calling them here in Dallas. Boston took that away. Is that something you think the Mavericks can get back to, whether it's the pick-and-roll lobs, the ISO lobs? It was so important for them throughout this run, or is that something they're just not going to get with Boston defensively?
Well, I think that is something that Boston is going to try to take away at all costs. They don't want them to get those easy looks at the rim because it allows them to kind of, I feel like their offense helps generate better stops on defense. First of all, the ball goes through the basket so you can get set on the other side. But the energy, right, the momentum within the game changes because of that flow as well. So I think that was something they were very cognizant of, Boston, to try to eliminate, and they did a good job in game one. It doesn't mean you can't find ways to do that. That's on, you know, Jason Kidd and company to figure that out. I do think that if you're expecting whatever it was, I think 54 lobs they've had throughout the first couple rounds of the playoffs, I would temper your excitement there because I don't expect Boston to give you as many as you've gotten previously. There's ways to make that happen, and I think that they've got two of the best creators potentially on the floor in Luka and Kyrie to make that happen, and a guy in Jason Kidd who certainly had plenty of that when he was a player. So I think they'll find a way to potentially get more, but it's not going to be easy, that's for sure.
George, would love to get your thoughts on the Dan Hurley, J.J. Redick, Los Angeles Lakers situation.
Well, look, I'm not, embedded in the reporting aspect of it, but I can give you my thoughts on it. Yeah, so I would say this. I think the Lakers did not have an ideal candidate list to work from, right? Because there's not any guy out there that you say, oh, no brainer, that's the guy. You know what I mean? So because of that, there's an inherent risk level with every one of the candidates that were available to them. And I think the way they've assessed it as an organization is who's the person that has the least amount of risk with also a potential high reward. And I think they look at Dan Hurley as that potential prospect. Now, I think Dan Hurley, from an X's and O's standpoint, schematically, is an incredible coach. There's no doubt about that. The stuff he runs for college games is very NBA-like. Some of the stuff that he runs, the motion stuff he does, particularly off ball, the dribble handoff stuff, I mean, that's stuff that I see that immediately, and I see Eric Spoelstra, right, with Bam Adebayo, Duncan Robinson, Tyler Hero, dribble handoffs. Same thing back in the day with Popovich, with, Tim Duncan and Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili. The motion stuff off the ball, very similar to what you see with those two teams and the Warriors, right, with Steve Kerr. So schematically, he's really good. I don't think there's any doubt. And he adapts to his roster really well. And defensively, very similar. He runs a lot of NBA-style schemes. So that part doesn't worry me. What worries me, and I know it's going to sound cliched, is the college coach trying to make the transition to the NBA. Sure. Because in college, you guys know this, you're the sun and everything orbits around you when you're the coach, okay? Right. Whether it's college basketball, college football, that's the reality of it. And that's not going to be the case in the NBA, especially on a team with LeBron James and Anthony Davis, and it's the Los Angeles Lakers, okay? So I think that part, he's a bit feisty, fiery, however you want to call him. I don't know if that's going to play necessarily at the next level, and I think that's the stuff. And I know that there's been chatter about that he understands the game is different and all that stuff, but it's one thing to say that you understand, and then you got to get in the fire, right, and deal with it. And here's a perfect example, okay? When I was a young reporter and talk show host in Miami, I was there when Nick Saban came from LSU to the Dolphins. Mm-hmm. And you guys might remember his first year, they had a pretty solid year. Yep. They went 9-7. Gus Frerotte was his quarterback, I believe, if I recall correctly. Year two, they were going to get a quarterback because they felt like this is the year we were close to getting to the playoffs. We're going to make a push. We're going to get a quarterback. The two quarterbacks that were available were Drew Brees and Dante Culpepper. And the Dolphins doctors told Nick Saban that they felt Culpepper had a better chance of recovering from his knee injury than Brees from his shoulder injury. Infamous last words, clearly, by that staff, right? Yeah. Because they signed Dante Culpepper. We know what happens with Drew Brees over the years. But here's my point. I remember that year at practice, there's a story that's been told and written about Dante Culpepper and Nick Saban allegedly getting into it in their practice bubble. And basically Dante, basically told Nick to kiss off and allegedly said to him, I make more money than you, man. Get the bleep out of here or whatever, So, that's the stuff you deal with. You know what I mean? When you're the college guy coming to the pro level, and it doesn't matter if it's basketball, if it's football, that's some of the stuff you deal with. So, is Dan Hurley ready for the potential LeBron James passive-aggressive swipe? Because we know those are coming. You know what I mean? So, that's the stuff that you can't prepare yourself for.
Okay, I love that you brought up LeBron because I wonder, and you've been around LeBron, how do you think he would feel about the Hurley hiring? Especially, I feel as though he's been the one pushing J.J. Redick a little bit with their relationship on the podcast. And then from a Maverick perspective, I think we're always wondering with how much he's been gushing over Kyrie, we know he loves Luka. Does he exit L.A. and is Dallas a landing spot?
Yeah, I don't think he exits L.A. I think he wants to be rooted in L.A. for the last chapter of his career, and I don't think that's going to happen. I'd be stunned if it did. Okay, I'm not saying it may not happen, but I would absolutely be stunned. As far as what he thinks of him as a coach, I don't know. I know as much as you guys do that apparently, coincidentally, right? J.J. Redick had Dan Hurley on his podcast, Old Man in the Three. And he tweeted a clip out, and LeBron says, "Oh, I love what they do on offense," right? So that's all we know. But if I had to guess, look, man, LeBron is a complicated figure in some ways. Okay, in the sense that, and this is just me saying this now. If there was one guy who probably doesn't need a coach that I've ever covered in NBA history, it might be him, because he's probably smarter than every coach that he's had, minus a one or two here or there, right? So I think that plays a factor. The problem is everybody else needs a coach, right? And it's not like, we can do player-coach stuff like Bill Russell back in the day. So I think it's just a challenge, coaching him at times. But there's incredible rewards if you can make it work. Look at Eric Spoelstra, look at Ty Lue. Right, guys who were able to get across the finish line, Frank Vogel, to a certain extent as well. But the previous two who I mentioned, are still lauded as two of the best in the game at the moment, and they're still that even despite LeBron. But I will say that when LeBron was with those guys, in the immediacy of it, while they probably all look back at it fondly now, there was probably a lot of tense moments dealing with those LeBron James teams. Because those are the stakes, man. If you get in the LeBron James business, it's all high-stakes poker, okay? There is no, it's either championship or bust. Even now at 39 years old, there's no other way to determine success. And some people get swallowed up by it, like David Blatt, right? And some people thrive in it, like Eric Spoelstra, who did it twice, and Ty Lue and Frank Vogel for one season as well. So it's not an easy situation to coach those teams because the pressure is on. And, by the way, now we're throwing in the added, aspect of it also being the Los Angeles Lakers, who will tell you they only play for championships. So them trying to kind of thread this needle with Dan Hurley, where they're talking about bridging, the two eras, the end of the LeBron era and whatever the post-LeBron era rebuild is going to look like, that's a hard needle to thread. And I just don't know if that's something you can do. If they can do it, God bless them. But I just think that's a really hard needle to thread.
Terrific reporting as always, George. We thank you so much for your time, and enjoy the rest of the finals, sir.
You got it, guys. Thanks for having me on. I'll be in your studio, I think, sometime next week. So I'll stop in and say hello.
Yeah, if you need anything in Texas, you just say the word, man. We got you. George Sedano, ESPN, here with you on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at the Globe, home of the champs. Rangers baseball pregame coming up in an hour and 10 minutes. But up next, it's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking at 877-881-1053. We're back with your phone calls here in the nation. I want to chat Diamond right